July 4th. You'd never have known it was a holiday. The morning hung damp and overcast when Frears staggered from his bed and began his morning ritual of exercises. He had skipped them yesterday, and somehow they didn't come easy. Instead of doing one more push-up than the time before, he could barely do one less. He spent most of the morning on Melmoth, but by noon he'd had his fill of corpses, and his head was spinning from the novel's convoluted plot, stories within stories within stories, perfect for class assignments, he decided, but exhausting en masse. He was glad to put it aside and break for lunch. Deborah was working in the garden, accompanied by several of the younger cats, but she'd left a meal for him. He sat eating egg salad, gingerbread, and a tall glass of milk, while leafing through the seed ads in the home news. When he left the kitchen, he saw that the sky had cleared, and that a strong sun was beating down, drying the morning's dampness. The temperature had climbed. Absently, he searched his room for a distraction. The vase of roses caught his eye, the dark red blossoms vivid as a flame against the pale green of his walls. Blossoms. It seemed as good an idea as any. Putting on his sneakers, he picked up his field guide to the wildflowers and went for a walk. He decided, as he turned his steps down the slope of the backyard, to follow the little brook and see where it led. He recalled that after the water wound north through the abandoned field, it seemed to disappear into the woods, making it a good point for exploration. At the water's edge he saw dozens of little silver fish, several dead ones floating upside down or washed up in the mud. As for the frogs he heard each night, he still could not find one. No doubt they slept all day, a habit he hoped he'd never fall into himself. At the brook's first bend he heard the sound of thrashing. There in the distance stood Porroth, tall against the sun, head thrust forward, jaw set, swinging a scythe as he cleared the field of scrub. He reminded Frears of some extra from an Eisenstein film. Or maybe the Grim Reaper, Frears decided. He looked up as Frears approached. "Hello there," he said. "And where might you be off to?" "Just going for a walk." Porroth grinned. "You sure you don't want to try your hand at this?" He held the scythe out in either invitation or challenge. Frears sighed. "Oh, why not?" he said. "Might as well see what I've been missing." Making his way through the tall grass, he took the tool from Porroth's hands. "You hold it like this," said Porroth, twisting the blade around so that it was poised to cut. "And you swing it like—" he demonstrated with his hands. "This." Feeling as if he were gripping a bicycle, Frears aimed for a clump of weeds and swung. The long curved blade, gleaming in the sunlight, swished harmlessly past them and almost caught him in the leg. "You're trying too hard," said Porroth, concealing whatever amusement he may have felt. "Don't twist your body so." Frears tried again. The tool still felt awkward in his grasp, but the blade caught the bottom of the weeds and whipped right through. "You keep this thing pretty sharp," said Frears, staring at the blade with new respect. Porroth reached into his back pocket and drew forth a thin gray rectangle of stone. "Sharp as a razor," he said. "I whet the edge a dozen times a day. But mind you, keep the blade up there, or you're going to strike against a rock, and 'twill be of no blessed use to me then. I've yet to clear this part of the field." Frears brought the blade higher, but it was a more difficult position to maintain, putting more strain upon his shoulders. By the time he took a few more swipes, his shoulders ached. "God," he said, his pleasure draining away. "They ought to make this thing smaller with a lighter blade. I don't like the way this one's designed. You can't swing it without whirling yourself around." Porroth smiled. "My friend, they've been using that design for 1,000 years or more, without a change. What you want's a sickle. It's a smaller tool, for a single hand to use. I've got one back at the house." "Fine," said Frears, rather dubious. "That can be my next lesson." He handed the scythe back to Porroth. Now I've had enough of playing farmer for the day. I think I'll play explorer." He waved and began moving off. Porth watched him go. "Mind you watch out for copperheads. They say the woods are thick with 'em this year. Brother Matt says he saw a pair last week, around 3 miles downstream. Don't go sticking your foot in any holes or clumps of brush, and don't go turning over rocks." Freer stopped walking and looked suspiciously at the ground. "What happens if I get bitten?" Porth shrugged and brought the scythe back up into position. "You won't die," he said, "but you won't like it." He began swinging the blade in a determined rhythm. Freers headed downstream with considerably less enthusiasm. He was aware that Porth took pleasure in doomsaying, perhaps even in unnerving a visitor from the city, but the lure of exploration had diminished. The worst thing he discovered was the mosquitoes. They hadn't been so bad up by the house, but down along the brook the air was thick with them, and he found he was continually fanning them away with every step. There were caterpillars, too, fat green ones that burst if you stepped on them, and little yellow ones that hung from every tree on invisible filaments of silk. Several times he found himself forced to take off his glasses when bugs and bits of leaf got caught between the lenses and his eyes. For 100 yards or so it was hard to tell where the fields left off and the woods began. He had to stick close to the brook, following an indistinct little trail that ran along beside it, for elsewhere the undergrowth made walking difficult. He was glad at first that he'd brought the field guide with him. Here and there he stopped to look up various flowers, at least the ones he hadn't already squashed underfoot. Crouching down, he identified the buds of a swamp rose mallow, which he remembered from Forbidden Games, and something called a Great St. John's Wort, which the book rather unnecessarily warned him not to eat. A lot of things, it seemed, were poisonous in these woods. He was careful to memorize the 3-leafed shape of poison ivy. At one point, noticing a large, exotic-looking flower, he half wondered if he'd stumbled upon some rare black orchid out of Tim Tyler's luck. But it turned out to be nothing more than skunk cabbage. Soon afterward, he began encountering massive clumps of the stuff. There was a moral here somewhere, he decided. By this time he had lost interest in looking up any more names. The woods were getting thicker, with tall trees arching overhead, blotting out the sunlight. As he moved still deeper into them, attempting to follow the stream's path through branches that impeded his progress and snapped in his face, he discovered that he'd have to get his feet wet, for the trail had completely disappeared, and the underbrush grew right down to the water's edge. Rolling up his pants, he hesitantly dipped one sneakered foot in, then the other. It was like stepping into an underground spring, and made him think of caves of ice deep beneath the earth. He gritted his teeth and walked on. Soon the cold seemed to go away. Either he was getting used to it or his feet were numb. Ahead of him, like a bridge across the stream, rose a low archway of decaying boughs and vines. He ducked under it and continued forward, his sneakers sloshing in the water. On the other side of the arch he saw that, as the stream curved west, it had formed a small circular pool with banks of wet sand surrounded by statuesque oaks, their roots thrust below the surface. Obviously a watering place, he decided. There were animal tracks in the sand, deer, no doubt, and what may have been a fox, or perhaps some farmer's dog. He wished he'd brought his tracking manual with him. It was going to be difficult to check such things from memory. The place, as he moved forward, seemed surprisingly familiar, but he wasn't sure just why. Had he dreamed of it? He waded toward the center of the pool, the water rising past his ankles. Everything was silent but the birds, and they were few, calling to each other in the trees overhead. The air around him echoed with the sound. Somehow he felt soiled here, impure, as if he himself were the impurity, the thing that made the birds cry out. He was suddenly conscious of his body, of the oily juices flowing from his pores, the noisy rush of air in and out of his nostrils, the foulness of the city that clung to his hair, the foulness of his flesh, the foulness deep within him. He had no business being in this place. His mind, a human mind, any mind at all, did not belong here. This pool was not for those who thought. Thought defiled it. He felt the alien shoes upon his feet, the canvas, dye, and rubber, the filth of the city that had spawned him. And he looked down at himself, and saw the water lapping round his ankles, and his own reflection. For an instant the two beings stared at each other, forest man and city man, and during that instant all sound, all movement ceased, and he laid himself full length in the pool. Afterward he stood, freezing water dripping from his shoulders and his hair. He heard the birds once more, singing with fury or joy, he couldn't tell which. And he saw the sunlight lancing down between the leaves in shimmering gold bars. A longing gripped him. He felt a strange pull to the west. And when, like the needle of a compass, he turned in that direction, looking westward from his fixed point in the center of the circle, it was as if the trees had opened. He could see the brook stretch endlessly ahead, shining into the heart of the forest like a thin silver line, pointing toward places only the birds and the animals knew. When he saw this, he yearned to go farther, and dreaded to go farther, and was suddenly so tired that he turned and went running up out of the pool and lay exhausted in the sand. As the afternoon drew on, the sky became overcast again. Rain hung like a promise in the air. He breathed deeply, found his feet, and took the homeward path, realizing as he left it, where he'd seen the place before. It was in the Dnud, on the card marked the pool. The resemblance was uncanny. The sky remained overcast all day, but the rain did not come. At night the sky was cloudy, and all the stars were hidden. At dinner I was famished, thanks to the day's exertions, and found myself agreeing to a second helping of pie. So much for willpower. Wouldn't be surprised if I put on a few extra pounds before the summer's over. Sar and Deborah seemed a bit jumpy. I think we all felt Carol's absence. Or maybe it was the weather, that feeling of tension you get before a rain, a sense of something holding back. I certainly never saw them lose their temper at a cat before, as Deborah did tonight. For the past week she's been trying to convince Sar to put bells around the cats' necks. She feels sorry for the mice and birds they kill. And so tonight, when Toby showed up at the door with feathers sticking out of his mouth and a tiny yellow leg among them, she almost had a fit. She snatched up the bread knife and chased him down the steps and halfway to the vegetable garden, before she turned around and came back, looking very ashamed of herself. I thought for a second she would really run him through. Happy 4th of July, I said, but that didn't go over well. They regard the day as primarily a war holiday, a celebration of the military and an excuse for people to avoid work. You certainly get no feeling of the holiday out here, nothing to distinguish it from any other day, except for the saying Sar quoted glumly, 4th of July, corn knee-high. Alas, since he planted so late, the corn isn't even up to my ankle. No wonder he was in such a sour mood. Managed to brighten things up a bit, I think, by telling them of my day's adventures, that is, my little outing. In fact, they seemed eager to hear all about it, like parents asking what I did in school. I'm sure they've both been down that exact same path dozens of times, since it cuts right through their property. But then I always get a kick out of hearing visitors describe their first day in New York, and I suppose it was the same pleasure for them. Familiar surroundings seen through unfamiliar eyes. So I tried my damnedest not to disappoint them. Played up my hatred of the bugs, nervousness at being alone in the wilderness with snakes and wolves and quicksand pits, etc. May have overdone it a bit, but I think they were amused. Or at least Deborah was. She told me that next time I go for a walk I should carry a sprig of pennyroyal behind my ear, as somehow this prevents the female mosquitoes from knowing I'm around. The females are the ones that bite. She said she'd clip me some. She grows it in her garden. As for Sar, I'm not so sure he realized when I was kidding about my day's exploits, and for all I know, he may have felt secretly contemptuous. though I suspect his main feeling was one of concern. He told me with great seriousness that it's just as well I stopped where I did today, at that bend in the stream, since if I'd followed it a couple of miles deeper into the woods, I'd have ended up where the stream empties into a marshy backwater and it's easy to get lost. Just beyond the marsh, he said, is a place where on certain nights you can actually see clouds of steam and swamp gas rising from the ground, and will-o'-the-wisps and trees that in these parts you don't expect to find. It's the place the men were talking about in the store yesterday, where those 2 girls were killed. The place they call McKinney's Neck. When I think about it now, the whole afternoon seems almost as unreal as a dream. Glad I'm back inside again. 4 walls keeping out the night, with bed and books and lamplight here beside me. At times like this, the farm seems like a precious little island, and no one but a fool would venture out into the darkness where they don't belong. Feel too stiff now and a hell of a lot too sleepy to sit up writing anymore. Time to put away this journal and turn in. Carol's probably going to bed now, too, never knowing how lucky she is to be surrounded by all that concrete and brick, those noisy, well-lit streets. Manhattan may be just another island, but it's nothing like this place. 10 to 1 I'd dream of it again tonight. So arrogant, so massive, and so safe. 4th of July. Dear Jeremy, well, it looks like you're not the only one who'll be spending the summer in isolation. When I got back here last night, I found my roommate gone, along with most of her clothes. She'd typed me a note saying she was going off on a trip with one of her boyfriends. I've never been able to keep track of them. And that I should hold her mail and water her plants while she's gone. She didn't even say where she was going. I can't understand it, for her to just pack up and leave like that without giving me any kind of warning. It seems so inconsiderate. But I guess it's the sort of thing I should have expected from her. She's always been extremely irresponsible. She did leave me her share of the rent, though, thank heaven, enough for the entire summer, right down to the last penny, in 2 neat little piles of cash labeled July and August. Incidentally, in case it wasn't obvious to you, I had a wonderful time this weekend. I really did, you know. It was just what I needed. I'm going to write the Porths a little bread-and-butter note as soon as I finish this. They were both extremely nice to me in every way possible, and I do hope I'll get a chance to see them again before too long. They're so different from some of the people you meet in this city. You just can't imagine. Believe it or not, the ride back to New York took only an hour and a half, and I had no trouble at all in that parking lot uptown. I guess it was because of the holiday weekend. The whole city seems deserted. It was depressing to come back, that's for sure, but I kept thinking about the Porths and the countryside, and you and all those cats. Rosie came down here tonight and insisted on taking me out to dinner. He pointed out how I really ought to be happy for the extra room I'll have now, and for the peace and quiet, not having Rochelle's awful friends running around all the time. I know he's right, and in a way I suppose I am just as happy she's gone. But I still can't help feeling a little bit abandoned. I miss her. Who knows? I may even miss you. July 6th. Had she meant the letter as bait? In retrospect, Carol was forced to admit that perhaps there had been something slightly calculating about it. But then, she'd merely hoped to be invited back to the farm before the end of summer. Never for a moment had she expected that Frears himself might show up in the city, and only 2 days later. I thought I'd go by that restaurant again, he began, telephoning her at work, just in case that goddamned book bag turned up. And then, as if it were an afterthought, anyway, you sounded like you might be in the mood for a little company, so here I am. He was calling from the Port Authority bus terminal. It was nearly 4 o'clock on a hot and muggy Wednesday afternoon. He had gotten a ride to Flemington that morning shortly after reading Carol's note, and had taken the early bus out. Though he'd be stopping down on Bank Street first, to search his apartment and talk with the new tenants, this evening he expected to be free. Would she care to meet for dinner? He would pick her up at 7:30. 2 hours still remained before she could leave work, and Carol spent them thinking of what lay ahead. Frears hadn't said anything about where he planned to stay that night. No doubt he planned to stay with her, in her bed. The thought was a disturbing one, yet undeniably attractive. She turned it over and over in her mind. What struck her first was his presumption. Did he actually believe that, having put him off once, or twice if you counted their first date, she now owed him this night? Yes, quite likely he did, for considering how methodical he could be, how stiff-necked and precise, it wouldn't have surprised her if he were one of those conscientious souls who proceeded according to schedule. First date a kiss, second something stronger, third a night in bed. But wait, maybe even here she was being old-fashioned. Maybe she was living in the past. After all, Jeremy had been married once, and perhaps for him the usual 3 days' expectations had long since been compressed into a single busy evening. In which case, Carol realized, she was already in his debt twice over. Though it scarcely made the prospect more inviting, she'd be damned if she was going to give herself to him simply out of social obligation. When she took a lover, it would have to be someone special, not just an impatient man exacting his due. And yet by the end of their weekend together, she had been resigned, no more than resigned. She had been determined to sleep with him, if not there at the farm, then somewhere else. She'd known it ever since that first evening together, that he would be the one. She had been ready then, and she was ready now. And how pleasant it would be to lie with him tonight, knowing he was there beside her in the darkness, keeping her company in the suddenly empty apartment, to feel his naked skin pressed against hers, warm between the cool of the sheets. Neither of them would have to get up early tomorrow. They could sleep together late into the morning. The day had so far shown no signs of drawing to a close. Light continued to stream into the room around the tattered edges of the shades. The shades themselves glowed yellow in the sun, and heat had made a prison of the unmoving air. As she knelt to steady the contents of her book cart, Carol felt herself perspiring beneath her blouse, while through her ran a tiny flicker of foreboding. If it was this bad so early in July, what would the rest of the summer be like? She piloted the overloaded cart through a delirium of aisles and shelves and tables, her mind far from the routine tasks, her footsteps keeping time to the regular squeaking of the wheels. Entering the little glassed-in office to complete a series of subscription forms, she thought that at any moment she might faint. The air conditioner was still broken from last September, and with 3 desks crowded side by side, the room seemed even smaller than it should have, and twice as cluttered. Her own desk lay buried beneath a stack of old library journals and an assortment of damaged paperbacks. Its lower drawer was stuck fast, its wooden surface clammy to the touch. Carol ran a hand through her damp hair and slumped back in her seat. It was going to be a warm night for making love. Later, bringing an armload of returned books upstairs to help fill in the hour left of work, she passed between the ranks of children's classics and inspirational works that lined an aisle near the doorway. Little Women, retold for younger readers. King Arthur and His Merry Men, with Victorian illustrations. Great Teens in History, a girlish Joan of Arc on the front. Dog-eared and skinny, with brightly colored covers and ragged spines, the volumes seemed repositories of a kind of innocence that, after tonight, she'd be unable to share. She paused beside the reference desk to study the photos on a Girl Scout poster, relic of some long-ago recruiting drive, and found herself face to face with a racial mix of laughing little girls. They, too, seemed inhabitants of another, more innocent world, a world already receding into the past. She wondered if they'd laugh for her tomorrow. Enough, she told herself. She must keep things in perspective. What, after all, were a tiny patch of skin and a few drops of blood to St. Agnes's beheading, Catherine on the spiked wheel, Ursula ravished by the Huns, Marcus stung to death by wasps? Why pretend the thing she'd do tonight had any mystical significance? Moving toward the front of the room, the day's heat at last beginning to lift, she deposited her books on a return table by the windowsill. Downstairs, this area was where the 10-cents-a-day bestsellers lay piled. Up here the books were sooty, and faded by the now departing sun, but a scattering of gold Newbery medallions gleamed among their covers like symbols of purity. Purity. Once more it rose in her, that absurd feeling of regret. This was a world she'd be leaving tonight. She felt like one condemned to death, gazing upon all she encountered as if for the last time. Around her, children were reading aloud to themselves, mouths laboriously shaping the words, while others puzzled in silence through the more difficult books, or roamed up and down the aisles in a temperature-induced torpor, pulling out volumes at random, and putting a few of them back. Most of the children, absorbed in their reading or daydreams, took little notice of her or Mrs. Schumann. Those who were bored made it obvious, unlike their elders downstairs, leafing impatiently through picture books or disputing with their friends. Still, the second floor was quiet at this hour, the atmosphere unusually subdued, and there were few real fights to settle. The room echoed with a soft gabble of voices, punctuated only by laughter and the occasional high-pitched complaint. Carol found it a curiously restful sound. Just before closing time, she was about to replace a handful of books on a shelf at the back of the room when, turning down the farthest row, she came upon a pale, skinny little girl, underpants below her knees, in the act of lifting her dress above her waist. Two small boys who'd been crouching in front of her jumped to their feet and dashed noisily up the aisle, disappearing around the other end. Carol heard the patter of their footsteps as they raced across the room. One of them made straight for the doorway and vanished down the stairs. The other paused only to snatch up a baseball cap and glove before hurrying after him. The girl, however, was frozen guiltily to the spot, her eyes wide. She'd had time to yank the underpants up over the crumpled pink of her dress, but was still clutching the waistband with both hands. Abruptly, she let the elastic snap free, attempted to smooth back the dress, and cried, "Didn't do nothing." Nor had she, of course. There was certainly nothing to punish her for, and though Carol couldn't resist giving her a brief, whispered reminder on how some people take advantage of other people's innocence, she said nothing at all when, a few minutes later, the girl's irascible-looking mother came to claim her. In fact, though she was slow to admit it to herself, Carol was amused, and in some dim, disreputable way, even somewhat aroused. She couldn't get the sight out of her mind, the child's brazenly hoisted dress, the sunlight on her legs, and the two boys hunched like worshippers before that frail, hairless little tuck of skin, no bigger than a fortune cookie. There was a kind of power in it. It reawakened memories of her own, playing doctor with the neighbor's boy, and body magic in the loft above the garage, and was it a painting she'd once seen? That group of men who stared in fearful wonder at the bound and naked body on an altar? Had she seen it in a picture book? Maybe it had only been a dream. Only a dream. But in the shower that evening, as she prepared herself for Jeremy's arrival, the vision remained, and she stood with head thrown back, the hot spray beating sharp against her skin, obscurely stirred as she felt the water on her. And the eyes. Jeremy arrived more than half an hour early, muttering about the heat and noise outside and the trash in the hallway downstairs. The restaurant hadn't found his book bag, nor had it been returned to his apartment, and the couple who were subletting the place had treated him, he said, like a stranger in my own home. He'd met a friend for drinks, but the conversation had quickly turned boring. He looked at Carol expectantly, as if waiting for her to set things right. She was fresh from the shower and still in her robe, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. She'd been rather put out that he'd come so much sooner than planned, and, after buzzing him in downstairs, she had struggled into a bra and panties, and had raced through the apartment, gathering up loose clothes and flinging them toward a closet, wiping the crumbs from the kitchen table, and her hair from the tub, and squinting at her features in the steamy bathroom mirror. She'd thought she looked disconcertingly pale, though it was hard to tell in the bad light. Just to be safe, she'd pinched her cheeks the way Scarlett O'Hara used to do before meeting a beau. But Scarlett O'Hara had never found herself parading around in a terry-cloth bathrobe and turban, and no beau of hers had ever shown up with sweat stains on his shirt and liquor on his breath. The whole evening seemed to be getting off to a miserable start. At least, that's what she'd thought. Until, settling himself on the living-room couch, Jeremy eyed her up and down and said, "You know, you look damned nice right now." She waited for the derisive little smile, which was often the only way he signaled he was joking, but his mouth and his eyes remained serious. Nervously, she tightened the sash. "I suppose I'd better get dressed." "Hey, don't go doing that for my sake." She laughed. "I thought you wanted to go out for dinner." "Of course I do, but what's the rush? Come on, sit down here a minute." He slapped the cushion beside him, then pulled away his hand as if surprised at his own audacity. Surprised at hers, she sat. They were silent for a time, as if each were pondering the implications of this new development. Carol heard her breathing coincide with his. Seated so close to him, she was exquisitely aware of how little she had on beneath the robe. Her skin still tingled from the shower. He would find it clean if, by some chance, he were to reach out and touch her right now. At last, with something like a sigh, he reached out and scratched his knee. "Jesus," he said, "remind me never to drink on an empty stomach." "Do you want me to make some coffee?" She was already getting to her feet. No, sit down. It would just make things worse. One cup and I feel like I'm in the Boston Marathon." He patted his heart. "And after the second, I'm awake all night. Even without it these days, I seem to be staying up later and later. My whole schedule's screwed up." Carol nodded. "Mine too. I guess I'm still not used to having this place alone." She watched the final minutes of sunshine inching steadily up the wall, and was struck by how shabby the apartment looked, even in the waning light. The living room still smelled faintly of Rochelle, especially by the couch where they were seated. Rochelle had slept on it whenever she was home. Unfolded, it became a bed considerably wider than her own. Carol thought of all the men this couch had seen. She had already decided that this was where the two of them would sleep tonight. "My roommate was one of the noisiest people I've ever met," she said. She wondered briefly why she'd used the past tense. "Sometimes, just as I was turning off my light, I'd hear her snoring. And when one of her boyfriends was over," she made a face, "I could hear them even with my door closed. I guess that's why the silence feels so strange. Lately, I just can't seem to get to bed before 2 or 3 in the morning." "Oh, really? You sure went to bed early enough that night at the farm." His voice was edged with resentment. God, she thought, how ridiculously selfish he can be. But at least he still seemed interested. "I was tired from all that driving," she said. "And I didn't get much sleep there anyway." "Yeah, I remember. Nightmares, you said. Hell, I'd get nightmares too with all those Bible pictures hanging over my head. Next time, why not stay out back with me?" He gave her a sly look. "Who knows?" she said. "Maybe I will." She saw that she'd surprised him and felt an urge to laugh. "That is," she added, "if you promise I won't have any more bad dreams." He shook his head. "I only wish I could. But I promise I'll be there when you wake up." "You don't say." Smiling, she leaned closer to him. "And just what good do you think that'll do?" "Oh, I don't know. I'll be there to talk to you, comfort you a bit. And I can always do this." As he put his arms around her, her nervousness returned with a rush. She couldn't understand it. She was proud of her slim body. This was supposed to have been a time of letting go, of shedding inhibitions. Her natural passions were supposed to take control. Soon she would lie back and become the woman she wanted to be, and Jeremy her true lover. The walls were about to be breached, the mystery revealed. Yet instead, she could feel herself grow rigid against him, her heart pounding furiously, her hands beginning to tremble. What in heaven's name was the matter with her? It wasn't as if she hadn't had time to prepare for this. She'd had nearly a quarter of a century. She knew perfectly well what would happen now, or at least what was supposed to. The things he was going to do to her, and how she was expected to respond. It was like knowing all the answers without ever having been asked any of the questions. "Come on now, Carol. Please don't tighten up," he said, his voice close to her ear. She'd never heard him sound so gentle before. "Just sit back and relax. I won't hurt you, honest. I won't even budge." His hand came to rest above her hip. She felt it pressing lightly against her robe, like a living creature that moved when she moved, breathed when she breathed. "Come on," he whispered. "Talk to me." "What should I talk about?" Her voice dismayed her. It sounded so breathless and frightened that she barely recognized it. "Talk about anything you like. Tell me a secret. Or tell me a dream." She willed herself to relax. "I save my secrets for confession," she said. "And I never remember my dreams." "Except the one at Porth Farm, remember?" "A little, yes. Not all of it." "It doesn't matter." He drew her closer. The towel loosened from her hair and slipped softly to the couch. "Go on. Tell me." "I'm sure it all had something to do with those weird cards Rosie gave you," she said. "I couldn't get some of those images out of my head." Reluctantly, she cast her mind back. "I remember being in a kind of jungle, an awful place. The undergrowth was all ropey and thick, and the air was steamy hot and hard to breathe, and in the distance I could hear wailing flutes and drums just hammering and hammering away without a stop. It was night, I'm sure of that much, but all around me everything was shining like it was on fire." She felt his hand stir almost imperceptibly. "I didn't know who I was," she said, "or what I looked like. Maybe I was dead and no more than a ghost, because I seemed to be floating over the ground, gliding between the trees. The vines and bushes somehow opened up for me, and I passed right through without a scratch. The farther I went, the louder the flutes and drums kept getting, and the thicker the trees, but just before the end I began to see a kind of clearing up ahead. For the first time, I caught a glimpse of the sky. The moon was out, and—" "And what?" "It was shining like a spotlight on the center of the clearing." "All the better to see with." Gently his hand slid toward her breast. She pressed it closer with her own. "I wish I hadn't looked," she said. "It wasn't nice at all. In the center, all alone, stood a tree, and these men were gathered beneath it, watching something on the ground. Then they moved back, and I saw that at the foot of the tree was a kind of altar. There was a body on it, the body of a girl." "And then I suppose you saw that the girl was you, and woke up with a scream." He was touching her breast, caressing it. "No, it was nothing like that. It was worse, much worse." She could feel her heart racing again. She wondered if he felt it too. "I woke because I heard something fall onto the body, and lying there in the moonlight was this long, white, slippery thing, curling and uncurling. And then suddenly, as I watched, it arched up from the body and began to sway faster and faster, and I could see that somehow it was dancing, heaving itself up and down to the music like a great blind snake." "Uh-oh. You know what that means." She nodded and pulled away slightly. Yes, I know. But this time I'm not sure it applies. Anyway, why does a snake always have to be a phallic symbol? What if it was simply a snake?" "It's possible, I guess." She felt his hand slip beneath the robe. As a matter of fact, there's this crazy Bram Stoker novel. Wait, Jeremy, what are you doing there? Nothing. That doesn't feel like nothing. I'm not going to hurt you. Just lift yourself up a minute. You mean like this? Do you have to keep both legs so... There. That's better. She watched what he was doing, still held passive by the dream. Try to relax, he said. Tell me about the way it ended, about the altar and the non-symbolic snake. I'm not going to do anything you don't want me to. Her eyelids felt heavy. She took a deep breath and let it out. You don't understand, she said. It turned out to be something else entirely, something more. I only saw a part of it, I think, the part above the altar. I remember how the creature rose up and down to the music in time with the drum beats and the whistling of the flutes. The other end seemed buried in the ground. There was just no telling how far under it went. Somehow I sensed that it was attached down there, that all I was seeing was the tip. And then She caught her breath, half curious as to what Jeremy was doing, half reluctant to think about it. I realized that the drums must be coming from the same place, from somewhere far below me, deep inside the earth. And suddenly it occurred to me with absolute certainty that all the things I'd been seeing, the altar, the clearing, the whole entire jungle, were part of something else, something huge and hateful and alive. She could feel her panties being tugged down over her thighs, and liked the feeling. The fact that there was nothing she herself had to do. She could let her mind wander back to that night. I knew then, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it was there and all around me, stretching from one end of the night to the other. A single monstrous creature half as big as the world. The sound of the flutes was the sound of its breathing, and the drumming was the beating of its heart. That horrible white snake that thrashed back and forth on the altar was just a tiny artery pulsing with its blood. But hanging from the tree was the most hateful thing of all, because that's where it sat watching me. The eye, and the face, and the brain. She was jerked upright by the sound of the buzzer. Someone downstairs was ringing to get in. Yanking up her underwear and closing the robe, she hurried across the room and pressed the intercom button. "Who is it?" she called. Her voice was trembling. There was no reply. The intercom hissed with ghost winds roaming up and down the empty halls. Frears stirred impatiently on the couch. She called again, louder this time. "Who's there?" Something crackled tinnily, and at last, from the emptiness, came a faint, familiar voice. It was Rosie. He prays he isn't too late. Yet as he stands there panting in the entranceway, waiting for the woman to admit him, his patient little smile never wavers, and no one who's been watching him from the street could possibly realize that it masks a howl of blind, demonic rage. All day he has plotted the man's progress toward the city. He's traced him every mile of the way. He has charted the woman's reaction, has catalogued her every mood and sigh, down to the tiniest flutter of her heart. Nonetheless, he has been careless. In all his calculations, he's neglected to take one small factor into account. The air is warmer, ever so slightly warmer than he's anticipated. Less than a degree, perhaps, but enough to make a difference. He knows that even on a cooler day, when men and women are brought together, human beings being human, anything might happen. What the two of them upstairs might regard as consummation will to him mean catastrophe. A lifetime of planning may come to nothing in the space of a single gasp, a sudden cry of pain. And possibly that very thing has already occurred. In which case, of course, the two will have to die. But even if he has arrived in time, There is a second problem, no less urgent, created by the unexpected heat. A problem, in a sense, of waste disposal. It hadn't seemed important at the start, merely a question of temporary storage. But thanks to the weather, it is now approaching an emergency. He cannot put it off any longer. There is no more time to lose. He simply has to get the man and woman out of the apartment. If they chance too near that couch, well, it might prove rather nasty for them all. Nasty indeed. That's just how he is feeling at the moment. But after the woman has buzzed him inside and he's passed through into the hallway, his face remains frozen in its customary smile. Even here, someone may be watching. You can never be too sure. Only when he finds himself within the familiar confines of the elevator, safe amid the privacy of its battered metal walls, does he allow the mask to slip. As the door scrapes shut and the little car lurches skyward, the smile drops away and his lips curl back in a snarl of animal fury. Teeth gnashing with a sound like grinding stones. Features contorted almost beyond recognition. He shakes his tiny fists in the air, and all the evening's pent-up rage comes bursting out of him in a frenzy of noise and spit and flying limbs. Like one possessed, he flings himself about the car, fists lashing out to beat against its walls. Walls and floor reverberate with the pounding of his shoes, and the little car rocks back and forth as if a swarm of maddened bees were trapped inside. At last, on the 5th floor, when the car has come to rest, its doors slide open on the plump, unassuming figure of an old man. He stands there looking cheerful and composed, if a trifle winded, and his eyes twinkle with impish good humor as he steps into the hall and makes for the apartment at the end. Mopping his brow with a small white handkerchief, he blinks amiably at the heat, fixes his smile in place, and rings the bell. Voices are coming from the living room. He cocks his little head to hear and sniffs the air that flows beneath the door. No, there is no question about it. He will have to get them out of there, away from that accursed couch, and soon, before they open it and find what is hidden inside. Flesh, even when suitably prepared, does tend to smell so in warm weather. I was going to answer the door, but Carol beat me to it. Never saw a girl get dressed so fast. In her own screwed-up way, she probably felt guilty about my being there, because she proceeded to make a totally unnecessary fuss over Rosie. What a wonderful surprise this was. How much she'd been wanting to get the two of us together, etc., etc. Can't say I was especially pleased to see him again, considering his rotten timing. In fact, I spent several minutes silently cursing him. But I have to admit the guy seems inoffensive enough, though I could do without the lisp and the mincing little walk. He was all smiles, from the moment he waltzed through the door, and despite his age he appeared to be constantly in motion, sniffing around the room like an overgrown pink puppy. You could almost see him wagging his little tail. I thanked him, of course, for that crazy deck of cards. Hadn't yet gotten around to writing the thank-you note, and now I won't have to. And must admit the old guy showed a rather flattering interest in my work. Exchanged chit-chat about film courses, grad school, the plight of PhDs, but I got the impression it was mainly for Carol's benefit. He seemed pathetically attached to her. In fact, the only time he looked a little hurt was when Carol said she was surprised to see him. He just couldn't understand it. Had she forgotten about their dinner date tonight? Apparently she had, or at least that's what she claimed. She acted very embarrassed, apologized and all, but behind his back she shrugged at me and shook her head. Maybe Rosie's the forgetful one. Anyway, we decided to make it a threesome for dinner. Playing the proper hostess, Carol asked us if we wanted to have a glass of wine before going out. I certainly could have used one by that time, preferably ice-cold, the way I was feeling, but Rosie said he was famished and seemed eager to get away. Outside it was already dark, one of those hot, smelly New York nights when the streets echo with mambo music and drums. There was violence in the air, even more than usual, and everyone seemed to be out on the sidewalk dancing or drinking or waiting for something to happen. On nights like that, in Puerto Rican neighborhoods like Carol's, you can almost imagine you're in the tropics. The sound makes you impatient, It's hard to concentrate on things. Not such a bad feeling, really, though it has its scary side. I can see why so many people I know retreat to Fire Island or the Hamptons for the summer. I can also see why, if I were a bit younger and poorer, stuck in the city with nothing to lose, I'd be tempted to bash somebody's brains out with a tire iron. As it was, my impulses were somewhat more humane. I felt like pulling Carol out of the glare of the street lamps and making love to her all night. I'd even have been willing to go back up to that stuffy little apartment with the roaches and the heat. Must admit, there's something about her poverty that appeals to me. It's sort of a turn-on to think that, little as I have, I could really be a help to her financially. It took us some time to decide on a restaurant, since Rosie kept suggesting all sorts of obscure, outlandish places on the other side of town. Maybe he was trying to impress us. Finally, we settled on Harvey's. It's just a few blocks east, and they never rush you. Carol and I made do with omelets. With her crazy notions about food, she seems destined to remain a cheap date, while old Rosie wolfed down a filet mignon half the size of his head. Dinner was excellent, though we were interrupted in the middle by a very brief brownout. Carol says New York's had a lot of them this year. All of a sudden, the entire room went dark, but it only lasted a few seconds before the lights came back on. Still, I was grateful for the candle on the table. I'm not sure just why, but Carol excused herself right after that, and when she sat down again she was looking sort of distant and hardly spoke for the rest of the meal. I wondered if somehow she'd been rattled by the lights going out, or if it was something I'd said. But I think now that she was probably just feeling a touch of embarrassment, and maybe even, in some weird Catholic way, remorse over what had gone on back in the apartment. Only natural, I guess. When you've opened up too much to another person, you sometimes tend to backtrack a bit as compensation. Just the same, I do wish she hadn't turned quite so cold. Rosie offered to foot the bill, as I knew he would, but he and I ended up splitting the total between us, which meant that I sort of got taken. Afterward, I expected him to call it a night, and was looking forward to some time alone with Carol, but no such luck. It seems our Rosie is something of a night person. He insisted Carol and I accompany him to this old West Chelsea bar he knew about, drinks on him at least, and it turned out to be way the hell over on 11th Avenue, practically knee-deep in the Hudson. At the rate he walked, with his stubby little legs, we must have killed a good half-hour just getting there. The place wasn't anything special, but nevertheless we stayed for a couple of rounds. Toward the end, Rosie started getting all sentimental over his childhood out in the country somewhere, and we more or less let him run on. Hard to picture him as a farm boy. We didn't get back to Carol's till after midnight. By this time, I think, Carol would have been as relieved as I'd have been to see the last of Rosie, but he mumbled something in this pitiable little voice about being close to exhaustion, and as quick as a catechism, she was asking him up for coffee. As soon as we stepped out of the elevator, Carol said she smelled something funny, and after a moment I smelled it too. We all braced ourselves as she unlocked the door to her apartment, and sure enough, that's where it was coming from. Held my breath and ran into the kitchen, where I noticed that the pilot light had gone out, and that the rusting old hulk of a stove in there was hissing like a snake. It had probably been leaking for hours, and the entire apartment was filled with gas. If any of us had lit a match, the whole place would have gone up. Rosie and I opened all the windows while Carol went downstairs to wake the super. He turned out to be a grumpy old Cuban who acted as if the entire thing were Carol's fault. He took one look and said a pipe had broken somewhere above the shut-off valve. He'd have to get some men to fix it in the morning. Rosie insisted on putting us up at his place. So there we were, piling into a taxi at 1:30 a.m. and heading uptown, Carol fussing about her stove, but maybe just as relieved that everything had worked out this way, and me cursing to myself, while Rosie, all unaware, beamed at us from the front seat. He lives in one of those ugly old buildings off Riverside Drive, way up in the hundreds near Columbia. The apartment itself is really much too big for him. 2 huge bedrooms, high ceilings with plasterwork and ornamental molding, and thanks to rent control the old bastard probably pays next to nothing for it. He told us he'd been living there for more than 30 years, but he certainly hasn't done much with the place. The kitchen was pleasant enough, all chinaware, teacups, and painted little trays, like the haunt of some dotty old lady. But the rest of the place barely looked lived in. Nothing on the walls but a few framed art prints, calendar stuff, and a crude, obscene-looking kid's drawing he said was by a little boy he knew. For someone who's traveled as much as he claims, he doesn't seem to have acquired anything very interesting. You certainly can't accuse him of being a materialist. The only books I came across were the usual bestseller type things. I'm Okay, You're Okay, How to Be Your Own Best Friend, and a few dusty Victorian sets that you see in old ladies' parlors, and no one ever looks at anymore. Carol seemed a bit disappointed. I guess she'd been expecting a museum. Rosie apologized for the place's looking so Spartan, and said something about not being home much. Until a year or two ago, apparently, he spent most of his time abroad or in the library. Sometimes both, he said. I kept picturing libraries and reading rooms all around the world, and in each of them, somewhere in the corner, that same wizened little face. By then the two of us were close to dropping off, and I could see exactly what was coming. In fact, I should have seen it the moment that buzzer sounded back in Carol's apartment. Somehow, without meaning to, I had cast myself in the dumbest role of all. I was the horny but thwarted lover in one of those exasperating Howard Hawks comedies, condemned to spend the night alone. And sure enough, Rosie proceeded to stick me on a sofa in the anteroom adjoining his, with Carol in the spare room and his own fat little self parked neatly between us. So I had to go to bed celibate again, with a premature hangover, a bad mood, and a useless hard-on. I couldn't get my mind off Carol. The sight of her half out of those flimsy white Woolworth's panties, looking like a skinny little farm child with her small ass and slim white thighs and solemn expression, but also incredibly sexy. Boy, do I want her badly. Somehow, despite it all, I slept without a single dream and got up feeling just as lousy. Rosie was puttering around making breakfast and whistling some tuneless little song. He looked awful. I think he'd taken out his false teeth, but Carol was more distant than ever. Later, as we rode downtown together on the subway, she seemed preoccupied with her apartment and her job. Clearly it was time to say goodbye, so I got off at 42nd Street, sat through half a porn film called The Coming Thing, and took the bus back here to Porth Farm. Book 5. The White Ceremony. Then there are the ceremonies, which are all of them important, but some are more delightful than others. Mackin, the White People. July 7th. Just as well that Jeremy was gone. Carol needed time to get her thoughts in order. That he'd had her so worked up last night, that she'd been naked, exposed before him, and so obviously excited, ready to yield. Somehow it all seemed far more intimate than if they'd actually gone to bed together. And to think that, the entire time, he'd had his own pants on. The whole thing was just too embarrassing. It almost made her angry. It also made her angry to return to her apartment and find the gas still on. Couldn't the men fix it? She asked the superintendent, who stood grumpily in his first-floor doorway with a Spanish station on the radio behind him and something spicy frying in the kitchen. "They coming round this afternoon sometime," he said, impatient to return to his meal. "These guys, they're very busy. You come back tonight, everything be fixed." "You mean they haven't been here yet?" said Carol. "That's funny. Somebody's sure been up there." Back upstairs, careful not to breathe in the vicinity of the kitchen, she looked around. No, she had obviously been wrong. She could find nothing out of place, nothing missing or stolen. Not that there was anything worth stealing, she reminded herself. No real sign that anyone had been here since last night. The sunlight streamed harmlessly through the open windows. The apartment still reeked of gas, and she was reluctant to stay more than a minute or two. Idly, she straightened up the stack of papers in her bedroom, more of Rosie's articles to plod through. Myths of the Cherokee, Washington, 1900. Description of a singular aboriginal race inhabiting the summit of the Neilgherry Hills. London, 1832. They would be here when she got back. It was nice not to have to look at them now. She would change her clothes, go off to work, and try to forget everything that had happened last night. Holding her breath, she entered the kitchen, rinsed out a few glasses, no sense letting the repairman think she kept a dirty house, and wiped off the counter. In the living room, she fastened back the curtains, wondering if it was safe to leave the old TV set unguarded, and decided that no one would want it anyway. If those workmen took anything, she could report them somewhere. She noticed several strands of black hair on the rug near the foot of the couch. There's always something of Rochelle's here, she thought, as she picked them up between two fingers and released them out the window. They drifted downward on the summer breeze, floating like a spider web. The library, despite the heat, was unchanged from the day before. She felt as if she'd never left. There were fewer grad students this time of year, but their elders, those pale wraiths who haunted the long tables and magazine racks each day, took no notice of the season. They had no beaches or resorts to flee to when the weather grew warm. There were the usual piles of ragged-looking books to put away, and she did so silently for most of the afternoon. But her mind wasn't on her work. She was thinking of her apartment, of the super, how rude some men were. They certainly did what they pleased. And of Jeremy, who'd made her feel so vulnerable. Was he laughing over her right this minute? Did he think of her at all? Maybe to him she was just another conquest. And she was, she told herself. There was no sense denying it. She had been conquered last night. She thought of Rosie, and quickly pushed the thought from her mind. He was the one man who treated her kindly. She didn't want to think about what she had seen in the restaurant last night. It was too ugly. Later, as she patrolled the aisles of the children's section, she was almost able to put the restaurant incident from her mind. Mrs. Schumann was reading Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales to a story group at the table in the corner. Carol passed by from time to time on her rounds, and caught the tale in snatches. The Girl Who Trod on a Loaf. No doubt the little monsters had specifically asked for that one. It was the most repellently bloody-minded of the lot. A little girl who pulled the wings off flies, and her bizarre punishment, standing helpless and frozen while these same insects crawled over her face and body. She was glad to see that 2 little boys at least were having no part of such sick fantasies. They were crouched before the bottom shelf of the biology section, a shelf that, Carol knew, contained some junior-level health and medical texts. Strolling round the floor, she passed them twice. They appeared to be engrossed in an oversized anatomy book, their small, intense faces studying something hidden by its covers. Carol surmised, from the way one of them glanced guiltily over his shoulder at her the second time she walked by, that the 2 were searching for nude pictures. It was a common preoccupation among the children who used the library. The bank of fans atop the bookshelves hummed, and Mrs. Schumann's voice continued to drone across the room, echoing like a memory. On Carol's third round, she noticed that the thinner of the 2 boys was sitting cross-legged on the floor, the other kneeling. She was debating whether to direct them to chairs. Their pants were going to be filthy when they got up, when suddenly the larger of the 2 made a little dip of his head and fell forward onto the other boy, clutching him in a furious hug. In a second they were rolling over on the floor, grunting with exertion and tearing at one another's faces, the book tossed aside. Carol was bigger than they were, as the assistant supervisor had once reminded her, but not so much bigger that she was able to tear the 2 apart. She ran for Mrs. Schumann, who stood up from the reading circle like some great, plump monster rising from a pool, and together they managed to separate the 2 combatants. They were brothers, it turned out, fighting not over the volume on the floor, but over a small pocket-knife which each claimed as his own. The fight ended with the knife in Mrs. Schumann's desk drawer, permanently confiscated, and the 2 boys warned not to set foot inside the library again without a note from their mother, a note which both women knew would never be produced. It was the knife that brought the memories back. Memories of the previous night. The incident at dinner. She had been so happy as they'd all sat down, happy that Rosie and Jeremy seemed to be hitting it off, happy in a way, perhaps, that Rosie had arrived in time to stop her from doing something irrevocable. Happy just to be spending a summer night in the company of two men she liked, in a comfortable candlelit restaurant, with good food and an air conditioner that worked. She remembered how Rosie, smiling fondly, had been talking to her of her future, how all his words had gone to her head, all his talk about courses and openings and opportunities. "You're an unusually talented young lady," he'd been saying, exuberantly waving his steak knife. "I expect great things from you." Then suddenly, like the ending of a dream, she felt a chill even now as she remembered it. Suddenly the lights had flickered once, twice, and gone off, leaving only the candles on the table. It had all happened in an instant. Seconds later, the power had come back on. Once again the air conditioner's hum had filled the room, and with it movement, conversation, laughter. But in that frozen moment of shadows and silence, with only the candle on the table for illumination, she had seen Rosie regarding her, and it had been like seeing him for the first time. In the altered light, that instant, everything had looked different. The old man's face had been hard, icy, cruel. He had held the knife poised in her direction, and his tiny eyes had glittered like razors in the candlelight. The bed was wide and almost filled the little room. They lay naked, the two of them, drugged with the heat of the evening, staring at the lantern light that flickered from the table by the wall. Deborah's hair, unfastened, was spread beneath her like a cape, black against the whiteness of the sheet. Around them lay their 7 cats, Dinah and Tobias by Deborah's head, Habakkuk or Cookie at her feet, Zillah with her face buried just behind Sar's ear, Raya and Rebecca on the corner of the bed, and Bwada half beneath it on the wooden floor, yet well within reach of Sar's caressing hand. They lay silently, listening, waiting for Frears to leave for the night. They could hear him downstairs in the bathroom, noisily brushing his teeth, rinsing his mouth, zipping up his toilet kit, and blowing out the kerosene lamp. The thin wooden door opened with a rattle, followed by footsteps in the kitchen directly below them. Deborah leaned from the bed and watched his progress, through the chinks in the wide plank floor, with its warped and tilted boards. She saw the faint gleam of Frears' flashlight moving toward the back door. The door opened, closed, the latch clicked shut, and they heard footsteps descending the back steps. There was silence, broken only by a faint, muttered, "God damn!" He had stepped on something in the grass, and then they were left alone with their thoughts. "He was in a bad mood tonight, wasn't he?" whispered Deborah. "I think it was over Carol. Every time he spoke of her, his face got angry." Sar half closed his eyes, settling back against the hard mattress as if it were of down. "It's only what he deserved," he said slowly. "He went back to the city for one reason, and you and I both know what it was. His heart was filled with lust, and the Lord made him suffer for it." "He misses her, honey. It isn't any more than that. He's courting her, just the way you courted me." He appeared to consider this a moment. "Well, maybe it's only natural to follow after someone your heart's set on, but he should never have followed her to that place." His face had become hard again. He looked like the faded photograph of his father, which glared sternly from atop the bureau. "He was only going home." "He was leaving all the things we've offered him here, leaving it all behind like it meant nothing to him, like we mean nothing. And for what? For a mess of light and noise and show. 'Twas a mistake going back there." Deborah was silent a moment. "I guess so," she said. "But you know, honey, this place is quite a change for him.
He's not used to our ways yet. He likes having people around."
She paused.
"Can't say I blame him either."
"Oh, I see." A hint of smile played about his lips. Without turning his head to look at her, he reached over and cupped a breast in his hand. "You're saying I'm not man enough for you any more, is that right? And you want him instead?" She giggled and edged closer to him, dislodging 2 of the cats.
"That's right," she said. "I'm getting sick of the likes of you. I'm thinking I'll take me a lover."
She rolled over and pressed her body next to his. He ran his fingers through her hair, brushing it away from the pale skin of her shoulders. "Guess I should have listened to my mother," he said, planting a kiss on her mouth. He looked into her face, then smiled. "Glad I didn't, though." The cats moved out of the way reluctantly as they made love. The old bed creaked and trembled. Afterward, even while still inside her, his eyes still closed and his breathing heavy, he was reaching out for the Bible on the nightstand. He slipped out of her just as his hands closed on the book's worn leather binding. She sighed.
"You know, honey, this is the last night we can do this for a while."
He lay on his elbows in the bed, already thumbing through the dog-eared pages, squinting at the columns of print in the flickering light.
"I said we can't do this for a while, unless you want another mouth to feed."
He stared at her a moment, as if weighing the matter. Then, shaking his head, he returned to the Bible. "There'll be time for such things," he said. "We owe so much now, you and I, and have so little ourselves." He paused again. "Well, maybe the prophet can guide us." He handed her the heavy book and got up from the bed. Silently he walked to the corner of the room near the fireplace, where the wall faced inward toward the house, unadorned with pictures and unbroken by a window. Moving the simple hand-braided rug out of the way, he knelt facing the wall, his bare knees upon the planks. "Let's begin," he said. He closed his eyes. Deborah sat upright in the bed, feeling the hard wooden headboard against her back. It seemed only fitting, the hardness, when she held the Bible on her lap. It was open to Jeremiah, as was usual when they performed the ceremony known as drawing the sorts, though occasionally Sar would test himself by substituting a less familiar chapter. Deborah raised her gaze to the opposite wall, where below a tattered Trenton State banner hung an ancient crocheted design, the bird of paradise in the tree of life. Keeping her eyes upon the green and gold foliage, she flipped through the chapter at random and poked her finger toward the bottom of the page.
29:3,
she said. He remained silent, rigid. She read over the text and raised her eyebrows.
"'Fraid I started off with a mean one," she said. "By the hand of Elasa, the son."
"The son of Shaphan, and Gemariah the son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah king of Judah sent unto Babylon, to Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon."
"Right."
She looked away, flipped the pages again.
"I wonder if Jeremy's been using those cards Carol gave him."
Her finger stabbed downward.
"To tell fortunes with, the way we use the Bible. 8:15.
We looked for peace, but no good came, and for a time of health, and behold, trouble. Frankly, I think Carol swallowed a white lie about those cards. The Dinud's not for telling fortunes."
"How do you know, honey?"
"I read about it back in college. One of my religion courses."
"I thought the cards were just a game invented by some novelty company."
"The cards are, yes. But the pictures on them are a whole lot older."
What are they for, then?
They're supposed to bring on visions. Deborah stared blankly at the ceiling while her fingers selected another passage.
Well, I guess Carol didn't know any better.
She looked down.
44:7.
Wherefore commit ye this great evil against your souls, to cut off from you man and woman, child and suckling?
Right.
She chose another.
37:4. Speaking of sucklings, Lotta Sturtevant's belly is so big now that all of us think it's going to be a boy. Twins, even. Now, if I were to have a son, say...
Now Jeremiah came in and went out among the people.
He could help me with the housework when he was little, and you with the farm work by the time he was half grown. You've been saying you could use another hand. And there's...
She looked down.
11:6. There's just no end of things that need doing around here.
Then the Lord said unto me, Proclaim all these words in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear ye the words of this covenant, and do them.
Right.
She flipped farther back.
I expect all that rusted machinery in the barn is going to have to be cleaned or sold or... 49:16.
Thy terribleness hath deceived thee, and the pride of thine heart, O thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, that holdest the height of the hill. Though thou shouldst make thy nest as high as the eagle, I will bring thee down.
And have you noticed how the caterpillars have gotten under those eaves? There's a regular mess of them last time I looked. And the other day Jeremy complained they're nesting in his building. 5:30. And the woods by his windows need clearing.
A wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land.
The land, yes. All that land's just going to waste right now. 10:22.
Behold, the noise of the brute is coming, and a great commotion out of the north country, to make the cities of Judah desolate, and a den of dragons.
Uh-huh.
Deborah smoothed back a lock of hair and stared reflectively at the ceiling.
You said those cards are supposed to bring visions? The ones she gave Jeremy?
That's right.
Do they really work?
Sar nodded, still facing the corner. Of course they do. All magic works.
Maybe we ought to tell Jeremy.
There was a pause. I don't think the Lord means us to interfere. Consider it a part of his spiritual education.
I wouldn't say.
Sar glanced impatiently over his shoulder. Come on, Deb, let's get on with this.
All right, just one more.
She leafed blindly through the pages. Her finger stabbed toward the words.
5:30.
A wonderful and... Wait a minute, we just did that. Deborah peered at the words.
My lord, you're right. That's funny.
She turned to another passage and looked toward the ceiling, her finger poised above the page. At that moment a staccato drumming echoed from somewhere above them. The sound seemed to start at one corner of the room and, like Frere's footsteps earlier that night, to pass above their heads and beyond the farther wall. The cats looked up and growled, tails lashing.
Oh, no,
groaned Deborah, laying aside the Bible.
Not again.
They'd been hearing it for the past few nights, the sound of tiny feet magnified by the reverberation of the wooden boards. Mice were up there, young ones, born just this spring and thriving in the past month's unseasonably warm temperatures. But as they ran across the attic floor, feet thumping on the floorboards, they sounded huge as weasels. Sar, still on his knees, was gazing toward the ceiling. He shook his head. We'll have to let the cats get at them. There's nothing else to do.
Oh, no, honey. I'll not have it. I'll not have them killing things.
Protectively with her hands, she reined in Dinah and Toby, drawing them toward her. But both continued to look longingly at the ceiling, making little sounds of eagerness and hunger deep in their throats. Sar got to his feet and came over to the bed. "Look," he said gently. "You don't want those creatures to keep you awake all night, do you? They'll just multiply, you know."
"Then you and I can go up there and put them out. Give them a way to get outside, where they'll have more to eat. I'll not have any murdering in my house."
She closed the Bible and laid it back on the table, then settled down in bed, face turned toward the wall. Clearly this was to be her last word on the subject. Sar, sighing, climbed in beside her and blew out the light, just as another series of footsteps rattled overhead. Soon, despite the occasional noise, both he and Deborah were sleeping soundly, chests rising and falling in a common rhythm. But all night long the 7 cats looked up toward the ceiling, eyes wide, and growled. Rosie came to see her that night. He seemed positively cherubic, all chuckles, winks, and smiles. It almost made her forget about what she'd seen in the restaurant the evening before.
"I just dropped by to see if they'd gotten that awful gas under control," he said, shaking his little head. "Frankly, young lady, I was worried about you."
He had brought her a gift in a large, flat cardboard box. It's some kind of clothing, thought Carol eagerly. But he wouldn't let her open it till after they'd talked.
"First," he said, "I want to see those summaries you've been doing for me,"
waggling his plump finger with mock schoolmasterly concern. But when she handed him her notes on the Cherokees and the Aborigines, he barely seemed to glance at them.
"Excellent, excellent," he said distractedly, shoving the papers into a folder and withdrawing a slim gray book. "It's clear to me now that you're ready to go deeper, young lady. High time I started giving you some language lessons." "Ge'el, Gavula, Getaina."
He gave her the lesson in her bedroom, Carol having invited him in. Somehow the living room held bad associations for her now, and Rosie himself seemed just as happy to escape it. The two of them sat sipping iced tea, Carol on her bed and Rosie propped like an animated rag doll in the high-backed chair. For more than an hour he read to her from the book he'd brought, an old flimsily bound language text entitled Some Notes on Agondigatuan, or the Old Tongue, with particular respect to its suppression in the Malay subcontinent, appendiced with a Kayan song cycle and primer. It had been privately printed in London in 1892, and the binding was now held together with black electrical tape. Rosie, face half buried in the book, would read a string of words aloud in a strange, high, sing-song voice, and Carol was expected to repeat them with the same accent and intonation.
"Ria miglieth, Ria mogu." "It's actually the only way to learn a language," he assured her. "The way a baby does, by imitation and constant repetition."
He seemed convinced that he was right, and surely he knew what he was talking about. But the words she repeated were meaningless to her, like catechisms in an alien religion. For the life of her she couldn't remember a single one only seconds after repeating it, and she couldn't understand how familiarizing herself with some obscure phrases from a long-dead native dialect was supposed to help her in her reading. What possible good was all this going to do her? What was this old language, anyway?
"It's rather special,"
Rosie explained, looking up from the book.
"It's the language people speak when they speak in tongues."
This didn't sound right at all, but she didn't have the heart to argue with him.
"I don't think I understand,"
she said, hoping he wouldn't lose patience with her.
"What do the words mean?"
Rosie smiled.
"It's a song about angels," he said. "One of the dole chants."
Dole? The word was somehow familiar.
Yes, like in the Deenud. You remember? But I thought that was Welsh, she said, thoroughly confused now, and already weary of it all. Maybe it was the heat. The iced tea didn't seem to be helping much. How can something be Welsh and also Malayan and also be spoken in tongues if it's not Carol? He said gently, shaking his head. The important thing is simply that you memorize this little rhyme. He returned to the book. Miguel Getaina Mogovula. Carol struggled to say the words. They seemed formed for other mouths than hers, other tongues. Yet somehow Rosie didn't seem to mind. He just kept nodding and smiling and watching her with satisfaction in his eyes. The alien sounds reverberated in the room, as if every word she'd uttered were hanging in the air, filling the space around her like incense, softening the edges of things and making her so dizzy she couldn't think straight. Later she recalled Rosie patiently explaining something about who the Vodis are, and wondered if she'd heard right. And there'd been something he'd said about things hidden behind the clouds. Had she been dreaming? And she vaguely recalled his promising to teach her the rules for ancient games, contests, dances, and she herself thinking how this, at least, would have a bearing on her work. Maybe she could teach them to the children in the library. And next time, he added, I'll teach you something special. The real names for the days of the week. She wanted to ask him what he meant, why he was filling her head with such strange, impossible things that made no sense at all. But he had gotten to his feet and was already opening the box on the night table. Because you've been such a good pupil, he said, eyes twinkling. He sliced the ribbon with a surprisingly sharp fingernail and lifted the lid. Inside, something pale lay covered by tissue paper. He reached down and withdrew a white silk short-sleeved dress that glimmered in the light. She heard herself gasp. Oh, she said. How beautiful. She got up from the bed and felt the cloth. It ran like water in her hand. There was, she saw, no label in the back, or else it had been removed. Maybe Rosie was embarrassed about where he'd bought it, or maybe he was ashamed of how expensive it was. She held it next to her body. The style was old-fashioned and a little full for her, yet it was cut rather short. Almost embarrassingly so, in fact. She would have to keep her legs well together when she wore it. But oh, how lovely it was. I can't wait to try it on, she said. Rosie shook his head. I don't want you to. I'm sure it'll fit well enough. He flashed a sheepish grin. Actually, I have to tell you, this dress originally belonged to a friend, but she only had a single opportunity to wear it, and, well, he shrugged. I wanted you to have it. You may find it a trifle large, but I think it will do fine. I've taken the liberty of having it altered. I'm sure it'll be perfect, said Carol. What I was hoping was, maybe, if you had some time, you could wear it this Saturday night. We could make an evening together, you and I. Unless, of course, you have some nice young man to look after you, someone a bit more handsome than an old thing like me. Why, no, she said, grateful for something to do. That would be wonderful. I have no plans at all. Honestly, it's so sweet of you, Rosie, giving me something like this. You know, I've been needing a summer dress. I had absolutely nothing nice to wear. He was nodding. Good, he said. When I saw that dress, I immediately thought of you, because, you see, he smiled. It's your natural color. On his way home that evening, as he sits on one of the old folks' seats on the northbound bus, blinking at the passing lights and smiling at the occasional passengers who jostle him as they climb aboard,
He thinks about the snow-white dress, the woman he's just left, and remembers the first time. The first woman to wear that dress had been a farmer's daughter, strong, better muscled than the slips of girls these days, and tediously pious, and trusting. Like all first times, it hadn't gone very well. The groundwork had been boring but necessary, exactly the sort of stupid sentimental story she'd been brought up to believe. He had told her he was going to marry her. He'd said he had great plans. He intended, he'd said, to make something of himself in the town. They had gone for long walks together, along country lanes and over the fields and through the woods. Especially through the woods. How she had enjoyed it, dreaming of the future with him. She had probably enjoyed it right up till the end. He had tied the rope too tightly. That was his mistake. She'd been heavier than he'd thought, which had tightened the noose even more. And her struggles, once he'd gotten the dress off her, had made it tighter still, cutting off her wind before he'd gotten more than halfway through the other things he was supposed to do. Oh, he had chanted the right words, and had drawn the necessary pictures in the earth below her as she struggled, and he'd even anointed her body with the black powder, in the special way the master had prescribed. He had tied that rope much too tightly, though. That had been his big mistake. She had died far sooner than he'd intended. But then he had just turned 22, and this had only been a dry run, an experiment. He was still young. He would practice. Next time, he vowed, he would get it right. July 8th. Good to get up in the country again. Warm breeze, sunshine, sound of birds outside. Lay in bed listening to them late into the morning. Sar was off clearing brush from the area just beyond the stream, and every so often I could hear his scythe ring out as it struck against a particularly thick branch. Deborah was closer by, just behind the house, hanging laundry on the clothesline. Must remember to give her these pajamas of mine. Maybe also the bed sheets. The dampness around here makes it harder to keep things clean. Later heard her working in her garden. From time to time she'd call out to one or another of the cats, scolding them for going after birds. Trouble getting out of bed. Actually slept poorly last night, awakened from time to time by what must be mice running across my ceiling. Hope it's mice anyway, and not rats. Don't know exactly what time it was when I finally got up, but I felt famished and really had to force myself to do my exercises. Guess it's because I missed another day. Somehow I only managed to do 27 push-ups, though I was supposed to do 40. I'm slipping back. Better watch that. Managed all of Lefenu's Carmilla before lunch. Wonderful allusions to forbidden books. Magia Postuma. Phlegon de Mirabilibus. Augustinus de Cura pro Mortuis, and something called Philosophicae et Christianae Cogitationes de Vampiris, by John Christopher Harenberg. Oh, for a peek at such stuff. Eggs for lunch from our hens. Still can't say I taste any difference, though Deborah seems to take it as an article of faith that country eggs must taste better than week-old city ones, so I humor her and smack my lips and tell her that there's simply no comparison. I'm beginning to think that country people have to have it confirmed every so often that they've made the right choice. After lunch, hit the books again. Started Tales of Hoffman, but put it aside. Ugly, disturbing, and a hell of a long way from the Nutcracker Suite. Next, prompted by that odd phallic image in Carol's dream, and by something Sar mentioned at dinner last night about there being an unusual prevalence of snakes around here this summer, just my luck, took down Stoker's Lair of the White Worm, about some legendary monster surviving beneath an old Derbyshire castle. At first it made a welcome change of pace. Not too subtle, I suppose, but I liked the references to local history and to a place the author called Diana's Grove. Compare Lucky's Grove in the Wakefield tale, sacred to the evil god Loki. After a few chapters, though, my attention began to wander. I got tired of waiting for the goddamned worm to show up and was put off by the uninspired prose. Dutifully, the book brought in the whole supernatural grab bag, the druids, the rites of ancient Rome, even a discussion of African voodoo. But there was somehow no magic in any of it, and no real feeling. So I occupied myself out here till dinner time with scissors and a can of insect spray, cutting away the ivy that's grown across my windows. Those little green shoots fasten themselves onto the screens and cling like drowning men, practically ripping out the wire when I pull at them. Something almost frightening about their tenacity, all that mindless, unshakable will. The spiders living among them seemed timid in comparison, scrambling frantically for cover in the leaves. I only killed a few that seemed inclined to stand their ground, and now, here at this rickety old table, with the windows dark and nothing but the screens between me and what's alive out there, I'm teasing myself with Hammer Films' visions of how the survivors might take their revenge. Wish now I hadn't killed any, or else had killed them all. Beef with noodles for dinner tonight, praise the Lord, and apple pie for dessert. Drifted into the kitchen a bit early. Didn't know what time it was, but knew I was hungry and smelled something good. So did the cats. All 7 of them were assembled by the back door waiting to be fed, milling back and forth with tails swishing, Wada growling at the others, and I had to push my way through them to get inside, stepping over the usual assortment of bloody mice and moles which they'd laid out for inspection, and which I was careful to avoid looking at. Deborah was humming some sort of hymn. She seemed glad to have me around. Just then there was a chorus of meows from outside the door, followed by the clank of an overturned garbage can and the sound of little claws scrabbling down the back steps. Above all this I could hear Sar swearing, words I'd never heard him use before, and a few moments later he walked into the kitchen, clutching his hand to announce, with some amusement, "I've just been bitten by a corpse." At least he'd thought it was a corpse. He had just come back from the fields, hungry for his dinner and for human company. The cats had been waiting for him there on the porch, purring and rubbing up against his ankles as they displayed their day's catch, all the luckless little animals they'd pounced on in the grass. Listen to them purr, he thought. They're just natural-born killers. Yet the Lord must love them more than he loves a sinner like me. He stooped to pick up the nearest body, a tiny brown field mouse. Good-natured Azariah, striped like a plump tiger, purred and butted his head against Porth's arm. "Away with you," he muttered, cuffing the cat lightly with the back of his hand. Gingerly he picked the mouse up by the tail and tossed it into the garbage can. A young goldfinch was next, a good thing Deborah hadn't seen, and then another mouse. Stooping a 4th time, he paused. The one remaining body looked different from the rest. At first he'd taken it for the remnant of some larger animal, a fox's paw perhaps, the stump of a severed limb, until, crouching down to get a closer look, he saw 4 legs, like little sticks or twigs, and exposed along one end a row of tiny yellow teeth. The thing was black, burned-looking, with the texture of dirt and dead leaves. It looked like a child's clumsy attempt to fashion an animal. He realized quite suddenly what it must be. The dried and swollen body of a shrew. It appeared to have been dragged across the ground or even buried. No doubt, too, it had been well mauled by the cats, for the mouth was all askew, nearly vertical, in fact, and there was soil and mold still clinging to its fur. He looked in vain for eyes and for a tail to lift it by. Grimacing, he was forced to grasp the thing tentatively around the middle. It felt odd to the touch, like picking up a crumbling clod of earth. Suddenly it moved. He felt it twist in his hand and bite him on the thumb. With a yell, he dropped it and watched it patter off into the grass, with Wada and the rest in frantic pursuit. "Come back here," he called. But the cats paid no heed. It was nearly the end of dinner before they returned, with nothing to show for their chase. "'Twasn't dead at all, you see." He scooped himself a final helping of salad. "Must have been just feigning, like a possum."
"Well, I just hope you don't go getting rabies," said Deborah. "You never know in the summertime, and it's a death I wouldn't wish on Lucifer himself."
"I'm not dead yet," said Sar, extending his hand. "See? It didn't even pierce the skin." "Looks okay to me," agreed Frears. "I hope you're not going to start foaming at the mouth right here at the dinner table." Deborah shook her head. "I don't know," she said.
I hear flitter mice in these parts carry rabies.
Bats, explained Sar to Freer's puzzled look.
And who knows what other things might be infected. This is one time I'd feel safer if a doctor were around.
She was still fretful as she began clearing away the plates. Hey, said Freers.
Do you suppose house mice can get rabies?
Why? Sar was absently examining his thumb.
Because I think I've got mice living up in my attic back there.
You too? Said Deborah from the sink.
This sure seems to be the season for them.
Sar nodded. Yes, he said. We've been hearing them too. He glanced at Deborah, then dropped his voice. Want me to let the cats up there?
I heard that, said Deborah, and the answer's no. Jeremy will just have to learn to make friends with them.
Freers smiled. Sure, he said. I'll fit him out with little sneakers. He turned to Deborah. But I hope they're not going to keep it up all summer. It's going to make it hard to get to sleep. Sar was regarding him somberly. Just make sure you don't sleep on your back. And if you do, make sure you don't snore.
Why's that?
So if one of them gnaws through the ceiling, he won't fall in your mouth. Freers laughed until he saw that the other wasn't smiling. I think that'd be a lot worse for the mouse than for me. Don't be too sure, said Sar. I once read about a man who was killed by a mouse that ran right up his arm and jumped into his mouth. Somehow it got wedged in the man's throat and almost bit its way right through. From the sink came an exasperated, "Honey?" What happened? Asked Freers. Both of them suffocated, man and mouse. Sar saw the expression of disbelief on Freers' face. It's a true story, he said. There was even a picture. I'll never forget it. He could still see in the crude Victorian illustration the terrified face of the man's wife, and the man's wide-open mouth and staring eyes as the small dark thing leaped toward him. I think it served him right, said Deborah, returning to the table with a bowl of fresh fruit. He was probably trying to kill the mouse, when he could have just turned it out of doors. She nudged Freers with her elbow. Bet you didn't know he was such a one for tall tales, did you? Say what you like, said Sar. You believe me, don't you, Jeremy? Freers laughed. Well, frankly, no. But just the same, I think I'll sleep with my mouth shut tonight. There's one of the little bastards right now. Lying here in bed, listening to sounds above my head. A moment ago it was one of my little friends in the attic. Just before that was an airplane, the first I've heard all week. It seemed to pass directly over the farm. I can still hear the roar of its engines receding in the distance. Such a familiar sound once upon a time, and now it seems like something from another world. Sounds in the woods, too. The trees really come close to my windows on one side, and there's always some kind of stirring coming from the underbrush, below the ever-present tapping on the screens. 1,000,000 creatures out there, probably, most of them insects and spiders, I guess, plus a colony of frogs in the swampy part of the woods, and maybe even skunks and raccoons. Depending on your mood, you can either ignore the sounds and just go to sleep, or, as I'm doing now, remain awake listening to them. When I lie here thinking about what's out there, and how easily I can be seen, I feel vulnerable, unprotected, like I'm in a display case. So, guess I'll put away this writing and turn off the light. Darkness fills the apartment. Darkness and the weary droning of an air conditioner, as if the two were coterminous. The droning the sound of the darkness itself, as it settles like a veil over floors and furniture, stretching across doorways, masking books on shelves and pictures on the wall. The droning muffles other sounds. The apartment is an isolated cavern, cut off from the world and beyond the reach of time. Outside, 12 floors down, the weekend has begun. Friday night has reached its zenith. Dawn is still 5 hours away, and the streets are filled with noise. Music, voices, distant sirens. The planet rolls serenely into blackness. The stars hidden by haze. Overhead, a yellow gibbous moon, 1 day wide of half, glares down upon the city like a cat's eye. Within the apartment, an occasional band of light reflected from the headlights of some passing car sweeps the high ceiling and slides down a wall, picking out a small framed picture, crude as a child's, done on yellowed paper cracked with age. The picture of a naked girl, standing side by side with some tiny black animal. Below it, an older hand has written simply, "Marriage." Otherwise, the darkness is unbroken, save for a single cone of yellow light, a candle flame within it, falling from the gooseneck lamp upon the table where the old man sits working. He sits crouched forward, staring intently at the instruments before him on the table. The straw mat, the bone needle, the pliers, the little bowl of amber fluid, the guttering candle in its brass candlestick, the shard of metal. His own face is painted like a savage's, streaks of color emanating from his eyes and mouth, and a heavy black line down the center of his forehead where he's rubbed the holy powder. He looks like a lion, a sunburst, a flower as big as a man. Around his neck, on a knotted leather thong, he wears something resembling a pendant, something curved and yellowing and hard. An index finger, human, female, that 1 short week before pressed the buttons of an elevator downtown. He picks up the metal shard in the pliers and holds it in the flame. His old man's breath is audible as he waits for the metal to grow hot, smoke, turn red. When it is glowing, he places it upon the straw mat before him and, with the bone needle, scratches the first sign into its surface. Picking the shard up once more with the pliers, he dips it in the bowl of amber liquid. The liquid bubbles and hisses. A little puff of foul-smelling steam rises up the cone of light. The old man croons a certain word and smiles. He smiles because the sign has taken. The ceremony will not be in vain. Counting to himself, he turns toward the window beside him in time to see a single star glimmer in the night sky. He watches it floating just beyond the window, centered in the topmost pane. Then, as the count is repeated, it dims and disappears behind a wave of mist. The old man expels his breath and turns back to his work. The visitor is out there now, somewhere in the Jersey hills. He can feel it. All week long he has seen the evidence of its arrival, felt the changes, read the signs. Now he can be sure. It has come. Once more he holds the metal shard within the cat's eye of flame that sputters atop the candle. Once more the shard grows smoky, blackened, and turns red. He lays it on the straw and scratches another sign. Another step. There are always steps to follow, rules to be observed. Funny that he of all people should have to play by the rules. The visitor must find it funny too. The old one has not seen the visitor, not for more than a century, but he knows what must be happening. Somewhere in the Jersey hills the process has begun. It will continue now, advancing ever more quickly, ravenous as a flame. The flame spreads outward and licks against the metal. He holds it forth again. The signs he's scratched so far are intricate and tiny, tiny like the visitor, seemingly insignificant, easy to overlook. But tomorrow at this time, once he's gotten the woman to perform the gavula, the white ceremony, why, then the thing will be free to advance a step up the ladder. He places the metal shard back on the mat, whispering another word as he scratches the third and final sign. It is hard to repress a smile. Even though he knows how it all must end, he feels a certain excitement at what is to happen now. Already the woman has performed a useful service. She has played the proper messenger, but now it is time for her to garb herself in white, step forward, and assume her rightful role. The metal is still hot, still glowing. Smiling, the paint streaks curving on his cheeks. He picks it up with the pliers and touches it to the tip of the severed finger hanging around his neck. The finger twitches, as if recoiling from the heat. He pulls the metal away and examines it, turning it over and over before him. The shapes scratched on its surface gleam evilly in the lamplight. He whispers the fifth name. The blade is ready. July 9th. He arrived at 7 that evening, exactly when he'd said he would. More than an hour of daylight still remained, but the sun was hidden behind a row of buildings, and the avenue was dark beneath their shadows.
"I'll wait for you down here,"
he shouted into the intercom.
"I've got the car tonight."
The car? Then perhaps they'd be driving somewhere outside the city. What a relief that would be, on a night as hot as this. Crossing her fingers, she hurried down the hall toward the elevator. Behind her, she was leaving an apartment full of work. She had meant to spend all day on Rosie's project. She'd been absolutely determined to complete the task today, for earlier this week he'd provided her with a formidable array of new journal articles and reports with a host of arcane-sounding titles. 17 years among the Seed Dyaks of Borneo, London, 1882. Holiday customs in Malta, with sports, usages, ceremonies, omens, and superstitions of the Maltese people, Valletta, 1894. But it had been so enervatingly hot in the apartment, even with the windows open, that she'd lain in bed as if drugged until afternoon, and had put off starting work till just a few hours before. Hours of reading still awaited her tomorrow. She'd have to spend all day catching up. Somehow, despite the pay, her initial enthusiasm for the project had waned. The papers had proven to be less interesting than she'd hoped, and Rosie, too, had continued to show surprisingly little interest in her summaries, barely glancing at them except to praise them mechanically and make out her paychecks, never once quizzing her on the material. The entire project had begun to seem more and more like busy work. It felt good to escape the stuffy apartment, just as it was going to feel good to get out of the city. The thought of escape was so welcome, in fact, that it almost made her forget how unwell she'd been feeling all day. But as she pressed the button on the wall and waited for the elevator to ascend, the throbbing weakness in her legs reminded her that she would have to make this an early night. She'd been having stomach cramps since morning, and now it seemed as if a metal band were tightening round her head. Her period was due, and as she stepped into the elevator she felt the familiar heaviness, a fullness in her stomach, breasts, and thighs. A good thing the dress Rosie'd given her was so loose. It was too loose, in fact, obviously fit for someone with a bigger frame than hers, though whoever'd altered it had made the hem awfully high. Still, she told herself, I have to wear it. I simply couldn't say no. After all, it was a gift. Rosie wasn't waiting for her in the hall, nor was he on the front steps when she emerged. She looked in vain for him until a horn sounded farther up the block. She recognized the car and, dimly, the little pink, smiling face inside. He was waving. As she neared the car, he jumped out and ran around to the other side to open the door for her, just as if the old Chevy were a coach and four, and she the princess he'd been waiting for all his long life. He himself appeared rather dapper in a blue and white seersucker suit, though she believed she noticed an odd little streak of red just below his ear. It looked like lipstick. Perhaps the old scamp had a woman somewhere.
"You look absolutely ravishing, my dear," he said, eyeing her up and down. "That dress suits you perfectly. I only wish I were 40 years younger." His eyes twinkled. "And I'm glad to see you wore your nice white shoes. That's very sensible of you. I knew you were a sensible girl." He's being silly, she thought, but she felt a rush of pleasure at the attention. Actually, the shoes belong to Rochelle, she said. I'm surprised she didn't take them with her. They're a little too big for me. I had to put tissue paper in the toes.
That's my girl, he beamed. I'm sure Rochelle won't mind. And just look at you. You're a vision. A vision all in white.
With a mock courtly bow, he took her arm, about to help her into the car, but suddenly he paused, just as she was bending to get in.
Uh-oh,
she heard him say.
This will never do.
She straightened up and saw that he was frowning. Though he quickly averted his eyes, she realized he'd been staring at her hips. He was obviously embarrassed. She steadied herself nervously, already worried about her period. Clearing his throat, he leaned toward her and spoke in a near whisper.
I think, Carol, that with a dress as thin as that one, you might be better advised to wear, shall we say, undergarments of the same color?
She looked down and blushed. He was right. The pink panties she was wearing showed clearly through the thin fabric of the dress. Even as a voice inside her said, "And what if they do? They look sexy." She heard herself stammering apologies to him, as if she'd committed some terrible faux pas.
I'll run up and change right now, she said. It'll only take a minute.
She hurried back toward her apartment, hot with embarrassment, aware of his eyes watching her as she climbed the front steps. Upstairs in her bedroom, feeling like a little girl who'd been naughty and didn't know why, she removed the panties and slipped on a pair of white ones from her drawer. There, she thought, standing before the mirror. Now I really am a vision in white. She checked once more in the mirror, half afraid that the delta of red hair below her stomach might be showing through the filmy cloth. But no, she was pale as a statue. He was still standing by the car when she came back down the steps, and seemed so genuinely pleased to see her that her mood brightened again. He hadn't really meant any harm, she told herself. He hadn't meant to embarrass her. It was really her own fault. And he hadn't been looking at her lecherously, not at all. He was just a prissy old grandfather type who wanted her to look her best.
Wonderful, he said. That's a considerable improvement. Now I know that I can take my little girl anywhere.
He helped her into the car and began to close the door.
Whoops! Watch your fingers now. Don't want you to lose any.
She tugged her dress down as she sat waiting for him to get in. She hoped there'd be no more remarks about her clothes, and was determined to change the subject. I can take my little girl anywhere, he had said. Perhaps it would be someplace fancy. She would love a fancy place tonight, with white tablecloths and roses, dark red roses, a vase of them on every table.
Are you going to tell me where we're going? She asked, as he climbed in beside her. Or will it be a surprise?
He turned the key, and the engine sputtered to life.
As a matter of fact, he said,
a little smile playing about his lips,
we're going someplace special tonight, in honor of our first fortnight together.
Oh?
Yes,
he said, watching her out of the corner of his eye as he pulled out into the street.
Tonight I'm taking you to Coney Island.
He had been joking, of course, at least in part. As soon as he'd seen the uncertainty and disappointment on her face, disappointment she hadn't been able to hide, he'd laughed and explained that, in fact, their destination was a charming little Scandinavian restaurant near Cobble Hill in Brooklyn, where he'd already made reservations. But afterward, after a delicious meatless meal with homemade chocolate cake shared between them, and nearly half a bottle of Rosie's nameless wine that he'd produced from a cooler in the back seat and brought into the restaurant with him, he turned to her and said,
Now it's time to keep my promise. Next stop, Coney Island.
It sounded like fun, now that dinner had been such a treat. She had heard of Coney Island ever since she'd been a little girl, but she'd never been there.
Isn't it sort of, dangerous?
she asked, as they made their way along the quiet sidewalk toward the car. Brooklyn was different from her own neighborhood. Now that it was night, she heard the faint sound of crickets, and the city seemed far away. She found that it made her think of Jeremy.
Dangerous?
He was saying.
You mean lots of blacks and Puerto Ricans?
Well, yes, I guess so.
He smiled reassuringly.
There's nothing to worry about. There are lots of people there, people of all types, but they're all just interested in having a good time. You'll see. Besides, I keep telling you, tonight's a special night. I'd never put my little girl in any danger.
The smile widened.
Or myself either. Just between the two of us. I intend to live forever.
He snapped on the headlights and spun the steering wheel, and they set out through the darkened streets. Rosie had insisted that she wear her seatbelt and shoulder harness, and wore his as well. Like other old people, he was an awkward, hesitant driver who tended to go too slow. He was so short he had to crane his neck to see over the wheel, and he kept peering back and forth at every cross street, proceeding with extreme caution as if unsure of the way.
"Are you looking for signs?"
she asked.
"What? Signs?"
He darted her a nervous glance.
"For Coney Island."
"Oh!"
He laughed.
No, not really. I just want to get us there safe and sound. You can't be too careful. That's what I always say."
He patted the dashboard.
"Never was fond of these contraptions."
She soon saw that she'd been wrong. He did know the way, even in the darkness through the back streets of Brooklyn. Once she even saw him looking up through the windshield rather than at the road, as if he was navigating by the stars. Within a few minutes they were rolling down Shore Parkway, the water on their right, with the lights of tankers reflected in it, a warm wind rushing through the open windows. Faster traffic passed them by. Behind them, across the water, she saw Staten Island and the glowing form of the Statue of Liberty. Ahead stretched the Verrazano Bridge, a spiderweb of cables and lights. The highway passed beneath the nearest arch, an immense gateway, and as the little car moved through it, she felt the bridge pass over her like a wave. It was like entering a new country, or, on a certain midnight, a new year, feeling the change wash through her every cell. She felt invigorated now, as if breathing cleaner air, as if her cares, her loneliness, her poverty were in that other world behind her. In the distance ahead of them, across Gravesend Bay, gleamed the lights of the amusement park. One tall structure, shaped like a palm tree, stood out above the others.
"The parachute jump," said Rosie. "I think we'll pass it up. There's so much else to do."
She was looking toward the lights, enjoying the pleasures of expectation, when the car passed a group of running shapes on the stretch of grass to their right. Late-night joggers? Fleeing fugitives? It was impossible to tell. They'd gone by so fast, but somehow the vision had been unnerving, those heaving, brutish shapes. Moments later, she felt a little bump beneath the car. Looking back, straining against the constricting web of her shoulder harness, she could see the dark, humped form of some small animal dead behind them on the highway. Rosie appeared not to notice. They hadn't killed it, she told herself. It had obviously been dead a long time. Still, her mood of expectancy was dimmed. It was dimmed even more when, after Rosie had pulled into a commercial parking lot on Neptune Avenue near the boardwalk, and they'd gotten out, she heard the roll of distant thunder.
"Maybe we'd better stay close to the car,"
she said, eyeing the sky uncertainly. It looked clear enough now, though, the half-moon almost supernaturally bright, and she could see stars up there she never saw in Manhattan's hazy skies. Rosie, she saw, was shaking his head and smiling, not even bothering to glance up.
"Don't worry," he said. "I heard the report. The rain'll hold off for a while yet. We'll have time to do one or two things, I promise you."
He reflected a moment.
In fact, we'll have time to do 3 things. 3 delights. The Ferris wheel, the beach, and—" he cocked his head. "And a surprise."
Ahead of them ran the dark length of the boardwalk, dividing the beach from the amusement area. The Ferris wheel rose gaudily in the distance, twirling like a great jeweled pinwheel. As they drew closer, the crowds increased. Young people mostly, brown and black and white, a few in beards and yarmulkes, couples and groups of boys, and even on a Saturday night, many families with children in strollers or carriages. The air was filled with a cacophony of music and voices. Disco piped from a Dodgem car emporium near Nathan's, salsa from an all-night cuchifrito stand, rock songs sounding hard and tinny from handheld radios, calliope music from a carousel on the next block, screams from the roller coaster rumbling overhead with Cyclone outlined in colored lights on its side, the cries of food vendors selling pizza, Italian sausages, clams on the half-shell, saltwater taffy, cotton candy, buttered corn on the cob. Young men in colorful booths hawked games of skill and chance, as if this were some electrified Arabian bazaar. Carol heard the whoop of an occasional siren, maniacal laughter from a loudspeaker outside the funhouse, wild animal sounds from the safari ride, the buzz and grate and clank and rattle of 100 attractions that, all around them now, were flashing with lights, constantly in motion, a whole new world of movement, of strange gargantuan machine shapes whirling and spinning and bobbing and dipping like a factory gone mad. An area devoted entirely to kiddie rides reminded her of the children's section at Voorhees. Fond parents grinning at offspring who rode miniature fire engines round and round in endless circles, and racing cars, dune buggies, helicopters, pony carts, old-time autos, boats that churned slowly through a shallow ring of water, spaceships that echoed the huge silver moon rocket looming beside the boardwalk. A scale model kiddie roller coaster. That's the only kind they'll ever get me on, thought Carol. A half-sized tilt-a-whirl, a serpentine caterpillar ride with wide eyes and broad grin, a beleaguered-looking merry-go-round, music issuing from it, with mirrored panels and peeling paint, and horses that looked somehow gaunt and starved.
"I'm dizzy," said Carol. "This place is like a dream."
Instinctively drawing closer to Rosie as he threaded his way through the crowd. She felt particularly vulnerable in her white dress, which stood out from all the clothes around her, and which she feared would be stained by ice cream or mustard, or a spilled glass of orangeade. Food and drink were everywhere, carried in every hand, forever underfoot. The smell of fried things and spices, and the sugar smell of cotton candy hung in the air. She thought of her period again and wondered if her headache would come back. The wine they'd had at dinner was already making her sleepy.
"We'll try the Ferris wheel first," said Rosie, turning to her and raising his voice to make himself heard. "Maybe it'll help us get our bearings."
He nodded toward the immense structure now ahead of them, 150 feet of steel and light bulbs, called the Wonder Wheel. The seats were enclosed within metal cages lined with wire screening. The outer cages had the better view, while an inner ring of cages slipped back and forth, swinging wildly on short metal tracks. Carol looked around and lost sight of Rosie, then saw his diminutive form by the ticket booth. He returned to her bearing 2 yellow tickets.
"Come," he said. "We'll take an outside car. You're not scared, are you?"
Carol hesitated.
"Well, I've been on Ferris wheels before at county fairs, but never anything this big."
He chuckled.
"Don't worry," he said, ushering her into a waiting car. "It's no more dangerous than going up in an elevator."
The car was large. 6 people were already inside, seated on 2 small wooden benches. She and Rosie took their seats on the third, Carol making sure the seat was clean before sitting down. An attendant slid the door shut, enclosing them all within the wire cage. There was a sudden vibration. The great wheel began to turn. The car gave a lurch and was airborne. On the bench behind them, a couple began talking urgently in Spanish. On the farther seat, a small, nervous child asked its parents, "When's it gonna stop?" The car did stop, halfway up the side of the circle, while down below 2 more cars were filled. Just outside the cage glowed a row of bare light bulbs, with thousands more ringing the wheel, illuminating the thick iron cogs, the peeling turquoise paint, the rusting chicken wire that stretched like a spider web between the metal braces, as if warning that, up close, the material world was but an insubstantial thing, with gaps yawning wide. Carol turned and looked behind her, at the grotesque illuminated facade of Spookorama, with its strange 20-foot-tall monster grinning at the onlookers and the walls polka-dotted with signs. See Dracula's screaming head chopped off. See Frankenstein speaking from the grave. Special today. See the Invisible Man. She smiled and was going to bring the last to Rosie's attention, when the car gave another lurch and once more began to rise. Signs advertising Batwoman, Catwoman, Screechy Nell, and Coffin Nanny flashed past. Come-ons for Meatless Bony Sam and Scully the Ghost Head dropped away beneath them, and with a chorus of oohs and ahs from the other seats, they found themselves in the air, nearing the top of the wheel, the car rocking gently with the motion. Once again it slowed to a halt as more people climbed on, but now the whole amusement park was laid out at their feet, a wilderness of lights, the rides below them twisting along their miniature tracks like children's toys beneath a Christmas tree, others spinning like beach umbrellas. Behind them came terrified, delighted screams from the roller coaster. Across Surf Avenue, before a wall of housing projects, a BMT subway train rumbling along its elevated track looked just like another ride, as if the entire city out there to the west were merely one vast amusement park.
"It's beautiful," said Carol.
Rosie looked up and blinked distractedly at the scene. He had been peering at his watch.
"Yes," he said. "I knew you'd like it."
He hummed a little song to himself and sat back in the seat, staring not at the world below, but at the sky. On the right, in the distance, she could see the outline of the Verrazano Bridge. Nearer to the left stretched the expanse of boardwalk and dark sand, and beyond it, the darker ocean with rows of lights reflected in the water, miles off where freighters lay mysteriously at anchor. A combination of sounds drifted up to her, music and voices, machines and distant waves, like a flood of all the memories in the world. Another lurch. The car began its descent. The great wheel fell away, and they seemed to be settling downward without apparent support, slipping toward the sound and lights, and the dark walls rising up to block the view. They went around a second time. Once more the boardwalk, beach, and ocean dropped into view, Carol wondering what lands lay beyond the dark horizon. She felt a sudden tickle on her hand and looked down to see a tiny 6-spotted ladybug crawling diligently over her thumb, like a shiny little red plastic toy from the amusement park below.
"Hello, Bug," she said. "Are you coming for a ride with us?"
She held her hand out to Rosie, who smiled wanly.
"When this is over," he said, "we'll take a walk along the sand. How'll that be?"
"That will be fine,"
she said, looking back toward the beach. As the wheel turned, the car on the inner track ahead of them rolled clatteringly toward their own. Carol gave a little gasp of alarm, but felt foolish when, to a chorus of screams within it, the other car swung away just before it hit them. Rosie smiled, and Carol looked down to find the bug was gone. Scared off, she supposed. On the next ascent, Carol felt the same excitement as the car rose to the top of the wheel and the scenery lay spread out below, and the same inevitable disappointment as the car moved onward, back toward the ground. The view had become precious to her because of its very transience, a glimpse from a moving platform. Sometimes her own life, too, seemed as fleeting.
"I wonder if we'll get another time around," she said.
"Hmm? Oh, no. I imagine this will be the last,"
said Rosie. He seemed preoccupied. He'd been staring with rigid fascination at the light bulb that glowed just beyond the window of the car. She peered at it just in time to see a small red dot with black legs mashed, burning against the heated glass of the bulb. But then the car scraped noisily along the exit track, and an attendant was hauling open the metal doors and urging people out. She followed Rosie toward the passageway, feeling disturbed but unable to express it. Her head had begun to ache again.
"Come,"
he was saying.
"Let's see what it's like down by the water."
They walked up a nearby ramp to the boardwalk, continuing on it past a line of food stands, tattoo parlors, and fortune-telling booths. From the space below their feet came the sound of soul music and salsa. Dimly she heard voices. Ahead of them another ramp led out onto the sand, which stretched away toward the shifting black line of surf. The beach looked mysterious in the moonlight, dotted here and there with shapes that could have been dreamers, or driftwood, or corpses. She followed Rosie out onto the sand, feeling it give beneath her shoes, making walking difficult. She took the shoes off and held them in her hand, walking barefoot, the sand deliciously cold between her toes. Rosie turned and watched what she was doing.
"Be careful,"
he said, with a hint of disapproval.
"There's a lot of broken glass around here."
Behind them, in the darkness beneath the boardwalk, she could make out the shapes of teenagers smoking, listening to radios, or embracing in the sand. She turned away, the sound of the music receding as she moved slowly toward the water. To her right, a black couple stood and kissed in the middle of an empty stretch of beach, like a tree standing alone on an arid plain. Beyond them, she saw the lights of a steel pier extending into the water. Past that, much farther past, she could see the lights of ships. On either side of her, jetties of huge boulders thrust deep into the surf. As she and Rosie drew closer to the water's edge, the sound of radios, the music of the carousels and games, was lost behind the steady roar of waves.
"Follow me,"
said Rosie, a touch of urgency in his voice.
"Let's get far away from everybody else."
He began walking along the edge of the water, away from the lights. Beside them the waves seemed to make an angrier noise, though in the darkness their height was difficult to judge. Once again Carol heard the distant roll of thunder and wondered how long it would be before the rain came. They walked along the water, saying nothing. Gradually they came to a stretch of beach where the garbage seemed less plentiful, and where Carol could find no other people, unless there were couples crouched unseen in the sand making love. The only shapes on that stretch of beach were the seagulls, scattered over the sand like ghostly white statues. The birds made no sound at all, nor did they take to the air when the two of them walked past. They simply turned and watched the pair, as if waiting. Abruptly Rosie stopped and looked down at the water.
"I think we've gone far enough," he said. "Let's go back now."
He walked a little way, then stopped.
"Funny," he said suddenly. "Come over here right now and I'll show you a trick."
He was pointing to a certain spot at his feet, where the ocean had just gone out. Nearby, up from the water's edge, lay a curving line of clam shells, like ashtrays half filled with sand. They reminded her somehow of the dead animal they'd passed on the highway.
"If you stand right here with me," he said, "and hold my hand real tight, I guarantee you won't get wet."
Carol moved next to him.
"You'd better take your shoes off like I did," she said. "The next wave's going to soak your feet up to the ankles."
But he was putting his finger to his lips.
"Shh,"
he whispered.
"You have to know the trick. Just close your eyes and try not to move."
She did as she was told, and heard the hiss of the oncoming wave. She shut her eyes tightly, expecting to feel the chill of water sweeping by, but felt instead old Rosie throw his arms around her, and heard the sudden raucous cries of seagulls screaming up and down the beach. She was so surprised that she opened her eyes. Rosie was gazing fiercely up at the moon, and just in front of them the wave was parting, sweeping past them without so much as touching. She shut her eyes again, and felt the old man relax his hold. "Sorry if I scared you," he was saying gently, his voice soft, almost intimate. "You can open your eyes now." She looked down. "Rosie, that was wonderful," she said. "How did you do it?" He was already ambling away. "Just a question of finding the right spot," he said over his shoulder. "It's a game we old-timers know. Nothing to it, really." He began to whistle. Above him in the blackness, the half-moon floated over the beach like an alien presence, holding something unnatural in its geometries. She trudged after him through the sand, her feet as dry as if she'd stayed indoors. The music and the screams were louder now. They were passing through a line of arcades below the boardwalk, ignoring the enticements of the vendors. "Shoot the rapids, shoot the hoops," proclaimed the billboards. They passed the peeling facade of the World in Wax Musée, but didn't stop to go inside. Rosie, in fact, seemed to be rushing her. He had actually taken her hand as they'd walked up from the beach, mumbling something about rain coming soon, time enough for one more ride. And he'd persuaded her, shamed her into going on the one thing she'd vowed she'd never do. They were heading toward the roller coaster. Next to it loomed the entranceway of the Hell Hole, a giant red Satan in front, holding a pitchfork obscenely from his crotch. "All ye who enter here abandon hope," a signboard read. Satan seemed to leer as they passed. "I think he's trying to warn us to go home," said Carol, nervousness constricting her chest. "What? Who?" Rosie seemed distracted again. He had been looking up at the stars. "Satan," said Carol. "I think he knows where we're going." Rosie let out a sputter of laughter. "Satan? Who's he?" She felt his grip tighten on her hand. He was leading her toward the ticket booth. "Come on," he said. "The line's moving now. I think we'll make this run." The open red cars were filling up quickly. Carol was about to slip into one of those in the middle, but Rosie steered her toward in the rear. "It's better here," he said. "I mean, you won't find it so frightening your first time. Trust me." The hand tightened on hers once more. "Okay," said Carol, swallowing. She felt a chill sea breeze on her neck, and sitting beside him, removed a light blue kerchief from her purse and tied it around her throat. It was going to get colder when the ride started. Rosie was looking up again, but then he turned to her and frowned. "What's the matter?" asked Carol. "That kerchief," said Rosie. He was reaching for it. "It's much too nice. I really don't think you ought to wear it here. It might blow away, and then you'll go blaming poor old me. Here." He unfastened it and handed her a clean white handkerchief from his jacket pocket. "Put yours away and wear this. If you lose it, it won't be any loss. Come on now, Carol. The ride will be starting in a moment." She fastened the handkerchief around her chin and huddled down beside him. Her heart was pounding so hard she could almost hear it above the thunder of the other cars and the screams of the riders. Or perhaps it was the thunder she was hearing. A burly attendant came down the line at last to fasten them into their seats with leather waist straps. "Don't worry so," said a small voice close to her ear. Rosie was smiling at her, eyes merry. "Just repeat that angel song I taught you and you'll feel better. Come on now, you remember. Sing with me." He began chanting the tuneless little rhyme he'd had her repeat that evening in her room.
Geel, Gawula, Getaina.
She knew the words were in the old language, but their meaning had long ago been lost to her, and her mouth refused to shape the syllables.
You're not trying, he said. Believe me, Carol, it's an excellent way of calming down. Come on now, let's try again. Ria Miglet, Ria Mogu.
He sang the words, and she sang them back to him, with a grating of metal and a chorus of excited screams from the passengers in front. The car began to slide forward on the track.
Sing,
Rosie commanded.
Don't think about where you are. Sing.
Carol closed her eyes and sang the words.
Miguel Getaina Moguvula.
They did help somehow, just like Rosie said they would. They helped even though she didn't know what she was singing. Or was that what made them so powerful? She tried not to think about the vibration of the car, the steep climb that threw her back against the seat as they ascended the first rise. She gripped Rosie's hand and shut her eyes and sang the song to herself. She opened her eyes when the car seemed to be slowing down, and gasped, for ahead of her the other cars seemed to be spilling into an abyss. And then they too were hurtling downward, faster than they'd have fallen, faster than she ever thought she could go, and screams were in her ear, and her eyes were shut tight again, and she felt Rosie's hand on hers, and once again she sang the words as if they were a prayer. It was not so bad with her eyes closed. She even managed to open them before the final run, for she thought she'd felt a raindrop on her cheek. They had just reached the top of the last peak, the highest one. The car climbed slower and slower and almost stopped, until for a moment it seemed poised, balanced between the two worlds, ready to slide forward but equally ready to slide back. And just as they were teetering on the edge, with the whole park spread below them, the Ferris wheel, the beach, the dark ocean, she thought she saw a wisp of fog along the ramp ahead of them. For a moment she thought it might be smoke from a burning bulb, or some trick of the moonlight. And then, in the next instant, they were hurtling downward. Ahead of them, people were screaming. She was holding on to Rosie with all her might, and they were dropping with such speed she thought the straps would break, and she'd be thrown right out of the car into the darkness.
Sing, Carol,
he commanded, and she sang. Together they sang, raising their voices above the roaring and the screams. And suddenly, like a vision, there was a huge white bird before them, hanging angelically in the air, and Rosie was reaching up, protecting her, she knew, and batting at it with something in his hand, something that gleamed in the light. His hand moving so fast she couldn't see, and he must have broken its neck, because the next moment she felt its body smash against her, then fall away behind, and it left a bloody stain all over the front of her new white dress. Later, as they stumbled from the park, Rosie comforting her and dabbing ineffectually at her dress, she felt, almost in sympathy, a trickle of her own blood at the juncture of her legs. By the time they reached the car, the sky had opened up, and it began to rain. On rainy evenings, after Bert Stiegler had locked up the cooperative and bolted the huge sliding doors of the barn that served them as a feed and grain warehouse, and after his wife, Amelia, had closed the books for the night, having carefully recorded the day's entries for parsnips and soybeans and peas, the two of them would hurry across the street to their house by the schoolyard, share supper with their eldest daughter and her family, and then don their old raincoats and go back outside. They would take the long way around the square, avoiding the mud near the school and continuing past the cemetery to the home of Jacob and Elsie Van Meer. When the weather was warm, a few of the old-timers would already be gathered on the Van Meers' front porch sipping mint tea with chunks of ice in it from the freezer at the co-op, the men with their pipes, the women crocheting or knitting. They would sit and watch the rain come down, talking of crops and the scriptures. When a vehicle went by on the road that wound past their front yard, an event that occurred only rarely, they would speculate on who was inside and where he was bound. When the iced tea ran out, and the women were yawning, and the men had smoked their last pipeful of tobacco, they would stretch, get slowly to their feet, exchange goodbyes, and head for home. They didn't always feel the need to talk. Sometimes they just sat together in silence, listening to whatever sounds the night made. They craved no entertainment. They were content. Or most of them were. Adam Verdock, who'd just arrived from his dairy down the road, recalled a relative of his up in Lebanon who'd yielded to his wife, not one of their sect, and had had his home wired for electricity. 'Twas hard to stop after that. First he bought the woman an electric steam iron, then he bought one of them things with blue lights that kill the bugs, and finally he went and bought himself a television set, just like young Jonas Flinders. There was a general sighing among those assembled, and a rueful shaking of heads. They knew what was coming. Most of them had heard the tale before. Well, he had that thing put in right in his living room where he could watch it all the time, and at first he thought it was something really special. But then his little ones took to it, and I hear it turned their heads right around. They got to scanting their dinner and their chores so they could sneak in and watch. They'd be asking for every frippery they saw, and his oldest boy near got himself thrown out of school for the way he was acting round the girls. That was enough for him. He took that contraption and buried it out behind his hog wallow. Now he does penance for 2 hours every night, staring at a blank spot of wall right where that thing used to sit. He says it's to remind him of his sin. More head-shaking, sounds of assent, another round of tea. Bethuel Reed got up and walked noisily to the bathroom. Jacob Van Meer continued rocking in his favorite chair. Adam Verdock filled his latest corncob pipe. Finally Van Meer cleared his throat. Wouldn't be surprised if that nephew of yours decided to buy one of those things, just to please that woman of his. Verdock let that sit a while, puffing ruminatively. No, he said at last. That ain't what she wants. What she wants is company. She's from a big family, you know, one of them new church clans up in Sidon, and she's used to having lots of folks around. I think she won't be happy till she's got herself some little ones, and that ain't up to her. It's up to Sar. Right now he ain't ready to raise a child, and he knows even less about raising crops. He paused. Ain't that right, Lisa? His wife didn't look up from her knitting. She was a Porth, and consequently inclined to be more sympathetic. Seems to me Sar's doing all he can with that place, she said, and I think he's doing right by his woman. At least he's agreed to take in a boarder. Yes, I saw the fellow at the store, said her husband. You remember Bert, 'twas last Sunday. Fat fella, kinda soft-looking, but he seemed likely enough. Got a little insolent with Rupert. Stiegler nodded. Struck me that way, too. Young Sar seems to speak well of him, though. Brother Rupert, now, he's got little good to say for a fellow who doesn't earn his keep. He paused. Of course, Rupert would talk that way, wouldn't he? Now don't be unchristian, said Amelia. We're going to be guests at Brother Rupert's house tomorrow morning, don't forget. There were nods all around. Worship that week was going to be held at the Lintz. The following Sunday would see it at Ham Stoudemeer's, and then would come the Porth's turn. Elsie Van Meer looked up. You suppose Lotta Sturtevant will be there? She's getting awful close to her time from the look of her. She's got a few weeks yet, said Amelia. But I'll grant she's sure swelled up. Never seen the like. It will be a son, I'll wager, and a mighty big one. She ain't due till the end of the month, said Lisa Verdock. It may well take till August. Van Meer paused in his rocking. Let's hope so, he said. Let's hope it goes past Lammas Eve. Amen, they all said hurriedly and nodded. Amen, said Bethuel Reed, who had just come back out to the porch. He shuffled across to the old wicker couch and sat heavily beside his wife. Van Meer resumed his rocking. His wife shooed a bug from the pitcher of iced tea. Lisa stared meditatively at the rain falling in thick cascades from the eaves of the porch. In the distance came the sound of thunder.
"Really comin' down," she said. "Funny how nobody predicted it. 'Twasn't the sort of day for rain."
She paused.
"'Bout time we had some, though. Corn's been needin' it."
The others turned to stare out at the night. Once again they heard the rumble of thunder. Past the farther side of the house, beyond the line of trees, they could hear the rain beating against the tombstones in the cemetery.
"Amen,"
Reed said again. July 10th. Sar and Deborah were going to spend the whole day at worship. They had walked toward Gilead hours before Frears woke up. He was left to share the farm with the animals, the 7 cats, 4 hens, and rooster, the birds that sang unseen behind the leaves, bugs that whirled frenziedly in the heat. The sun itself was hidden behind a lowering gray sky. The ground was still damp from last night's rain and had a stagnant smell. On days like this the earth seemed capable of breeding insects, like the carcasses of horses were once believed to do. From the window he could see Boada and Rebecca chasing after something near the barn, the gray cat in the lead despite her greater age. Lately they'd taken to stalking grasshoppers, which swarmed around the cornfield in abundance. Foregoing his exercises, he went into the farmhouse and made himself some breakfast in the kitchen, leafing gloomily through one of the Porth's religious magazines, and then returned to his room out back for some serious reading. He picked up Dracula, which he'd started the night before, but couldn't bring himself to scribble more than a few lackadaisical notes. Tried to settle into the Stoker, but that soppy Victorian sentimentality began to annoy me again. The book begins marvelously, on a really frightening note. Harker trapped in that Carpathian castle, doomed to be the prey of its terrible owner. But when Stoker switches the locale to England and his main characters to women, he simply can't sustain that initial tension. For that matter, what's so bad about becoming a vampire if it means you'll live forever? Wish one would come and bite me. I'm sure I'd develop a taste for blood eventually. Besides, the story's spoiled for me. I keep picturing Carol in all the female roles and find myself wanting her. Dear Carol, weather is lousy. Wish you were here. With the Porths gone, he felt lonely and bored. He found himself staring at the cobwebs in the corner of the ceiling, the mildew on the walls, the dying roses drooping in their vase. It was hard to concentrate. Though he'd brought shelf-loads of books to entertain him, he felt restless and wished he owned a car. He'd have gone for a drive, visited friends in Princeton, perhaps even headed back to New York. But as things stood, he had nothing to do but take another walk. He picked 2 sprigs of pennyroyal from the garden where Deborah had shown him, and stuck them behind the earpieces of his glasses. They tickled as badly as the mosquitoes they were supposed to ward off, and even with no one to see him, he was conscious of how silly he must look. When he reached the stream, he tossed them in the water. He followed the stream's twisting path back into the woods. Even though he'd seen it only once before, the way already seemed familiar. Ducking once more beneath the arch of vines and branches, he winced as he prepared to get his feet wet. To his surprise, the water seemed less cold this time. Thin wisps of greenish scum floated here and there on the surface. The pool, though, when he reached it, was as clear as he'd remembered. There were some new animal tracks in the wet sand. Ringed by oaks, the place seemed strangely beautiful, yet even here, somehow, he felt bored. Again he waded into the center of the water and looked up at the sky through the trees. In the center of his vision, directly overhead, a flock of gulls were heading westward, their great wings extended. He could almost hear them shrieking. The gulls passed. Feeling himself alone once more, he recalled the excitement he'd felt that night on the roof of the barn and, by way of experiment, made a few of the same gestures with his face and hands. but his memory failed him. The moment had passed, and these half-hearted movements seemed awkward and unaccountably robbed of their power. Standing there up to his ankles in water, he felt foolish. Worse, upon leaving the pool he found a bloated red-brown leech clinging like a tumor to his right ankle. It wasn't large, a long way from the cluster of black grapes that some Faulkner hero he'd read about had found dangling from his groin, and he was able to scrape it off with a stone. But it left him with a little round bite that oozed blood, and a feeling somehow of physical helplessness. The woods had once again become hostile to him, and he was sure would forever remain so. Something had ended. Listlessly he followed the stream back to the farm. When he reached the edge of the woods he heard, once more, a distant shrieking overhead, and saw another line of gulls, if that's what they were, sweeping high across the sky. How can gulls be all the way out here, he wondered. We're so far from the sea. When he looked down, he saw out of the corner of his eye a familiar gray shape. It was Wada, but Wada as he'd never seen her before. She was crouched on the other side of the brook among the rocks and weeds, frozen like an animal in a museum diorama, caught just before it springs. Her eyes were wide, glazed, and somehow astonished-looking, as if she were staring at something directly in front of her but seeing nothing. All at once her body gave a tiny jerk, a kind of hiccup, and Frears saw strands of pink foam at the corners of her jaws. He realized suddenly that she was hurt. He remembered Deborah's warnings about rabies, but dismissed them. Rabies didn't take effect so fast. He'd seen Wada racing through the grass only an hour before. More likely she'd simply eaten something that had disagreed with her. He stood watching the cat for a moment, uncertain what, if anything, he should do. Insects buzzed around him in the stillness. From the cornfield behind him came the shrill cawing of crows. "Are you okay, girl?" he said at last, with a warmth he didn't feel. "You all right?" She continued to stare directly ahead of her, the empty gaze never wavering. He saw with surprise that her claws were extended. They were gripping the rock she clung to as if at any moment it might rise up and shake her loose. Abruptly she gave another hiccup, and her body seemed to tremble. Wada was the only cat he actively disliked, the only one that regularly hissed at him. But with the Porths gone he felt responsible for her. Frowning, he walked to the water's edge, picked out a flat rock in the middle of the stream, and in 2 long strides was standing on dry land beside her. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand. The animal's gaze remained turned away from him, but suddenly her lip curled back, and he heard, above the murmur of the water, a low growl building in her throat. Instantly he yanked back his hand. He was just about to turn away when, in a fleeting moment of sunlight, he noticed, for the first time, a dark, glistening stain on the rock where her body pressed against it. Warily he circled her to get a better view, keeping his distance. The animal's growl became louder, higher in pitch. Suddenly he saw it, on the side that had been turned away from him, almost hidden by fur. A rose-red gaping hole in the flesh beneath her ribs. Around this wound the skin was folded back in small triangular flaps, like little petals. It was clear, even from several feet away, that the wound had been made from the inside. He remembered the Porth's story of the mouse caught in the man's throat, and recalled a kind of slug he'd read about that, when eaten by a bird, will bore its way out through the bird's stomach, but he'd never heard of such things happening to a cat. More likely, he decided, she had impaled herself on a tree branch, or the sharp end of a root. Something that, as she'd disengaged herself, had tugged the flesh out with it. He was surprised there wasn't more blood. One thing was certain. There'd be plenty of blood, his own, if he tried to pick her up. In her condition she would probably try to scratch his eyes out. Still, he would have to do something. The Porths would expect it. After all, the damned animal was like one of their own children, especially to Sar. He thought briefly of trying to contact the 2 of them, but he had no idea where they were today. Even with a phone, it would be almost impossible to locate them. They could be at services at any house in the community. It occurred to him suddenly that there was one thing he might do. Find himself a pair of gloves. Surely Sar must have work gloves somewhere, and use them to carry the hurt animal back to the house until the Porths returned. Yes, that was it. He cleared the brook in 2 strides and hurried up the hill toward the farmhouse. The slope was more tiring than he'd expected, and proof of how out of condition he was. He felt thoroughly winded by the time he reached the house and pounded up the steps of the back porch, where 2 of the younger cats eyed him with alarm. Once inside, he realized that he didn't know where to look. "This is crazy," he told himself as he dashed up the stairs. "She'll be dead before I get back." He checked the low cabinet in the upstairs hall, but it contained only linen and blankets. Entering the Porth's bedroom, where the creaking of the floorboards made him feel like an intruder, he stood panting in the center of the rug. Where would Sar keep his gloves? There was a Bible on the nightstand by the bed, a kerosene lantern on the dresser. He peered at the shelves that ringed the crowded little closet, but found only hats, shoe boxes tied with twine, a painting set, a sewing box, 2 old cast-iron banks, and various dark folded clothes of Deborah's that he was nervous about searching through. The dresser contained neatly folded clothes, and in the top drawer, a tidy stack of deeds, diplomas, loan receipts, and a few old photos, including one of a severe-looking bearded man with Sar's jaw and brows. By the time he'd decided that the gloves must be in the workroom above the barn, he was certain it was already too late. Anyway, he'd had enough of this. Tiredly, he ran downstairs, hurried out to his own room, and tore the frayed woolen blanket off the bed. If the damned animal were still alive, this would serve as well as gloves. He trotted back down the slope to the stream, the blanket beneath his arm. Even before he reached it, he could see that the rock on which the cat had perched was now bare. Probably dragged herself off into the woods to die, he thought, disappointed more at his own wasted efforts than at the loss of the cat. He eyed the pines across the stream. There'd be no finding her in there. He wondered what he'd tell the Porths when they got home. Bearers of bad news were always blamed, and after all, he'd been left in charge here today. He could picture their anger as he told them of the hurt animal, and of his own failed efforts to help her. If he hadn't taken so long up at the house, she might still be alive. Maybe his own shirt would have sufficed, instead of a blanket. Maybe he'd been a coward not to have used his bare hands. Sar would never have hesitated. Glumly, he walked back to his outbuilding and threw the blanket on his bed. Better to say nothing, he decided. Better to pretend he'd never seen the cat. Let Sar discover the body himself. He spent the rest of the afternoon reading in his room, pushing through the stoker. He wasn't in the best mood to concentrate. Sar and Deborah got back after 4. They shouted hello and went into the house. When Deborah called Frears for dinner, neither of them had been outside. All 6 cats were on the back porch, finishing washing themselves after their evening meal when he walked up to the house. "Have you seen Boada?" asked Porth, as Frears pushed through the screen door, the cats filing behind him into the kitchen. "Haven't seen her all day." He had done it. The lie was told. There'd be no going back now.
"Sometimes she doesn't come when I call her in for supper," said Deborah. "I think it's because she eats the things she kills."
"Well," said Sar, "'twill still be light after supper, and I'll go look for her." "Fine," said Frears. "I'll help." Perhaps, he decided, he could lead the other down toward the stream. Maybe the 2 of them would come upon the body. Resignedly, he sat down to eat. And then, in the middle of dinner, came a scratching at the door. Sar got up and opened it. In walked Boada. What a relief. Never thought I'd see her again, and certainly not in such good condition. She was hurt badly earlier today, I know she was. That wound in her side looked fatal, and now it's only a hairless, reddish swelling. Luckily, the Porths didn't notice my shock. They were too busy fussing over Wada, seeing what was wrong.
"Look, she's hurt herself," said Deborah. "She's bumped into something."
The animal did move quite stiffly, in fact. There was a clumsiness in the way she held herself. When Sar put her down after examining the swelling, she slipped when she tried to walk away, like something walking on slick ice instead of a familiar wooden floor. The Porths reached a conclusion similar to mine, that she'd fallen on something, a rock or a branch, and had badly bruised herself. They attribute her lack of coordination to shock, or perhaps, as Sar put it, a pinching of the nerves. Sounds logical enough, I suppose. Sar told me before I came out here for the night that if she's worse tomorrow, he'll take her to the local vet, even though he'll have a hard time paying for treatment. I offered to lend him money or even pay for the visit myself. I'd like to hear a doctor's opinion. Maybe the wound really wasn't that deep after all. Maybe that's why there was so little blood. They say animals have wonderful restorative powers in their saliva or something. Maybe she just went off into the woods and nursed herself back to health. Maybe the wound simply closed. But in a few short hours? I couldn't continue dinner and told the Porths my stomach hurt, which was partly true. We all watched Wada stumble around the kitchen floor, ignoring the food Deborah put before her as if it weren't there. Her movements were awkward, tentative, like a newborn animal still unsure how to move its muscles. When I left the house a little while ago, she was huddled in the corner staring at me. Deborah was crooning over her, but the cat was staring at me. Killed a monster of a spider behind my suitcase tonight. That new spray really does a job. When Sar was in here a few days ago, he said the room smelled of it, but I guess my allergy's too bad for me to notice. I enjoy watching the zoo outside my screens, put my face close and stare at the bugs eye to eye. Zap the ones whose faces I don't like with my spray can. Tried to read more of the Stoker book, but one thing keeps bothering me. The way that cat stared at me. Deborah was brushing its back, Sar fiddling with his pipe, and that cat just stared at me and never blinked. I stared back, said, "Hey, Sar, look at Wada. That damn cat's not blinking." And just as he looked up, it blinked, heavily. Hope we can go to the vet's tomorrow, because I want to ask him how a cat might impale itself on a rock or a stick, and how fast such a wound might heal. Cold night. Sheets are damp and the blanket itches. Wind from the woods. Ought to feel good in the summer, but it doesn't feel like summer. That damned cat didn't blink till I mentioned it. Almost as if it understood me. Book 6. The Green Ceremony. And my heart was full of wicked songs that they put into it. And I wanted to make faces and twist myself about in the way they did. So I did the charm over again and touched my eyes and my lips and my hair in a peculiar manner, and said the old words. And I was so glad I could do it quite well. And I danced and danced along, and sang extraordinary songs that came into my head, songs full of words that must not be spoken or written down. Then I made faces like the faces on the rocks, and I twisted myself about like the twisted ones, and I lay down flat on the ground like the dead ones. Mackin, the White People. July 11th. The sky above the city is the color of dirty water, the air heavy with humidity. An occasional drizzle smears the windows of the massive gray building near Riverside Park and runs in sooty patterns down the bricks. Inside the apartment smells of old rugs and furniture, and of an old man who only bathes when he has to. The old one doesn't care. As he enters the front hall carrying a brown paper bag of groceries and, on top of them, his day's mail, shakes off his umbrella in the bathroom and leaves it open in the tub to dry, then sits down on the stained lid of the toilet and carefully slips off his galoshes. He pays no attention to the place's shabbiness or smell, or to the pleasures of coming home. Repairing to the kitchen, He stocks the sparsely filled refrigerator with groceries and removes the tape and tissue paper from the bag. The mail he throws away unopened, except for 2 bills. Tugging out his false teeth, twin strands of saliva stretching from the ends, he deposits them in a water glass in the bathroom. He spends the next half hour at his desk, balancing his checkbook and writing out checks for the rent and electricity, delicately licking the stamps he keeps in a cigar box in the drawer and affixing them with care to the envelopes. These he leaves on the table in the hall for the next time he goes out. Then, idly scratching his nose, he walks to the bookcase in the living room and stoops before a set of drab-brown Victorian volumes, gathering dust on the second shelf from the bottom. How amusing, he thinks, as he withdraws one of them. Amusing that a key to dark and ancient rites should survive in such innocuous-looking form. A young fool like Frears would probably refuse to believe it. Like the rest of his doomed kind, he'd probably expect such lore to be found only in ancient leather-bound tomes with Gothic lettering and portentously sinister titles. He'd search for it in mysterious old trunks and private vaults, in the restricted sections of libraries, in intricately carved wood chests with secret compartments. But there are no real secrets, the old one knows. Secrets are ultimately too hard to conceal. The keys to the rites that will transform the world are neither hidden, nor rare, nor expensive. They are available to anyone. You can find them on the paperback racks or in any second-hand bookshop. You just have to know where to look, and how to put the pieces together. There are pieces in an out-of-print religious tract by one Nicholas Keyes, and in a certain language textbook which, in its appendix, transcribes nursery rhymes in an obsolete Malaysian dialect, surprisingly like Celtic, and in a story, supposedly fiction, but not when read at the right time, by an obscure Welsh visionary who barely suspected why he'd written it, and who regretted it in later years, and died a fervent churchman. And in the pictures on a cheap pack of novelty cards based on images from unguessed-of antiquity, and in a Tuscan folk dance, included in a certain staid old dance book, which, along with pliés and pirouettes, has the dancer make a pattern called the changes. The pieces are there, simply waiting to be fitted together into what, from the start, they were meant to be. A set of instructions for the ceremonies. Carefully, the old one wraps the book in tissue paper and tapes it closed. He leaves it on the table in the hall. He will send it off tomorrow, in the box he's prepared. He hopes that Carol likes his little gift. Dancing is supposed to be her specialty. Watt is walking better now. Seems more affectionate than ever toward the Porths. Even lets Deborah pet her, which is something new. And has an amazing appetite, though she seems to have difficulty swallowing, some minor mouth infection perhaps. She won't let anybody see. Sar says her recovery demonstrates how the Lord watches over the innocent, affirms his faith, he says. Quote, "If I'd taken her to Flemington to see the vet, I'd just have been throwing away good money." Later this week, he'll have his mother over to take a look at her. She healed Boada once before, and maybe she can do it again. But even without her, the swelling on Boada's side is almost gone. Her hair growing back over it like mildew growing up my wall, spreading fast. Mildew. I'm all too familiar with it now. Every day it climbs higher on the walls of this place, like water rising. Glad my books are on shelves off the ground. So damp in here that my notepaper sags. Books go limp, as if they're made of wet cloth. At night my sheets are clammy and cold, but each morning I wake up sweating. My envelopes have been ruined. Glue's gotten moistened, sealing them all shut. Stamps in my wallet are stuck to the dollar bills. When I wrote a letter to Carol today, I had to use the Porth's glue to stick the thing together. Spent a lot of my afternoon in here rereading The Turn of the Screw, which I hadn't looked at since my undergraduate days. seemed to be alone in finding it the single most pretentious and overrated ghost tale ever written, though perfect for the MLA crowd. Clayton's film version, which I showed in class this year, is 10 times as effective. Searched in vain amid the psychological abstractions for an authentic chill and found only one image that moved me. His description of a rural calm as that hush in which something gathers or crouches. Outside, another drizzly day. Soggy-looking slate-gray skies, gloomy evening, thunder. Hasn't let up since Saturday night, and depressing as hell, like something out of Cold Comfort Farm. One huge cloud seems to have settled over the landscape like a bowl. A few pale shapes, seagulls again, high overhead, but no other birds around, and no sign of the sun. Wandered around the farm late in the afternoon, bored with sitting still. The Porths were out pulling weeds among the shoots of corn and were blessedly silent for once. Was tempted to join them, but didn't feel like getting my hands dirty, much less spend an hour or two bent almost double. Rainy night. After dinner, reluctant to come out here and be alone again so soon, hung around the farmhouse with the Porths, earnestly squinting through Walden in their living room while Sar whittled and Deborah crocheted. Rain sounded better in there, a restful thumping on the roof. Out here it's not quite so cozy. Around 9 or 10, Sar went to the kitchen and hauled out the radio, and we sat around listening to the news. Cats purring around us, Sar with Azariah on his lap, Deborah petting Toby, me allergic and sniffling. My total immersion experiment isn't working. Nice to have a radio, though, and feel that tenuous contact with the world out there. Even Sar must recognize the attraction. Remember hearing how, up in Maine, some poor families spend each Sunday sitting in their car parked in their yard, listening to the only radio they own. Guess I'm just not cut out to be a modern-day Thoreau. Halfway through some boring farm report, I pointed to Boada, curled up at my feet, and said, "Hey, get her. You'd think she was listening to the news." Deborah laughed and leaned over to scratch Boada behind the ears. As she did so, Boada turned to look at me. I wonder what it is about that cat that makes me so uneasy. Rain letting up slightly. I'm sitting here slouched over the table, trying to decide if I'm sleepy enough to turn in now. Maybe I should try to read some more, or clean this place up a bit. Things soon grow messy out here, even though I don't have much to keep track of. Dust on windowsills, spider webs perennially in corners, notes and clippings and dried-up rose petals scattered over this table. I think that the rain sound is going to put me to sleep after all. It's almost stopped now, but I can still hear the dripping from the trees outside my window, dripping leaf to leaf, and in the end, to the dead leaves that line the forest floor. It will probably continue on and off all night. Occasionally I think I hear a thrashing in one of the big trees down in the direction of the barn, but then the sound turns into the falling of the rain. July 12th. Carol staggered into the apartment, fanning herself with a creased copy of Spring, Start Fresh with Our 3-Part Summer Makeover. Her Tuesday evening dance class had been exhausting, and the ride back downtown no better. 25 minutes on a crowded bus with inadequate air conditioning. Here there was no air conditioning at all. As soon as I have the money, I'm buying one, she reminded herself. It must be 110 in here. No sooner had she locked the door behind her than she was unbuttoning her damp clothes, dropping them to the floor in a heap as she made for the bathroom. She felt a little better after showering. She brought in the cheap Woolworth's fan from her bedroom and planted it by the TV. Switching both of them on, she settled back naked on the couch, eyes half closed, and listened to the reading of the news. Except for the weather, it had been a normal day. The city was closing another hospital. Vandals had defaced a statue of Alice in Wonderland in Central Park. Blacks were charging police brutality in the arrest of a so-called voodoo priest. The mayor had presided at a fashion show. A girl's head had been found in a trash can near the Columbia campus, and Con Ed was warning consumers to go slow this week on the use of air conditioners. The catalog was curiously soothing, a meaningless litany. It was almost enough to sleep to. Firemen in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn battled a 6-alarm blaze that took the lives of at least 7 persons, all but 2 of them children. And now... Behind her the buzzer sounded. She roused herself and went to the intercom. "Package from a Mr. Rosebottom." She buzzed him in, and stepping into the bedroom, wrapped herself in her bathrobe. A minute later the doorbell rang. She turned down the TV and went to answer it. "Sign here, please," said the delivery boy, handing her a flat gray cardboard box, then a slip of yellow paper and a pencil. He seemed bemused at finding an attractive girl in her robe waiting for him, and looked as if he were struggling to think of something clever to say. She felt his eyes on her as she scribbled her name, and pulled the bathrobe tighter. "Thanks, honey," he said, a flicker of a smile. "Enjoy it." She saw, when she'd gotten the box open, that Rosie had sent her another dress. It was old-fashioned looking, cut similarly to the first. Maybe if she felt ambitious she could take it in a bit. But the color this time was dark green. "Consider this a replacement," he had written in a note. "At least this one won't show grass stains." In the box with it, wrapped in tissue paper, he'd enclosed a second-hand book, a slim, brown, antique-looking volume whose spine had long since been rubbed clean of lettering. The title page read, "The Ridpath Dance Series, Volume 4, on the Folk Dances of Umbria and Tuscany, newly translated into English, New York, 1877. Idly she flipped through it. There were several crude line drawings of peasants dancing in various ungainly costumes, faces utterly expressionless. But most of the book was filled with diagrams, a mass of footprints and black arrows. She thought she recognized a few simple steps. There was one promenade that seemed right out of The Cunning Vixen, but it was difficult to imagine what most of the others must look like. She put the book aside. Probably Rosie would know. Once again the dress bore no label. Wherever does he find these things, she wondered. And as before, the material felt like silk. Shrugging off her robe, she slipped the dress over her head and examined herself in the mirror on the closet door, pressing the cloth against her belly, breasts, and hips. Like the first dress, now safely packed off to the cleaners, its hemline was cut rather high, and she realized that, once more, she was going to have to keep her knees tight together when she wore it. Maybe Rosie found her legs exciting, or else he just didn't know the length young women were wearing their skirts these days. She would have to call to thank him. He's really spoiling me, she decided, but she was feeling too tired now. Still in the dress, she returned to the couch. The cloth felt smooth and cool against her bare skin. There was something a little bit sinful about it. She lay back and stretched her legs. The TV, with its volume down, was practically inaudible. "Unprecedented temperatures," someone was saying. "Freak storms." She ran her hand inside the collar, touching her neck. "Warm air masses over New Jersey." New Jersey. Visions of the countryside, the peaceful blue skies of the farm, came back to her in the breeze from the fan. She remembered tiny silver fishes darting in the stream, the fields of young corn, Sar and Deborah and the kittens. "Reports of thunder," the TV was saying. "Changes in the atmosphere." She ran her hand deeper beneath the dress, closed her eyes, and thought of Jeremy. Thunder last night, but heard no rain. Wonder if the weather's affected the stream, because walking by it today I noticed it's becoming clogged with algae. Chicken and dumplings for dinner. Had 3 helpings. Deborah didn't seem to mind. Northanger Abbey. Jane Austen, 1818, chapters 1 through 7. Not the parody I'd expected. The mock Gothic bit obviously isn't central to the story, but witty nonetheless. Fun to picture Deborah in the leading role. Love stories tend to bore me, but this one's proved quite bearable so far. Boada seems to be almost completely healed now, at least outwardly, though still may have some sort of throat obstruction. When she meows, there's a different timbre, a kind of huskiness. Sar's mother is coming tomorrow to look at her. Read some more Le Fanu in bed. Green Tea, about a phantom monkey with eyes that glow, and The Familiar, about a staring little man who drives the hero mad. In neither case, Compère de Maupassant's The Orla, is the hero sure just why he's been singled out. Not the smartest choices right now, the way I feel, because for all the time that fat gray cat purrs over the Porths, she just stares at me, and snarls. I suppose the accident may have addled her brain a bit, or perhaps she somehow blames me for it, or has forgotten who I am, or something. Can a cat's personality change like that? Petted Toby tonight, the little orange one, my favorite of the bunch, the one I like to play with even though my nose gets clogged and my eyes tear, came away with a tick on my arm which I didn't discover till I undressed for bed. A tiny flat thing, paper thin. Like a squashed spider, it was dull red, no doubt from having made a meal for itself on my blood. As a result, I can still feel, even now, imaginary ticks crawling up and down my spine. Damned cat. July 13th. Another poor night's sleep. Awakened sometime shortly before dawn by thunder. Not so distant now. Once or twice, I swear it shook the ground. No sense to it at all. The weather had been mild enough when I went to bed, and it's just the same right now, with not a sign of rain. Maybe the noise was caused by heat lightning. You sometimes read about such things, but though I sat up for half an hour last night peering through the screens, I saw no lightning. I did hear someone singing, or trying to, very late, out toward the farmhouse and the road. Possibly just an old tramp out on some nighttime excursion, but it didn't sound like one. It's hard to tell, though, when you're half asleep. Maybe it was only Sar or Deborah gargling in the bathroom. I've been thinking a lot about Deborah lately, about how little Sar seems to appreciate her. Sure, he grabs her all the time and obviously likes having her around, but I wonder if he wouldn't feel the same way toward any woman within reach. Still can't decide if anything went on between him and Carol. For that matter, I wonder just how much Deborah really cares for him. He's tall and powerfully built, sure, if you happen to like that type, and I guess most women do. But guys like that can sometimes be so goddamned boring. Of course, Deborah might not mind being bored. Anyone who could spend all day shelling peas or shoving seeds into holes, or praying on her knees obviously has a pretty high boredom threshold. Still, I can't help thinking that Deborah's interested in me. She's certainly attentive enough, giving me all that good food, taking my side against Sar whenever disagreements arise, and she certainly is looking good these days, the more I see of her. That long black dress may cover her up to the neck, but the cloth is thin. Thank God for summer, and I'm sure she wears nothing beneath it. I know it's wrong to have these thoughts. No doubt the loneliness is getting to me. But I can't help wondering if Sar ever goes off by himself in the evening. A night out with the boys, maybe. I sure wouldn't mind being alone with Deborah sometime. This morning, though, all three of us were together, up in the work area Sar's constructed in the attic of the barn. The two of them were cutting strips of molding for the extra room upstairs, and I was helping, more or less. I measured, Sar sawed, Deborah sanded. All in all, I hardly felt useful, but what the hell. While they were busy, I stood staring out the window. There's a narrow flagstone path running from the barn to the main house, and Toby and Zillow were crouched in the middle of it, taking the morning sun. Suddenly, Boada appeared on the back porch and began slinking along the path in our direction, tail swishing from side to side. When she got close to the two little ones, she gave a snarl. I could see her mouth working, and they leaped to their feet, bristling, and ran off into the grass. Called this to the Porth's attention, They claimed to know all about it.
"She's always been nasty to the kittens," Deborah said. "Maybe because she never had any of her own."
I thought she sounded a bit wistful. "And besides," said Sar, "she's getting old." When I turned back to the window, Wada was gone. Asked the Porths if they didn't think she'd gotten worse lately. Realized that in speaking I'd unconsciously dropped my voice, as if someone might be listening through the chinks in the floorboards. Deborah conceded that yes, the cat had been acting a bit odd these days ever since the accident. It's not just the kittens she fights with. Azariah, the adult orange male, seems particularly afraid of her. Sar was more helpful. "It's sure to pass," he said. "We'll see what my mother thinks." Mrs. Porth arrived while they were eating lunch. The three of them had been seated at the table, talking about the general store. "It wasn't always a cooperative," Sar was saying. "Years ago, before my father ran it, it was owned by just two families, the Sturtevants and the Van Meers. It did quite well in those days, so I've been told. But then there were several bad years in a row. The rain was poor, some crops around here failed, and the price of corn fell off. It was just a streak of bad luck. Nobody was at fault, and nobody could have predicted it."
"Some folks could."
They turned to see the hard, unsmiling woman standing in the doorway to the hall.
"Mother," said Sar, rising. "How did you—" "I let myself in through the front door," she said. She walked into the kitchen and looked around. "The animal's outside?"
"I'll get her," said Sar. He walked out to the back porch. They heard him hurry down the steps.
"Mrs. Porth," said Deborah. "This is Jeremy Frears. Jeremy, this is Sar's mother."
"Glad to meet you," said Frears, standing. The woman nodded, barely looking at him.
"Jeremy here's from New York City," added Deborah. "He's our summer guest."
"Guest?" The woman eyed him coldly. "I thought he was a tenant." Frears flinched, but Deborah did not.
"We've come to think of him as a guest," she said. "He's been a big help to us. Why, just this morning."
At that moment Sar came through the back door carrying Wada. The cat lay cradled sleepily in his arms, but its eyes were wary as they surveyed the people in the room. Frears looked from the cat to Mrs. Porth. He'd been surprised by the woman's behavior, and was just as surprised now to see her regarding the animal with an almost ferocious intensity. She seemed to be staring directly into Wada's eyes. At last she shook her head.
"This isn't the kitten I nursed."
"Well, of course not, Mother," said Sar. "That was 10 years ago. You've seen her 100 times since."
"That ain't what I mean."
She came toward him, reaching for the cat.
"Give her here."
The animal seemed to grow limp in Sar's arms. Its eyes closed further, as if it were about to fall asleep. But Frears thought he heard, from deep within its throat, a low, forbidding growl. Mrs. Porth's hands closed firmly around the animal. Frears was sure he heard that growl now. It had grown higher, more menacing. But the woman appeared not to notice, or at least not to care. She picked the cat up and held it in the air before her face. And suddenly the animal exploded. With a howl of rage, it twisted in the woman's grasp and slashed out at her face. Deborah screamed. The woman's hand went to her cheek. The cat dropped to the floor and raced shrieking round and round the kitchen, while Sar and Deborah jumped back in alarm. Frears glanced at Mrs. Porth. To his astonishment, the woman appeared to be smiling. There were 4 bloody lines across her cheek, but she no longer seemed to notice. With a single swift movement, she stepped to the screen door and yanked it open. In an instant, like a silver-gray projectile, the cat disappeared through it and down the back steps. Through the window they saw her racing toward the woods. How impressive Deborah was this afternoon. The way she stood up to that bitch. After hearing Deborah's description of her early in the summer, I suppose I'd been expecting a sort of back-country witch, filled with homilies and spells and homespun wisdom. Instead, I got a nasty old hag. Still can't get over how rude she was. She obviously didn't take to me at all. Probably hates New Yorkers. Anti-Semitic, too, I'll bet. I almost have to laugh now, the way that goddamned cat attacked her, though at the time it wasn't quite so funny. They searched for her everywhere. All of them were white-faced and shaken, except, oddly, Mrs. Porth herself. She appeared almost calm.
"I've seen what I came to see,"
she said to her son. She didn't appear to mind the deep, painful-looking scratches on her face, and declined to stay.
"'Tis just as I thought. There's a spirit in that animal, something that's against all nature. There's naught I can do, though, for I know you'll not heed what I have to tell you. The animal's yours, and you're the one that must destroy it."
He didn't say anything until she'd left, but he was obviously troubled. "No," he kept saying to himself. "No, I couldn't do a thing like that. This time she's wrong."
"Of course she's wrong," said Deborah tight-lipped. "She was just upset about what happened."
Sar nodded, but he seemed unconvinced. They strolled around the property without managing to find the cat. In vain they searched the smokehouse and the barn.
"Sometimes she gets under the front porch and won't come out all day,"
Deborah recalled, but the cat was not there. Finally they gave up. "She's off in the woods," Sar said. "She'll come back when she's ready."
"In a better temper, I hope,"
Deborah added. Frears left them, still despondent, at the house, and walked back to his room. He noticed as he approached that the door on the other side of his outbuilding was slightly ajar. It might easily have been left that way by Deborah or Sar, because that half of the building was used as a storeroom. The two of them were always bringing things in and out. But he wondered if the cat might possibly have slipped inside. He was tempted to go back up to the farmhouse and tell the Porths, but he didn't want to seem afraid, especially in front of Deborah. Besides, he'd be embarrassed if they came all the way out here and found nothing. He told himself that he had nothing to fear. It was only a cat, after all, and if he found her, he'd be a hero. Stepping inside, he closed the door behind him and switched on the light. The room smelled heavy of mildew and mouse droppings. It was piled high with lumber, bottles, old furniture, carefully folded seed bags, and dusty footlockers, some of which obviously predated the Porths and had, no doubt, been moved down here from the attic in the farmhouse. Crouching, he peered nervously beneath an old sofa which sagged beneath the weight of 4 overstuffed valises and a cardboard carton filled with empty jars. From behind him came the buzzing of horseflies as they slammed themselves against the window panes. The sills below were littered with their bodies. A dead wasp lay among them, probably one from the swarm in the smokehouse, lying just inches from the tiny space at the bottom of the pane, by which it probably had entered. Frears imagined it battering itself against the glass, and wondered if, as it lay dying, it had seen the hole at last and realized the futility of its efforts. In one corner, almost at eye level atop the slashed and pitted surface of a table, an ancient steamer trunk caught his eye. It was decorated with faded ribbons, and appeared to be some remnant of the previous century. Upon it lay several piles of moldy-looking books. He picked them up gingerly, one by one, holding them away from his face, lest they be crawling with silverfish and worms. They proved to be religious tracts, and as boring as most of that genre. Heaven's Messengers, he read with distaste. Bible themes for busy workers. The Shepherd and the Sheep. He tossed the books aside and raised the lid. Inside there were more of them, and some badly folded old clothes. So much for his fantasies of stereoscopes, antique postcards, jewels. The clothes, though moth-eaten, might have had a certain value. He noticed a woman's black dress with large cloth-covered buttons down the front, a dress which, though severe, might have fetched a good price in some village boutique. But he wasn't very interested in such things. The books here were even worse. Aids to Believers, Handfuls of Help, Beneath the Moss, The Footsteps of the Master. At the bottom of the pile, however, against the trunk's age-discolored lining, lay what appeared to be a stack of magazines. He lifted them out, hoping for a cache of old Munsey's or some ancient Harper's Weeklies from the Civil War days, but they proved to be something more unusual. Yearbooks. Spring Street Bible School, the covers said. Gilead, New Jersey. There were almost 24 in all, in no particular order, ranging from the early 1880s up to 1912. The covers were of paper, cracked and yellowing, with several separated from the bindings. The yearbooks themselves, mere pamphlets actually, were only 30 pages long. Most of them bore names at the top, written in childish hands. Isaac Baber, Rachel Baber, Andrew Baber. This was the family, he recalled, that had previously owned the farm. Picking up the most recent issue, he flipped through it back to front. Student essays filled the pages, essays with titles in old-fashioned Gothic letters on such subjects as The Duty of a Christian and Living in the Way of the Lord. There was also a selection of song lyrics, not alma maters, but hymns. Reapers of Life's Harvest, Blue Galilee, There is a Power in the Blood. To the work, there is labor for all, for the kingdom of darkness and error shall fall, and the name of Jehovah exalted shall be, and will shout with the ransomed, salvation is free. In the front of the book were 4 group photos, male and female students, male and female faculty. Obviously, the sexes had been segregated. There appeared to have been fewer than 60 students in the entire school, and half a dozen teachers. They were a solemn-looking bunch, sitting stiff and unsmiling as they gazed up at him from that bygone day, as if through a sepia mist. He scanned the captions. A welter of familiar names greeted him. P. Buckhalter, J. Van Meer, several Lints and Reeds and Porths. Most, he realized, would be dead by now. The name Baber had been carefully underlined wherever it appeared. In the first row, among the youngest boys, he was amused to notice a pale, earnest little face labeled M. Geisel. Suddenly his eye was caught by the name V. Trout. There were an R. Trout and an S. Trout among the girls, he noticed, and a B among the female faculty. Deborah had said it was a large family. What of the branch that had been wiped out in the fire? The branch that had lived right here? Were any of them represented? No, he checked again. The books only went back as far as 1881. They'd all be dead by then, dead and in their graves. All but one. He turned to the earliest book. The boy would have been around 13 then. Yes, there he was, in the middle row, crowded in with the rest. A. Trout. He held the book up to the light, peering more closely at the tiny, blurred figure that stared at him from the page. The figure was short, with a wide, honest-looking face, but beyond that it was indistinguishable from the rest. Perhaps, was it a trick of the light? Perhaps there was the tiniest hint of a smile at the corners of the lips. A lone smile among all those grave little faces. No, it was just his imagination. He looked ahead to the next book, 1882. There he was again. A. Trout, still slightly shorter than the rest. He felt a tiny, inexplicable chill. This time there was no doubt at all. The figure was smiling. There was no mention of him in the following year's book, or in any of the others. No doubt he'd dropped out of school and out of the world, until he'd struck again in 1890. Well, his photo would make an amusingly ghoulish little pin-up for the wall above Freer's desk. Portrait of the devil as a young man. Tucking the collection of yearbooks beneath his arm, he piled the other books back inside the trunk, laying the clothing on top. He hoped he hadn't piled them too high, and that the trunk would close. Reaching up, he pulled the lid down. He jumped back. Boideau was crouching behind the trunk only inches from his face, eyes unblinking, burning into his. A hissing sound escaped her throat, and her body seemed to swell. Spreading her claws, she prepared to leap. Suddenly, for no discernible reason, she appeared to think better of it. She settled down, licked her lips, and purred. "Nice cat," said Frears, backing out of the room. "Nice cat." There'd been something about the way she licked her lips, something not quite right, but there was no time to worry about it now. "You just sit there, and I'll be right back with your friends." Slamming the door, he ran for the farmhouse. She walked home, musing, following the dusty road as it wound its contrary way through the forest and fields. She paid no mind to her torn cheek. There were 9 ways of making pain go away, and she knew them all. Besides, she had more important matters to occupy her now. The visitor had come. It was here among them. When she'd looked into the cat's eyes, she had seen it glaring out at her, as if through the eye-holes of a mask. Lucky that she'd seen it while it was still so weak. Proof, no doubt, of divine providence, for she knew how to fight the thing. Her boy Sar was useless, but she knew what to do. Yes, that was a possibility old Absalom hadn't counted on. That one of the brethren would know, and be prepared. She had been prepared for more than 20 years. She had known that it would happen like this. It was just as her visions had shown her. She set her jaw, thought of the struggle that lay ahead, and continued down the dirt road with a more determined stride. She felt vindicated. She'd been right after all. On her cheek the blood was dry, the wound already healing. Rosie was waiting for her when she got off work at 7. He'd stationed himself at a table by the window of the shabby little coffee shop next door, biding his time with a chocolate malted and a slice of pound cake until she emerged. He knocked on the window as she walked past and waved her inside.
"Just let me pay the bill,"
he said, making greedy little sounds with his straw as he sucked up the last of the malted. He stuffed the final crumbs of cake into his mouth.
"May I walk you home? I want to talk."
Carol had talked with Rosie on the phone just last night, when she'd called to thank him for the new dress, but she was happy to see him again. Voorhees had been hard to bear today. Miss Elms, the assistant supervisor, had wounded Carol with a caustic remark early in the afternoon about her lack of enthusiasm. "When you came to work here, we all thought you were going to amount to something, but so far you haven't." And there'd been hints from one of her superiors, oily Mr. Brown in acquisitions, that he and Mrs. Tate were considering reducing her hours still further during the summer lull. They aren't even paying me a living wage now, Carol had thought, but she'd been too cowed to say anything. Rosie's smiling face made a welcome contrast to the librarian's sour ones, and strolling downtown with him, laughing at the excited way he'd peered into every store window they passed, as if he just might buy whatever was inside, be it a baby toy, a side of beef, or a maid's uniform, was the perfect way to unwind.
"Have you looked at that book I sent over?"
he asked, as they waited for the light to change at 21st and 8th.
"The one with all those country dances?"
"I've only had time to glance at it," she said. "Some of the steps certainly look complicated."
"How'd you like to try one with me?"
Carol shrugged.
"Sure, if you like. Any particular reason?"
He looked hurt.
"Don't you think it might just be fun?"
"Oh, of course, Rosie," she said hastily. "Of course it'll be fun. I only meant, did you send the book over as part of our research, or simply because you know I like dancing?"
He stuck his hands in his pockets and moved closer to her as they walked.
As a matter of fact, young lady, that book is extremely germane to what the two of us are studying. The steppes peasants once danced in tiny, isolated North Italian villages were the same ones children danced in Elizabethan England, and are still dancing in modern-day East Africa.
No, it can't be.
Oh, yes. And strictly entre nous, yours truly is the first to have discovered the connections. So you're going to be involved in some pretty important research, young lady. Original research that ought to cause quite a stir. You may find yourself with a very nice little career by the time we're done.
Wow, wouldn't that be incredible?
She reminded herself that the old man was probably just trying to impress her, or else he might simply be mistaken. But what if he was right? Wouldn't it be wonderful to make a real contribution to scholarship, to be respected at last as an authority on something, her work studied by the sort of earnest souls who came to Voorhees every day? That institution's miseries were temporarily forgotten. She was thinking instead how the tedious little summaries she prepared twice weekly for Rosie, the abstracts of papers and journal articles, might be worthwhile after all. By the time they reached her house, he was mopping his forehead repeatedly with a large white handkerchief.
"Lordy," he said, "I can't remember when it's been so hot."
It is pretty awful, she conceded. I hate to think of what's still in store.
Do you think I might come up and cool off?
He dabbed wearily at his throat.
Of course you can. I'll give you some iced tea. I have to warn you, though, it's probably hotter up there than it is here on the sidewalk.
Rosie smiled.
Well, I'll take my chances.
He continued to smile mysteriously as they rode up in the elevator. By the time they'd reached the door to her apartment, she'd begun to grow uneasy. Unlocking the door, she pushed it open. A wave of cool air bathed her face. From the living room, she heard the soft churning of a motor. She turned to him, eyes widening.
Rosie, did you?
He nodded, chuckling.
Had it installed this afternoon while you were at work.
Oh, Rosie, this is the nicest surprise I've ever had.
She rushed into the living room. There, fitted into the window, was a glossy white fetters, two round vents regarding her like eyes. Rosie followed her in and stood grinning at his handiwork.
It should make the place a bit more livable, don't you think?
God, will it ever? She said. But how in the world did you get in here?
He shrugged.
Your super was very understanding.
Carol breathed deeply of the cool air and let the chilly breeze caress her face. She wished there were some way to repay him, or at least to show her gratitude.
Well, she said finally, it's certainly going to be more comfortable to read in here, thanks to you. I'll be able to work twice as hard now.
You know, I do believe you have a point. In fact,
he surveyed the room.
There's something the two of us could work on tonight. Here, give me a hand with this.
He began tugging the coffee table toward the wall.
What are you doing? She asked, already coming forward to help him.
Clearing away some of this furniture, he said, grunting with exertion. It'll give us more room.
Room for what?
Rosie smiled.
Why, to dance, of course.
But it was only Carol who danced that night. Opening up the book of folk dances seemingly at random, he chose one near the back. Here, he said, handing it to her.
This one looks interesting.
Il mutamentos. The changes, she read. Of unknown origin. This dance is said to mimic, in symbolic terms, the transformation of a worm into a butterfly. It may be performed either singly or in pairs." "It looks a little monotonous," said Carol, studying the diagrams. "All this spinning."
"Nonsense," said Rosie. "Just give it a try. You'll find it more fun than you imagine. Here, I'll play shaman, and you can be the nubile native girl."
Clapping his hands, he began singing in a frail old man's voice, softly at first, as if to himself, but then with growing enthusiasm.
"Da mogu, da fe mogu, riade."
Shamans? Native girls? What was the old man talking about? "Wait," said Carol, trying to hear the beat before taking a step. "That sure doesn't sound like Italian."
"A dialect,"
said Rosie, still clapping his hands and nodding.
"From Tuscany."
"Oh." Carol peered over his shoulder at the book, still hesitant to begin. "Look, couldn't we do some of the others instead? The ones near the front looked like more fun." Rosie smiled patiently and stopped clapping.
"Don't worry, Carol. We'll get to it. We'll get to all the others if you like."
Gripping her shoulders in a fatherly way, he moved her into the center of the floor.
"But this is the one I think you should try now. Just a practice run."
"But—" he raised his hand for silence.
"Believe me, Carol," he said. "It's your dance. It's for you."
And he clapped his hands again, and cocked his head and sang. And in the center of the little room, to the interminable churning of the air conditioner, she danced. July 14th. Taking a bath at Porth Farm was a 3-step operation, and Frears had become adept at it. First, it was necessary to turn up the flame on the modern gas-powered hot water heater, a round white tubular affair nearly as tall as a man, which took up much of the bathroom, while simultaneously twisting a faucet in the unit's side, releasing more water into the tank. One then waited half an hour or more, doing chores or checking through whatever assortment of seed catalogs and Bible tracts the postman had brought, or, as was usual in Frears' case, celebrating the end of morning exercises by snacking on some likely morsel discovered in the cool of the root cellar, where most of the perishables were stored. When the water supply was hot and ready, one returned to the bathroom, turned down the flame and the water, and opened the spigots in the huge old bathtub, stained with age and big enough for 3, which stood beside the heater. Finally, after another wait, one could climb into the tub and enjoy a long overdue soak. It was a somewhat tedious process, but an ultimately rewarding one. Frears went through it almost every day. It was 10:30, and he was about to perform the first step in the operation. The day was hot and overcast, and as he trudged across the yard toward the farmhouse, his towel around his neck, he found himself wishing once again that he had a car at his disposal, something to take him away from the confined, landlocked atmosphere of the farm. Maybe it's ridiculous to think of spending the entire summer out here, he told himself, not for the first time. I'm clearly not cut out for it. But where, then, could he stay? He couldn't just kick that couple out of his apartment. They had it by rights till September, and the Porths were depending on his 90 a week. The two of them were singing, chanting, praying, he couldn't decide what function it actually served, while they weeded the narrow field adjoining the road. They didn't see him go by. 2 of the younger cats and the older, tiger-striped male Azariah were curled like spectators in the grass, watching them. The field itself, bare when Frears had first arrived at the farm, was now well covered by a tangle of cucumber vines. "These are fast growers," Porth had told him confidently. "I figure they'll be ripe by the end of August, just in time to put 'em in your salad." Well, maybe he'd still be around then. He would see. He climbed the steps of the back porch and entered the kitchen. Across the room, one of the wooden chairs was propped against the bathroom door. Without thinking, he moved the chair away and pulled the door open. There was a scrabbling sound.
Out of the corner of his eye he saw a gray shape dart past his feet and across the kitchen floor. It was Wada. For an instant he deliberated whether he should try to catch her. He knew how wicked those claws could be. But then, to his amazement, the cat dashed herself against the screen door, throwing it open. Moments later she had vanished outside. Jesus, he said to himself. That's a trick she didn't know yesterday. Sar and Deborah were standing ankle-deep among the broad leaves of the cukes, when behind them they heard a commotion. An orange blur was zigzagging through the grass with a silver-gray shape streaking just behind it. Suddenly Azariah came tumbling toward their feet, with Wada practically riding on his back in a frenzy of clawing. In less than a second the two had become a snarling ball of orange and gray, spitting, screaming, with an occasional glimpse of flashing claws and teeth. A few seconds more and Sar was upon them, screaming with a rage as great as theirs. A brawny arm stabbed down, and Wada was hauled twisting and struggling into the air, gripped around the neck. Sar stalked back toward the house with her, brandishing the animal before him like a trophy of war.
"For God's sake, put her down!" cried Deborah. "You're strangling her. You'll crush her neck."
He looked back, eyes wild, the veins standing out in his head. Only moments before she had been pleading with him to watch out for the claws, and moments before that to stop the fight. "If I kill her," he said between his teeth, "God's my witness I'll not shed a tear." The animal had long since ceased struggling and now hung limp in his grasp, seemingly lifeless except for periodic hissing sounds that came from deep within her throat. Marching up the steps and into the kitchen, Freer sheepishly holding the screen door for him, Sar yanked open the bathroom door and hurled the animal inside. He slammed the door shut, propping the chair back in place before it. "Sorry," said Freers. "I'm the one who let her out." "It's all right now," said Sar. Wearily he sprawled out onto one of the kitchen chairs, his hand and wrist a mass of lacerations. He was breathing deeply. "It's all right." He paused, composing himself. "Have you already turned on the water?" No. I was about to, but I—" Sar shook his head. "Don't. Put off your bathing till the end of the day. I want to leave her in there for a spell. God's my witness, I swear my mother was right. The devil's in that animal." Deborah had come into the kitchen and now stood behind him, caressing his neck.
"Can you imagine?" she said to Freers. "She just attacked poor Raya for the second time today."
They had put her in the bathroom last night, after she'd been located among the trunks and old books of the storeroom in Freers' building. She had been strangely tractable at the time, nestling in Sar's arms, making no protest as he'd closed the door on her. "I almost hate to do it," he had said, "the way she's acting now. But when I think of what she did to Mother—" He shook his head. This morning, when they'd come downstairs at 7, she'd been gone. Apparently she had learned to turn the knob on the bathroom door by swatting at it with her paw. She had still been in the house, though, for in addition to the screen door, the heavy wooden kitchen door was closed. As Sar and Deborah had descended the stairs, followed by the 6 cats who'd shared their bed, they had seen Wada race up from the root cellar and pounce on Azariah.
"And now she's gone and done it again," said Deborah, with a shudder. "Make sure that chair's braced tight against the door."
From the bathroom came a disconsolate meow.
"You're staying in there!" Deborah shouted angrily. "We'll see how you like it."
A meow again, but drawn out this time into a long, ugly caterwauling that sounded disconcertingly like human speech. The 3 eyed one another uneasily. "She's not been sounding like herself lately," said Sar. "There's a kind of hoarseness. At first I thought it was the accident. Now I'm not so sure." Freers nodded. "Yesterday when I found her in the storeroom there was something funny about her." "Funny?" "She licked her lips. You know the way an animal will do. But it looked like she had something in her mouth." Sar shrugged. "Maybe she did. That place is full of mice.
Deborah laughed. Or maybe she's got a frog in her throat. I don't know, said Freer, shaking his head. I'm not too familiar with cats, inside or out, but I'd say she's got something in there. Something wrong. A tumor, maybe. A growth of some kind. I'd take a look at her if I were you.
I'll do that, said Sar, as soon as we let her out tonight. I'm even thinking of taking her to that vet over in Flemington. There isn't much else I can do. He stared gloomily at his hands and fell silent. At last he looked up. Well, there's one thing. I wonder if you'd excuse us for a few minutes, Jeremy. I want Deborah here to join with me in prayer.
Oh, yes, of course.
And you know, said Sar, maybe when we're done I should give a look to her mouth. No reason to wait till tonight. Better to get to the source of the trouble right away. Freers wandered into the living room and leafed boredly through an old farmer's almanac, while Deborah sat down across from her husband. The two of them propped their elbows on the table and clasped their hands. Freers looked in at them once. They were silent, their eyes tightly shut. He drifted back into the living room and waited, listening to the ticking of the clock. Was there another sound? Yes, he heard it now. A low, grating sound was coming from the other room. It came again, followed by the frantic scrape of chairs and Sar's angry swearing. Freers rushed into the kitchen in time to see Sar yank open the bathroom door.
The window!
Deborah cried, pointing. Its screen gaped outward, crisscrossed by two wide slashes. The room was empty. She wasn't in the storeroom this time, or in any of her usual hiding places. Sar and I searched the workroom in the barn and the chicken coop, too, on a platform 6 feet above the floor. Plenty of dust and fat buzzing bluebottles, but no sign of the cat. Even took a peek into the old smokehouse, as much as the wasps there would let us. We looked for her till dinner time, in fact, but she was gone without a trace. It began to rain during dinner, and I hung around the house till it stopped. When I got back here I attempted to relax by reading Algernon Blackwood's Ancient Sorceries. One of his lesser tales, perhaps, but I found it anything but relaxing. It's about a town inhabited by a band of feline witches, were-cats, I guess you'd call them, and it's done unpleasant things to my imagination. Close to midnight now, and despite the day's heat, the coldest night we've had so far. Think I'll have some trouble getting to sleep. Tonight the whole atmosphere seems weird, worse than ever I recall. Thunder coming regularly, more rain on the way, no doubt, and lightning with it, obviously close by. But why, then, is there so much more thunder than lightning? A bright flash that time. I felt the whole room shake right down to the floor. Wish I were inside the farmhouse tonight. Wish I weren't sleeping alone. Can hear the two of them in there singing their nightly prayers now. A rather comforting sound, I must admit, even if I can't share the sentiments. Maybe I'll be able to fall asleep if I pretend. He looked up. There'd been a rustling at the window by his bed, the one that faced the woods. He turned to look, but he was blinded by the desk lamp beside him, and the window was a great square of blackness. Suddenly a flash of lightning lit the sky. Freers shouted and drew back. A humped gray shape was pressed against his screen, outlined in the light. The eyes were wide, unblinking, cold as a snake's. The mouth hung partly open. There appeared to be something crouched inside it. All this he saw in the flash of lightning, while the pale little face of Absalom Trout smirked down at him from the picture on the wall. An instant later, the darkness returned. He heard something drop heavily from the screen and pad off into the underbrush, to the echoing rumble of thunder. The next time lightning flashed, the view held only the forest. July 15th. I woke up to the sound of Sar's axe. You could probably hear it all over the farm. He was off among the trees at the edge of the property, chopping stakes for Deborah's tomatoes. Went out and joined him for a while. I told him about seeing Boada last night, and he said that she hadn't come home. Good riddance, say I. Helped him chop some steaks while he was busy peeling off bark. Christ, that axe gets heavy fast. My arm hurt after 3 lousy steaks, and Sar had already chopped 15 or more. Obviously, what I need is more exercise, but I think I'll wait till my arm's less tired. I left Sar to his business and went up to the house. Guess I got there a bit earlier than usual, because Deborah was still running her bath water, and just as I came up out of the cellar with a jug of milk, she walked through the kitchen with nothing but a towel wrapped around her. She jumped. So did I. Don't know which of us was more surprised. I took one look at those creamy white shoulders, which I'd never actually seen before, and those beautiful white legs and thighs, and my cock gave a little leap. Like a fool, I immediately averted my eyes, and she hurried into the bathroom, but she was laughing as she closed the door. I could hear her shut the water off and settle into the tub. Sar's axe still rang out from time to time, from over near the woods. I waited a little while, then I went to the door and called, with a jokiness I didn't really feel, "You sure you don't want me to scrub your back?" She didn't say anything for a second. Maybe she was actually considering the idea. Then she said something about Sar's not liking it. "He's half a mile away," I said, giving it the old Freer's try. I really would have loved just to see her. She laughed again, I think, and then, alas, she said, "Not today." Well, so much for that dream. If she wasn't up for anything then, I'm sure she never will be. Moments like that don't come very often. Oddly enough, she was extremely friendly, almost affectionate, really, for the rest of the morning. After she got dressed, she made me some delicious wild blueberry pancakes, with berries she'd picked herself, and it seemed plain that she liked having me there while she puttered around the kitchen. Today, she informed me, is St. Swithin's Day, whoever the hell he was, and she recited a little rhyme. "If rain on St. Swithin's Day, forsooth, no summer druth," or something like that. Apparently the day's weather is supposed to determine the weather for the next 40 days. All very scientific, like that business with the groundhog. I looked out the window, but the sky was so changeable that I found it hard to decide exactly what kind of weather we were having then and there, much less going to have. The clouds were moving fast across the sun, with a huge gray one looming just above the horizon. So as I see it, we're in for 40 days of sun, clouds, nastiness, and fog, with just a touch or two of rain. Sar came in around lunchtime, looking troubled. Seems he'd accidentally killed some kind of thin white snake that had been crawling along one of the branches. He'd sliced it in two with his axe, and the thing had had babies inside. It was a milk adder, he told Deborah, as if that signified something of great importance. She asked him if there'd been much blood. Yes, he said, but it was white. He explained to me that milk adders are supposed to get their sustenance by sucking the milk out of cows' udders. Maybe this one had been on its way back from the Geisels. They're the closest ones around here who own cows. I said I thought all that was only a legend. He nodded. So did I. He had buried the thing immediately before the cats saw it. The babies had gotten away. Later he fell to talking about some other local legends, about the hop ghost that hops behind you when you walk past a churchyard at midnight, and the magra, a sort of unwanted companion, and something known as the Jersey Devil, the 13th offspring of a Mrs. Leeds, who'd cursed being pregnant again. In the end, Sar said, she'd given birth to a horrible half-man, half-bird thing which flew up the chimney and disappeared. He also told me about dragon beetles, supposed to be as big as a man's fist, and screw worms, which can breed in people's nostrils, and hoop snakes that swallow the end of their tails and roll along the ground behind their prey. I was curious about the last. It sounded like a variation on the old Ouroboros myth. The dragon with its tail in its mouth. The alchemists had used it as a symbol of eternity, unity, the all-in-one, or some such blather. Maybe there was something to it after all. Actually, I've always had a yen to read that Edison novel, The Worm Ouroboros, but I'm told it's impossible to get through. Waded through some poems in the Inglesby legends before dinner time, and that was punishment enough. Omelette for dinner with home-grown herbs. Damned good. The hens have been laying well lately. At night the wind blew from the north, and the sky got very clear. I spent close to an hour sitting out back in the deck chair with my astronomy made simple and a flashlight. There was no moon out, but so many stars that I could almost read the book by their light. I picked out the eagle, the swan, the plowman, and the bear, and sat and watched the dragon chase the virgin. I'll forget all the names in a day or two and don't intend to learn them again, but it was nice to have done it once. Saw at least 11 shooting stars. Then I lost count. The Park West Institute of Dance was one of the few places in the neighborhood not yet gentrified. Although the old 2-story building it occupied on the west side of Broadway now housed a jogger's shop and a fancy new women's boutique. Carol had been coming here for nearly 6 months, and had begun to feel like a regular. Until this summer she had had to content herself with a single weekly dance class on Tuesday nights. But now, thanks to Rosie, she could afford to take an additional class when she was in the mood. And she was in the mood tonight. It was Friday, and her datelessness weighed more heavily upon her than usual. Tomorrow, at least, she had something to look forward to. Rosie would be taking her to an evening concert in Central Park. But tonight she knew she couldn't bear to go home immediately after work to sit alone in her apartment reading Rosie's articles, air conditioner or no air conditioner. As she slipped on her leotard in the noisy little locker room, she wondered how many of the women around her had husbands or boyfriends waiting for them at home. Not that many from the look of them. They were an older, unhappier-looking bunch than the Tuesday night crowd, women who were filling some gap in their lives, or who'd suffered too many disappointments. They were taking it out here, throwing themselves into an activity where they need depend on nothing but their own bodies. She was pleased to see that, as usual, she was one of the thinnest in the room. She told herself she would look young for years, and felt no envy for the woman to her left, cursed with huge breasts that were already starting to sag. There were a lot of plump thighs and soft-looking stomachs. Dance, for some women, was probably no more than a pleasant way of dieting. The main room stretched for half the length of the building, occupying the space above 3 stores. One wall was lined with floor-to-ceiling mirrors, whose silver backing, here and there, had flaked away. Windows ran along the opposite wall, above a bar worn smooth by years of ballet students. Carol had not taken ballet since college. She regretted that she hadn't continued with it, and didn't pretend that the modern dance classes at Park West accomplished anything more than keeping her limber. There were 16 people in tonight's class, including 3 slim, amiable-looking young men she immediately assumed were gay. The teacher, not the one she had on Tuesday, was a wiry little woman in her late 30s, with tight black curls and a drill sergeant's voice that belied her height. She, too, seemed less than happy to be here tonight. The first half hour of the class was given over to mat and bar work, stretching arms and shoulders, twisting necks and raising legs in modified pliés, all to the softest of calypso tunes played on the tape deck in the corner of the room. Outside the dirty windows she could see the lights of the buildings across the street, a starless black sky overhead. There was no sign of a moon. The teacher clapped her hands for attention. "All right, let's review the combinations we learned last time." For this part of the instruction the class moved onto the polished wooden floor in ranks of 4 across, following the teacher's moves, while a disco beat, louder than before, now rocked the room. The steps were familiar to Carol from her Tuesday night class, and she was good at them. Although she would be learning nothing new, she was pleased to be singled out several times for demonstrating the correct form. "Watch the redhead," the teacher said more than once. It took Carol a moment to realize the woman meant her. As she danced, twisting her torso and letting her arms swing free, she watched herself reflected in the mirrors on the one side, and the glossy blackness of the windows on the other. She liked what she saw. With 20 minutes still to go, the teacher switched cassettes again, the disco music giving way to a reggae group Carol had never heard before. Once more the volume was raised. The rhythm grew faster and harder to resist. "All right, people, said the teacher. "It's time for improvisation. Back against the wall in groups of 4 and come out when I call you." Dividing up the class, she motioned for the first group to come forward. Improvising was something Carol had never done before. Immediately, her pride gave way to nervousness, as if she'd been asked to speak in public on a topic yet to be announced. Still, the music was persuasive. She found herself tapping her foot and rocking her hips to the beat, while watching the first group of 4 women take the floor. "Get in tune with your bodies," the teacher called, without noticeable effect. "Don't watch anyone else. Just let your body follow the music. Let it come naturally." Only one of the 4 was any good, Carol thought, a haughty-looking dark-haired girl who tossed her shoulders and shook her head as if she were actually on some Caribbean beach surrounded by a dozen obliging black men. Carol wondered what she was going to do when her turn came. "Next 4, the teacher called, and 2 women and 2 of the young men stepped forward, the previous group having retreated back to the mirrored wall. "Don't watch anyone else, I said," the teacher cried a little testily at the 2 men, who seemed to be blithely dancing with one another. "Close your eyes if you have to." The 4 did so, with predictably awkward results. A gesture from the teacher indicated that Carol and her group would be next. At the woman's command, they moved out onto the floor, Carol, 2 older women, and the remaining man. "Close your eyes," the teacher said, "and feel the music. Let it move your body." Carol tapped her foot self-consciously, trying to do what the woman had advised. But though she liked the music, it was nonsense to think that it could really move her. It wasn't fair, she told herself. She'd never wanted to be a choreographer. It occurred to her suddenly that she might do the mutamentos, the dance of the changes she'd practiced 2 nights ago. It was a slower, more sinuous dance, and didn't really go with the lively black music she was hearing, but it consisted of only 9 simple movements, and if she did them in the right rhythm, she might be able to fill up the time till the next group was called out. Shutting her eyes, she tried to remember. There were 2 different spins, and a side step and a back step. Yes, that was it. She'd got it now. The trick was remembering the odd movement of the hands and where it came. It felt strange to be doing a folk dance here in class. She wondered if she looked foolish. No doubt the other women would be performing some wildly expressive modern dance routines or some reggae steps they'd picked up. Hoping the teacher didn't think the less of her, she opened her eyes. She found herself facing the mirror, the teacher's image reflected in the glass. For some reason, the woman looked amazed. She was staring back and forth between Carol and the 2 other women, her eyes growing progressively wider. Carol sneaked a glance at the others and gasped. They, too, appeared to be performing the changes. Their eyes were shut tightly. They looked rapturously happy. The man, eyes also shut, was a little way off, doing disco numbers by himself. Carol felt somewhat chagrined. Obviously, the 2 women had cheated. They'd opened their eyes while hers had been closed and copied Carol's steps. Perhaps they meant to mock her. Perhaps they, too, hadn't known what else to do. Looking back toward the teacher, Carol saw that, if anything, the woman's astonishment had increased, for she was now staring at the man. Carol whirled to look at him. He, too, was performing the folk dance, keeping time with her and the others, though his eyes, at the moment, remained closed. It isn't fair, Carol thought, suddenly indignant. This was her dance, and the others were imitating it. The 4 of them, in fact, were moving in unison now, pounding the wood floor with their feet at the same time, spinning at the same time, the others with their eyes shut tight, the huge room echoing to the sound of their feet. It was almost uncanny. She noticed with embarrassment that the bulge in the young man's tights had grown larger, and wondered who in the class had aroused him. Just then the teacher stepped forward. "Did you people rehearse this?" she cried. "You've got it down pat." Without giving anyone time to answer, she signaled for the final group to take the floor. The other 3 moved back toward the mirrored wall, but Carol, lagging behind them, found it hard to stop dancing. She was still caught up in the rhythm. Dimly she heard the others talking. "I just did what the music told me to do," the young man was explaining to his friends. She noticed in the mirror that the 4 new women seemed to have picked up the dance merely by watching their predecessors. They, too, were performing the changes now, and in the same perfect unison. She wanted to speak to them, to ask them how they'd learned the dance so fast, but she was too busy watching her reflection, watching her hips jerk, her head toss, the motions of her hands, when suddenly, with a crack like a gunshot, her image in the mirror splintered into thousands of pieces. There was a crash at her back. She turned to see one of the tall windows shatter and fall. Someone shouted. Behind her the crowd was backing away from the shards of broken mirror. Abruptly the four dancers stopped and opened their eyes, staring at one another in confusion. The teacher hurried over to the tape and shut it off. "Maybe some kid with a slingshot," she heard one of the men say. "Is it a sniper?" someone cried. Women screamed and retreated toward the doorway. Carol followed, though even as she ran, she wondered how a sniper could have done it. It had all happened so quickly. It had seemed to her that she'd heard the window shatter an instant after the mirror had cracked. "I think we'd better call it a night," the teacher said. The students followed her off the floor and into the locker areas. People were still talking excitedly about the incident as Carol dressed and moved toward the doorway. As she left the studio, she saw the dance teacher in conversation with a large black man in janitor's overalls. The two of them were standing at one side of the dance floor, pointing up toward the corner of the room near the ceiling, where a complicated spider web of tiny cracks covered the heavy masonry. Carol hadn't noticed them before. As she walked past, she heard the man saying, "We lost a window downstairs, too." She paused, nervous again. Is there really someone shooting out the windows? The man shook his head. "No, nothing to worry about, lady. Ain't no sniper out there. The old place is just settling a little, that's all." Oh, what a relief. Nonetheless, she was glad to get away. As she walked down the hall and the echoing stairway, she was sure she heard tiny cracking sounds. The night air was clear and cool, with a panoply of stars. The others were already on the porch, their faces ruddy in the lamplight, when the Verdocks pulled up in their truck. "How is she, Brother Adam?" called Jacob Van Meer, seated in his rocker as if it were a throne. Verdock shook his head. "Not so good, I think." He and Lisa came up onto the porch and pulled up chairs. "We must try to remember her in our prayers tonight." "She'll need 'em." "We left Minna with her, to tend her till the morning," said Lisa. She was talking to everyone on the porch, but, as was customary, directed her words to Elsie Van Meer and the other women. "Minna's made her comfortable, and she'll see to it the garden's looked after till Hannah's got her strength back." "If she gets it back." It was Rupert Lint, who had joined them that night and was taking up a good portion of the couch. Now, Brother Rupert," said Verdock. "The Lord looks after those that keep the spirit." The other shrugged. "Maybe so, but the spirit and the body's got to part some day. I can't say much about Hannah's spirit, but her body's getting old." Hannah Craft was a widow of limited means and solitary habits, whose health had been poor for decades, although never so poor as she'd painted it, at least not until now. Now in her 80s, she seemed to be dying in earnest. The Verdocks had visited her earlier in the evening with their widowed daughter Minna, and had left Minna there to spend the night with the old woman in the little 3-room house off the back road. "She takes on something fierce about the weather," Adam was saying. "A good thing it's so mild tonight. She told Minna she can't get a wink of sleep any more, what with the thunder and the rain." "Well, Hannah will go on," said Bethuel Reed, perhaps the closest to her in age. "I remember, years ago it was, when she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise, and you couldn't make sense of a single thing she said." They nodded, all of them, but Lisa Verdock raised her voice to add, "She says there's noises pretty nearly every night now. A rumbling, she calls it, like something's moving out there." "Well, sure," said Bert Stiegler. "It just stands to reason. You stay down by the neck and you're going to hear noises at night." Van Meer looked skeptical. "Oh, a few frogs, maybe,
a whippoorwill or two, and maybe the Finch'll boys up to their usual mischief. But I trust you're not holding with all those stories about spirits." "Well, maybe I am, maybe I ain't. All I'm saying is, there's holes in those woods, there's underground springs, there's pockets of gas in the swamp. Such things'll make a bit of noise, as I'm sure Brother Rupert remembers." Lint nodded, pleased to be singled out. He was the youngest man there, and the largest. He had a habit of saying disagreeable things, often in a booming voice, but these people had known him since his boyhood, and tolerated his ways. Any time they needed help, they knew they could count on his strong shoulders. "I grew up near the neck," he said, "and I know the sounds the swamp can make. But this time I ain't so sure. I've heard the thunder too, and it ain't the same. I think it's a sign. Just like all the snakes we've had this summer." Van Meer paused in his rocking. "What are you driving at?" Lint shifted uneasily in his seat. "All I'm saying is, let's look at what we got. We got us a new influence in the community, a snake in our bosom, so to speak. And I think you all know who I'm talking about." "I follow you all right," said Adam Verdock, "but I think you're making a mistake. I met the boy, too, that day in the store, and I liked him all right. Seems to me he's got a good name, too. It honors the prophet." "Or mocks him," said Lint. "I asked Sar about him," said Bethuel Reed. He drew deeply on his pipe. "Sar says he just reads books all day." There was a round of head-shaking. Idleness was sinful when there was land to be worked. "Ever see the fellow's hands?" said Lint. "Soft as a baby's. Any fool can see he's never done a day's work in his life. Must have a lot of money stuffed in his pockets, like all those city people." Reed nodded, glad he had no pockets of his own. "Yep, that's their trouble." Stiegler nodded too, and grinned with a sidelong glance at Lint. "All I know is, he had some young woman out here the other week. He must be doing more than just reading." "Well, you know those city folks," said Lint. "They don't believe in marriage any more." Lint's thoughts had turned more than once to Carol since he'd first seen her. He himself was married and unhappy. He spent little time with his wife, and had come alone tonight. "And when they do get married," he added, "they don't stay that way for long. Some day, you mark my words, that city's going to be smoked with fire, like the cities of the plain." There was a chorus of assent, with several abstentions. "Well, I spoke to Sar about it," said Verdock. "'Tain't as if I didn't try reasoning with him. I told him, I said it just ain't proper, taking a man's money and calling him a guest. But Sar, well, when he makes up his mind, he's hard to change." "That ain't it," said Van Meer. "'Tain't proper to bring someone like that into our little congregation. Someone who don't fear the Lord and don't know our ways." "Our Rachel was talking about that just the other day," said his wife. "She says Amos don't want his children exposed to such people." "I don't think it makes much sense to worry about such things," said Lisa. "Not now, anyways. All we can do is say our prayers, trust in the Lord, and keep watchful." She waited for the amens, but they were slow in coming. Minna walked slowly from the kitchen, carrying a broad wooden tray whose hand-painted rose border had almost entirely peeled away. She ducked her head as she passed beneath the low beam of the doorway. "Here we are, Hannah. This'll get you off to sleep quick enough." The old woman was sitting up in bed, her head turned toward the open window in the wall behind her. She didn't look around when Minna entered, and turned only when she felt the tray placed upon her lap, to stare fretfully at the bowl of oatmeal and the cup of steaming milk. A cool breeze blew through the window, bearing the smell of damp earth and summer leaves, and almost masking the odor of sickness and decay that hung about the room.
Insects wandered up and down the screen. Minna heard the night sounds of the forest, the sound of things calling to each other, the chant of the crickets and frogs. Scowling, the old woman tried a mouthful of the oatmeal and took a sip of the warm milk. Suddenly she slammed the mug down and shook her head. "No," she said, waving away the food.
"I can't get to sleep. If it ain't one thing, 'tis another. First there's the thunder. It made my head ache. And now this. 'Tis too damned quiet."
Minna smiled stiffly. "Quiet? With all that commotion out there? You just listen to those crickets for a spell and have yourself some of that milk. There's honey in it, and you'll be sleeping like a baby in no time."
"Humph,"
grumbled the woman.
"More like the dead."
She took a few more swallows of milk, then set the cup back down and turned around on the bed to stare once more out the window. "Watch out that don't fall now," called Minna, pointing to the tray balanced precariously on the old woman's lap. Ducking through the doorway, she went into the kitchen. There were plates to wash. The little house had no running water, and Minna took the bucket that hung by the wash-stand and walked outside, down the front path to the pump. She gave the pump handle a few vigorous strokes, her arm strong as a man's. Above her a shooting star streaked across the sky. From the house came the crash of falling crockery. "I knew it," Minna thought, cursing herself as she hurried toward the bedroom. Fragments of the shattered bowl gleamed amid a pool of oatmeal. The cup lay overturned on the rug. Minna noticed these things before she saw the woman twisted half off the bed, her mouth stretched wide, eyes bulging, hands clutched stiffly to her throat. From the gaping mouth came the last spasmodic moments of the death rattle. Minna was a strong girl and had seen death at close hand before. She did not scream. She jerked the woman by the shoulders, shook her, slapped the dead white face, listened for a heartbeat. There was none. "Dear Lord," she whispered, "take the soul of Sister Hannah to thine everlasting mercy. Amen." Methodically she laid the body straight upon the bed, pulled the blankets up over the face, and bent to clean up the shards of crockery, the spilled oatmeal and milk. Only then did she scream. When, lifting the overturned cup, she saw what had lain curled beneath it. The tiny white shape, thin as the finger of a child, coiling and uncoiling on the rug. 3 a.m. The building is asleep. Outside in the darkness, a chilly rain drums against the pavement. A street lamp on the corner makes oily reflections in a puddle. Lamp posts in the distance are obscured by mist. The lobby is deserted, the light dim. Barefoot, dressed in baggy shirt and pants, and clutching his little bag of tools, he tiptoes down the stairway to the basement. The corridor winds before him like a maze, its turnings illuminated by bulbs in metal cages, its ceiling just a foot above his head, as if pressed down by the weight of the building. From somewhere comes the hum of huge machines. His teeth are out. His mouth hangs slack. The concrete floor is cold beneath his feet. He hurries past the steel-gray doors of the laundry room, the storeroom, the room where the superintendent keeps his mops and pails. Here it is at last. A battered metal door marked "No Admittance." Impatiently, he slips a strand of wire into the lock and gives it a twist. The door swings open. The room is dark. From the darkness comes the hum of a machine, louder than before. Reaching inside, he switches on the light. Beneath him, down a flight of iron steps, stands the furnace. It is huge. It fills the room like a monstrous metal tree, a vast tangle of pipes arching from its central core and spreading like branches across the ceiling. Shutting the door behind him, he rushes down the steps and crouches like a supplicant before it, emptying his tool bag on the floor. A screwdriver tumbles out, then a wrench, then a pair of thick asbestos gloves. It takes him but a minute to remove the boiler plate midway up the side, Within, the gas burns a bright and steady blue, and the roaring it makes is like a waterfall. The flame is not high now. In summertime the furnace only heats the building's water. But its force is still intense. As he lays aside the metal plate, his face is scorched by blasts of burning air. In the firelight, the black streaks on his skin look like a sunburst. Stepping back to where the heat is less intense, he takes a stub of blue chalk from his pocket and hurriedly scrawls the circles on the floor, and then the circles within circles. The design is crude, simple, totally unlike a Kabbalistic star, or tetragrammaton. It has eyes, a tongue, and claws. It resembles, in fact, a kind of beast, something primeval-looking, serpentine, coiled with its tail in its mouth. The design is ready. He climbs the steps and switches off the light. Now the only illumination in the room comes from the mouth of the furnace, aglow with dragon fire. Standing just outside the chalk line, he shrugs off the loose-fitting shirt and drops his baggy pants. Naked, he steps into the circle, his soft pink body hairless as a baby's. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he begins the dance. His movements are awkward at first, then more certain. Suddenly he flings his arms wide and hops from foot to foot in an ever more complicated rhythm. From his toothless mouth comes a low, ecstatic crooning and a string of unintelligible words. Da mogu, ria mogu, ria de. Round and round he dances, eyes shut tight, hands weaving ancient shapes above his head. Faster and faster move his fingers and his feet. Faster comes the stream of words. Sheened in sweat, his body glows eerily in the flickering blue light that bathes the room. He bows, he leaps, he spins, pirouetting girlishly but turning ever faster till he's whirling like a dervish, his tiny withered penis flopping up and down, his plump breasts sagging and jiggling like a woman's. The crooning grows in volume, turns into an ululation, then a high-pitched wail. Ria mogu davula dafe. And suddenly with a cry it is over. The vision has come. Exhausted, he sinks to the floor and lies flat on his back, with his head in the center of the circle, body still trembling, limbs still twitching from the dance. His eyes, opening, roll back to stare at the fire, but he sees far more. He sees all that he has to. The dole has come at last. It is out there now, and it is free. July 16th. Sun's been warm today. Blue sky, fleecy clouds, refreshing summer breeze, all that rot. The sort of day that's supposed to make you feel good to be alive. Would have been perfect except for the bugs. Got up reasonably early. Butterflies on lawn, cats playing tag. Wada never came back, which is also nice. Saw her repairing leaks in the barn roof and knocking down nests of caterpillars from beneath the eaves. Deborah weeding in her garden, pruning rose bushes, hanging out sheets to dry. They do keep busy, these rural types. And I should keep busy, too. I've been here 3 weeks now and have yet to write a word on the dissertation. Slipping in my exercises, too. Didn't do them yesterday and haven't done today's yet either. God, 3 weeks. Hard to believe. Even out here the time goes fast when you stand back and look. Half of July's already gone, and I can almost feel August's hot breath on the back of my neck, something huge and angry waiting for me beyond the next hill. From his rooftop, with the hot afternoon breeze at his back, he surveys the great doomed city spread before him in the sun. He hears, floating up to him, the hum of traffic, people's voices, the hiss of wind from off the Hudson. Children's cries reach him from the playground on the next block. He leans over the wall for a better view. 2 of them down there are fighting. The larger boy has the smaller one down and is kneeling upon the other's shoulders, slapping at the face below him. Slapping, slapping. Elbows resting on the parapet, head resting on his hands. The old one smiles as he waits for the tears to start. There. He has seen the gleam. His smile widens, spreads across his face. For a moment, as a wisp of cloud obscures the sun, the shadows change. His skin looks chalky pale, and he becomes a thing of stone. A gargoyle. The gargoyle moves, dissolves. He raises his gaze from the playground to the dark green line that slices through the center of the city. He has business there tonight. He and the woman. He is prepared. She will be too when the time comes, for tonight she'll wear the second victim's dress. Last night was his turn to dance. Tonight will be the woman's. Night now, and tired. Spent a lot of time in the sun this afternoon with Arthur Gordon Pym. The flies made it pretty hard to concentrate, but figured I'd get myself a tan. Probably have a good one now. Hard to tell by looking in the mirror, though. Light's too dim. But it suddenly occurs to me that I'm not going to be seeing anyone for a long time anyway, except the Porths, so what the hell do I care how I look? Deborah had her chance. No sense trying to look good for her anymore. No moon tonight, which works to the advantage of the stars. One thing rather troubling. When I came back here after dinner, I felt like reading something light to counterbalance all the claustrophobic horrors of the Poe book, with its pirates and corpses and cannibals, so I reached for the Saki collection. Now I know I shelved that damn book under H. Munro, where it belongs. I specifically remember doing it, and I'm equally sure it was that way last night, because it gave me A.N.L. Munby on one side with the alabaster hand, and Oliver Onions on the other side with Widdershins. All three books, in fancy old bindings and looking quite handsome together. I remember sitting here admiring them. But the Saki wasn't there tonight. I found it under S. It's just a little thing, of course, utterly trivial. Nothing else in here is out of place that I can see. Nothing's missing. But it means that somebody must have been in here today. Somebody who went through my books, maybe my other things as well, and not knowing Saki was Munro, misfiled it. Can't believe it was Sar or Deborah. They've always been respectful of my privacy here. And anyway, when could they have come in? I can't remember a time today, except dinner, of course, when I wasn't here, either in this room or right outside the door. Oh well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the heat's getting to me. I suppose I might have stuck the book back in the wrong place myself late last night when I was sleepy, or when I was working today. Just to play safe, though, I'm going to start hiding this journal. There are too many things I wouldn't want either of them to read. I mean, all those stupid daydreams about Deborah. I can hear them at their prayers right now, over in the farmhouse. Until just a few minutes ago, they'd been singing hymns. Comforting to hear sounds like that on a night as dark as this. But when I think about them poking around in here and then not telling me, it gets my dander up. Meant to write a letter to Carol tonight, after putting it off for several days, but now I'm just too tired. I'll probably have trouble getting to sleep, though. My eyes itch and I can't stop sniffling. Must be the dampness. He was waiting for her at the subway stop in front of the Dakota, a picnic basket on the ground beside him. He brightened when he saw her. "Carol," he said, waving his hands for emphasis. "You look like a dryad come to life." "A what?" "A wood nymph. A tree maiden." She laughed. "Thank you. I feel like I just stepped out of La Sylphide, or maybe the St. Patrick's Day parade." She was all in green tonight, in that beautiful green dress he had bought her. Beautiful even if the fit was a little too loose, and the hem a little too high. With green shoes she'd discovered in Rochelle's closet, and even a green scarf at her throat. The scarf she had thought of herself, just before leaving the apartment, knowing that Rosie would be pleased. She was beginning to anticipate his taste. Of course she had white on underneath, but even the most puritanical man in the world couldn't object to that. Absolutely nothing showed through the tightly woven material of the dress. In fact, she had been a bit daring tonight and hadn't even put on a bra. It was all in perfectly good taste, of course, It wasn't as if anyone could actually see anything, but when she breathed she could feel the dress rub ever so lightly against her nipples, so that they stood out against the cloth. She had never walked around this way before. It felt good, now that she'd done it. It felt good to know that men would be watching her, wanting her. Good to know that she was desirable to them. Slowly but surely, she told herself, I'm coming along.
"Come," he said. "We want to get a good seat."
He reached for her hand. He had already picked up the basket, an old-fashioned wicker one with a blanket folded over the top, and the handle of his umbrella peeping out in front. Together they crossed the street to the park. Crowds of people were already streaming in the same direction, moving up the paths toward the great lawn. Most of them, like Rosie, were carrying baskets or tote bags or blanket rolls.
"I've never been to one of these before,"
said Carol as they passed beneath the trees. It felt strange to be walking through what was virtually a forest in the midst of all these people.
"You don't know what you've been missing," said Rosie. "This is the way music's meant to be heard, underneath the stars."
She looked up. There were no stars yet. The sun would not be going down for almost an hour. But behind the canopy of branches, the sky was already growing dark.
"They're up there," said Rosie. "Take my word for it."
The trees suddenly gave way, and before them lay the broad expanse of the great lawn, acres of it, already covered with human figures. She couldn't remember ever having seen so many people gathered together, except in pictures of Woodstock. It's like a religious event, she thought, with a feeling of excitement, and she was suddenly very happy about being here, among all these people, not just in the park, but happy about being in New York, where special things like this could happened all the time.
"Do you want to sit up close?"
Rosie was saying, as they picked their way among the people and the blankets.
"Or is halfway back okay?"
"Oh, this is fine,"
she said. He stopped at the first open spot of ground, and with a flourish, laid out the blanket. Reaching into the basket, he began to pull out paper plates and silverware.
"Wait till you see the dinner I've packed."
There was French bread, and goose liver pâté, and deviled eggs, and cold chicken, and Rosie's own sweet golden wine, and strawberry tarts for dessert. It was absolutely perfect, like a dream almost, to be sitting here on Rosie's blanket, among this happy crowd, some of them surely envying her right now. It was such an extravagant dinner, with the food spread out before them, and the band shell in the distance, and, behind it, the towers of Central Park South glowing gold in the sunset. They were still eating, finishing the last of the wine, when the orchestra began to take its seats. She could hear it tuning up, one instrument at a time, then increasing in volume and complexity until the sound swelled into a wave. Suddenly applause swept the crowd, and heads turned. The conductor had appeared. There was an interlude of silence, and then the music began, a gaily seductive piece that made her want to sway her body in time.
"It's Dvorak," Rosie whispered. "Slavonic dances. Afterward I'll play you something even nicer."
"On what?"
He smiled.
"You'll see."
It was dark now, with the only light coming from the band shell and the distant buildings. She looked in vain for a moon.
"Sorry," said Rosie. "No moon tonight."
She hadn't realized he'd been watching her.
"That's a shame," she
said.
"I would have liked a full moon overhead. It would have been just the right touch."
He shrugged.
"This month has 2 full moons, one at the beginning, one at the end, which makes it pretty special. Right now you'll just have to make do with starlight."
The stars had come out, the brighter ones at least that could penetrate the haze, by the time the orchestra reached the second half of the program.
"The rite of spring,"
said Rosie, as the haunting tones of a bassoon floated in the air.
"I know," she said. "I love it. I've always wanted to see the ballet, but never had the chance."
The inspiration for it was the image of a naked girl dancing round and round before the elders of her tribe, round and round, until she died."
Her heart beat faster.
"Yes," she said. "I can picture it."
The night grew even darker as the piece progressed. The crowd was still and silent. Lying back on Rosie's blanket and gazing up at the sky, Carol found it easy to forget where she was, and where the strange, discordant music was coming from, with its undertone of menace and ancient evil. At times she almost imagined it was directed at her alone. Toward the end, as the woodwinds became strident, and the kettle drums pounded like a pulse beat, he turned to her again. She sensed him looking down at her in the darkness.
"Carol, you're not tired yet, are you?"
"No, why?"
"I just thought, since you're lying down."
"No, honestly. I was just enjoying the music."
Had she somehow offended him? She sat up.
"Then you're not tired?"
"Not at all."
"Good."
Suddenly, with a drum beat and a blare of horns, the music ended. The meadow echoed with applause, and then people around them were standing, folding blankets and pushing slowly through the darkness toward the paths out of the park. She and Rosie picked up their things and followed, moving with the rest. On the outskirts of the crowd, vendors were selling hot dogs, ice cream, soda, and white plastic hoops that glowed in the dark. Rosie disappeared for a moment and came back with a hoop, which he fitted over her head like a necklace.
"There," he said. "It's your halo."
Around them now the crowd was splitting up, half streaming toward the paths to the east, half to the west. Carol began following the second group, but Rosie stopped her.
"Let them go," he said. "I have a better idea."
He took her hand and they began walking north, away from the crowds.
"Wait,"
she said, suddenly afraid.
"Where are we going?"
He turned to her and smiled. His grip tightened on her hand.
"Don't worry. It's a special place I know. You'll love it."
They went on, cutting across paths and down a slope toward a low wooded area. Soon they had left the crowd far behind them.
"But isn't this dangerous?" said Carol in a near whisper.
The trees were so thick now that she could no longer see the lights of the buildings that bordered the park.
"You're safe with me," he said. "Honest. Trust me."
She still felt nervous. She had heard so many frightening things about this park that she'd even been uneasy walking in it earlier with him. She remembered Sar Porth's story about wandering through the park that winter day. He had come out safely enough, but he hadn't been here at night, and he wasn't old and frail like Rosie, though Rosie's grip on her hand was anything but frail. They were walking blind now. She had lost all sense of direction and was relying completely on him.
"I don't know,"
she said, trying to control her nervousness with a joke.
"I sure hope you know karate."
She heard him chuckle as he pulled her along.
"I don't need karate. I've got God on my side."
A few steps farther on, at the entrance to a foul-smelling little tunnel that ran beneath a footbridge, he stopped.
"Look, remember that little rhyme I taught you? In the old language?"
"You mean the one we sang together on the roller coaster?"
"That's right. It made you feel braver then, and it'll do the same now."
"But I've forgotten all the words."
"I haven't. Come on, I'll teach it to you again."
As they started through the darkness of the tunnel, their footsteps loud against the cobblestones, he whispered the words, and she repeated them, and the echoes in the tunnel repeated them again. And he was right. It was happening just as before. The fear was leaving her like a dream that on waking she would never be able to remember. They emerged from the tunnel and left the path, moving through a densely wooded thicket where the ground was rocky and she nearly stumbled. Ahead of them loomed an archway of branches, and suddenly she found herself in a grassy clearing, A nearly perfect circle surrounded on all sides by trees so close their branches seemed almost intertwined. She knew she had never been here before, or even near it, but the place seemed somehow familiar. Like a fairy ring, she thought, and she knew that here, at least, she was safe. He had let go of her hand and was searching in the basket.
Ah, here we are. I knew I'd brought this old thing along.
It was a stubby white flageolet of polished wood.
Oh, she said. I didn't know you played the flute.
He beamed at her.
Let's just say I've taught myself to play 1 or 2 songs.
He brought it to his mouth, but paused.
Wait a second, he said. Before I go gumming it up, why don't you have a try?
He extended it toward her.
Don't worry, it's clean.
But I don't know how to...
That's okay, he said, holding it out. Just give it a try.
She stepped back. He was practically shoving the thing into her face. But she didn't want to hurt his feelings, and he seemed so eager that at last she took it and put the end in her mouth. Touching her fingers to the holes, she played a few notes. The sound was jarring, strident, but the fact that she had tried it seemed to please him.
Good, he said, taking the instrument from her. I can see you've got real talent. He laughed.
Very funny, she said,
oddly humiliated.
Now it's your turn.
I'd be delighted, he said with a courtly bow. But only on one condition, that you dance for me.
Here?
She searched his face in the darkness, trying to see if he was joking.
What kind of a dance?
He cocked his head.
The one we've been practicing, of course.
I'm still a little stiff from a class I took last night, she said, and I'm not so sure I'd feel right doing it here.
Come on now, Carol, he said, smiling. This is absolutely the perfect place. You've always wanted to be a dancer. Now's your chance.
Maybe it would be best to humor him. Besides, it was so dark no one would be able to see her.
Oh, all right. Why not? I'll pretend I'm a... What did you call it?
A dryad.
She stepped forward into the circle and waited silently, trying to recall the steps from last night. There were just 9 of them, she knew, repeated over and over in a complicated sequence. A step here, a back step, a spin. He was already raising the flute to his lips, and now he began to play. A slow, measured series of low notes, not exactly a melody, but the notes seemed to belong together, flowing into one another like the music a snake charmer played. Concentrating on the rhythm, she began to dance, slowly at first, in time with the music, but then faster as the music picked up speed. She had started out feeling somewhat self-conscious. Even after her practice, it was hard to think of where to put her feet. But gradually, as she let the music take her, she began not to think about the steps. They began to be second nature. Maybe it was the wine. She simply let her feet and hands and head move the way they wanted to, and felt wonderfully free and not afraid at all. The song ended. She found herself standing in the center of the circle, thoroughly winded, but, like last night, eager for more. She took a few deep breaths. Her head was spinning.
That was wonderful, said Rosie. He walked out toward her. It was like watching the music come alive.
Oh, really, I was awful.
She shook her head, but was pleased.
It's a wonder you could even see me. There's practically no light here.
He smiled.
I could see that necklace of yours whirling in the dark.
You mean my little plastic halo?
She could feel it encircling her sweaty throat. Her hand went to it.
I'll have to remember to dance with it again sometime.
He checked his watch.
As a matter of fact, we have more time right now. It isn't very late, and there's something I'd rather like to try. Something special.
A different dance?
No, just a different song. She shrugged.
All right, sure. It might be fun to try out a new song.
Actually, he said, it isn't new at all. In fact, it's very, very old. But I think you might enjoy dancing to it.
He didn't give her time to reply. Laying out the blanket, he sat down and crossed his legs. Ready?
No, wait.
She ran a hand through her hair and loosed the top button of her dress.
Ready.
The new song was even more beautiful than the first, more exotic, yet she almost felt she'd heard parts of it before, and wondered where. No matter. She was busy now, concentrating on the steps, the back step, the spin, the lift of the arm, the faster spin. The rhythm was different this time. It took her a while to get accustomed to it, but then she saw that, in fact, it was far more suited to the dance than the first song had been. The lift of the arm, the faster spin, the special signs the hands made with the next spin, and then the step, the spin, the spin. And suddenly she was into it. The music was inside her now, and the stars were whirling overhead. It felt lovely. She had never known dancing could be like this. And the steps were suddenly easy. They came to her so naturally that she didn't even have to think about them. She could watch the trees surrounding her like guards, their arms entwined, all black and green in the starlight. The spin, the spin. And the night was heating up around her, and the grass was soft, and the tune he was playing was indescribably beautiful. She let it move her as it willed, stepping when it called for her to step, and spinning when it called for her to spin. And her body grew warm as she whirled round and round in her silky green dress, with her flame-colored hair forming the center of a great green flower, and her head spinning and her hands making the signs. The special signs the hands made with the next spin, the step, the spin, the spin. And her body was hot now. Her feet were on fire. She paused to kick her shoes off beneath one of the trees, and then whirled back into the circle, barefoot now, the music lifting her again, whirling her round and round until her head was spinning faster than the stars, and the green dress was swirling round her legs, and her necklace was twirling in the dark, and her body was burning, burning. And she knew what to do. While Rosie played and didn't see, she spun behind a tree and slipped off her underwear, leaving it a little splotch of white on the dark grass, and then she spun back into the circle. Rosie would never know. She whirled and danced for him, and felt the music lift her as before, the grass alive and hot beneath her feet, her dress swirling around her waist now, her legs and body bare against the night air on her body as she spun. The spin, the spin. The trees danced round and round her, and her body was on fire. And she knew she would have to dance faster till the burning went away, and dimly she knew, as she danced even faster, that her dancing was forming a pattern within the circle of trees, tracing a picture so monstrous and huge that no one in 1,000,000 years could ever possibly imagine what it was. And the stars were a part of the dance now, whirling with her as she moved about the circle. And dark green things were stirring in the grass, rising from the earth and fluttering around her, tiny green butterflies with wings like leaves, or maybe they were leaves that moved like butterflies, creatures from a deck of magic cards. And even the trees were moving to the song, and things in the trees, the faces in the leaves, and the branches and the air. And she danced and danced until she felt so hot that she thought she would burn up. And she knew she was the native girl who danced until she died. And her body was on fire, and the fire was all around her. And she collapsed in a heap in the middle of the circle, just as the song ended. She could hardly remember how she got home. She had dim memories of Rosie pulling her after him into a cab, and of riding up in the elevator with him, her feet still bare, the floor painful beneath them, painful and dirty and cold. And then he was gripping her hand tightly and saying goodbye at her door, just as if he were a proper young gentleman and she his date. And the next thing she knew, it was Sunday morning. She was still in her green dress, the cloth all damp and sticky now, and wrinkled from the bed. And her hair was matted and greasy, and there was a silly white piece of plastic around her neck. She was stiff and aching all over, but her feet hurt the worst. They were raw and blistered, as if instead of dancing last night on some grass in the park, she had been walking through a desert. It was then she realized she'd forgotten the shoes. She'd left them, and the panties too, somewhere beneath those trees. They were probably still there. There was no way out of it. She would simply have to go back uptown and get them. After all, they were Rochelle's shoes, not hers. Rochelle had probably paid $40 or $50 for them, and she wouldn't want to come back and find them gone. The park was filled with joggers and radios and dogs that day, and angry voices arguing in Spanish. Blacks in headbands and earrings were playing conga drums by the fountain, which last night had echoed to Stravinsky. She noticed litter everywhere. She didn't remember its being there last night, but perhaps it had been too dark to see. It took her almost an hour to find the clearing where she'd danced, and by then her legs were aching so much she wished she'd never come. The clearing, seen in daylight, was a terrible shock. She'd remembered it as being like something in a dream, a vivid dream of green leaves and cool air and music beneath the stars. But by day the place appeared completely different. The trees were burnt and blackened along the inside of the ring, and the grass where she'd been dancing was lifeless, charred quite black in spots. The very air that had smelled so sweet last night now reeked of burning. What a shame, she said to herself as she looked around. There's just no place for nature in a city like New York. She looked at the trunk of the nearest tree. It was completely scorched, right up to the leaves. These trees are all going to die, she realized. It's those awful Puerto Ricans with their campfires. She walked around the ring of trees several times and combed the blackened earth, but she never found the panties or the shoes. Book 7. The Altar. 22. Object of game. In each round, the player acting as Dole must attempt to gain power points in the prescribed manner. When sufficient points have been obtained, players may proceed to next round. Play continues until final round, when, of course, the object changes, and the rule no longer applies. Instructions to the Dynad. July 17th. Had a bad night last night. Even though I was tired, I had trouble getting to sleep because my goddamned nose was so clogged. And no sooner had I finally drifted off than I was awakened again by a noise. It sounded like something in the woods just outside this room, smaller than a man, but from the sound of it, on 2 legs. It was shuffling through the dead leaves, kicking them around as if it didn't care who heard it. There was the snapping of branches, and every so often a silence, and then a bump, as if it were hopping over fallen logs. I stood in the dark listening to it, then crept to the window and looked out. Thought I saw some bushes moving back there in the undergrowth, but it may have been the wind. The sound moved farther away. I could hear very faintly the sucking sounds of feet slogging through the mud. Whatever it was must have been walking directly out into the deepest part of the woods, where the ground gets soft and swampy. I stood by the window for almost an hour, and finally all was quiet except for the usual frogs. Had no intention of going out there with my flashlight in search of the intruder. That's strictly B-movie stuff. I'm much too sensible for that, though I wondered if I should call Sar. By this time, though, the noise had stopped, and whatever it was had obviously moved on. Besides, I tend to think Sar'd have been angry if I'd awakened him and Deborah just because some stray dog had wandered past the farm. Went to the windows on the other side of the room and listened for a while. Out in the yard everything was peaceful. It was extremely dark, and I could barely make out the shapes of the smokehouse and the barn, but I could hear those pie-plate scarecrows off in the cornfield, clanking whenever the breeze stirred them. I stood at the window a long time. My nose probably looked cross-hatched from pressing against the screen. Then I lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. Just as I was getting relaxed, the sound started again, much farther off now. A faint, monotonous hooting, which may have been an owl, though somehow it didn't sound like an owl, or any other kind of animal for that matter. And then, as if in answer, came another sound, high-pitched wails and caterwauls from deep within the woods. Can't say whether the noise was human or animal. There were no actual words, of that I'm certain, but nevertheless there was the impression of singing. In a crazy, tuneless kind of way, the sound seemed to carry the same solemn rhythms as the Porth's prayers earlier that night. The noise only lasted a minute or two, but I lay awake till the sky began to get lighter. Probably should have gotten through a little reading, but was reluctant to turn on the lamp. Must have been around noon when I got up. Took my towel and went up to the farmhouse for a bath. Didn't see Sar and Deborah anywhere around, and expected to find them in the kitchen eating lunch. But the house was empty, except for a few cats on the back porch, and the farm seemed very lonely. Only then did I realize it was Sunday, and that the Porths were off somewhere at worship. I'd been sure it was Saturday. Interesting how you can lose track of time out here. I suppose in some ways that's healthy, getting away from the pressures that were on me in New York, but it's also a little disorienting. At certain moments I feel positively adrift. I've been so used to living by the calendar and the clock. Sat soaking in the tub till I heard the Porths walking up the road. They'd been over at some farm near the Geisels and had worked up a good appetite. So had I, even though I'd done nothing all morning but sleep. Over lunch, eggs with thick slabs of bacon, home fries, and blueberry pie. We talked about the wildlife around here, and I mentioned the noise last night. Sar suggested that the shuffling sounds weren't necessarily related to the wailing. The former may have been those of a dog, he said. There are dozens in the area, and they love to prowl around at night. As for the wailing, well, he wasn't so sure. He thought it might have been an owl, or, more likely, he said, a whippoorwill. Apparently whippoorwills can make some very weird sounds, and they tend to do so at night. Lovecraft had them waiting by the window of a dying man and singing gleefully as they made off with his soul. I wonder, though, if the wailing might not have come from the same stray dog that shuffled past my window. I've heard recordings of wolf howls, and I've heard hounds baying at the moon, and both had the same element of worship in them that these sounds did. I didn't broach the subject of the Porths coming in my room while I was gone, the misfiled book, etc. Just didn't quite know how to bring it up. Deborah's fairly easygoing, but you never know when Sar's going to take offense at something. After lunch, he got up to start work, while I, as usual, lingered in the kitchen with Deborah. A minute or two later, we heard him calling us from the yard, to come quick and see the sign from heaven. Through the window we saw him pointing at the sky. We hurried outside and looked up. There, way up in the clouds, a thin green line, like a living thread, was streaming across the sky. We watched as it passed slowly over the farm. Hard to tell how long it was. At one point it seemed to stretch from horizon to horizon. "What is it?" Deborah asked. "A sign from God," said Sar. But he had to have it both ways. And also a migration. He was right. The second time, at least, because just then a few flecks of green drifted down toward us, carried on the breeze, and we saw that they were tiny moths the color of leaves. Above us the line was passing onward, snaking away into the distance, moving west. Eventually it was lost from sight. Sar was exultant. "The Lord has vouchsafed us a vision, a promise of good harvests," etc., etc. But I found the sight oddly disturbing. Came back here to the room and looked it up in my field guide to the insects. Apparently some butterflies, the monarchs for one, actually do migrate, even across whole continents, but there was nothing in the book about these little green ones, and I couldn't even find out what they were. Deborah finished stacking the dishes and wiped the crumbs from the table. Lifting the old pewter milk pitcher, she carried it into the hall, where she lit the little oil lamp that hung from a hook beside the stairway. With the pitcher in one hand and the lamp in the other, she started down the narrow steps. The cellar was the most primitive area of the house, with a floor of hard-packed earth and stone walls lined with crude wooden shelves. The ceiling was low, like the roof of a cave, too low for Sar to stand upright, and the air, redolent of vinegar and spices, was noticeably cooler than anywhere else in the house. Raising the pitcher, Deborah poured the leftover milk back into a large metal canister near the foot of the stairs and refitted the lid. On a shelf against the nearby wall, above a row of empty pickle jars, which she hoped by summer's end to fill, lay a cardboard egg carton. Down here in the cool darkness of the cellar, hens' eggs remained fresh for weeks. Each day she'd add new ones to the carton and take the older ones for meals. Today, she noticed, there were only 3 eggs left on the shelf. She had used the rest for lunch. But with the hens laying as well as they had been, she knew she could count on 4 more by dinner time. Back upstairs, taking a little basket that hung on the porch where the cats played, she headed toward the barn, Zilla and Cookie trotting at her heels. Sar, sleeves rolled up, was bent over a thick growth of weed at the margin of the cornfield, slicing at it with a sickle. Frears was back in his room, seated at his writing table. She could see him dimly through the screens. It was a shame, she reflected, that someone as smart as he was spent so much time on spook books, and showed so little interest in religion. In all the weeks he'd been living here, he'd never once asked them how services had gone. Well, next week he'd be able to see for himself, because they were going to be held here at the farm, right outside his door. This morning's worship had been a satisfying one. True, they'd had to hold it in the hot sun. Ham Stoudemere's trees were lately so infested with tent caterpillars that anyone standing in the shade risked getting one down his neck. She would have to make sure Sar checked all their own trees this week, as well as the eaves of the barn. And a few of the brethren had made some rather odd remarks about the stranger they were harboring here. How silly. Just as well, probably, that she and Sar hadn't told the others he was a Jew. And too, there'd been the memorial prayer for old Hannah Craft. That, of course, had been a sad note. Poor Minna Buckhalter had been so upset. But Deborah had been pleased to see that stuck-up Lotta Sturtevant looking so red-faced and puffy. She wouldn't look that way when she was with child. And why had the woman insisted on coming at all? Perhaps that awful Yoram had made her. She had also enjoyed the singing. The morning's heat had brought out the spirit in everyone. Saved by the blood of the crucified one, ransomed from sin, and a new work begun. Swinging the basket in time, she rounded the corner of the barn and walked inside. Sunlight slanted on the pitted metal surface of the truck parked just within the doorway. A pair of fat blue bottles with heads like gemstones buzzed in the light. Along one wall, the line of antiquated farm implements rusted on the hay, their spiked wheels and jagged iron jaws giving them the look of medieval instruments of torture. Sing praise to the Father, and praise to the Son, saved by the blood of the crucified one. The hens were quiet today. Usually, when she entered, all 4 of them glared impatiently down at her from the high chicken-wire coop, squawking for their food bucket. But today only one of them peeped through the wire. She could see the dark red rooster pacing agitatedly behind it. Climbing the heavy wooden ladder up to the platform where the coops lay, she reached above her to unfasten the latch at the side. She froze. It was already unfastened. Around her head the blue bottles buzzed crazily. Lifting herself to the platform, she saw in an instant the reason for the quiet. Amid a small mound of feathers at the back of the coop, their yellow legs thrust at odd angles in the air, lay the plump and headless bodies of 3 hens. Deborah maintains that Wada did it. As she points out, the cat was known to be adept at turning handles, latches, etc., and just because she's run off, there's no certainty she's dead. Remember, Deborah said, she's used to eating what she catches in the woods. That's where her argument breaks down, because the hens had not been eaten. They would certainly have made Wada a succulent meal, yet their bodies had scarcely been touched. Only the heads had been taken. Sar claims he's heard of weasels doing this and came up with a dozen stories to prove it. While only a few days ago he was ready to believe that Satan had entered the cat, now he refuses to believe that his beloved old Wada could have done such a thing. She may have fought with the other cats, he said, but that was out of jealousy. She'd never stooped to this. I'm willing to suspect anything right now. Having just read some Frederick White Wolf Marriott this afternoon, I'm not even so sure I'd rule out wolves, were and otherwise, as a possibility. My field guide to North American mammals lists both red and gray foxes and even coyotes as surviving here in New Jersey. No wolves left, the guidebook says. But of course, it may be wrong. Why would any animal, boida, wolf, or weasel, make off with heads like that? Simply out of sheer meanness? It just doesn't seem natural. As if she were out to convince me just how nasty she really is, Mother Nature had one more shock in store for me. When I came back here, to this building tonight, after talking long into the evening with Sar and Deborah, I reached out in the darkness, closed my hand over the doorknob, and crushed 3 fat green caterpillars. They left a foul-smelling whitish liquid on my hand.
Guess what I have in my hand?
Rosie, grinning, held something concealed behind his back. Across the room, the air conditioner fought a noisy war against the summer night.
Is it for me?
His grin widened.
Now I ask you, have I ever come here empty-handed?
Is it something to wear?
He shook his head.
No more clothes, young lady. You're better off choosing your own.
Is it something to read?
In a way. But don't be misled. It's not a book.
He paused.
Give up? Here. Something to play with.
He drew forth an object wrapped in brown paper. Tearing that off, Carol saw that it contained a small cardboard box and recognized the green and gold design on the front. Denud, the letters said, in swirls of acanthus leaves and roses.
Oh, of course. They're the same cards I took out for Jeremy. Gee, thanks, Rosie. They're beautiful.
Actually, she was rather let down. She'd been hoping he'd brought her jewelry. And she seemed to recall that there'd been something a little unpleasant about these particular cards.
You never explained how these work,
she said, slipping the cards from the box, and once again looking in vain for some instructions.
They're for telling fortunes, right?
Rosie nodded.
Only you tell them through a kind of game, he said, and the winner gets his or her wish. Here, sit down. I'll show you how to play.
The rules were confusing. There were only 22 cards, but in order to win the game it was necessary to memorize them all, since the object was to guess which cards were held by one's opponent. Carol found her gaze returning again and again to the smiling man and woman on the card marked The Lovers, and though she tried her best to concentrate, her thoughts kept straying to Jeremy.
You're not paying attention, Carol,
Rosie said for the 3rd time.
You have to study all the cards. Now this tree's the Dafe, because green is day, and we call the fire Tyneth, because Tyna means red.
I'm trying,
she said, already tiring of the game. There didn't really seem to be much point to it. It was difficult to score, because each card held a different value, which also had to be memorized. And so far as she could understand, there was no clear way to tell when the game ended, and who had won.
The cards, he kept saying. You have to keep looking at the cards.
At the end of an hour, Rosie simply laid down his hand, announced,
It appears you've beaten me, young lady,
and proceeded to read Carol's fortune in the cards that she held. As fortunes went, it seemed in part too bland. Prophecies of friendship, hard work, a second visit to the country, and in part too silly. There's a test in your future, he said, studying the card marked The Mound.
A test of what?
He tapped the card and looked up, grinning.
A test of will. Can you move mountains?
No, Carol decided. She just couldn't see the point of it all. It wasn't the sort of game she'd care to play again. The room smelled of perspiration and roses. Lying on the bed with her hand over her eyes, oblivious to the night sounds outside her window, Mrs. Porth breathed deeply and let her mind drift, skimming lightly over sleep as if upon the surface of a pool. Around her on the coarsely woven sheets lay nearly a dozen of the pictures, their lumpish figures glowing in the lamplight, like paintings on the rough walls of a cave. The others lay scattered where they'd fallen, on the floor beside the bed. Gradually her breathing slowed, and her face softened, the harsh angular lines at each side of her mouth smoothing slightly as she left familiar thoughts behind, and let herself fall into the darkness, deeper now, where other presences, indistinct but real, hovered expectantly around her as if summoned. The rose scent was here too, but at the center of it she heard the click of teeth. She felt the brush of earth against her cheek, and something moist, and fur. There was a slow, distant heartbeat, vast and heavy as a continent, and the stir of giant leaves, and the sound of something worm-like, probing for her in the darkness, as if seeking to enter her skull. A tiny doubt touched her, and still with eyes shut she awakened, struck suddenly by a fear she'd thought long buried, the fear that she was alien in this world, even in this stony little room she had known for the long years of her widowhood. What was she doing here after all? What was her real purpose? And why was she so sure that God had chosen her to be the instrument of His will? The thought of God brought a hardness back to her face, and a resolve. Fear was a weapon of the devil. There was something, she knew, that would have to be destroyed, and soon. It was only a matter of finding where it lay hidden. That would not be hard. And of fending off a possible attack. All she needed was the strength. Again the doubt assailed her. The futility of it all. This is wrong, she thought. It's foolish. I'm not a young woman. I shouldn't have to carry such a burden by myself. But even as she gave the thought words, she rejected it. She knew there was no one who could help her, no one else as capable as she. Calmer now, she felt a new claim on her attention, drawn like a compass needle by something just beyond the bed. Opening her eyes, she sat up and scanned the room. On the floor where her gaze came to rest, she saw it staring from the picture, the crude, jagged lines of the tree, a scribble of waxy green crayon with a hint of eyes amid the lower boughs. She stared back at it a moment, then suddenly looked down at her right hand. The fingertips lay lightly upon another of the pictures, one she recognized dimly from her dream. It was a dark, humped shape, swelling in the center of the paper like a mound of earth. July 18th. Morning. Despite the heat, he switches off the air conditioner by his bed and raises the window overlooking the river. A warm breeze bathes his face and brings the scent of roses. The air is clear at this hour. He can see figures moving in the glass, and brick apartments on the opposite shore, and farther west, the wavering green line of low hills. Out there, beyond the Jersey hills, the thing is thriving. All this past week it has performed the special ceremonies of its own, the required rites, and at certain times the necessary sacrifices. Gradually, as the week spiraled toward its conclusion, it has honed its skill and gathered its murderous strength. Its moment is approaching, and so is his own. There are special preparations he must make. Concentration is essential. The darkness and the heat will not bother him, but the room must be silent. Shutting the window and pulling down the shades, he lies back naked on the bed, intones the sixth name, and prepares himself. Tonight, when it is time to act, he will be ready. Thanks no doubt to my recent decision, no more asking for seconds at dinner, woke up feeling half-starved this morning after a crazy dream in which I was eating everything and everyone in sight. Carol, the Porths, the cats, the cornfield, whole continents. As I recall, it ended with my swallowing my own foot. Jeremy Frears, the human Ouroboros. Carol. God, it's been at least a week since I've written to her. Better do so before she loses interest in me. Must get around to it before tomorrow's mail. Squeezed in a second helping of cornbread this morning, telling myself it was to make up for the lack of eggs. We won't be seeing many omelets around her anymore till Sar and Deborah get around to buying a couple of new hens. That one poor bird that's left doesn't look like she's going to be much good for anything for a while. After breakfast, sat on the front porch reading some Shirley Jackson stories, but got so turned off at her view of humanity, everyone callous and vicious except for her put-upon middle-aged heroines, with whom she obviously identifies, that I switched to an old Aleister Crowley when I came out here to my room. His Confessions took too long to read all the way through and are obviously untrustworthy as hell, but at least he keeps a sunny disposition. Inspired by Crowley's jovial Satanism, took another walk in the woods, hearing for the first time since I've been out here the distant barking of dogs, and thinking about hounds of the Baskervilles, Tindalos, Zaroff, and the rest. Didn't Lovecraft have a hound as well? Weather so inviting, despite the mosquitoes, that I walked all the way back to the pool at the edge of the marsh, where the brook bends. But the pool was covered by a layer of greenish scum, with something dead floating in the middle of it. I turned around and ran back to the farm. Maybe these things are normal out here as we move toward the height of the summer. Sar was working his way along the border of the cornfield, clearing off bunches of weed with a stubby little sickle. Little, he agreed, but razor sharp. You want to try it? I'd had such bad experiences with his other tools that I wasn't too keen on taking up a new one. But then I figured, what the hell? With any luck, this'll probably be the only time in my life I ever get the chance to play with one of these things, and I may as well make the most of it. I took the sickle from him and hefted it in my hand. Hard to believe the Russians actually put this thing on their flag. It's like making a coat of arms out of a meat hook or an ice pick. Then I took a few tentative swings, and to my surprise, it sliced right through the thickest stalks and branches. Pretty as you please. It's a lot smaller than the scythe, and a lot less unwieldy. You hold it in just one hand, and unlike the axe, it was easy to lift. "Very good, Jeremy," said Sar. "I think you've found your talent at last." The dogs were proving difficult to walk with. She had 3 of them to deal with. 2 easily distracted young males, and a female not yet come into her first heat. True to their shiftless master, they had never known an ounce of proper training, and were used to roaming at will. They were friendly enough, but as free-spirited as wild things. Mrs. Porth felt the daylight wane. Shadows were crossing the forest floor, darkness creeping steadily up the trees. She realized that she still had far to go. She herself had gotten an early enough start, up as usual by 5, just before dawn, to tend her bees and complete whatever weeding her garden required. But the Fenchels, where she'd stopped hours later to pick up the dogs, were accustomed to staying up most of the night, hunting what game they could, whether or not in season, drinking whatever was available, and no doubt scavenging what they thought they could get away with from their neighbor's land. None of them but young Orrin ever rose before 10. The elder Fenchel, Shem, was the one she'd had to talk to, and as luck would have it, he'd been sleeping off a bender until well past noon. Not that she'd expected any problem borrowing the 3 dogs. Shem Fenchel was obliged to her for too many kindnesses. The boils she'd lanced on Orrin's neck, the painful shingles on his own hands she'd ministered to, the birth she'd attended when Sister Nettie Stoudemeer had been called away. To begrudge her the use of his hounds for the afternoon, or even to ask her the reason. He assumed that she was using them for tracking. He was wrong. But as she'd set off with the dogs that day, leaving behind the Fenchel clan's collection of shanties at the fork in the road, and disappearing into the forest, the animals jerking eagerly at their lead ropes and pulling her in every direction, she looked as if she were on the track of game. In fact, though, she was not relying on the dogs to lead her. She knew quite well where she was going, and the fastest way to get there. The dogs were simply for protection, weapons of defense. She herself was sharp-eyed and wise, but she was getting old as well. Alone she would be no match for the teeth and claws and cat-like stealth of the dhole in its present form, especially if it caught her unawares with the source of its power so near. That source would be somewhere by McKinney's neck, of that much she was sure. But she was making slower progress than she'd counted on, the dogs tugging at her arm and baying excitedly at every scent they passed, stirring up birds and insects and small scuttling things that fled their path, as the 3 dogs bounded noisily through the underbrush. The neck was still miles away, and the light was growing dimmer. She prayed she'd reach the place before sundown, even though she would not perform her work till after dark. There would be only the thinnest sliver of moon tonight, but it would be sufficient. She said another prayer as well, that the place would not be guarded. But it might be, she told herself. It was, after all, a key part of the plan, enabling the demon to plot and learn and grow. Destroying it would not destroy the evil, but it would buy time. She tightened her grip on the ropes and let the plunging dogs drag her onward. Already she was wondering if the altar she sought would be as small as she imagined, and as easy to obliterate. She didn't know exactly what it would look like, but that part didn't worry her. She would know it when she saw it. Unseen by human eyes, it lay in the woods north of the stream, just beyond the marshlands and the swamp, between the claw-like roots of a lightning-blasted cottonwood, whose fall had left a clearing in the trees, a clearing through which one might view, unobstructed, the sky, the stars, the moon. Even from a few feet away, the thing looked scarcely different from a rather large molehill. A low mound of mud and sticks and foliage, a bit too regular for a product of nature, perhaps, but by no means conspicuous enough to excite attention. If not for the ring of small standing stones that surrounded the thing like a row of miniature menhirs, a Stonehenge built to child scale, no one would have suspected that it was in fact an altar which, though scarcely 1 week old, had already seen much use. Only from up close would one have noticed the intricate patterns scratched in the surface of the mud, the circles within circles within circles. And even then, unless one happened to observe the polished shards of white and yellow protruding here and there, one would have missed the most interesting structural detail of all, the carefully packed layers of tiny skulls that formed a pyramid just beneath the mud. All the skulls were empty now, picked clean of flesh by paws not fitted for such delicate work, and by teeth and a tongue that were. There were mouse skulls at the bottom and the middle, with curved yellow incisors, giant eye sockets, little room for brain, and there were 3 new acquisitions at the top, larger, more primitive, and beaked. A quiet night. We made some popcorn after dinner and sat around the living room with the radio on, watching the antics of the cats and listening to some crazy station out of Pennsylvania that plays a mixture of country western and Bible Belt gospel. Neither kind of music has ever been high on my list, but it seemed sort of appropriate tonight. It's like the Gothics I've been reading, I guess. Either you like that sort of thing or you don't. Simple as that. Quiet out here now, thank God. I'm sick of playing front-row audience to every bit of local fauna that decides to march past my window. Sat up reading, or trying to, The Jolly Corner. James seems so goddamned labored. M.R. James of Cambridge. Now he had the touch. Why so little fuss about him? Normally that sort of reading would have put me right to sleep, but my damned nose is so clogged again that it's hard to breathe when I lie back. Usually it clears right up as soon as I leave the farmhouse and come out here. I've used my little plastic spray bottle a dozen times in the past hour, but after a few minutes I start sneezing and have to use it again. Tried to read some more James so that I could get him out of the way, or at least fall asleep, but found my eyes too irritated, watery. Maybe it's the mildew. The stuff continues to grow higher on my walls in a dark greenish band. Tomorrow I really ought to take a damp rag and give this place a cleaning, and also trim the ivy that's been spreading over the outside of this building. It's already begun to block the light. If I wait too long, I may not be able to get out the front door. Silently it watches, crouched on the wardrobe in the corner, muscles bunched like cables beneath the steel-gray fur. The eyes narrow, focusing intently, missing nothing, while the long, hooked claws slide out like stilettos. Poised, ready, motionless except for the faint spasmodic twitching of its tail, it waits for the right moment and prepares to spring. Below it, 1 short leap away, the man sits hunched over the table, absorbed in his writing, his breathing harsh in the quiet of the room. Near his head several gnats and a tiny green moth dart round and round the lamp. The man is soft, plump, and white, like the grubs it has sacrificed in the forest this morning. But when the claws rip through his flesh, the white will turn to red.
"Kill him!"
he shrieks silently.
"Why doesn't it kill him?"
The apartment is stifling. The shades are drawn, the windows shut, the little room locked tight. Transfigured by the deepness of his trance, the old one lies soaking and exhausted on his bed, wet with urine, perspiration, and an amber fluid oozing from his plump, half-open lips. His eyes are wide, unblinking, seeing nothing, seeing all. His body twists and twitches on the stained and wrinkled sheets. His brain throbs with rage. The white ceremony is complete. The green, too, is behind him, performed precisely as it had to be, precisely as the master dictated. The necessary words have been spoken. The required signs have been made. The forces have been released. The sun is awakening. So why won't the thing out there kill him? The altar was an obscenity, and larger, incredibly larger than she'd expected. Even the dogs avoided it, after sniffing avidly at the muddy skulls, and now they stood waiting beside her in the darkness, tied to one of the great tree's upthrust roots. She heard them shift tensely among themselves, making occasional low growling sounds deep in their throats. Mrs. Porroth gripped a heavy broken limb and squinted at the moon through the space in the trees. She was bone-weary, her arms stiff from the hours of trying to control the dogs, her palms and fingers blistered from the ropes. She dreaded the walk back in the darkness. She willed herself to relax and watch the sky. She let her mind go free. The moment came. The dogs fell silent. Raising the broken limb, she muttered a short prayer and brought it down against the swollen black shape before her. There was a crunching sound, as of breaking china, and she felt the limb sink into the crumbling mass. She brought it up again and smashed downward. Dimly she could see white shapes tumble toward her feet. She worked for a few minutes more, knocking away the clods of earth and mud, until only an irregular low mound of earth was left to mark the spot. Taking up the limb one last time, she scattered the remainder of the tiny skulls and pounded them to dust. It watches without blinking, moving not a muscle. It senses that its waiting is almost at an end. Abruptly below it, the man pauses in his writing. He takes a white cloth from his pocket, blows his nose, curses softly. With a jarring scrape of metal, he pushes back his chair and stands. Yawning, he switches off the lamp. The thing on the wardrobe twitches, jerks forward a fraction of an inch. Now would be the best time. The man will be blinded by the darkness while it can see perfectly. It steals, tenses, arches itself to spring. But suddenly it is confused. Something is holding it back. Something new. A hitherto unknown cautiousness. A sudden sense that even now it lacks the requisite strength, as if the very source of its power were now dim and uncertain. The man is soft, but he is also large. He is vulnerable, achingly vulnerable. But there is still a chance, a tiny chance, that if it tries to kill him tonight, it will fail. And even that tiny chance cannot be taken. Too many things are hanging in the balance. It watches as the man below stumbles into bed. In a few minutes he is asleep, his breath coming sonorous and slow. Noiselessly, it drops to the floor, leathery pads breaking the fall, 4 limbs yielding easily to absorb the shock. As it moves along the bedside, the man's face, stupid with sleep, is only inches from its fangs. It will be good, when the time comes, to tear that face. But such pleasures must wait. There are suddenly new calculations to make and further rites to perform. It will have to grow still stronger, gather its speed, hone its murderous skill. Tonight, to bring itself one step closer to the necessary strength, it will add a new trophy to its altar in the woods. Silently it pads across the room and pauses at the door. Slowly, with claws aching to become hands, it reaches toward the knob, grasps it, twists. On the bed, the man stirs, turns, and sleeps on. The door opens softly on the night, where the lawn lies shining beneath a sliver of moon. Something soft and gray slips outside. Slowly the door closes, clicks shut. Quietly, implacably, it moves across the lawn toward the farmhouse. Sar slept soundly, his right arm encircling Deborah's waist. The 6 cats shared the bed with them, curled by their feet or nestled in the space between their bodies. Outside the uncurtained windows, the crescent moon floated through the dark skies like a question mark. From downstairs came the sound of the screen door opening, followed by the inner door. Sar slept on, but Deborah stirred sleepily in his grasp. Vaguely it came to her that Frears must be entering the house to use the bathroom. It was understood that he was free to do so. Odd, though. He'd always gone outside, so far as she knew. She listened, half dreaming, for the fall of his footsteps in the kitchen below. Instead, she heard a soft tapping noise, as if, and she was to remember this later, the hard plank floor down there were being touched, ever so lightly, by 4 tiny rakes. A sound. Had that been a bump on the stairs? She stirred herself awake for a moment, then lapsed back into dream. Dimly she sensed Azariah, the older orange male, wriggle out from his accustomed place by her feet to investigate. Silence. The dream reclaimed her. There was a warming fire encircling her, warm as Sar's brawny right arm. But the fire grew louder. It hissed at her, and she knew that it was the breath of some great beast. And then skinny old Raya came scurrying back up the stairs and buried himself beneath the bedclothes, trembling like a frightened child. She could feel him, and she wondered what could be wrong. How could anything tremble so when there was fire all around? Now from the stairs came another sound, a low, insistent purring, and later she would remember thinking, as she listened to that sound, how could there be a purring from the stairs? Weren't all the cats in bed with her and Sar? The purr continued, steady, almost seductive, reaching from the darkness of the hall. Suddenly, as if in response, as if for cats, the sound held a note of beckoning. She felt 2 soft balls of fur dislodge themselves from somewhere near her legs, drop upon the rug at the foot of the bed, and pad into the hall. There was an audible swish, like the sound a springy young sapling makes as it snaps back into one's face. A swish, followed by 2 bumps. And then she and Sar were waking, sitting up confused and frightened and horror-struck, for they were hearing a sound coming from below, a sound they'd never heard before, the sound of cats screaming. Before she knew what was happening, Sar had leaped from the bed and was pounding downstairs. He reached the bottom in time to see Toby, Azariah's little orange double, give a final twitch of his limbs, and faintly in the moonlight, the slim black tail of Habakkuk disappear out the kitchen door. Toby was dead by the time Deborah came downstairs. Neither of them ever saw Habakkuk again. July 19th. Dear Carol, sorry I haven't written in a while. It's easy to lose track of time out here, and I've really been pushing myself to get through that summer reading list. There's also been some trouble with one of the cats. That heavy gray female, you may remember her, the old one who originally belonged to Sar. She'd been acting very wild, and last week she ran off into the woods. We thought she was gone forever, but it seems that last night she came sneaking into the house and murdered 2 of the kittens, one of whose bodies she seemed to have made off with. Toby, the little orange one, was my favorite of the bunch. Remember how he liked to have you pet him? The other one, Cookie, was the smallest and, I suppose, probably the easiest to carry away. The Porths seemed to be taking the 2 deaths like the deaths of children. Sar woke me around half an hour ago, tapping on my screen and calling gently, "Jeremy, Jeremy." He was carrying his axe like a sidearm and sounded very grim, almost shell-shocked, in fact. His voice was deep, subdued, filled with grief and confusion. He informed me in all seriousness that in a few minutes they're going to be holding a funeral service for the 2 cats, and they'd like me to be there. I tell you, Carol, this summer started off like Currier and Ives, but it's ending up like Edward Gorey. I don't know which is more bizarre. What that damned Boada did last night, or the Porth's sweetly crazy notion of holding a full-scale funeral for a couple of dead cats, or the fact that I, here just for the summer and relatively unaffected by all these goings-on, am already wondering what I ought to wear to the goddamn thing. Anyway, I don't want to be late and hurt their feelings, so we'll end this and try to get it in the day's mail. Do come out again, soon. I mean it. I want you here to help keep things sane. XXX. Jeremy. He lies rigid on the bed, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. The sheets have dried now. The sun has come up, and his limbs no longer tremble. He has lain there unblinking for almost 20 hours. For the final 10 of them he has not moved a muscle, save for the nearly imperceptible rise and fall of his belly. The room around him, the street outside, the formless living mass that is the city, all these are forgotten. He is not here. He is across the river now, belly to the ground, moving through the forest on all fours. Contact has finally been attained. Contact. A linkage of the minds, just as so long ago the Master promised. He sees through its eyes now, feels the roughness of the forest floor through the pads of its feet, listens with ears more acute than any human's for the rustle of small creatures in the leaves. He smells the scent of pine boughs, marsh water, putrefying flesh. He feels his muscles ripple like a tiger's. Its body moves now to his will. He feels the creature's fury, shares the memory of last night, the discovery of the ruined altar, scattered pebbles, shattered skulls, and shares too the hunger for revenge. They will pay, the race of men. That too the Master has promised. Stealthily he presses through the undergrowth to the forest's edge, slips through the long grass bordering the stream, and swims across with a confidence and ease no cat has ever felt. Selecting a likely maple on the other side, he lopes easily up the trunk. It is as effortless as running on the ground. Creeping out along an upper limb, he settles down to watch. The 3 of them are gathered in an empty field, their figures ungainly and stiff as they stand intoning words out of a book. Before them lies a freshly dug hole and a small blanket-wrapped form. For the first time in 10 hours there is a flicker of movement on the old one's wrinkled face, a nearly infinitesimal twitching at the corners of the lips. And that same moment, as it gazes upon the proceedings from its perch in the tree, the animal's mouth widens into an almost human smile. Unpleasant day. Cat's funeral went off well, proved in fact to be rather touching, even to my jaded and allergic eyes. It was held out beyond Deborah's garden. Sar had dug a small hole for the body, which was wrapped in black cloth. The other body, well, God knows what Boada's done with it. The Porths, too, were dressed in black, but that's normal for them. I wore my best shirt and pants, the ones I'd first arrived in, and did my best to seem concerned. When Sar quoted Jeremiah and asked, appropriately, "Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there?" I nodded with all the gravity I could muster. Read passages with them out of Deborah's Bible. Sar seemed to know it all by heart, Deborah almost all. Said amen when they did, knelt when they knelt, and tried to comfort Deborah when she cried. Asked her if cats could go to heaven, received a tearful, "Of course." But Sar added that Boada would burn in hell. What concerns me, apparently a lot more than it does either of them, was how the damn thing could have gotten into the house. Deborah said with real conviction, though I don't think she believed it until this incident, the devil taught her how to open doors. Sar nodded solemnly and added, She was always a smart cat. He reminded me of an outlaw's mother, still somehow proud of her baby. Yet after lunch he and I looked all over the land for Boada so that we could kill her. Took the same route we'd gone over twice already. Barn, storeroom, beneath porches, even down among the pines that grow on the other side of the stream. He called her, pleaded with her, and swore to me she hadn't always been like this. We could hardly check every tree on the farm, unfortunately, and the woods must offer the perfect hiding place for animals even larger than a cat, so of course we found no trace of her. We did try, though. We searched all the way to the old garbage dump at the far end of the road, but for all that, we could have stayed much closer to home. We returned for dinner, and I stopped by my room to change clothes. My door was wide open. Nothing inside was damaged. Everything was in its place as it should be, except the bed. The sheets were in ribbons right down to the mattress, and the pillow had been torn to shreds. Feathers were all over the floor. There were even claw marks on the blanket. At dinner the Porths tried to persuade me to sleep downstairs in their living room. They said they'd lock all doors tonight so that not even a human burglar could get in. Sar believes the thing is particularly inimical for some reason toward me. It seemed so absurd at the time. I mean, nothing but a big fat gray cat. But now, sitting out here, a few feathers still scattered on the floor around my bed, I wish I had taken them up on their offer. Wish I were back inside the house. I did give in to Sar when he insisted I take his axe with me. But what I'd rather have right now is simply a room without windows. I don't think I want to go to sleep tonight. I'll just sit up all night on my new bed sheet, my back against the Porth's extra pillow, leaning against the wall behind me, the axe beside me on the bed, this journal on my lap. The thing is, I'm rather tired from all the walking I did today. Not used to that much exercise. Slacking off too much lately. I'm pathetically aware of every sound. At least once every 5 minutes some snapping of a branch or rustling of leaves makes me jump. And who'd have believed that mice could make so much noise as they patter across my ceiling? They may be small, but they sound like veritable behemoths. How did that line go from the funeral today? From the book of Jeremiah? Thou art my hope in the day of evil. At least, that's what the man said. July 20th. A dream of dragons. Woke up this morning with the journal and the axe cradled in my arms. What awakened me was the trouble I had breathing. Nose all clogged, sneezing uncontrollably. Down the center of one of my screens, facing the woods, was a huge diagonal slash. Book 8. The Test. What we did was no harm at all. Only a game. Mackin, the white people. July 21st. The dawn was gray and overcast. The sun was lurking just behind the tops of the surrounding pines. Yet there seemed no end to the night. It was like one of those short, chilly winter days when darkness extends far into the morning, the sort of day when all a man's instincts rebel at getting up, and when the thought of rising as early as 5:30 seems scarcely to be born. Yet 5:30 was when the sun rose, and with it rose Ham and Nettie Stoudemeer. There was, beyond the darkness, another reason for Ham's reluctance to face the day. This year had been for him a year of troubles. If it wasn't a late frost that had stunted the roots of his young saplings, it was the fruit tree blight, or worms in the tomatoes, or tent caterpillars that nested in his maples just when he and Nettie had played host to the assembled brethren. And now, after splashing some cold water on his face and sipping a pre-breakfast mug of coffee with Nettie, who, as the local midwife, seemed better able to cope with getting up mornings, and after stumbling from his house into the semi-darkness, now Ham discovered what appeared to be some new trouble over at the pig pen. The animals were gathered in one corner, snorting and pawing at something on the ground. Only one thing will disturb a pig that way, and even as he hurried toward the pen, Ham imagined exactly what, in fact, he found. A garden snake, thick and black and harmless, which had somehow wandered into the pigs' territory and had been stamped to death by their hooves. Climbing nimbly over the fence, he gave the animals hard whacks on their sides. To them it was like a caress. They moved apart to let him pass. He took the dead, mashed body, still quivering from nervous contractions, and hurled it sidearm toward the woods, past the northern edges of the field. A bad omen, he thought to himself, this early in the morning. A bad omen for the day. 10 minutes later, as he strode out to the cornfield, a hoe upon his shoulder, he saw the next snake. It was small and slim and green, and was moving slowly down one of the planted rows. Such snakes were beneficial. They fed upon the rodents that fed upon the corn. And he let it go by, though not without a shadow of a frown. Watching as it passed timidly down the furrow, he turned to follow its course, and turning, saw another snake, less small, less slim, and darker green. Briefly he recalled something he'd heard at the worship last Sunday, a chance remark, prompted by the news of Hannah Craft's death, about this season's having seen more reptiles in the woods than any time in recent memory. Ignoring his growing uneasiness, he pushed between the waist-high stalks of corn into the next row. To his relief it was empty. Empty except for the brown tilled earth, and the green of the stalks, and the yellow where the ears of corn peeped through, and where the foot-long yellow corn snake slipped easily around a nearby stalk and glided up the row in search of food. He turned and walked purposefully toward the house, keeping down the impulse to run. A garter snake was unwinding from the bushes that grew in front of the basement window. Wait, there were two more just behind it. "Nettie!" he called. "Nettie!" The door opened, and she stood upon the back steps, studying his face. "Ham? What's the—" She looked past him. "Oh, sweet Lord!" He turned. For a moment it looked as if the cornfield was alive with snakes, each row a river of cold, squirming bodies. "Lord," she said, "'tis like the plagues of Egypt." He looked down at his feet. The very ground on which he stood seemed to breed them. As he watched, 3 small, dark heads appeared only a few yards away, 3 small heads with eyes of shiny black, heads that grew like ground vines and that, slipping from their holes, crept forth to wriggle upon the earth. He pointed wide-eyed to where 2 more scaly bodies were emerging from the ground. "Something down there is forcing 'em up." In the shadow of the outhouse writhed a veritable Medusa's coil of them, strands of which were detaching themselves and moving toward the woods. How could the earth hold so many? It was as if they'd been planted like seeds a moon or 2 ago and had now begun to ripen. Retreating to the back steps, he stood beside his wife and surveyed the things that crept across his land. "What does it mean?" she kept asking herself, or him, or God. "What does it mean?" Others were asking that same question. At Abram Sturtevant's, a beloved old pony suddenly turned vicious and bit one of the children on the neck. Hildegard Trout watched with horror that morning as a family of mice came dancing out of their holes beneath the kitchen and ran round and round the floor. Adam Murdoch's cows had for the past 2 days been giving sour milk, and a hen in Werner Clapp's henhouse had just laid its 3rd double-yolked egg. One of Shem Fenchel's dogs, the younger male, snapped at the female and had to be locked up. Shortly after noon, Rachel Reed's canary sat stock still in its cage, its beak gaping wide, and uttered strange, piercing cries. What was happening? Were they living under a curse? At first they asked individually, but as they learned, throughout that day, that others too were suffering the calamities, they grew more frightened and asked it of one another. What was happening, they asked. What did it mean? A 4th day has dawned. A fine layer of dust has settled on his eyeballs, and still he has not moved. He does not hear the radio blaring salsa music in the street below, or the sound of children's voices in the playground down the block, or the urgently repeated ringing of the telephone. He is far away, far across the river. He has not broken contact. He will see this thing through till the end. To do otherwise would be unthinkable. He intends to be in on the kill. Frears counted his change and tried to get his story straight as he stood contemplating the payphone that jutted from the rear wall of the co-op, just inside the passageway to the grain warehouse. Surely, he told himself, Carol wouldn't turn him down. It wasn't as if he was asking so much, just a night or two of simple hospitality, but just the same, it was best to be prepared. He had decided this very morning to leave the Porths, had awakened, in fact, with that resolve uppermost in mind, having spent the previous night camped in the farmhouse, sleeping on a mattress in the middle of the living-room floor. He had gotten up shortly after daybreak in a sour mood, eyes itching and nose running, his skin covered with cat hairs. This was no way to be passing the summer, hiding in a cat-infested farmhouse while another feline, downright homicidal, lurked somewhere nearby. The whole thing was turning into a bad dream. He wanted out. The Porths, unaware of his intent, had been nothing if not solicitous. They had moved aside all the living-room furniture to make a temporary bedroom for him, and had made sure that the doors to the house were firmly locked, both front and back. Yesterday, on their way back from Werner Clapp's chicken farm, where they had purchased 4 new laying hens, they had stopped off in town to buy new screening for Frear's room, and a latch to bolt his door from the inside. Sar had rigged up a simple wooden floor lamp for him from an old clothing rack and some spare parts found in the storeroom. Obviously, the two of them were sorry that events at the farm had taken such a turn. Obviously, they wanted him to stay for the rest of the summer. It's probably my money they want, he told himself. He hadn't yet said anything to them about leaving, though no doubt they sensed the possibility. He wasn't sure just how to bring it up, and besides, there was one thing he'd have to arrange first in private, finding a place in New York where he could stay until his own apartment was vacant. Perhaps Carol would be willing. He would have to propose it as a temporary measure, of course, just until he found a summer sublet. He could ask if he might simply use the couch for a few days, and then, if things developed as he hoped they would. Getting into town to phone her had seemed a problem. The Porths would hardly be driving in again, having made the trip just yesterday, and he hated to ask to borrow the truck, especially when he'd have to make up some innocent-sounding pretext for needing it. It had looked, though, as if he'd have no choice. He'd been seated on the front porch, preparing himself to walk down to the cornfield where Sar and Deborah were working, and ask them for the keys, when from up the road had come the sound of an engine, followed by a cloud of dust the same gray as the sky. Moments later, a square yellow van had rattled into view with Hunterdon Oil and Gas in large red letters on its side. Sar had hurried back from the field in time to help the company's driver replace one of the tall silver cylinders that stood behind the house with a new one, and to stow the empty cylinder in the back of the van. Afterward, with an apologetic smile, as if this were a betrayal of the Porths' trust, the driver had presented them with a printed receipt, and attached to it the bill for last month's gas. The first Sar had slowly and conscientiously signed, but the bill had left him scowling and shaking his head. Frears, seeing his chance, had asked the man if he'd be driving toward Gilead. There were things he needed at the store. The Porths had exchanged a glance. "You should have told us yesterday," said Deborah, "when Sar and I went in. We'd have been glad to pick up something for you." Sar, meanwhile, had been looking gloomily away, as if he knew that Frears might be leaving them soon and was resigned to it. "I need more bug spray," Frears had said. "Something a bit more powerful." "But how will you get back?" Deborah had asked as Frears climbed into the van. "Should I—" "He'll find a way," Sar had cut in. "Come on, woman, there's work to be done." He had turned his back and started off in the direction of the fields. "I'll get a hitch," Frears had yelled, as the van came to life with a roar. "See you by dinner time." Soon they'd been rolling down the road, the farm receding behind them, Deborah's forlorn figure still watching them go, Sar's already lost behind the house. He still felt faintly guilty, standing here now before the phone. He was going to betray these people. Deborah, in particular, would be hurt. He forced himself to think of the city as he slipped a dime into the phone and dialed Carol's number. The memory of New York's hot and sticky streets was beginning to seem almost attractive. There'd be movies to catch up on, and restaurants to try. And Carol.
"Please deposit 75 cents,
said an unfamiliar voice. He thumbed in the contents of his back pocket, fixing his face in a smile to help put himself in the proper mood. Okay, he thought. Here goes nothing. Where was Rosie? What could he be up to? She hadn't heard from him in days. This wasn't like him at all. Carol reached down from the bed, picked up the phone, and dialed again. She let it ring for almost a full minute, her ear pressed close to the receiver, as if, by listening with all her might, she could hear the ringing echo through the corridors of his apartment. The sound of morning traffic in the street below his window. The regular faint whisper of the old man's labored breathing. No, it was no use. No one was going to answer. She hung up the phone and wondered what to do. There was really nothing to get excited about, of course. Rosie was probably out of town, attending to business or visiting friends. He would be back this weekend, she was sure of that, because he'd promised to take her to the ballet Saturday, and he always kept his promises. But then he'd also promised to call her sometime this week, and here it was Thursday and she hadn't heard from him. That was unlike the old man. He usually phoned her every day, often twice, and sometimes even took her out to lunch at one of the Cuban-Chinese restaurants in the neighborhood. She had come to expect his little calls, to look forward to them. Perhaps, in a way, she depended on them. His sudden silence worried her. After all, he was so old and frail. He'd never actually told her his age, and she'd never dared ask him, of course, but the more she'd seen of him, the more she'd begun to think that he must be 80 at least. What if he was lying dead right this minute, on the floor of his apartment? That sort of thing happened often in New York. She'd read about it. There'd been a poor old man in the Bronx who'd died of a heart attack and had lain for months, an entire summer, in fact, his body decomposing, swelling, bloating with maggots and gas until it seeped through the ceiling of the apartment below. Or what if he wasn't dead, but simply in a coma, unable to hear the phone? Or perfectly conscious, but simply unable to reach the phone? How horrible she'd just been, then, to let the phone ring for an entire minute. She could almost picture the old man lying there paralyzed, listening to the rings, helpless to stop them, praying that someone would help him. She swung her legs off the bed and hurried to get dressed. Maybe nothing would come of this. She was probably just being silly. But she wouldn't be able to go to work this afternoon until she'd satisfied herself that he was all right. She had to do something anyway. She owed him that much. The phone rang 9, 10, 11 times without an answer. "Damn," said Frears. It was almost noon. Maybe she was on her way to work. Well, he would wait around for a while and try her again at the library. Having gone to so much trouble to get here, he wasn't about to leave without talking to her. He wondered how he'd kill an hour or so, and wished he'd had the sense to bring a book. He'd thought general stores were supposed to stock magazines, or at least the local papers, but the cooperative had none. He was surprised how much he'd begun to miss the Times. The cemetery across the street held no interest for him in all this heat, the dusty headstones baking in the sun. Briefly he thought of the corpses beneath. At least they'd be cool down there. His shirt, he saw, was sticking to his back, and there were already sweat stains beneath his arms. With a sigh, he rubbed the perspiration on the back of his neck and walked into the main room of the store. Too bad the brethren seemed never to have heard of air conditioning. The only trace of refrigeration in sight was the cooler near the back. Bert Stiegler, carefully marking catalogs at the front counter, looked up with as little friendliness as he'd displayed when Frears had entered. Stiegler's wife was across the corridor in the post office section, filling out a pile of official-looking forms. Frears wandered down the nearest aisle, smelling the clean, cozy scent of spice, coffee, and floor wax. One aisle up from the passage leading back to the warehouse stood 3 large burlap sacks of grain, the first of them open at the top. I wonder whether you plant this stuff or eat it, he thought, running his hand through the kernels. Is there something you want? Stiegler had come around the counter and was peering down the aisle at him. Frears dropped the grain and pointed to the cooler. I think I'll get myself one of those hero sandwiches. He took the largest, with a not-too-cold can of Diet Cola. And I'd better pick up some insect spray, he added, suddenly remembering his lie to the Porths. A dark red can labeled Chemtex caught his eye. This brand looked even stronger than the first. For outdoor use only, the label warned. Probably that just meant it was powerful. Stiegler eyed the can dubiously, and seemed reluctant to ring it up. Don't worry, said Frears, grinning. I'll make sure I point it away from me. But as the other looked up, Frears saw the hardness in his gaze, the set of his mouth, and realized he'd misread the man's expression. You fixin' to stay out here much longer? Asked Stiegler. Frears flushed guiltily. Had the other read his mind? What do you mean, out here? I mean here among the brethren. Oh, I don't know, said Frears. Across the corridor, Stiegler's wife had paused in her writing and appeared to be listening. He chose his words with care. Sar and Deborah are expecting me to stay until the end of summer. Why? Stiegler shook his head. Nothing. Just wondering, that's all. He totaled Frears' bill with pencil and paper, a small drawer serving to hold the cash. You tell Brother Sar I said hello, all right? Oh, sure, said Frears. Sure thing. Taking his purchases, he walked quickly from the store. He was confused. Why had Stiegler been so hostile? It was almost as if the fellow wanted him to leave town. Not until he'd seated himself on the hard wooden bench on the co-op's front porch and was unwrapping the sandwich on his lap did an explanation present itself. Of course, he decided. He must have heard me over by the phone and figured I was calling New York. He's probably afraid I'm running out on the Porths. Frears felt better now. Yes, that must be it. It wasn't that Stiegler wanted him to leave town. Quite the opposite. The fellow wanted him to stay. Ever since he'd first laid eyes on him that warm Sunday in May, Bert Stiegler had never forgiven the outsider for sleeping in the graveyard. Oh, he'd seen him all right, up there in the shadow of the Trout Monument, snoozing away the afternoon with his fat belly in the air. Just like those were his own people up there, and he had a right to lie amongst them. Stiegler and his wife had family buried there. Poor little 6-week-old Anna Lee, Lord rest her soul. And he took it amiss to see this sloppily dressed stranger lying on top of the departed like they were so many clumps of earth. He had seen Brother Sar Porth climb the low hill to the monument that day, had seen him wake the city fellow and take him down to his truck, and had heard how the Porths had opened their home to him. Brother Sar didn't seem to mind the outsider. But then, Brother Sar didn't seem to mind very much about a lot of things. The proper respect the community was due, to say nothing of his own mother. The boy up and going off to get his education in some other town, then trotting back home like the prodigal. And now he was flouting the cooperative itself, which was, after all, really no more than the community of brethren anyway, as they existed on paper, to which he owed, what was it now? Why, it was over $4,900 the last time he'd checked. How did the boy think he was going to pay that off? A good thing his father wasn't alive, Lord rest his soul. The old man wouldn't have taken kindly to a son so deep in debt to the co-op. Stiegler craned his skinny neck and peered out the window. Yes, he was out there all right. He knew he hadn't heard the fellow walk down the front steps. There he was, sitting fat and lazy on the bench. Young enough to work, certainly, and probably strong. Folks who carried a lot of weight usually had the muscles to go with it, but preferring to remain there in idleness, swallowing his sandwich and staring out at nothing, with Lord knows what sinful thoughts in his head. Brother Rupert Lint was right about the fellow. That sort expected others to work for them, but wouldn't do a lick themselves. It set a bad example, him being there like that, with his bulging pockets, in front of the store that was the symbol of the community. He should never have listened to Amelia. He should have taken that bench away years ago. He'd warned her it was an invitation to the idol, but she'd maintained that old folks needed a place to rest their bones, as if old folks had nothing better to do this side of the grave than sit and stare at the street. For all he knew, the fellow was discouraging trade. From across the room, the glass door to the cooler didn't look completely shut. It would be just like the outsider to leave it hanging open, wasting the propane gas, whose price had just gone up another $1.12 a tank. Stiegler hurried down the aisle to check, and saw, with a tiny edge of disappointment, that the door was in fact closed. He turned, lest any of the cornmeal livestock feed had spilled from the sack the fellow had been running his hands through. That's when he saw the worms. The corn was alive with them. There were dozens, no, hundreds, he suddenly realized, as his eye took them all in. Squirming little yellowish things, nearly the color of the corn, slipping in and out amongst the kernels like the inhabitants of some satanic city. And even as Stiegler told himself that it couldn't be the stranger's fault, that the worms must have been breeding there for weeks, that the unusually hot weather was to blame, or whoever'd sold him the corn, hadn't it been Brother Ham Stoutemere? Even as these thoughts occurred to him, the association was formed. The stranger spoiled things just by touching them. It was like the Bible said, at his touch sprouted vermin. He couldn't wait to tell Brother Rupert about this. He could almost see the other now, the slowly widening eyes, the deepening scowl, the angry clenching of his huge fists. Bert Stiegler was no fool. He had a good idea what was behind Lint's dislike of the outsider. It was that thin red-headed girl, the one he'd had with him that Sunday right here in the store. Stiegler had seen the larger man glance her way, and glance again, and he'd sympathized. Everyone knew Sister Anna led Rupert a hard life. Still, he could appreciate the truth of what Lint said. The fellow out there on the porch just didn't belong here. He had come amongst the brethren bearing the taint of the city. He was a gateway for sin. Gilead would need a cleansing to rid itself of him. The subway uptown was almost empty in the late morning heat, except for a pair of Columbia summer-termers, one of whom kept eyeing her over his paperback, and a group of black youths with baseball caps and duffel bags. Two of them were looking past her and giggling. Pretending to wipe the sweat from her forehead, she turned and saw a tattered blue sign pasted to the window just above her, bearing a cross and the printed slogan, "It's a blessing to be a virgin." Below them someone had scribbled, "But you got to give great head." Quickly she looked away. She was glad the next stop, 110th Street, was hers. She walked south until she recognized the ancient gray brick building just off Riverside Drive. From 8 till 6 a doorman was on duty, a sleepy-looking Hispanic whose only uniform was a T-shirt and brown slacks. He seemed confused as to what she wanted of him, and after she'd explained herself, reluctant. "No," he said, shaking his head slowly. "I can't open no door for nobody." "But he may be in there dying," Carol pleaded. His expression suggested that he found this unlikely. "Look, lady, I ain't got no key. The super, he the one with the key, but he gone out now. You want to come back tomorrow, you talk to him, okay?" He looked away, his face impassive, as if she weren't standing there in front of him. "Well, can I at least go up there and knock on his door?" He nodded, still not looking at her. "Thanks a lot." She walked past him to the elevator and jammed her thumb onto the button marked 12. A minute later she emerged on Rosie's floor. His apartment was at the end of the hall, behind a dull, green, rather shabby-looking door, from which gleamed 3 brass locks of formidable size. The old man was worried about thieves. "Rosie?" she called, holding her finger against the buzzer beside the door. "Rosie?" She could hear the buzzer's muffled ringing within the apartment. She pressed her ear to the door. There was no other sound. She knocked now, softly at first, then harder, putting her ear once more to the door. Nothing. She shrugged, began to walk away, then stopped and went back. "Rosie?" she called, putting her mouth to the crack, speaking as softly as she dared because she was somewhat embarrassed to be doing this.
"Rosie, this is Carol. If you're in there, listen to me. I can't get in the apartment, but I'm coming back tomorrow and I'll have the super let me in. So try not to worry. I'll be back."
More than an hour had passed, and he still couldn't reach Carol. There was no answer at her apartment, and the woman he'd spoken to at Voorhees said that Carol hadn't come to work today.
"No," Frears had told her. "No message."
He hung up, troubled, almost indignant at this unexpected absence of someone he'd regarded as reliable. Where the hell was she, anyway? Who had she gone off with? Well, he would call her in a day or two, when he got back to New York. He certainly wasn't going to wait around here any longer. He had already wasted enough time. Gilead's main street had been dull, with cars passing but rarely, and those inside them regarding him with little warmth. And the library, where he'd thought he might spend the afternoon, had been unaccountably closed. He had drunk too many cans of soda there on the porch, and eaten too many potato chips. Now, as he got to his feet and moved slowly down the front steps, the heat made him feel dizzy. It was a long way back to the farm. He walked for more than 20 minutes down the road that curved past Verdoc's dairy and the Sturtevant home, hoping for a ride, but the only car that passed him was an antiquated Ford, black as a hearse, and traveling in the opposite direction. The elderly couple inside, also in black, regarded him with stony disapproval as they went by, giving him a taste of their exhaust. He watched the car recede slowly up the narrow road until it rounded a bend and disappeared, the faint hum of its engine lingering a moment or two afterward. Once again the air was still, but for the sound of a distant tractor and the echoes of an axe. Not a thing was moving save the cows eyeing him suspiciously in a field to the left, the butterflies hurrying from flower to flower, and an occasional green snake that wandered onto the pavement and slithered back into the grass at his approach. The oak trees' shadows lengthened perceptibly with the passing day, as if reaching back toward town. 5 minutes later, just as he was descending the hill that ran past Ham Stoudemeer's farm, and stepping past the dark, motionless form of a garden snake coiled in sleep at the edge of the pavement, a rusty blue pickup truck appeared up the road, 2 black-garbed figures inside, a sparsely bearded boy at the wheel, and beside him a plump, snub-nosed girl. The truck bore swiftly down upon him. He stuck out his thumb and flashed a hopeful smile. Far from slowing as it neared him, the truck increased its speed and made a sudden swerve to the right. The garden snake woke just in time and slipped into the grass. Frears jumped back to avoid being run down.
"Assholes!"
He hoisted an angry finger at them as they went by, hoping at first that the two had seen the gesture and then, on reflection, that they hadn't. No sense getting into fights with the townspeople. Teenagers, he supposed, were teenagers everywhere, even among the brethren. Anyway, for all he knew, they'd just been aiming at the snake. It wasn't until he'd descended halfway to the brook, the road ahead now crisscrossed with shadows of trees, that he encountered a genuine Samaritan, a leathery old farmer with a truck full of garbage, on his way to the town dump 1/2 a mile past the Geisels' north field.
"I almost didn't stop for you,"
he said, eyeing Frears warily, through eyes whose whites had turned as yellow as corn.
"Thought you might be one of them gangsters."
Frears laughed and assured him that he was as honest as the next. The other nodded gravely.
"You're the one who's staying at the Porths."
"How'd you know?"
"Figured that's who you'd be, soon as you opened your mouth."
"It must be hard to keep a secret around here. Everybody seems to know everything that's going on."
"Pretty much."
It occurred to him, after they got under way, that the man might be a resource. "For a town this small," he said, "there seems to be a wealth of family history." The other was shaking his head.
"There ain't too much wealth in this town, son. We don't hold with gathering up the goods of this world like some folks do."
No, I mean a wealth of memories, a sense of identity based on family background." God, he sounded like a textbook. Like Sarporth moving back to his ancestral farm after more than a century. That's pretty amazing. The man shrugged.
It was for sale at a good price, and someone was bound to settle there by and by. The Babers never did do much with it, not as much as some folks might.
I suppose the land's not all that fertile down there.
No, sir. There's nothing the matter with that land. It's just a matter of clearing back the trees from time to time. You've got to have the will to see it through.
He paused.
Less'n you fancy living in the woods, like some around here.
You mean families like the Finchells? I've heard Sar speak of them. He nodded.
Folks like that.
And the McKinneys, said Frears. They must live out there too, even deeper in the woods. The other looked puzzled.
Never heard of anyone by that name. Leastwise, not around here.
No? What about the place they call McKinney's Neck? I figured it was named for someone in the area.
I expect you're right. But I sure ain't never heard of no McKinneys, not in these parts.
Frears tried to remember his stroll through the cemetery. Now that he thought of it, he couldn't recall seeing any gravestones with that name. At any rate, he said, I mean to hike through that region someday. Maybe I'll even run into a few ghosts. The man didn't take the bait.
Don't see why a ghost would pass his time out in the neck. Ain't nothing there but swamp water and mud. You just be careful you don't go sinking in.
Still, I hear some pretty strange things have happened out there. He watched for the other's reaction. Even a couple of murders, I hear. The man's expression barely changed, save for a certain impatience.
I remember something like that, but it was years ago. 'Twould be well before you were born, and begging your pardon, it seems to me that when it comes to killing, the place you're from has the rest of us just about beat.
I won't deny it, said Frears. He tried to look properly contrite. But the killings I'm thinking of were a bit unusual, both on the last day of July. I don't suppose anything special happened last year on that day, did it? Or maybe the year before? Some sort of violent crime or someone missing? An unexplained death, maybe? The man drove a while in silence.
Nope,
he said at last.
Not so's I remember. Summer's pretty quiet around here. Why?
Oh, nothing, said Frears. Just a thought. July 31, 1890, and July 31, 1939. Why those two dates nearly half a century apart? There had to be something special about them, something that separated them from all other July 31sts.
Fact is,
the farmer said, breaking into Frears' reverie,
that time of year's amongst the holiest, August commencing as it does with the Feast of the Lamb and closing on the harvest festivities.
Really? He was slightly disappointed. I guess your year must be filled with all sorts of holy days.
Well, we try to live in the way of the Lord. For instance, only last Sunday at worship Brother Amos turned to me and said—
But Frears' mind was already back at the farm, going over the preparations to be made before leaving. The explanations that, tomorrow morning, he would have to give the Porths the shelf-loads of books to pack away. And through it all, his thoughts kept returning to the faded old photograph that he'd taped to the wall above his writing table, the photo of that curious little white face, smiling at him from the past. It was the leg of mutton that prompted his question. The mutton which, upon Frears' return, lay roasting in the oven for the night's dinner, its smell filling the little kitchen. Deborah, what's the Feast of the Lamb? She shrugged.
Just another one of our observances. Why?
The man who gave me a lift here mentioned that it comes at the beginning of August. I never heard of it before.
Honestly, Jeremy, she said, laughing, you haven't even tasted tonight's meal and you're already hungry for more.
She turned back to the cucumbers and tomatoes she was slicing for the salad.
What else did he tell you?
Frears thought back. Nothing very interesting, he said. I don't think he knew that much. I asked him about McKinney's neck, but he'd never even heard of anyone around here named McKinney.
Come to think of it, neither have I, said Deborah. Honey, was there ever a McKinney family in these parts?
Porth looked up from the previous day's home news, which he'd been frowning over. None that I recall.
So where'd McKinney's neck come from? Asked Frears.
The other shook his head. Couldn't tell you. But I'll see what I can find out. He returned to his reading.
If you're interested in the Feast of the Lamb, said Deborah, you could join us at the Geisels. That's where we'll be having it this year. Sister Cora's a wonderful cook, but I warn you there'll be a lot of praying.
I take it I'm invited.
I don't see why not. Honey, can't Jeremy have the lamb with us at Matt and Cora's?
He'll be welcome, said Porth, if he's still here. Frears flushed.
I certainly hope I am. And why wouldn't he be? Said Deborah, busy taking out plates and saucers. Put away the paper, honey. It's time to eat.
She glanced at Frears.
Nobody's going to leave meals like this behind.
How could I? Frears said, with a heartiness he didn't feel. Eyeing the food she was already laying on the table, the bright reds and greens of the salad, the cold pitcher of milk, the beans fresh from the garden, he wondered what the Porths had been saying about him today. The subject of his leaving didn't come up again, but after dinner, as the two men stood on the back porch, watching darkness settle over the land and listening to Deborah singing hymns as she worked in the kitchen, Sar returned, if only indirectly, to an earlier subject. You know, he said with obvious deliberation, God answers to many different names, and he's worshipped in strange ways, but he's always the same God. There was a pause. Frears felt the other's eyes on him. That's true, he said at last, wondering what the man was driving at. I'm sure it doesn't matter what you call him. It doesn't, said Porth heatedly. The words may be different, but the spirit's always been the same. At Trenton, the professors talked about other systems of belief, and so did all those books in there. He nodded toward the house, where his few remaining college texts stood gathering dust in the living room. And at first I was troubled. I don't mind telling you how many different forms God seemed to take. But in the end I found I was able to return to the fold with even more faith than I'd started with, because I came to see how, even when he had different names, he was the same God I knew. I once read a story, Frears began, about how the people in Tibet have 9 billion names for him. You don't even have to go that far away, said Porth. There was a little village down in Mexico that the Catholics were wonderfully proud of. The Indians in the area had all been converted, you see. They'd been Christians for at least 100 years, and week after week every last one of them would show up in church to worship the Virgin Mary. And then one day the priest had the altar taken up, so as to make some repairs, and underneath it he discovered another altar, with an idol much older than his, a cruel-looking thing with a snake head and teeth. And that's what they'd really been worshipping all along? Porth nodded. But the point is, they were all just fooling themselves. The Catholics thought they were praying to one God, and the Indians thought they were praying to another, but they were really praying to the same. It's as if below the Virgin and the snake was still another God, the true one. The one with the capital G, said Frears. Privately he had drawn a different conclusion from the story, something about older, darker gods, and rites in which the blood wasn't just a symbol. It's the same with the Feast of the Lamb, Porth was saying. Actually, it's got another celebration buried underneath, though folks around here wouldn't have heard of it. What kind of celebration? Porth shrugged. Pagan. Your standard harvest festival. He held open the screen door. "Come on, I'll show you." Deborah was standing at the sink as they passed through the kitchen, but didn't look up from her washing. A glowing lantern made the night beyond the windows look darker than it had from the porch. Sar lit another, and they went into the living room, where he stooped before his little cache of books in the corner, peering at the names on the spines. "Sometimes," he said, "the Christians took a pagan day and made it their own. Like Easter, which, as I expect you've heard, was a planting festival long before Christ." He pulled out a battered gray volume from the bottom shelf and began thumbing through it. "Sometimes they changed the name a little to disguise the origin. That's what we brethren did with the Feast of the Lamb, which sounds so proper and Christian." "It wasn't originally?" Porth looked up from the book. "No," he said in a low voice. "And I'm probably the only one who knows." "What's that you're looking at? Some rival to the Bible?" The other laughed uneasily. "No, just an almanac. Something I haven't opened for years." He squinted at the cover, but the name had long since worn away, and he turned instead to the title page. "Byfield's Newly Revised Agricultural Almanac and Celestial Guide for 1947, he read. "I found it at a church bazaar in Trenton for 15 cents. Looking down, he flipped through several more pages, then paused. Here's what I've been searching for." He handed the open book to Frears, pointing to a line in the middle of what appeared to be a chart. "See? Right there." The book itself smelled faintly of mildew, its covers warped and faded. Frears scanned the open page. "Festivals of the Ancients," it said at the top. Below it lay a complicated-looking calendar. He found the indicated line. August 1, it said. Lammas. "It's got naught to do with lambs," said Porth. "Nor does the night before." Frears checked the previous column. July 31, he read. Lammas Eve. Sounds sinister." "It can be. Black magic's always powerful on Lammas Eve. There'll probably be some odd doings somewhere in the world that night." "Why's that?" Instead of answering, Porth merely pointed back to the calendar in the book. There was something called Roodmas on May 3rd, and Midsummer on the 24th of June, and the day Deborah had spoken of, St. Swithin's, on the 15th of July. Several dates he noticed now were marked with tiny asterisks. Dates like the 1st of May and the last day of October. So was Lammas Eve, the last day of July. He looked down at the bottom of the page. There, beside an asterisk, was the footnote, a simple one, just 2 words long. Sabbats likely. Moonlight slanted through the misty air of the place known as McKinney's Neck, through motes of dust and dancing insects, through the latticework of ancient roots that spread from the column of a fallen cottonwood, down through the roots, down to the freshly built little altar of rock and mud and bone. The altar was smaller than the first, but considerably more colorful. Between each of the tiny standing pebbles that encircled the mound like a miniature Stonehenge lay freshly plucked rose blossoms that shone by day like red beacons in the mud, and at night looked like small knots of darkness. And stuck at the top of the mound, like a comical little pom-pom atop a clown's hat, there now lay a single round head, eye sockets empty, but ears and whiskers intact, and with black fur still soft enough to pet. Night. The crescent moon is hidden by trees, as the animal creeps out upon the lawn and sits gazing at the farmhouse. Singing comes from a dimly lit room on the 2nd floor, where the farmer and his woman are at their evening devotions. Watchman of Zion, herald the story. Sin and death his kingdom shall destroy. It moves closer, to crouch below the window. 40 miles away and 12 floors up, a wrinkled shape upon a bed hears the closing verses of their song. All the earth shall sing of his glory. Praise him, ye angels, ye who behold him. Great is Jehovah, King over all. The voices die away. Briefly the man is heard again, reciting a short prayer. The woman joins him, echoing his words. Then, as always, the light goes out. Soon the room will echo to the sounds of their love-making. The animal moves on. Around the front of the house, lights are still burning on the first floor. There he sits again tonight, the visitor from the city, absorbed in a book, his plump white face glowing like a full moon in the lamplight. The animal watches, and the old one watches, as he turns another page. Momentarily, as if aware he is observed, the visitor sets down the book and goes to the window. His troubled eyes peer blindly through the screen, unable to see past the lamplight. 7 feet away, the animal sits watching him, shielded by the darkness. The man returns to his chair, and moments later, to the thick gray book he has been reading. The animal turns and pads briskly around the side of the house, to the porch steps in the back. There, in the darkness beneath the stairway, 2 metal garbage cans stand reeking of death and corruption. On one of them, the scent is old, but the other has accumulated a full week's stock of tiny mangled corpses, a choice supply of putrefying meat. And this very putrefaction has its uses. With the easy swipe of a paw and a clank of metal, the can is overturned, the lid tumbling noisily off to roll several feet away upon the grass. Upstairs in the darkness, the woman's grip tightens on the man's shoulder.
"Honey, wait," she whispers. "Did you hear that?"
He makes a low sound of assent. "Coon," he says, and enters her again. Downstairs in the living room, the visitor puts down the book and walks around the room, carefully shutting each window. The animal, untroubled, creeps into the darkness of the overturned can. The fragrance of death fills its lungs. Before it lies the little mound of bodies, the field mice, frogs, and snakes. Delicately, methodically, it runs its razor claws through the soft and rotting flesh, first the front claws, then the rear, shredding the flesh with machine-like efficiency, working the corruption into the fur and deep beneath each gracefully hooked nail. 40 miles away the old one watches, smells the death smell, feels the decay beneath the nails of his own fingers. Yes, it is good. It may be helpful in tomorrow evening's enterprise. A little poison never hurts. July 22nd. Amos Reed had a bag of Bordeaux dust under his arm for the leaf blight on his cukes. Young Abram Sturtevant was about to buy his 3rd can of malathion for a sudden invasion of aphids, and Rupert Lint was stocking up on Gurney's patented worm powder for the cutworms and snails that had already slaughtered a third of his tomato plants. None of them had any moral qualms about using chemicals on their crops. What qualms they had were purely economic. Pesticides were expensive, but under the circumstances they were going to have to rely on them and salvage whatever they could. It was suddenly turning out to be a bad year. You could see it in their faces. You could hear it in their talk. Not even Bert Stiegler was happy, though business had been brisk today. He and his wife worked mainly on salary. The profit or loss they derived from the store hardly differed from anyone else's. Besides, Bert's married daughter, Irma, had just had an entire plot of patty-pan squash wiped out, almost overnight, by a particularly voracious breed of corpulent gray slug that had never been seen in the area before. "You heard about what happened at the Verdocks?" asked Stiegler, as he rang up Abram Sturtevant's purchase. "I've been too busy trying to save my crops to worry myself about other folks' affairs," said Sturtevant. "I'll tell you," said Rupert Lint from halfway across the store. "Lisa got herself kicked in the head by one of Adam's cows, trying to squeeze a bit of milk from it."
"You don't say? Lord's mercy on her! How's she bearing up?"
"Pretty bad," said Lint. "They think she may not live till Sunday."
"We've been praying for her regular,"
added Amos Reed.
"'Tis all we can do."
"I'll be sure to do the same," said Sturtevant. "Does my brother know of this?" "You can ask him yourself," said Stiegler, who'd been looking out the screen door. "That's him coming now." They heard Yoram's heavy footsteps on the porch outside. He was a tall, formidable-looking figure, with eyebrows black and heavy as his beard, but as he entered the store he appeared pale and unwell.
"Aye,"
he said, of the news about Lisa.
"I'll be heading over there this evening to pray with Brother Adam and their girl."
He sounded troubled, but from the briefness of his response, it was clear that it was some other trouble that occupied his mind.
"And how's Sister Lotta bearing up?"
said Amos Reed.
"In her time of trial?"
"As well as a man can expect," said Yoram gloomily. "I'd thought her a stronger woman than she's turning out to be, but—" he shrugged. "The child's a large one, I guess. The labor's going to be hard. But we're resigned to it, Lotta and I. If that's God's will, so be it." He moved off down the aisle, peering through the shelves of household goods, obviously somewhat unfamiliar with an aspect of the shopping that, before her pregnancy, his wife would have seen to. As he crossed to the adjoining aisle, he found himself face to face with Lint, the only man there as tall as he was.
"Greetings to you, Brother Yoram,"
Lint said.
"Anna and me, we've been including Sister Lotta in our prayers."
Yoram nodded curtly.
"That's good of you, Brother Rupert. 'Tis a time for praying now, if ever there was one." "Ain't that the gospel truth?" the other said. "You heard about the trouble Ham Stoudemeer suffered yesterday? Well, the same thing's been happening up the road from me, over at Bethuel Reed's. 'Tis like the land of Tophet. Never saw so many serpents in one place. Old Bethuel don't even want to set foot outdoors no more."
"'Twill pass," said Yoram. "All things must." He did not sound very hopeful.
"Of course,"
said Lint, following the other as he continued up the aisle.
"The Lord takes care of his own. But when you start to add up what's been going on—"
he enumerated on his thick fingers.
"They say there's a pack of dogs running wild now up by the Annandale Road, running wild the way the Fenchels did just yesterday, I'm told. And what's happened to poor Sister Lisa, well—"
he shook his head.
"The same things are going to happen again, you mark my words, 'cause all the Verdocks cows have been acting up."
"Matthew Geisel's too," said Stiegler, from the counter in front.
"He says they're like to kick the barn door right down." "Fact is," said Lint, "we've all of us got our tribulations."
"Werner Clapp was in earlier this morning," Stiegler cut in, "and he says he's having troubles with his fowl. Sold 4 of 'em to Sar Porth and his woman just the other day, and now he's afraid they'll be asking for their money back when they find out that the critters just ain't laying."
"We were of a mind to ask you what you thought, Brother Yoram," Lint continued, "when people's got troubles like this."
"Man is born to trouble," said Yoram.
"And 'tis through tribulation that we enter the kingdom of God. You know that, Brother Rupert. The Lord is testing us." "Aye," said Lint. "But mightn't he be warning us as well? I'm talking about the one who's comest amongst us this season, the one from the city, who's took the prophet's name as his own."
"I'm aware of how you feel," said Yoram. "You don't have to lay these snares for me. I knew what was in your heart from the beginning, for 'twas in mine as well. I'll be wanting to hear what Brother Sar has to say for himself when next we meet. Don't forget the worship's at his farm this week. And I'll also be looking at the stranger come Sunday. Looking real hard. Then we'll see what the Lord commands of us. But till that time there's nothing more to be done. Remember now, blessed is he that watcheth." "Amen," they said mechanically, little satisfied, as Yoram continued his distracted way down the aisle, thinking of a pregnant wife back home. Sarporth, too, knew trouble now, as if clouds that had once loomed on the horizon were gathering dark and thunderous overhead. He was plagued by a host of small afflictions. He despaired of the fate of his farm. Though the surviving hen from the original 4 had once more begun to lay eggs, they had proved to be hideously soft things, almost transparent, that shook like jelly when you held them in your hand. He reminded himself repeatedly that, for poultry, this was not so uncommon an ailment. It might be cured within a week or 2 by adding calcium to their feed, normally in the form of the ground-up egg-shells of healthier birds. But for now the thought of a nest full of eggs as soft as his own testicles filled him with disgust. They were obscene, against nature, an abomination unto the Lord. Deborah had sworn they could be eaten, that there was no harm in them at all. But Sar had done a different kind of swearing and had hurled the eggs against the barren ground east of the barn. He had acted, he realized, like a spoiled child, and felt shame for it now, but it was already too late to apologize. Yet even soft eggs were better than nothing, and nothing was what they'd had so far from the 4 hens they'd purchased Wednesday morning. Perhaps it was just a question of their new surroundings. He was too inexperienced a farmer to know for sure. Perhaps they simply needed time to grow used to the place. Nevertheless, he'd already decided that if they weren't laying regularly by the end of the month, he'd go to Brother Werner and demand his money back. Money. That was the real trouble, the one that stung the most. For just this morning the thing he'd been dreading had happened. Frears had come to them and told them he was leaving. Frears, whom they'd sheltered for the last 2 nights beneath their very roof, and whom they'd treated at all times like a guest rather than a paying tenant. Frears had cleared his throat this morning, after helping himself to his usual oversized breakfast, and, obviously shamefaced, had announced that he'd be pulling out on Saturday. And why? All because he was frightened of that damned infernal cat. "You told me yourself that the devil's in her," Frears had said, "and maybe I'm beginning to believe it. At any rate, I don't particularly relish sleeping back in the outbuilding with a thing that likes to claw its way through screens." "You don't run from the devil," Porth had argued. "Not when it's your own land. You stand and fight him." "It's your land," said Frears, "not mine. You fight the devil. I'm going home." Well, he'd seen it coming, this betrayal. He'd discussed it with Deborah just the night before last. He had warned her that city people turned tail and fled at the first sign of adversity. After all, they had no God to call upon, no certitude of heavenly support. Even the best of them were faithless. At any rate, he hadn't made a scene. He hadn't argued with Frears, and he hadn't pleaded with him either. "I expect you know what's best for you," he'd said, reaching across the breakfast table to shake Frears' chubby hand. "I wish you all the luck a man can have." He had comported himself gently, like a true Christian should, though inside he'd been crushed, panicked even for a moment, and haunted by a mocking little voice that echoed, "All the luck a man can have," and then whispered, "You're ruined." "Honey," Deborah had said, when Frears had gone back to his room, "this means we'll be out nearly $500. Do you think it'll be—" "None of that matters," he had said, more roughly than he'd intended. "We'll just find the money somewhere else. God watches out for his own." Still brooding over Frears' announcement, he had gone stalking down the slope toward the cornfields, when his eye had fallen on the old wooden smokehouse that stood between the barn and the stream. He had always avoided it because of the wasp's nest somewhere inside, but now he saw it as a challenge, an outlet for his frustrated energies, something he might do to cleanse the land. Seizing a broom from the barn and prepared at any moment to flee, he had peered inside the little building through the hanging open door. To his surprise, he had seen no sign of a nest, until looking upward through a smoke hole in the ceiling, a hole that now led nowhere, for the roof above it had long since been sealed over. He glimpsed in the darkness a pale gray clay-like thing, the size and shape of a human brain, plastered to the underside of the roof beams. There would be no knocking the nest down, he realized. It was too inaccessible. The only way of reaching it was by the circuitous route the insects themselves used, flying in and out the open doorway and up through the passage in the ceiling. It would have been a great place to hide money if he'd had any, but in truth he had nothing worth stealing. Half-heartedly he had jabbed the broom up through the smoke-hole, and had been rewarded for his effort with a painful sting on his right hand just beneath the thumb. Grimly he had hurried off to the abandoned field, and, despite the pain, had busied himself with clearing rocks, when, like a messenger come to see Job, worried Amos Reed had come bumping down the road in his car with the news that Porth's aunt, Lisa Verdock, had been kicked by a cow last night as she tried to coax some milk from it, and now lay at death's door. So he and Deborah, both sorely troubled, had piled into the truck and had followed Amos back toward town and up the hill to the Verdocks' farm. And Lisa had been lying pale and unconscious on the bed, with a horrible purple swelling curved across one temple like a hungry living thing, while Minna, her daughter, had been sitting exhausted nearby, and poor Adam Verdock, who'd known trouble enough the past week, God knows, what with his cattle having ceased to give milk, was almost too distraught to speak. Porth had looked down at the unconscious woman, and a terrible dread seized him. He had thought for just an instant, "She'll die if they don't get her to a hospital." But that had been the devil's solution, not his own, a remnant of the years he'd passed in the wicked world outside. Prayer, he knew for sure now, worked just as well as surgeons polish steel. And prayer was what they'd raised. They had gotten on their knees, all 5 of them together by the bed, and had prayed silently for what seemed close to an hour. And here he had discovered the most terrible secret of all. For while the others had been praying, he'd been wrestling with visions of losing the farm, and that mocking little voice that kept whispering, "Money, ruined, damned." And so, because of him, what should have been a holy occasion, filled with the devotion a man owes his father's only sister, had been blighted. The guilt was his alone. He had discovered sin, not under his roof, but in his own heart. He stood leaning by himself against the pickup truck, parked just beside the barn. He surveyed the straggly rows of cornstalks, prey to all manner of vermin, and not half so high as they should have been by this time of year. And he wondered, for the first time in his life, what the future held in store for him, for Deborah, for the brethren. Had they been abandoned by God? Did the devil have his claws around their ankles? And was he somehow to blame if this was so? He kicked gloomily at the earth at his feet. How ironic that the brethren should be coming here this Sunday to hold their worship. This was no place for blessings. This earth was damned. The student checked his watch, 2 p.m. exactly, and opened the door marked Authorized Personnel Only. Switching on the light, he crossed the small cluttered room and unlocked a cabinet where the rolls of lined paper were stored. Taking a fresh roll, he returned to the main room. Here the geology department's recording instruments stood on permanent display, connected by cables to a spring-nether vertical seismograph in the basement. With another key he unlocked the large glass and steel case and slid back the heavy glass lid that protected the device from dust and disturbances in the room. The paper on the drum was changed daily at this hour, and the task had to be done quickly. Back in 1979, the department had missed recording one of the largest earthquakes in central New Jersey history because a student had been caught between rolls. Carefully he lifted the delicate metal stylus from the paper, the ink at its tip leaving a jagged little squiggle, as if the vicinity had suffered some small disturbance. Slowly turning the metal drum, he pulled off the old paper roll and slipped the new one in its place, fitting the ends into slots in the metal. He relocated the stylus, and taking a pen from his pocket, scribbled a few words on the new paper. The date, time, attenuation, or signal power of the machine, and the name of this seismographic station. PRIN, for Princeton. Closing the glass lid, he locked it in place. Turning to the previous day's record, the student scanned the thin black line that rose and fell across the paper as if tracing the contours of a mountain range. Yes, the pattern had been holding all this week, as it had been for most of the month, and even without triangulating the data with the other stations in the Lamont network, he knew exactly what it represented: minor seismic disturbances in the north-central part of the state. For the next half hour, he transcribed the data onto a series of U.S. Geological Survey record forms. The paper roll was filed in a closet. Still calculating mentally to himself, he carried the forms across the corridor to an office marked Professor J. Lowalski, Director. He knocked twice and went in. The young man inside was not Professor Lowalski. He was a graduate student in geology, employed by the department for the summer. He took the forms and ran his eye over the data. 1.4, eh? That's up a little, isn't it? The younger student nodded. Yes. It was 1.2 on Wednesday. It's been climbing all week. Are we supposed to inform someone about this? The other rubbed his chin. Well, according to policy, we're not supposed to issue reports unless disturbances get above 3, when they may start doing some damage. Otherwise, all you do is scare people. He looked down at the data once again and frowned. Of course, this trend is rather interesting. But with things like this, you never know. It could stay at 1.4 all year or die away tomorrow. Anyhow, Lowalski won't be coming back till August, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm out to get publicity while he's gone. Opening a desk drawer, he filed the forms inside. Besides, he added, before turning back to his work, people aren't even aware of readings below 3. The only things that feel them are animals. Back in the outbuilding tonight. My last night here on the farm. Can't help wishing I'd stayed in the farmhouse again, but felt so guilty about cutting short my stay that I wanted to get as far away from the Porths as possible, and now it's too late to change my mind. I don't intend to set foot outside, and I'll keep the lights on in here till dawn. Deborah seemed really disappointed to hear I was leaving. Wonder if I've read her wrong. Maybe she's fonder of me than I realized. Sar didn't seem at all surprised, and though he may have been hurt, he's much too proud to ever show it. In fact, he's been extremely nice about the whole thing, refused to accept the extra week's rent I offered him by way of apology, though I'm sure he's strapped for funds right now. He even lent me his sickle for the night, knowing it would make me feel less nervous. It's certainly better than the axe I had here last time. Hope to hell I won't have to use it. Immobile in the silence of the apartment, heedless of the streetlights outside, he lies watching through the animal's eyes, as behind the encircling screens, the man sits writing. He is up late tonight. So far, he has shown no signs of ever going to sleep. He is alert, edgy, obviously nervous, jerking his head at every sound. The sickle lies well within his reach. It will have to be done quickly. There is going to be blood. And even now, with the new strength and speed the animal has gained, even with its infinitely sharper senses and the extra sting it carries in its poisoned claws, killing the man is going to be difficult. Lying on his bed, the old one tenses his limbs and ever so slightly trembles. It will be difficult indeed. It is going to require all his concentration, all the animal's strength, all the ferocity of their combined wills. But the twitching of the old man's limbs has also been a tremor of exultation. This is, after all, the moment he's prepared for. Taking a deep breath, feeling in his city lungs the cool, moist country night, he begins. I suppose that, in one way or another, I'm going to miss this place. It's certainly more peaceful than New York. At least it was in the beginning, and I imagine the city's going to seem pretty dirty, hot, and sticky when I get back. And for all my rural fears, of course, it'll probably be a lot more dangerous. It would be just my luck to flee in terror from what's really no more than a nasty little house cat, only to get brutally mugged a few minutes after I step off the bus. Another irony. Just today got a really offensive letter from the folks, reminding me that I'm not cut out to be a woodsman. Maybe they think I'm cooking on campfires and sleeping in a tent. With a typically derisive little comment at the end, chiding me for wanting to do the old Thoreau bit. I'd almost be tempted to stay here for the rest of the summer, just to spite those two. Hate to give them the satisfaction of learning they were right, that I couldn't make it out here. Still, no sense jeopardizing my safety. And besides, it's impossible to have a good time anymore, with all this WADA nonsense going on. I suppose if I'm really going to stay awake, I ought to try doing something a bit more useful and continue going through the source material. Probably I ought to choose a book that won't... Think I hear something in the bushes. Am turning off the light. Leaves stirring. Insect noises. Touch of breeze on fur. The animal leaps nimbly from the tree. Feet claw the night air, then soft earth as it lands in the undergrowth beneath one of the windows and begins a slow, cautious circle of the building, searching for an opening. Inside, the man rises and hurriedly snaps off the lamps. Apparently, the fool believes that the darkness will make him less vulnerable. That is his mistake. The darkness will, in fact, make it easier to catch him unawares. Silent as a shadow now, on velvet paws, it continues to circle the building. Frears stood frozen in the center of the room, ears straining for a sound. For a moment he thought he heard the stealthy, irregular crackling of leaves from the direction of the woods, or was it coming from the side that faced the lawn? He turned, trying in vain to follow it. His hand reached out gingerly in the darkness, felt the smooth metallic curve of the sickle, and passed on, grasping the flashlight. Blindly, eyes not yet adjusted to the moonlight outside, he groped toward the screens facing the woods and stood looking out, seeing, hearing nothing. Hadn't that been a new sound from the lawn side? He tiptoed across the room, the linoleum cool beneath his bare feet, and paused beside the closest window, listening, feeling against his cheek the faintest hint of breeze. Was that the sound again? Was it his imagination? He held his breath and listened, pressing his face close to the screen. Silence. No, there it was again. A tiny rustling in the ivy, not far below him. Silence again. He stood there frozen, still hardly daring to breathe, straining to hear. A minute passed. At last, patience exhausted, he brought the flashlight to the screen and switched it on. With a cry, he fell back, dropping the flashlight. There was a shattering of glass, then darkness. For an instant, in its beam, he had seen the animal's wide gray face just inches from his own, the yellow gleaming fangs, the two eyes blazing like coals in the light. Blindly, he groped for the sickle, hearing behind him the sound that made his blood freeze. It was the slow, methodical tearing of the screen. It can see the man perfectly now. He is blundering through the darkened room, fingers scrabbling frantically for a weapon. Beneath its claws, the screen wires tear like thinnest silk, strand after strand. The aged figure on the bed feels the pressure of the wire beneath his fingertips, the successive individual strands giving way, his claws widening the gash. Suddenly there is another sound. The clank of metal echoes through the halls. At the other end of the apartment, up and down the front door, the locks are being turned. Feverishly he throws himself back to the countryside. Hurriedly his claws push aside the flaps of screen. A crash out by the doorway, the sound of the door swinging open, and voices. Voices here in his apartment. He cannot remain in the country. He must return at once. In an instant they will discover him naked here on the bed. Looking one last time through the eyes of the animal, he comes to a decision. The animal alone may still be no match for the man. The risk of failure is too great. Too much is at stake. Voices in the hallway. A heavy voice calls out, "Mr. Rosebottom!" He has time for just a single thought. One final command before contact is broken. "Leave the man for now," he screams silently. "Go for the easier kill." A softer voice.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody... Oh my God, Rosie!
It knows itself to be alone now, on its own once more, but it feels neither loss nor regret. There will not be time to kill the man till later, but it is not impatient. All its strength and cunning will be turned with cold precision to its new task. Withdrawing a paw from the rent in the screen, it drops silently to the ground beneath the window. Within seconds it is racing across the moonlit lawn in the direction of the farmhouse. Quick as a spider it scurries up the gnarled trunk of the apple tree that grows at the rear of the house, pale claws sinking deep into the bark. Reaching the upper portion of the tree, it darts along one of the limbs and springs lightly to the nearby windowsill. The window is open. The room within stands empty, nursery figures grinning from the wall. All that blocks the window is a screen. With a touch delicate as a surgeon's, it rends the wire, then slips inside and drops soundlessly to the braided rug beside the bed. A new darkness now, new smells. Padding stealthily through the hall, it passes an open doorway and looks in. It is the bedroom. Moonlight falls upon two sleeping forms, the man and the woman entwined in one another's arms, and on the 8 wide, watchful eyes of the cats that crowd beside them on the bed. Deep in the orange one's throat, a warning sound begins, a growl of anger and alarm. Before the sound grows louder, the intruder is gone, racing onward through the hall and down the stairs. It remembers the house perfectly. It knows where it must go. Turning at the foot of the stairs, it passes through the lower hall and stops before a doorway. Then it is gone once more, vanished down the steps into the darkness of the cellar. July 23rd. Frears fell asleep just before dawn and dreamed he was fleeing down an endless, dark passageway from something small and silent and untiring. But that was also huge, bigger than he was, bigger than the labyrinth he struggled through. In the distance someone called his name. He awoke with sunlight in his eyes, and had a moment of terror. A face was studying him through the gash in the screen. It was Porth, standing outside on the lawn, a rake in one hand. "It's almost 11, he said softly. "You asked me to wake you today." He pointed to the torn screen. "What's this? Has she been back?" Frears nodded sleepily, sitting up in bed. "It was her, all right. She tried to get in here last night, but for some reason she gave up. I haven't seen her since." Rubbing his eyes, he slipped on his glasses and peered through the screen, wondering if the animal might still be nearby. By daylight the farm seemed a completely different place. It was impossible, amid the tranquilizing warmth, the singing of the birds, the bright green canopy of maple leaves dancing in the sunshine, that anything terrible could ever happen here. Porth gazed gloomily at the damaged screen. Shaking his head, he pulled the two sides closed. "The animal is cursed," he muttered. "Or else I am." He looked down at Frears. "Well, maybe she'll stop her mischief once you're gone. I don't pretend to understand the devil." Shouldering the rake, he turned to leave. "I'll be out by the barn for now. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll drive you into town." He nodded toward the farmhouse. "Deborah'll have some lunch for you before you go." Yawning, Frears watched him move off toward the barn and disappear around the back, returning moments later with a tall ladder. Raising it against one side and hoisting the rake, he began to climb. As Frears turned to dress, he saw Porth poking morosely at a network of gypsy moth nests that bulged like white hammocks beneath the eaves. The bus would be leaving at 1:45. Frears would not have time to dawdle. The thought of leaving prompted an unexpected wave of sadness, but he forced it down. That's just dumb, he thought. Instant nostalgia. You always feel bad about leaving a place you know you'll never see again. Throwing a towel around his neck and buttoning his shirt, he walked outside and headed for the farmhouse. The kitchen smelled of baking bread. Deborah seemed in a better mood this morning than she'd been in yesterday. The disappointment at his leaving was still apparent, but it was with her usual energy that she hurried around the kitchen, kneading a yellowy mass of dough, periodically checking a second loaf in the oven.
"If I'd had more time," she said, "I'd have cooked you up a big fat blueberry pie for you to take back to New York. Do you do your own cooking?"
"Some," said Frears. "I eat a lot of my meals out, but none of it's as good as I've had here." She smiled broadly, wiping her hands on her apron.
"I sure wish I had time to make you something nice for lunch, but there's a million things I've got to do before tomorrow morning."
Taking a loaf of brown bread from the shelf, she sliced off several pieces with the bread knife.
"It's a shame you won't be able to come to worship," she shrugged. "But then, you'd probably be bored by it anyway."
Frears watched her pour him a small glass of milk.
"I'd give you more," she said, "but there isn't much left. There's that trouble at the Verdocks with poor Lisa, and Sar says Brother Matthew didn't have anything to sell this morning either. His cows haven't been right."
She set a plate before him. The sandwich she'd made was enormous, ham and cheese on thick slices of brown bread. Frears ate it with a twinge of regret. It was the same as the first meal she'd ever served him. When he got back outside, he saw that Porth had abandoned the ladder and was crouching precariously on the lower edge of the barn roof. Frears winced as the other reached beneath the eaves with his bare hand and hurled down a writhing clump of caterpillars. Eventually Porth looked up, noticed him watching, and nodded in the direction of the road. He called, "You about ready to go?" "In a minute. I just have to get the rest of my things together." A few bugs, having found their way into his room through the tear in the screen, were now buzzing against the wire, trying vainly to find a way out. "Nature," he said to himself. He fastened the clasp of his suitcase and strapped on his watch. It was an automatic, supposed to wind itself from the movement of his wrist. But he'd worn it so seldom out here that he now had to wind it by hand. Taking his wallet from the dresser drawer, he slipped it into his pocket, followed by the unfamiliar bulge of his apartment keys, a handful of loose change, and a New York subway token. Briefly a sound reached him from the farmhouse, a single muffled wail, but it died away in the air. He was tying twine around a final stack of books when, from across the lawn, he heard the thump of something hitting the ground. He looked outside in time to see Porth stumbling to his feet. In an instant he was off and running toward the farmhouse. Frears saw him dash up the back steps and disappear inside, and moments later heard him shouting Deborah's name. Knocking aside the books, Frears hurried after him. He entered the house just as the other, with pounding feet, was coming down the stairway from the second floor. "She's here somewhere," Porth said. "I heard her scream." Suddenly his gaze fell upon the peg high on the wall where the extra lantern usually hung. The lantern was gone. "The cellar!" he cried. Rounding the hallway, he paused at the top of the steps and peered worriedly into the darkness. "There's another lantern in the kitchen," he called over his shoulder. "Get it and follow me." Putting out his hand to feel his way, he started down. "Wait!" The voice had come from below them, up through the cracks in the floor. It was feeble, a mere croaking, nothing at all like the voice they knew. "Wait!" they heard again. "I'm all right now. Give me just—" It paused. "Just one moment." There was a slow, unsteady shuffling from within the cellar, then the clump of footfalls on the wooden steps. Gradually, the outline of a dark form appeared, advancing slowly toward them up the stairs. Sar reached down and grasped her arm, and moments later Deborah staggered out into the light. She was clutching her bunched-up apron to her throat. The apron had been white. Now it was sticky and red where the patches of blood had seeped through. Suddenly her eyes rolled up, her legs buckled, and she tilted forward. Sar caught her before she hit the floor. Lifting her as lightly as if she were a rag doll, he carried her upstairs, 2 steps at a time, and laid her gently on the bed in their room. Frears followed them up. Deborah seemed to be still conscious. Her eyes were open, and she was staring dully at the ceiling. But her always pale skin was now deathly white, save for dark, skull-like rings beneath her eyes. Her breathing was labored, rasping deep in her throat, and her head lay like a stone upon the pillow. Yet she resisted Sar's efforts to pry away the bloody apron she held pressed to her neck.
"No,"
she whispered hoarsely.
"Not yet."
"What happened?" said Sar. "Can you tell me?" Her eyes rolled slowly around to look at them both, but she remained silent. At last, very feebly, she shook her head. Removing a hand from her throat, she pointed to the floor.
"Wada,"
she whispered. Sar, who had been leaning over the bed, straightened up, eyes blazing. "That devil's down there now?" He started for the door. Deborah grasped his wrist, holding him back. She managed to get out one word.
"Dead."
We raced downstairs and down the cellar steps, Sar grabbing the lantern from the upstairs hall. Even with the light, it was hard to see down there, and the ceiling was so low he had to duck his head. Near the foot of the stairs, on the hard dirt floor, we saw an overturned milk pitcher, the lantern Deborah must have dropped, and what at first looked like a clump of matted gray fur. It was Wada. She looked in death amazingly small. How could a creature that size have inspired such terror? She seemed frozen in the middle of an attack, eyes wide and glassy, filthy-looking claws extended, mouth agape, the rubbery-looking gray lips pulled back and exposing a row of yellow fangs. Even though it was obvious she was dead, I still couldn't hold back a shudder. In the glare of that lantern she looked just the way I'd seen her last night in the beam of my flashlight, her face pressed to the screen. I saw a small round hole in her side, a puncture wound from the look of it, bordered by pinkish-gray flaps of skin. Nearby, at the foot of one of the shelves, we saw the gleam of Deborah's long, thin bread knife, and began to figure out what had happened. Later, after she'd had a bit of sleep, Deborah was able to stammer out the rest. Though it was clear, she still found it painful to speak. Apparently she'd come down to the cellar, after I'd gone out, to see how much milk was left and to bring up some things for tomorrow. She'd already been down there several times before during the course of the morning, but she hadn't noticed anything wrong. The animal must have remained hidden. This time, though, there was no one else in the house upstairs. Maybe that's what made the difference. She says she heard a sound just above eye level and was suddenly looking at the cat, crouched on one of the shelves. No sooner did she see it than it sprang for her throat. This is when God, or luck, or something, seemed to have saved Deborah's life. For all this time, she'd had the bread knife by her side, hanging from a loop of her apron. She had carried it downstairs, she said, to cut off a slab of bacon for tonight's meal. Somehow, when she was attacked, she had the presence of mind to grab for the knife. She managed to wrench the animal off her neck, and with the other hand was able to impale it on the sharp end of the blade. Judging from the nature and position of the wound, I'd say she had even more luck than she and Sar realized, because the tip of the knife must have caught the animal precisely in its old wound, reopening it to the extent that, when the blade was withdrawn, the flesh bulged out just the way it had before. Naturally, I couldn't mention this to Sar. It seems somehow poetically appropriate when you stop to think of it. That murderous creature finally dispatched, and efficiently too, by the smallest and weakest among us. Maybe there is a God after all. Deborah was weak from shock throughout the afternoon and lay upstairs on the bed. When we finally persuaded her to take the cloth away, we were relieved to find that the gashes in her neck were relatively small, the claw marks already clotting. Thank God that thing didn't get the chance to sink its teeth in. Sar was so glad to have her alive that he couldn't do enough for her. He said he heard heavenly choruses. Kept kneeling at odd moments in the corner of their bedroom, thanking the Lord for delivering Deborah safely and for ridding him of his curse. For the rest of the afternoon, he and I took turns bringing things up to her from the kitchen, towels soaked in cold water, etc. At one point, while he was downstairs, she reached out and took my hand as I was standing by the bed. "Thank you," she said in a hoarse whisper, giving my hand a squeeze. "Thank you for staying." That jolted me. In all the commotion, I'd completely forgotten about catching the bus home. I glanced down at my watch. It was already 1:30. I'd missed my chance to leave today. "Well," I said, as if I'd actually planned it this way, "I couldn't leave you at a moment like this. I'll think about leaving tomorrow." She was still gripping my hand. "Please," she whispered, looking up at me, her eyes wide and somehow even more beautiful in that pale, bruised face. "Please stay." I hadn't thought of staying. I hadn't even considered it. But it occurred to me now that with Wada gone for good this time, the reason for my leaving had been eliminated. "Well," I said, still doubtful, "maybe I can stay a while longer, at least till you're well again." She smiled and squeezed my hand tighter. "Good," she whispered. We stared at one another for a moment or two more, and then, hearing Sar's footsteps on the stairs, we dropped our hands. He fixed dinner for us tonight, little more than soup, actually, because he thought that it was best for Deborah. She stayed upstairs, resting. Her voice sounded so bad, breath so rasping, words so slurred, that he told her not to strain herself any more by talking. We had left Wada's body in the cellar. It's the coolest spot in the house. After dinner, I sat with Deborah again while Sar drove the cat's body into Flemington to have it checked for rabies. For once, he spared us the expected diatribe about veterinarian bills. Apparently, when it's something as serious as this, his faith in God isn't quite enough to rely on. He was away for almost 2 hours, during which time, as Deborah was too overwrought to fall asleep, I did my best to entertain her by reading aloud from one of the books of inspirational verse I'd found downstairs. I could see from the notes in the margins that it had belonged to Sar in college. Typical that he'd favored humorless old bores like Milton, Vaughan, and Herbert. Most of the poems were dark, somber things, perfect for a Puritan's funeral. The rest were rosily optimistic, Sunday school stuff. Deborah just lay there on the bed listening, watching me rather dreamily, and appreciatively, I hope, smiling but saying nothing, not stirring at all, barely even blinking. Sar got back long after dark, looking quite exhausted. He said Wada's body had begun to stink even before he got into Flemington, and now the whole truck smells of her. The vet was surprised at how quickly she'd started to decompose, the dampness apparently. He took scrapings from her teeth and will know by tomorrow if there's any sign of rabies. It'll give the Porths something extra to pray about tonight. They were, in fact, doing just that when I left them, Sar on his knees in his accustomed spot, praying aloud, Deborah watching him silently from the bed, but in her heart, I'm sure, praying along with him. I can still hear him more faintly now as I sit out here. No, he's stopped now. The night is silent again. We'd had some faraway thunder before, but now that too has stopped. When I think of how nervous I was about staying out here alone last night, I feel a tremendous sense of relief. God knows how many times I've lain here thinking every sound I heard was Wada. Nice to have that reign of terror over. I'm still a wee bit hungry. That soup we had for dinner didn't really fill me up. I'll probably dream of hamburgers and chocolate cake tonight. I've unpacked all my books and things. New York will just have to wait. Looks like I'll be doing the old Thoreau bit a while longer. Dear Jeremy, I was so glad to hear from you again. How awful about those 2 cats. Hope that gray one's gone for good. I never did like her. I wish the Porths had a telephone. There are so many things I'd like to tell you. My head's still spinning. I suppose they'll have to wait, but only till next weekend, fortunately, because taking you up on your invitation, I do hope to come out again and see you. The weekend of the 30th, I mean. And I want to bring Rosie. I think the trip would be good for him. And besides, it's his car. He's been ill and is badly in need of a vacation. After not hearing from him all week, I got very worried, and last night I got the super to let me into his apartment. The two of us found poor Rosie in a really terrible state, naked on his bed, and I swear we both thought he was dead. And the way he looked, I just hope I never have to see anything like that again. It really gave me quite a shock. I'm convinced that if I hadn't taken a chance and come in when I did, we would have lost him. He apologized later, said this had happened to him before. It's just a kind of nervous condition he gets, and I must say he's recovered nicely. You've met him, Jeremy, so you know how easy he is to get along with. I'm sure he won't give the Porths any trouble at all. He'll sleep anywhere there's room for him. Even a living room chair will be all right. He claims he needs only an hour or two a night. And we'll be bringing out extra food with us so that no one will have to go to any added expense. He's really amazing, in fact, for a man his age. My guess is he's 80 if he's a day. He was up and around in less than an hour, after we got some food in him, just as cheerful and energetic as ever, and, as you can imagine, very grateful to me. He rested most of the day, but this afternoon he called to say he was sick of being cooped up and wanted to get out. And earlier tonight, though I kept asking him if he really felt up to it, he insisted on taking me to the ballet, just as he'd promised. The Royal Ballet's on tour here now, even though I'd have been perfectly willing to forego it. I'm glad I went, though. We had great seats, first-row dress circle. Leave it to Rosie, and saw, among other things, a beautiful Anthony Tudor ballet called Shadow Play, a sort of pagan piece with wood spirits and all. And so continually inventive and lively that I'm sure even you would have liked it. Afterward we went and had dessert across the street at one of those cafes, the kind I never could afford on my own. They charge $5.95 for a little dish of ice cream, and then he insisted on seeing me home. You can never get a cab around here, so we ended up on the IRT. It was really crowded on a Saturday night, but Rosie somehow manages to turn everything into a game. He had us sit up front where we could watch the tunnel ahead of us through the little window. As we sped along, he told me about some scene in the old King Kong in which the gorilla sticks his head up through an elevated track and derails an entire train. I never saw the movie. You know I hardly ever had a chance to see anything before I came to New York. But I tried to imagine what the scene must be like and pictured a huge, snarling head filling the subway tunnel. And then Rosie said, "Okay, but what if it wasn't a head? What if it was just a hand big enough to stop the train?" That's one of the games he plays, the what-if game, also called the Ria Mogu or something like that. Whatever the other person says, no matter how outrageous, you have to force yourself to really totally believe in it with all your heart. I could picture a huge clawed hand sticking up in the middle of the tunnel, and then he said, what if it was just a single finger big enough to fill the tunnel? And I said, how about the claw of such a finger? The tip of the claw? A thing so big it filled the whole tunnel? Rosie laughed and said, yes, that's the idea. But maybe I have too vivid an imagination, because somehow I managed to make myself sick that way, picturing those huge things in front of us. Or maybe it was the heat on the train after all that ice cream, and the crowd and the roaring. I started feeling very weak all of a sudden, and someone nice got up for me so I could sit down. And just then the train came screeching horribly to a stop, right in the middle of the tunnel. All the lights went out, and the air got hot and stopped moving, and I got a sudden icy feeling up and down my spine, so bad I thought I'd throw up. Someone said, don't you see it? There's something blocking us. And Rosie went up and tried to see if there was another train up ahead, but he couldn't see through the crowd. He'd been standing next to me, and we'd lost our place by the window. A few moments later, the lights came on, and the train began creeping forward. Then suddenly it stopped again, and again the lights went out. This jerking, starting, and stopping made me feel even worse. It happened several more times, and each time we ground to a stop, I felt my stomach heave like I was going to be sick, even though Rosie was right there beside me with his hand on my shoulder. The train kept rocking and jerking all the way downtown. It was really nightmarish. I know it was the movement that was making me sick, though the odd thing was that each time I seemed to get this wave of nausea just before we stopped, as if it was the train that was somehow affected by what was happening inside me, rather than the other way around. I told Rosie I was afraid I was going to be sick, and he said, "Try to keep it down. We'll be there in a minute or two." And I managed to control myself all the way, fighting down the nausea while the whole world seemed to twist and heave inside me. "Keep it down," Rosie kept saying, and it seemed to work. And just as he was helping me off the train, he turned to me, smiling, and gripped my hand, and said, "Congratulations, Carol. You passed the test." Book 9. McKinney's Neck. There were black, terrible woods hanging from the hill all round. It was like seeing a large room hung with black curtains, and the shape of the trees seemed quite different from any I had ever seen before. Mackin, the White People. July 24th. Sunday dawned gray and gloomy, mammoth clouds rising on all sides like the smoke from distant fires. Frears got up early, awakened by voices up at the farmhouse, followed by the slamming of the screen door. Sleepily he remembered. This was Sunday, the morning that the Porths were to play host to the assembled brethren. He sat up in bed and looked out. A shiny navy blue station wagon was already parked beside the house. He reached for his eyeglasses, then took his wristwatch from the night table. 7:15, an ungodly hour to be thinking about God. He wondered if plans were being changed in light of Deborah's injury, but probably it was too late for that now. Slipping on shorts and a t-shirt, he left his building and crossed the damp grass to the house. As he climbed the steps to the back porch, he could hear a gruff voice saying, in a slightly defensive tone, "We'd planned on walking here, but with Lotta's condition." As Frears opened the screen door, the man who'd been speaking fell silent. He was seated at the kitchen table with Sar Porth and a slim, gray, hard-faced woman, whom Frears recognized as Porth's mother. The two men had mugs of coffee before them, all turned as he came in. Frears felt like a child who'd blundered into a party where he didn't belong. Only Porth's face showed friendliness. "Ah," he said, getting to his feet. "You've risen early this morning." He turned to the other man, who was also standing now. "Brother Yoram, this is our guest, Jeremy Frears. Jeremy, this is Yoram Sturtevant." "Good morning," said Frears. The man nodded stiffly. "A good morning to you." So this was the leader of the sect. Frears had heard much about him. He was bearded like Porth, with eyes as dark and piercing, but his face looked older and even more severe. The formal-looking black jacket he wore lent him an air of authority. Frears waited to see if he would extend his hand, but the man made no further sign of greeting. In the silence, Frears heard voices coming from the living room, children's voices and a woman's. The guests were here early. "And I know you two have met," Porth was saying with a nod to his mother. "Yes, indeed," said Frears. "Under rather unpleasant conditions." He turned to the woman, who sat regarding him silently, with no trace of recognition. There were still a pair of thin red lines across her cheek. "You look as if you're healing nicely." She arched her brows. "If that's God's will." Porth heaved a sigh as he sat down. "Ah, well, 'tis all in the past now, thank the Lord." "The past?" The woman gave a skeptical shrug. "That's hardly for the likes of us to say." Sturtevant cleared his throat. "With the Lord's help, we'll put the wickedness behind us this very morning." He shifted his gaze to Frears. "I'm told the accursed creature had a special interest in you." "Yes," said Frears, still standing in the doorway. No one had invited him to sit down. "I'm not sure why, but it seemed to bear me a particular hatred." And yet, for all that, you were never actually harmed by the beast. Sturtevant's eyes were subtly accusing. Frears decided to end the conversation. I guess even us infidels have someone watching over us. He turned to Sar. How's Deborah this morning? Healing well, said Sar. She's upstairs taking her rest now, but she'll be down. Why don't you have yourself some breakfast while we three move into the living room and wait for the others? There was a sliding of chairs, and they filed out of the kitchen. Frears could see a boy around 9 or 10 already in the living room, and a large, flushed young woman, obviously very pregnant, who sat slumped in the rocker as if exhausted. Heating some coffee, he took from one of the cabinets a box of cold cereal he'd bought on his first trip to town. The milk pitcher on the table was almost empty. Picking it up, he took the lantern that hung by the top of the steps and went down to the cellar in search of more. There was still an inch or two of milk at the base of the metal storage container, but it had gone decidedly sour. The smell pervaded the entire cellar. Or was that perhaps another smell? The odor of decay. Could the smell of Wada's body have lingered so long? Passing the farthest shelf as he headed back upstairs, he looked in vain for eggs. The egg rack was empty. The hens still weren't laying. What the hell is this place coming to? He thought. Everything's falling apart. Upstairs, more people were beginning to arrive, some of them pulling up in cars or pickup trucks, others who lived closer arriving on foot. The later arrivals headed directly for the back lawn. Those who'd been seated in the living room moved outside to join them, leaving the house to Frears. He watched black-garbed families congregate outside as he attempted, stomach growling, to make a breakfast for himself out of burnt toast and coffee. He recognized some of the faces that passed beneath the window, and noticed family resemblances in others. Matthew Geisel had arrived with a beaming, gray-haired woman Frears guessed to be his wife, and now he recognized Geisel's brother Werner from their long-ago meeting at the co-op. He saw Bert and Amelia Stiegler, the store's managers, and Rupert Lind, whom he recalled disliking, flanked by a wife and 2 daughters. One of them, the younger, looked familiar. He stared at her a long time, increasingly convinced that she'd been the girl in the truck that had tried to run him down. Mustn't jump to conclusions, he told himself. With all the inbreeding around here, everyone looks a little bit alike. In fact, the people assembling on the lawn were hard to tell apart. They were dressed and groomed alike as well. He felt, more than ever now, like an outsider. He didn't belong here. Better to be back on Bank Street, with the radio playing and the traffic outside. Briefly, he considered retreating to the privacy of his outbuilding, but in his incongruously bright clothing, he knew he'd feel even more conspicuous crossing the lawn. And then, too, he'd be trapped in his room like an animal in a cage. He decided to stay where he was. The screen door burst open and Porth hurried in, looking distracted. He headed for the stairs, but called over his shoulder, "Aren't you coming out?" "I'm not really dressed for it," said Frears. "I think I'll just watch from in here." Sar paused. "You will have to come out eventually," he said. "We're performing a cleansing." "A what?" But the other was already hurrying up the stairs. Frears could hear him tramping overhead, then the creak of floorboards as he helped Deborah off the bed. Their footsteps as they descended were slow and unsteady. Moments later, Sar appeared with Deborah leaning on his arm. She looked as pale as before, with the same dark rings beneath her eyes, and her pallor was further accentuated by a black scarf wrapped around her throat, concealing her up to the chin. She smiled weakly at Frears as they passed. "Sar, what's this cleansing you spoke of?" "Something special," said Porth, busy helping Deborah out the door. "You'll see. Best just to stay inside here till the singing's over." The screen door slammed, and Frears could see the assembled brethren turn to watch as the 2 of them stiffly descended the back steps, like the last and most important arrivals at a ball. There were by now nearly 100 people in the yard. Among them he recognized the leathery old farmer who'd given him a lift, and the elderly couple who'd refused him one. He even thought he recognized, from the skimpiness of his beard, the teenage boy who, with the girl, had almost run him down. He wished once again that he'd gotten a better look at them. Abruptly, the elderly couple turned their backs on one another like figures in a dance, and as he watched, the woman appeared to walk away without a word of goodbye. In fact, he noticed now, all the women, old and young alike, had begun to move off to the side of the lawn nearer the barn, leaving the major portion of it to the males. He realized that the sexes were once again being segregated, just as they'd been in the Bible school yearbook. Like Orthodox Jews, he decided. Crazy. Frears had expected Joram Sturtevant to lead the worship, but apparently the man's position was more social than theological, for when the services finally began, it was neither he nor Porth, the host, who strode to the front of the group and asked for silence, but rather a short, older man whom Frears had never seen before. Clasping a large, worn-looking black Bible before him, he called upon the assembled brethren to pray with him for Sister Lisa Verdock, who, along with her family, could not be with them this morning owing to her tragic accident. All eyes were downcast as the man led the invocation, quoting at length from Jeremiah. "O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction." The Bible open in his hands now, but never actually looked at, as if the mere act of holding it affirmed the truth of what he said. After the prayer, the man stepped back, handing the book ceremoniously to a younger man who took his place. Gradually, as the morning progressed, and new speakers, women as well as men, replaced the old, each of them holding the Bible while addressing the congregation, Frears began to realize that what had seemed at first to be an unstructured occasion was in fact highly formalized. People seemed to know just when to take their turns as speaker. When, as happened but seldom, two brethren found themselves approaching the front of the congregation at the same time, one would hold back and wait, as if by some prearranged system of dominance. Nearly a dozen people, mostly men, had addressed the group, with further prayers for everything from more rain to the smiting of idolaters, along with another prayer for Lisa Verdock, when, after a pause in which no others had volunteered to speak, Sar Porth pushed his way to the front. Watching from his seat by the window, Frears saw him scan the congregation and smile at Deborah, who was supported by two of the women, and closely observed, at the same time, by Mrs. Porth. Holding the Bible open before him, Sar began to speak. Frears leaned closer to the screen to hear better. "And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man." It took Frears a moment to recognize the passage. Though most of the others had spoken from Jeremiah, Sar was telling of the flood, of great cataclysmic events that at last, under God's goodness, had had an end. "And Noah builded an altar," he said, not once looking down at the text, "and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease." Frears found the sing-song rhythm of the passage unexpectedly comforting, easily as much so as the words themselves, though for hours afterward something in him would repeat, troubled, that final qualifying phrase, "While the earth remaineth." Joram Sturtevant stood ramrod straight, defying the heat and staring intently at each successive speaker, but he found it hard to concentrate on what was being said. His thoughts were on the stranger back there in the house. He had not liked what he'd seen. Granted, the man bore a name hearkening back to the prophet, yet he himself was, by his own admission, an infidel. That had been his very word, in fact. He'd spoken it with pride. There'd have been danger enough if the stranger had been of a rival faith, one of the numerous Christian or Hebrew or mongrel sects that schemed and struggled and vied for men's souls in the vast, benighted world beyond the borders of the town. They were all the same, those sects, all greedy and, when the last judgment sounded, all damned. But to have so bluntly declared himself an infidel, an enemy of faith itself, surely this was 100 times worse. Maybe Brother Rupert had been right about him. And to call this infidel a guest, as Porth had this morning, surely that was the flimsiest of lies. Porth himself was speaking now, drawing laborious parallels in a low and earnest voice between the tribulations of Noah and the brethren's current difficulties. The young man had a good mind, Yoram conceded, but he was clearly nervous in groups and made a poor speaker. And it seemed he made an even worse farmer. Yoram cast his eye over the cornfields in the distance, the small, sickly-looking stalks, already prey to all manner of weeds and pests. He could see even now that Porth's first crop would be accounted a failure. The image struck him as an apt one, for wasn't Gilead itself a kind of garden, carefully cultivated, nourished and protected, its families as varied as the crops of a well-managed farm, its young like tender shoots? Yes. Here was the stuff of some future sermon, and admitting a stranger entrance, as Porth had, was akin to opening a garden's gates to predators. The shoots would be corrupted, seeds trampled, the soil itself tainted. Perhaps, though, as with the first fall, a woman was to blame. Young Porth, lacking as he did a father's guidance, seemed inclined to let Deborah order him about, and it was said that taking in the stranger had been her idea. There she was now, amongst the women near the barn, staring dully at the proceedings. What had happened to her yesterday had been no surprise to Yoram. He had been convinced for some time that the devil was in that cat. His right hand still smarted from his encounter with her earlier in the year. Sister Deborah should have foreseen the tragedy. Like as not, it had been a judgment upon her. She was, Yoram allowed, a handsome woman. He admired the slimness of her form and her dark, wanton-looking eyes, though he suspected she'd be capable of all manner of sin. Lotta, his own wife, had once been just as slim, but after 3 sons her figure had thickened. And now, of course, the woman was almost unrecognizable, her belly grown so enormous it pained her constantly. Yoram thought of her as Sar came to the end of his talk. He had left her in the Porth's living room, her sweating form filling their little rocker in a way he'd found faintly disagreeable. Somewhere in him was the vague suspicion that he'd been wrong to bring her here today, but this he'd long since repressed, and what he felt instead was, for the most part, a mixture of irritation at her feminine frailty — the other children hadn't been such trouble — and concern at her appearance. If he felt any guilt, it was for not having insisted that she come outside here with him for the services, to stand just like Deborah with the other women. They couldn't allow themselves to grow soft, he and Lotta. They had an example to set for the community. Frears had expected the services would be over when Porth finished speaking. He hadn't counted on the hymns. There were more than a dozen of them, from Blue Galilee to Christ the Harvester, growing in volume and fervor until he felt sure some of the brethren would wilt beneath the steadily advancing sun, which, having risen above the low wall of clouds, now shone down fiercely. Toward the end, growing weary of the songs, he thought he heard from the living room a low, agonized moan. Leaving his seat by the window, he walked to the doorway and looked in. There, still sunken in the rocker, where he'd seen her before, was the pregnant woman, alone now and looking barely conscious, sweating terribly in her heavy black dress, and obviously in great discomfort. She looked up dully as he entered, blinking at him through great trusting cow eyes that showed neither recognition nor fear. Frears approached the chair and stood staring down at her, thinking, Christ, she shouldn't be out of bed looking as pregnant as this. As she raised her head to look at him, he forced his face into a smile. "Hello," he said softly. As the morning sunlight touched it, he saw her swollen belly squirm. He was the first man to smile at her all morning. Yoram only glowered at her these days, as if her condition were somehow not a blessing but a curse. She hadn't wanted to come to the worship. She'd felt so tired, so filled up inside she could scarcely breathe. It had never been like this before, not with the others. Sometimes, when the child inside her moved, it felt as if the child were rearranging all her insides to suit itself, so strong-willed was it, like Yoram. It was surely bound to be another boy. She wished that just this once the Lord would let her have a daughter, but it wasn't for her to question his ways. Yoram would be angry with her if he knew she'd even thought of it. She wanted this pregnancy to end. It was becoming too much for her to bear, and it was so hot today. She'd have liked to sit out upon the back porch and watch the services. She knew they'd be a comfort to her, but Yoram wouldn't hear of it. He said that either his woman stood out there in the sun with the rest of the congregation, or else hid herself away. He'd not be shamed by having her sit while the others stood. So she'd been condemned to this airless little living room. She had been feeling dizzy from the heat and the discomfort when the stranger approached her. She envied the way he was dressed. He looked so much more comfortable, and you could see his plump arms and legs, like a baby's. The colors of his clothing reminded her of the flowers in her garden. He had a kind face, and his hands looked soft, like healing hands. They stirred vague memories of Yoram's own hands long ago, before the children came, and the memories of the soft hands of the midwives. "How are you feeling?" he was asking, smiling down at her like the sun. "Oh my," she said, "just look at me." And she shook her head, almost ready to laugh, as if the two of them were sharing a joke, one that people like her husband would never understand. "I am looking," he was saying, and his smile was so sympathetic she was almost able to forget the ache inside her. She smoothed back a strand of hair from her sweating brow, wishing he could see her at her best, and realized suddenly that her thighs were parted more than was proper for a married woman with a strange man, the heavy black material dipping like a damp trough between her legs. But it was all right. The stranger was comfortable in his way, and she was comfortable in hers. He looked as though he would understand. "How much longer do you have?" he was asking, nodding at her stomach. She could see he was impressed. She was proud of her condition once again, and remembered that she didn't have to be ashamed at all, the way Yoram tried to make her feel. She thrust her belly upward even more. "'Twill be any day now," she confided, with a little shiver of excitement. "I feel it movin' all the time." The stranger smiled. "I guess the poor kid's getting impatient." She giggled. The sound felt funny. She hadn't laughed in so long. "It's movin' now," she said, but not alarmed for once. She was pleased at the stranger's interest. She ran a hand over her belly, feeling the child kick, but also feeling how good her own hand felt. His would feel even better. "You can touch it if you want," she said, smiling up at him, her body so huge and so sensitive. The stranger reached toward her, then hesitated. "Go ahead," she said breathlessly. "Touch it. Touch it." They were all looking at Sturtevant now, waiting for him to give the word. He turned to the assembled group. "Brothers and sisters, as you know, the Lord has given us a special task to perform today. These good people fear they've been sheltering malign spirits under their roof. It is for us, their brethren and neighbors, to purify the house and all within it. Let us then have a cleansing. Join with me now in divesting their home of its worldly goods, so that we may better fill it with the Holy Spirit." The sun was hot on his head. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. While the others formed themselves into a line and made ready for heavy labor, the men laying aside their vests and rolling up their sleeves, Yoram walked round the side of the house, and slipping off his heavy black jacket, left it folded on the front seat of his car. In a moment or two the others would be filing into the house, with Lotta still seated there, fat and sweating in the living room. He hated the thought of them seeing his wife like that. Better to rouse her and get her outside, maybe have her sit in the car. He hoped she would not attempt to argue with him. With a determined stride, he hurried up the front steps and through the open door. The short hallway was dim, but sunlight streamed from the living room, through whose doorway, as if within a frame, he saw the figure of his seated wife, and of Jeremy Frears bending over her, murmuring soft words as he stroked her rounded stomach. It took the others several minutes to calm Yoram down. The first group of brethren had entered the house just as the yelling began, and in the end what they remembered were Yoram's wild expression, the way the veins stood out in his forehead, and the admirable way that, in consideration of Frears' relations with the Porths, he restrained himself from physically attacking their guest. His greatest fury was directed at his wife, though this, too, was held in check before the eyes of the community. Choking out a, "Woman, remember yourself," he seized her arm and dragged her roughly past the others, down the porch steps and out to the navy blue station wagon parked beside the house. And what he said to the quaking woman once they were inside the car, with the windows rolled up tight, no one in Gilead ever learned. Meanwhile, politely ignoring the contretemps, if not oblivious to it, the others were continuing to file inside for the cleansing. The crowd streaming through the back door and spreading throughout the house, each person taking as many objects as his or her arms could hold, and carrying them out onto the lawn behind the house. It was like an old-fashioned moving day, Frears decided, with the entire community there to help. He had stoutly maintained his innocence throughout Sturtevant's harangue, and now, reluctant to venture outside where the two of them were parked, he remained on the first floor watching the activity and lending a hand when he could. He saw men carry out chairs, shelves, a picture of the Holy Land from the living-room wall, even the andirons from the fireplace. Two men struggled down the narrow wooden stairway with a chest of drawers. Rupert Lint picked up the heavy wooden kitchen table all by himself and bore it outside. Women moved through the house, their arms laden with stacks of plates, clocks, rugs, or jars from the cellar. Even the smallest children worked, one with a handful of silverware, another with a flat, hard pillow from the bed, another with a little weather house from the living room. Cats darted excitedly beneath everyone's feet. Gradually, they were stripping the house of everything but the walls. Cora Geisel carefully untied the red glass witch ball from the lintel above the window in the nursery. Yoram's brother Abram helped Porth and Galen Trudel as they struggled to haul the Porth's huge, heavy bed down the narrow stairs. Deborah, ill as she was, tried to carry out the Bible from the night table in the bedroom, but in her weakness dropped it to the floor, so that old Sister Cora, muttering a hurried prayer, had to carry it for her, Frears helping Deborah herself downstairs. He was pleased at how tightly she gripped his arm. The Porths did not have a great many possessions, but the collection on the lawn grew huge, encompassing as it did all their worldly goods, even to the tiniest thimble. Frears, when he wasn't actually helping, stood in the living room watching the furniture and objects being taken away around him with bemusement, like a homeowner surrounded by moving men, nearly 100 moving men to be exact, and clearly familiar with the requirements of the occasion. In little more than half an hour, the lawn outside, like the scene of some desperate everything-must-go tag sale, lay covered with household belongings and a mob of milling people. The barn was next. Porth released the handbrake in the truck, and the assembled men pushed it out of the building and into the yard, with no need to start its engine and break the holy silence of the service. Following the truck, men hauled out the rusted old farm implements, and from the attic, the tools and removable furnishings from Sar's workshop. The 5 hens and the rooster, cocking their heads as they looked down curiously on all the activity through the wire of their cage, were left inside to be blessed. Porth stood by the barn with hands on hips, overlooking the accumulation on his lawn with a gaze that appeared transported. Frears realized that he must be seeing, in all this, proof that his luck would surely turn. What Deborah felt was impossible to make out. Frears moved beside him and looked dubiously at the clouds. In a clearing to the east, a smoke-white half-moon hung suspended in the sky. "Let's hope it doesn't rain," he said. Porth glanced up, but surprisingly showed no concern. "No matter," he said with a shrug. "'Twould simply be a cleansing sign from the Lord." Frears nodded, privately recalling twin sayings about the weather at funerals. Sunshine was a sign that heaven loved the deceased. Rain was a sign that heaven was weeping for him. It was impossible to lose. He looked back down at the lawn in time to see that a group of nearly 20 young women had joined hands in a ring and were staring in their direction. "Who are they?" he whispered. "Unmarried women," said Porth. "I'll explain in a minute." Smiling, he strode off into the center of the circle. One of the girls brandished a large black kerchief, and, as Frears watched, bound it around Porth's eyes like a blindfold. Suddenly the group began singing, their high, girlish voices carrying eerily across the lawn. "Make the choosing round about, choose the one and draw her out. First her willing hand you take, then the cleansing she will make." As they sang, they began turning slowly around Sar, watching him intently. They had circled 3 times and had finished 3 complete choruses of the song, when suddenly Sar's hand shot out and tapped one of them, a thin young blonde girl, on the shoulder. "Eve Buckhalter," someone called. "Draw her out." It was Joram Sturtevant who'd spoken. He was standing straight and tall on the back steps of the farmhouse, still grim-faced from the encounter, and careful, it seemed, not to glance in Frears' direction. Frears assumed that, by this time, he'd settled the matter with his wife, for she was no longer in the car. Perhaps he was even ashamed now of having gotten so hot under the collar. The Buckhalter girl was led outside the ring, where a woman Frears didn't recognize handed her a small white feather. Grinning broadly, she stood waiting, awkward as all teenagers, but clearly pleased at the attention. "She will lead the cleansing of the barn," called Sturtevant. "Now choose for the house." Once more the girls in the ring began revolving, raising their voices in song. They had sung for 3 more revolutions of the circle when Sar's hand shot out again, touching another girl, this time just below her breast, which made her squeal. "Sarah Lint," Brother Joram called. "Draw her out." It was Rupert's daughter. Frears studied her closely as she was led from the circle, recognizing the wide face and snub nose. He felt even more certain now that she had been the girl in the truck. Sar, his task completed, had returned to Deborah's side, while in the center of the yard 2 women, the girls' mothers, he guessed, recognizing the woman he'd seen arrive with lint, proceeded to twine corn leaves in their daughter's hair. The leaves in place, the pair of girls, each grasping a white feather, were led before the group, where they stood waiting nervously. The second girl, young Sarah, he saw, looked very nervous. Sturtevant, on the back steps, raised his hand. Turning to the girls, the congregation murmured an invocation. "May the Lord be with you as you carry out your holy task." "They're the ones who'll cleanse the buildings," whispered Porth, his arm around his wife. He looked pleased, though Deborah's face was blank. "They're robed in innocence, you see, and are fit for such holy work." "Oh, so that's the object," said Frears. "Yes, I guess it makes sense." "Virgins," he said to himself, as, in silence, the Buckhalter girl began walking past the company toward the barn, while the Lint girl proceeded toward the house. For all the awkwardness of it, the round, self-conscious teenaged shoulders and the determinedly stately pace, the silly white feathers and the corn leaves in their hair, it was a curiously solemn moment. He scanned the assembled crowd. Parents were nodding and murmuring silent prayers. Porth was gazing at 2 girls like a proud papa at graduation. Only one face made Frears pause, that of Porth's mother. For the first time that he could remember, the woman looked surprised and uneasy. Frears followed her gaze. She was staring hard at the Lint girl, as the latter walked slowly toward the house, her girlish face grave, eyes directly before her, clutching the white feather as reverently as if it had been plucked from an angel wing.
"What's troubling your mother?" whispered Frears.
"Shh," said Porth, not looking at him. He did, however, turn to look at the woman, and seeing her expression, his own face grew puzzled. All this time the Lint girl had been advancing slowly toward the house past the rows of assembled men and women. Suddenly Frears saw her pause, and for the briefest moment gaze wide-eyed with terror and misery at a white-faced young man who stood in the midst of the crowd. It was him once again, the one from the truck. Frears had no doubt of it now. For an instant the young man returned the girl's gaze. Then he looked guiltily away. The eye contact between the two teenagers had been brief, and only someone who'd been watching for it could possibly have noticed. But it had lasted long enough for Frears to see the look that passed between them, and he almost burst out laughing. "Ha!" he thought. "She's not really a virgin, and the only ones who know it are her, the boy, and me." Scanning the crowd again, he saw the shock on the face of Sar's mother. "And maybe," he added, "Mrs. Porth." No one else had seen. Sarah Lint continued moving toward the house, Eve Buckhalter toward the barn. At last the two disappeared into the buildings, the Lint girl hesitating a moment before entering, and there was an audible sigh from the assembled brethren. As if suddenly released from a spell, they broke ranks and milled around the yard, while Frears and Porth looked on, the crowd eventually spreading over the lawn so that each person was left standing before a small clump of household objects. "What's going on?" whispered Frears. Sar, too, seemed more relaxed. "Well, the girls are inside now. Sarah will go through every room of the house, from attic to cellar, blessing each room with a prayer, and Eve will do the same with the barn. Meanwhile, the others are going to bless our possessions out here. Deborah and I aren't allowed to participate." The blessing he'd spoken of had already begun, Frears saw. Brethren with waving hands were making signs and passes in the air, murmuring strings of prayers like people at some ancient bazaar. "This does my heart real good," said Sar, taking it all in. Obviously, size didn't matter. Frears saw a little boy who looked all of 7 standing solemnly before the grandfather clock, which dwarfed him, while hulking Rupert Lint, his younger daughter in the house, stood mumbling a prayer over several lanterns and a rolled-up rug. Cora Geisel stood before a table piled high with jugs and jars and bowls. Nearby stood her husband, blessing 2 of the implements from the barn, a broken plow and a rusted vehicle with wicked-looking prongs around the wheels. Brother Yoram gravely blessed the pickup truck, whose cab, Sar had said, still smelled of decay. Frears wondered if the smell would disappear now. Watching Geisel at his prayers, he realized that an item had been overlooked. He slipped into the outbuilding and emerged with Porth's shiny little sickle, which had been lying on his night table. "I wouldn't want anything to escape your blessing, Matthew," he said, tossing the sickle on the ground beside the plow. The old man nodded distractedly and continued praying. At last Eve Buckhalter appeared in the doorway of the barn, sticking the white feather like a talisman into a chink in the wood by her head. She gazed around her, smiling. Moments later, Sarah Lint appeared, and forced a smile, too, though she looked somewhat drawn and pale. Pausing at the back door, she struggled for a moment and finally managed to fit the white feather into a crack in the wood. She descended the back steps to a host of smiling faces. The praying had stopped. The cleansing was completed. "Brothers, sisters," said Porth solemnly, climbing onto the porch. "I thank you all for the service you've performed and the kindness you've done me and Deborah. Now let us thank the Lord for allowing us all to be here together." He bowed his head. They all prayed silently for more than a minute. Frears bowed his head too, but only briefly. Looking around, he saw that all other heads were bowed. Deborah was gazing at her feet, seemingly either deep in thought or not thinking at all. Sar's eyes were shut tight, as if with profound concentration. Yoram glared severely at his clasped hands, obviously with weighty matters on his mind. But Sar's mother was staring intently at Deborah, Moments later, Yoram raised his head. "Amen," he said. There was a further easing of tension, a loosening of posture. A faint breeze had sprung up, tempering the force of the afternoon sun. Across the dome of sky a white half-moon hung just over the horizon, like a smoke wisp. One by one, as if a film had been reversed, the brethren picked up the objects on the lawn and carried them back inside. The bed and bureau were hauled up to the Porth's bedroom. The truck was rolled into the barn. Frears checked his watch. It was just after 1 p.m. Deborah was standing silently on the porch. Sar was supervising the moving in, pointing out where objects were to go, but was obviously not worrying much about exactness. "'Tis fine, 'tis fine," he was saying, as the women replaced the dishes in the cupboards. "Deborah and I can arrange it all later." "Are you going to have to feed all these people?" asked Frears, during a moment when the other was not distracted. "No, thank the Lord." Porth smiled. "We brethren know how to control our hungers." "It's clear you do," said Frears. But he was thinking of the Lint girl. People as he spoke were beginning to leave, making their goodbyes, blessing one another, and drifting off up the road in little groups, or more frequently piling into cars parked near the front of the house. On their way out, many of the brethren stopped to thank Porth and wish him well.
"I think the cleansing went splendidly," said Abram Sturtevant, a dutiful brother. "And I know Yoram thinks so as well."
In fact, the latter and his family had been among the first to depart.
"I just hope it proves a help to us all," said Amos Reed.
And old Jacob Van Meer stopped to offer wishes from himself and his wife that Deborah, who had long since retired to her room, would make a speedy recovery. Moments later, Frears saw Porth talking in urgent whispers to his mother. The farmer looked annoyed.
"I will," he kept saying. "Don't worry, I'll be there."
At last the woman left, but Frears could see she was dissatisfied and troubled. The Geisels appeared reluctant to go.
"Please," said Porth, "stay and share our Sunday meal. We'd like you to, Deborah and I."
Cora Geisel elected to stay, but it was with the express purpose of caring for Deborah.
"I'd like to stay too, Sar," said Matthew. "I know your woman's in no fit way to cook or fix the house after today, but I'm sorry I have to go. There's been a mess of trouble at our place, too. In fact, we may call for a cleansing of our own, if we can get the brethren together before next Sunday. Our hens and cows haven't been right all week." After the old man had bid goodbye to Sar, Frears accompanied him out past the front yard and onto the dusty road. "What's the matter with your animals?" he asked. "I've been drinking your cow's milk all summer. It's tasted fine." They walked a little way in silence, till the Porth's farmhouse was well behind them. "Most of the livestock in the area has been acting strange lately," said Geisel. "I don't rightly know what's behind it all. Some folks think... Well, I don't mind telling you. There's those who say all sorts of things. Some even maintain the trouble comes from you."
"Me?" Frears' laughter felt a little forced. "Why in the world would anyone think that? I've got nothing to do with this place."
"That's just the point," said Geisel. "You're an outsider. You're living here amongst us, but you ain't one of us. But don't you go worrying yourself over it. Some folks around here just get scared and look to all kinds of excuses."
"And what do you think the cause is?" But the old man never got a chance to reply, for at that moment the earth tremors began. Bert Stiegler and Amelia had already gotten back to the store. They were invariably among the first to leave worship so that they could get the merchandise out and open up for business on Sunday afternoon. They sensed that something was wrong when all the lanterns, hanging sausages, wires, auto clips, and fishing rods hanging from the overhead beams began to tremble. As they stood there in terror, gripping the counter at the front of the store as if it were a life raft, they felt a deep, very low rumbling beneath their feet. Before the vibration ceased 10 seconds later, 3 heavy glass lanterns had crashed to the floor, and all the items on their shelves had crept mysteriously toward the north, as if magnetized. Most of the brethren were still on the road, the Porth's dirt road, or the paved ones nearer town, when the tremors hit. Those who were walking felt themselves rocked and came close to losing their balance. "It was like setting foot in a tippy boat," Galen Trudel would say later. He felt the ground shift, and the simple phrase, "the solid earth," came mockingly to mind. Those in cars had to fight to keep their vehicles on the road. Driving close to town, Amos and Rachel Reed saw the pavement ahead slowly undulate, as if it were a black ribbon floating on waves. Many brethren, true to their natures, were driven to recall warnings from the Bible. Klaus and Wilma Buckhalter, driving Eve home after an already exciting day, were reminded of Matthew. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened. Eve herself felt witness to a God whose voice shook the earth. Others remembered the book of Revelation, or, like Bethuel Reed, thought of Isaiah. "Thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder, and with earthquake and great noise, with storm and tempest, and the flame of devouring fire." And 25 miles to the south, graduate students in the geology department at Princeton, responding to a call from the Lamont Doherty Geological Observatory in Palisades, New York, checked their instruments and verified the findings from Lamont, that north-central New Jersey had just suffered a minor earthquake measuring 4.9 on the Richter scale. The excitement only lasted a few seconds, though it gave us all something to talk about over lunch. And it'll give me something to talk about when I get back to New York. Never experienced one of these things before. Hope they're all as mild as this one proved to be. Cora Geisel stayed upstairs with Deborah and left soon afterward, reporting that Deborah's reflexes seemed a little off, but that otherwise the wounds were superficial and were healing well. It was gray the rest of the day, and I sat in my room reading Robert W. Chambers, and half waiting for another earth tremor, which fortunately never came. Most of Chambers' tales begin with marvelously ominous quotations from a mythical book called The King in Yellow. However, that single gimmick, masterful I admit, seems to have been his sole inspiration. I was sorry that old Cora left, and that dinner was again made by Sar. Deborah was still upstairs resting, he said. He sounded a trifle concerned, despite all the good things that had happened to this place today. He alluded to things wrong with her that Cora and the rest hadn't noticed or had overlooked. He and I ate a forlorn bachelor meal of cheese and bacon from the cellar, which, despite the Lind girl's visit, still smells. Went past the doorway tonight and got a strong whiff of decay. To keep Sar company, I stuck around the farmhouse a while, after washing the dishes, but felt very drowsy and for some reason rather depressed. Hardly the appropriate mood for what's supposed to be a new beginning for this farm, and my renewed decision to stay on. Maybe the gloomy weather. We are, after all, just animals, more affected by the sun and the season than we care to admit. Most likely, though, it was the absence of Deborah. Hope she feels better soon. We depend on her. After Frears went out, Sar blew out one of the lamps. Taking the other, he walked softly upstairs, keeping to the edges of the old wooden steps, so that they'd creak less. As he tiptoed into the bedroom, the light fell on Deborah's pale form. She was lying in bed on her back, staring into the darkness. "Oh, you're awake?" She nodded. "Lots to think about." Her voice, a croaking whisper, still disturbed him. He patted her head. "I was going to pray silently, but I'm glad I won't have to. Just let me pray for both of us, okay? No talking now." "All right." He knelt in the corner, his knees upon the wooden planks. "O Lord, hear me in heaven thy resting place." She watched him levelly until he was done. He was smiling as he came toward her. "And no singing tonight either," he said, climbing into the bed. He brought the lamp closer on the night table, and gently touched the bruises on her neck. "These look even better now than they did this afternoon," he whispered. "God loves you, honey, and so do I." Slowly he leaned over and kissed the raw places at her throat. She stirred slightly. He took it for a response, hoping that, after this weekend's events, she'd want to make love as badly as he did. Leaning farther, he kissed her lips. She kissed him back only half-heartedly, her lips clamped closed. He kissed her again, waiting for her to open her mouth. She did not. Well, perhaps she still hurt there. He pulled away, feeling foolish. Later, as they lay together in the darkness, he reached out and touched her shoulder. He felt her stir. Running his hand over the nightgown, he moved down her breasts toward her stomach and belly, sensing himself grow aroused. She stirred again and rolled away, turning her back to him. Guiltily, he withdrew his hand and, with a sigh, turned over and tried to go to sleep. July 25th. The Porths had been up for hours when he awoke. He rolled over in bed and looked out. The first thing that caught his eye was a garden spider just outside the screen, clutching the tattered remnants of a moth. Nature, he thought, as he had in days past. The animal was gray and hairy, as large as some of the mice the cats had killed. It was clinging to the dark green ivy that grew over the outside of the sill. Obviously it had had good hunting this summer, preying on the insects that lived among the leaves. Almost as if it sensed Freer's revulsion, the thing suddenly began to move, climbing purposefully up the screen and, as he watched, horrified, making straight for the rent in the wire. Hurriedly he seized the spray can from the shelf by his bed, held its nozzle against the screens, and inaugurated the new week at the farm by dousing the creature with poison. It struggled to within several inches of the gap, then stopped, arched its legs, and dropped backward into the ivy. Darkly the nursery rhyme came back to him. "If you wish to live and thrive, let the spider walk alive." He tried to shrug it off, reminding himself that he had already killed so many that he was living even now on borrowed time. A rather quiet day, after the weekend's excitement. No visitors, no accidents, no noise or movements in the earth. Read some Delamere in the morning. Horrifying story of a little boy who sees a crouching demon each time he turns his eyes to the left. But his writing's so tentative and subtle, and the day was so quiet and muggy that I somehow couldn't keep reading. Sar was scattering some sort of white powder in the cornfield that's supposed to keep cutworms away, but he was also making sure to keep an eye on Deborah. She in turn sat watching him from a rocking chair on the back porch, rocking slowly back and forth, but not otherwise moving, like a silent old woman more dead than alive. Seeing Sar's labors, I felt I ought to get some physical activity myself, but the thought of starting my exercises again after being out of practice so long seemed just too unpleasant. I took a walk down the road a little way, up to the first bend where the house is lost from sight. Perhaps I was hoping that the driver from the gas company would happen by again and offer me a lift. Somehow, though, I didn't want to get out of sight of the house, as if it might not be the same or there at all when I got back, like the way Sar keeps one eye on Deborah. I was bored, and walking to town sounded tempting, but Gilead had so little to offer and just seemed too far away. Was going to cut the ivy away from my windows when I got back, as it's become a haven for all sorts of bugs, but decided the place looks more artistic covered in vines. Deborah made dinner tonight, meatloaf, string beans, and potatoes, but I found it a bit disappointing, probably because I'd been looking forward to it all day. The meat was underdone somehow, and the beans were cold. Though she still seems tired and stiff, she seems otherwise normal now and at least was able to talk over dinner. More than Sar, in fact, who said almost nothing, except that he'd been unable to find out anything about the McKinneys, if in fact there are any. Deborah's voice is still hoarse, though, and she ate very little, as she has trouble swallowing. I persuaded her to let me do the dishes again. I've been doing them a lot lately. I didn't have much interest in reading tonight, and would have preferred sitting around their living room, like we used to do in the past, listening to the radio. Deborah, I'm sure, would have been up for it, but Sar's gotten into one of his religious kicks lately and began mumbling prayers to himself immediately after dinner. Guess he's still worked up after the services here yesterday. Absorbed in his chanting, he made me uncomfortable. I didn't like his face, and so after doing the dishes I left, borrowing the radio for the night. Walked back here with some rock music playing. It sounded pretty obscene, here in this rural quiet beneath the stars, but somehow once I got inside it seemed to keep the night at bay. Listened to the ads between each song, plugs for car stereos and acne cream and roadside disco lounges. It all sounded terribly alien out here. What must people like the Brethren make of such stuff? Next I listened to a bit of the news. No mention, alas, of our pathetic little earthquake. Lots of heavy international power politics, crime and corruption in New York, blacks and Libyans demanding this and that, bus drivers threatening a walkout. No wonder the people here despise the outside world. Judging from the picture of it you get on the radio, it's as wicked as Sar claims. Have been listening to the radio for the past hour or so. Recall the days, not so long ago, when I'd have gotten uptight at having wasted an hour. But out here I'm slowing down, more and more, the longer I remain. Can't find that goddamn new can of bug spray. I usually keep it right by this table close at hand, and play search and destroy each night before turning in. Annoying to think that one of the Porths took it and didn't return it. Don't like the idea of their entering my room. The other can's almost empty, but by judiciously using it and an old rolled-up Sight and Sound, whose cover I'll now have to throw away, I managed to give the place a good going over. Now the room smells of spray and I'm exhausted. Just shut the radio off. I'd be tempted to leave it on all night as I go to sleep, but then you can't hear what's happening outside, and I don't like to be at that sort of disadvantage. Now that it's quiet, I can hear Sar praying and singing hymns. Odd to think of him doing so alone. I imagine that Deborah must be up there with him, mouthing the words. July 26th. Writing this, breaking habit, in early morning. Was awakened around 2 or so last night by sounds coming from the woods. A wailing, deeper this time than anything I've heard before, followed by what sounded like a low guttural monologue, except there seemed to be no words, at least none I could distinguish. Maybe it was another whippoorwill, or a large bullfrog, or even some local poacher on a nightly sortie through the swamp. If frogs could talk... For some reason, I fell asleep again before the sounds ended, so I don't know what followed. This morning's paper had a brief piece about our earthquake. Also had a letter from Carol today. She'll be coming out this weekend, unfortunately with that creepy old Rosie. Don't like the way he's cozied up to her. She practically lives for the guy. Still, it'll be great to see her again. Despite what they say about Lammas Eve, this weekend shouldn't be so unpleasant after all. From the Hunterdon County Home News, Tuesday, July 26. Quake cause still undetermined. Gilead, July 25. Though this tiny farming community is located less than 10 miles from the Ramapo Fault, believed to run from Somerset County to the Hudson, a research team of Princeton University geologists reports that the causes of Sunday afternoon's earth tremor here appear to have been independent of the fault. According to the group's findings, released early today and based upon data collated with other seismographic laboratories in the region, the quake's epicenter was somewhere north of the town. Damage was slight, confined to broken windows and household articles, though farmers report some panicking of herds. The disturbance appears to have been highly localized, affecting only the town and its surroundings. Neighboring communities were not aware of it. Contacted by telephone in Connecticut, vacationing department staffer Dr. James Lewalski, director of laboratory facilities, noted that no place on the continent is totally free from such quakes. Even New England, he noted, has had at least one recorded earth tremor of sizable proportions every year since the founding of the colonies. Lowalski pooh-poohed the notion that the state might be entering a new earthquake phase not associated with the Ramapo Fault. There will always be a few freak quakes whose cause is difficult to pinpoint, he said. But there is at this point no cause for alarm. Deborah was able to walk around today and spent most of it in the woods, picking berries. She came back and made us dinner, but it was nothing special. The 4 new chickens have begun to lay, but we've only had around half a dozen eggs from them since they were purchased. The old hen, after a week of laying soft eggs, has responded to her new high-calcium feed by not laying anything at all. Deborah made us a vegetable omelet using all 6 eggs, but it was surprisingly poor, odd medicinal taste. Sar didn't even finish his. Deborah herself barely ate, which also seemed to annoy Sar. "Eat something," he kept saying. "You don't even open your mouth." He's been in a bad mood lately. Dessert not much good either. Cheese and early apples which Sar had bought in town last week. He'd been keeping them down in the root cellar. Now most of them have gone bad. I took a few steps down to the cellar and could smell that the food down there has started to spoil. Probably it's just as well I ate so little tonight. I'm definitely getting heavier out here, despite all my good intentions. Or flabbier, if not heavier. Really ought to do my exercises. Maybe tomorrow. Looked in the bathroom mirror after dinner, before coming out here, and wasn't too pleased with the sight. Maybe I can try to get a better suntan before Carol arrives. And I could also really use a haircut. Must shave, too. As I left the Porths, they didn't seem to be getting along. Deborah, still hoarse, announced that she was tired and went upstairs alone. I left Sar praying in the living room. While I was outside, just before entering this room, I chanced to turn around and look at the farmhouse. The lamp was burning in the Porth's bedroom, and to my amazement I saw in silhouette Deborah slipping off her long black dress. She was right in front of the window. Then she turned and stood there a moment, looking out. Sar must have come upstairs right after that, because I heard him call to her, and she quickly moved away. But until she did, I had the distinct feeling that, as she stood there, she knew she was being watched, and that she, in turn, was looking right at me. Later they would talk about it often. The good people of Gilead would talk and speculate and argue, gathered around Bert Stiegler's cash register at the cooperative, or sipping tea or lemonade on the Van Meer's front porch, or on their way to Sunday worship, how, on the night of July 26th, just before the strange culmination of the events at Porth Farm, Shem and Orrin Fenchel saw the light dancing in the woods. Neither father nor son was the kind to show up at Sunday worship, and the past Sunday, while their fellows were congregating at the Porths, the younger, more enterprising Fenchel had been helping himself to a basketful of tomatoes from Herschel Reimer's garden, taking care to leave no tracks. And old Shem had been fast asleep and snoring. As to the events of the 26th, they would claim later that they'd been searching for a favorite hound that had wandered from the yard and lost itself in the swamp outside of town, but those who knew them best would suspect always that they'd been hunting out of season, the Fenchel larder being surprisingly well stocked with meat despite the annual failure of that family's crop. It was safe to say, too, that the pair had drained a bottle or two that night. As one of the town's rare jokes had it, the elder Fenchel had brought up young Orrin on the words of Jeremiah, chapter 25, verse 27. "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Drink ye and be drunken, and spew and fall." Their testimony, therefore, was not the most convincing, and there were those in Gilead who would deny that the two had seen anything at all. But there were others who, noting the son's wide-eyed amazement, the older man's obvious confusion, the discrepancies in their stories, and reflecting that the two had nothing to gain from lying, for indeed the incident could only increase their notoriety in the town, would be inclined to believe all or much of what they said. The moon was gibbous that night, casting a cold, slug-like face at the trees and rivulets and fallen logs over which they'd been stumbling. They were nearing the marshy region along the northwest border of the old Baber place. Sar Porth had bought the property last fall, and Fenchel agreed with those in town who held that he'd been cheated. And walking had become difficult. Their boots made a wet, sucking sound with each step, and to remain too long in one place gave them the feeling of sinking into the earth. The younger man was the first to hear it. Initially he took it for an animal caught, struggling in some remote trap. But then he began to pick out what sounded like words. Foreign words. The father heard it too by now, and was thereafter to maintain that the language was Hebrew. His son, less dogmatic, would never venture to guess. It was shortly afterward that they saw, far in the distance, the dancing light. It was bobbing up and down out there in the swamp, over land so treacherous that neither man dared approach too closely. Sometimes it would dip below a shrub or rotting log, and would be lost from sight. At other times it seemed to float above the surface of the groundwater, as if playing with its own reflection. Occasionally it winked, flickered, and dimmed. Most often it burned with a small, steady flame. Both men would later agree that it had been moving ever deeper into the woods, away from Porth Farm. But subsequently their reports would differ. Orrin, who had the sharper eyes of the two, was to describe the light as that of a single candle. His father would deny this with a queer vehemence. Though in his sorry life he'd been accused, by his more pious brethren, of every form of blasphemy, he would shudder, even months afterward, at the notion of a burning candle, as if at something unnatural and obscene. He would never explain his reasons, however, except to say that no candle could have cast so strong a glow. He'd claimed that what they'd seen had, in fact, been a hand-held lantern, or even a flashlight. As to just what sort of hand held the lantern, it was still too far away to tell, and a low midsummer mist obscured their view. They stood a while in uneasy silence, squinting at the light. It seemed slowly to be drawing closer. Occasionally the faint sing-song voice would reach them from over the swamp. Shem, at this point, observed that whoever was carrying the lantern must be small indeed, because it appeared to be swinging only inches from the ground. Perhaps it was a child. The two peered into the darkness ahead, wondering how any being could make its way through that mud, and looking in vain for a face they might recognize above the approaching light. In fact, they looked in vain for any face at all. It was here that Orrin broke and ran. Later, when asked to account for his uncharacteristic faint-heartedness, he would mutter something about that light's having been too damned close to the ground. No man could carry a candle that low, he'd say, crossing himself. Leastwise, not in his hand. Shem Finchel didn't remain there much beyond his son, but he lingered long enough to form an opinion, or rather several opinions, of what might have been out there. Some kind of animal, he told his wife, when he woke her that night. A dog or monkey or... His eye fell on young Lavinia's picture book. Or a trained seal? Like in the circus. Carrying the lantern in its teeth. It was only later, when in his cups at the roadhouse up near Lebanon, that he was heard to brag that what he'd really seen crawling through the swamp that night had been a naked woman. July 27th. Feeling tired and on edge today. I was up most of the night, thanks to the sounds outside, like distant thunder, and when I finally slept, woke up wishing I hadn't. If only there was some way of warding off these bad dreams. They're soon forgotten, of course, and seldom repeated, but while you're living through them, they're all the reality you've got. How does that line from the Kabbalah go? Reality hangs by a thread? Closing his journal, Freer strolled outside and wandered toward the farmhouse. He felt grubby and was sure he needed a bath, but he'd forgotten to bring his towel and was too enervated to go back and get it. Heating the water for a bath was too complicated anyway. Deborah was nowhere around, but there was a hot, fresh blueberry pie cooling by the window. He was still aroused in memory from the sight of her disrobing in her room last night, and was eager to see her again. From Sar's workroom in the attic of the barn came the sound of steady hammering, echoing through the yard. He found some lukewarm milk left in the pitcher on the counter, enough for a shallow bowl of cereal, but he felt like something more. Lighting the lantern, he climbed down the narrow steps to the cellar. The entire room now smelled of spoiled food, Had the weather really gotten so much hotter lately that the perishables had perished? He stayed down there as short a time as he could, just long enough to assure himself that the milk in the container was sour and that there were no eggs on the shelf. He was glad to get back upstairs. Wandering out to the back porch, he heard Porth in the barn give a yell of exultation. It was the first time in days that the farmer had shown such emotion. Lately he had grown morose and moody. Frears hurried to the barn to see what had produced the change. Porth was crouching on the platform that supported the chicken coop, peering into the nest, with the smile of a brand-new father looking through the glass of the maternity ward. Frears climbed up the ladder to join him. "Look," said Porth. "Look what they've done." He pointed to a pair of pristine-looking white eggs lying on the platform by his feet. "I found them under two of the new birds." "About time they got the hang of it. And look at this." Leaning into the coop and digging beneath the one surviving hen from the previous flock, who scattered, squawking as he reached toward her, Porth pulled out another egg. "See? The calcium's working. This one's back to normal." Indeed, when held up to the light, the egg seemed plump and healthy, and the shell hard. "A welcome sight," said Frears. "I've missed my morning omelets." "Yes," said Porth. "I have too." He was staring pensively at the egg. "Should we take them up to the house?" "Those two," said Porth, indicating the pair at his feet. "But not this. It's already fertilized. I just felt it tremble in my hand. Here, feel." Without warning, he thrust it into Frears' unwilling hand. Frears hefted it gingerly, thinking of Lotta Sturtevant's stomach. The egg was warmer than he'd expected. Soft, impatient movements came from within it. Hurriedly he returned it to the other, who slipped it back into the eldest hen's nest. "We'll let her sit on it a while," said Porth, "and soon we'll have ourselves another bird." Each with an egg, the two strolled toward the farmhouse, their spirits high. Nature, in the end, would not be denied. The sun was out, the corn was ripening, and the hens were laying again. For several minutes after the two figures had gone, the old bird continued to pace round and round in the dust and odor of the coop, at last settling herself back onto the remaining egg. The barn was still. Shafts of sunlight crept steadily across the wooden floor. A trio of blue bottles buzzed in contentment. Suddenly she jerked her head erect, her round eyes staring wide. With a flurry of feathers she hopped off the nest and scrambled to the far corner of the coop, where she stood quivering against the wire, claws raking the straw. Behind her, in the filthy down-lined nest, the egg twitched, rocked back and forth, and jerked to a series of invisible blows, looking more like a living thing than the container of one. A split appeared in the side. The four new hens and the rooster left their perches and gathered to watch, cocking their heads and twitching as a dark, jagged hole appeared in the side of the egg, and a tiny pink arm slipped through. At last a head appeared, and as the squawking of the adult birds rose higher, the child hatched, scattering bits of shattered eggshell. With frenzied cries, the surrounding chickens pecked to death the glistening pink reptilian thing that emerged. The house by this time had a kind of shabby hominess for Frears, as if the depressions in the sofa in the living room had come from him, the worn spots on the wooden armrests from his hands. He sat back in the rocker that stood near the fireplace, and waited idly for lunch to be ready. Deborah had returned. He could hear her now in the kitchen, but didn't have the energy to get up and go in. Porth emerged from the cellar, a look of satisfaction on his face. He joined Frears in the living room, ducking his head as he passed through the doorway. "Well," he said, "we've made a new start. By next week I'll bet the whole shelf's full of eggs again." He stood thinking, arm propped on the mantel. "And maybe by fall we'll have enough birds to eat." Frears imagined living beings trapped inside smothering shells, bent almost double with beaks between legs, struggling insanely to burst free. "You know," he said, Until today, I never held a fertilized egg, and I'm not sure I ever want to hold one again. It felt really weird. Reminded me of those earth tremors we had on Sunday. Porth smiled. A little milder, surely. Oh, I don't know, said Frears. It's all a matter of scale. If that egg were the size of the earth, those movements we felt would have been worse than any quake in history. You may have a point. Rubbing his chin, Porth stared speculatively at the books occupying the lower half of the writing desk in the corner. Seems to me I've heard something like that before. The idea that the earth is one big egg. 'Twas a tale my mother told me when I was small. A kind of fairy tale. Or maybe it was just a dream she'd had. They say that myths and fairy tales are public dreams. Well, maybe so. In this one, I recall, a girl believes the earth is a dragon's egg. A dragon's egg just waiting to be hatched. 'Tis all symbolic, of course. A parable, just like in the Bible. Yes, I can see that, said Frears. And then what happens? The other shrugged resignedly. What else? The world ends with the roar of a dragon. Just beyond the doorway of the kitchen, Deborah added a dash more pepper to the pork patties sizzling on the gas range, then threw in another pinch of salt. 2 spoonfuls of flour went into the mix, followed by a fresh patty glistening here and there with fat. It hissed as it settled in the pan, scattering drops of burning grease upon her fingers. She did not flinch. Taking an onion from the wicker basket on the counter, she carefully peeled off the larger leaves and dropped them in. There were no tears. In a shallow bowl, she mixed the salad dressing, compounded of oil, lemon juice, vinegar, and garlic. Tasting the result from a finger dipped into it, she picked up the peppermill once more and gave it 3 firm shakes over the mixture, then paused and tilted her head, almost cat-like now, listening. Outside, the stillness of the yard was broken by the distant crowing of a rooster. From the next room came the sound of the 2 men in earnest conversation. Silently she crouched, reached beneath the counter, and drew forth a squat silver can. Prying off the heavy plastic top, she poured a measured amount of pale liquid into the bowl, adding a dash more of the liquid directly onto the sizzling meat. It smoked fiercely for a moment, bubbling with a new and shriller noise. Quickly pressing back the top, she slipped the can back into its hiding place, so that no one except her could possibly have seen the directions on it, or the brand name, or the warning, for outdoor use only. Only 4 cats are left from the original 7, yet none of these survivors seem to feel the slightest sense of loss. Played with them for a while after lunch, or rather watched them chase insects, climb trees, doze in the sun. Spectator sport. Speaking of which, finally got around to going birding. Something I'd been meaning to do ever since I got here. Armed myself with Peterson guide and marched off into the fields. Saw a red-winged blackbird, 3 starlings, and what may have been a grackle, then called it a day. Whole thing seems as pointless as tallying out-of-state license plate on a road trip. Came back in here, opened my notebook, and sat down to reread Supernatural Horror in Literature in the Lovecraft collection. Sort of a poetics of the horror tale and a marvelous guide. I've been using it as a summer reading list, trying to cover the material Lovecraft recommends. But it worries me to see how little I've actually accomplished this summer, and how far I still have to go. So many obscure authors I couldn't find at Voorhees, so many books I've never even heard of, left me feeling depressed and tired. Took a nap for the rest of the afternoon. Deborah looked much better at dinner. Though she still did little talking, her features were more animated. She had good color. She's been spending time berry-picking in the woods, she says, and she seemed energetic and cheerful. Sar, by contrast, was moody again. He picked at his food, beef stew, and like the pork at lunch, actually quite poor, though I was too polite to say anything, and kept asking her why she didn't eat more. When she brought out the blueberry pie, he flatly declined to have any. "How do I know the berries aren't poison?" he demanded. Both Deborah and I were scandalized that he'd even think such a thing, and I could see that, after all her work, the poor girl was very upset. So I had a huge extra slice. Deborah ate a lot, too, no doubt just to show Sar up. Sometimes I stay with him and talk, but didn't want to hang around tonight. Can't get used to the changes in Sar. He barely said a civil thing all evening. One exception, though. He told me he'd found out, in answer to my question, that there never were any McKinneys. Seems McKinney's neck is actually taken from some old Indian word. Felt like rain when I came back out here. Clouds massing in the night sky, and the woods echoing with thunder. Little Absalom Trout seemed to smile at me from his photo when I turned on the light, as if glad to have me back. Still no rain. Read most of John Christopher's The Possessors. Pretty effective, drawing horror from the most fundamental question of human relations. How can we know that the person next to us is as human as we are? Then played a little game with myself for most of the evening, until Jesus, I just had one hell of a shock. While writing the above, I heard a soft tapping, like nervous fingers drumming on a table, and discovered an enormous spider, biggest of the summer, crawling only a few inches from my ankle. It must have been living behind the bureau next to this table. When you can hear a spider walk across the floor, you know it's time to keep your socks on. If only I could find the damned bug spray. Had to kill the thing by swatting it with my shoe, and think I'll just leave the shoe there on the floor until tomorrow morning, covering the grisly crushed remains. Don't feel like seeing what's underneath tonight, or checking to see if the shoe's still moving. Must get more insecticide. Oh yeah, that game. The What If game. The one Carol says Rosie taught her. For some reason I've been playing it ever since I got her letter. It's catching. Vain attempt to enlarge the realm of the possible? Heighten my own sensitivity? Or merely work myself into an icy sweat? I invent the most unlikely situations, then try to think of them as real. Really real. For example, what if this glorified chicken coop I live in is sinking into quicksand? Maybe not so unlikely. What if the Porths are getting tired of me? What if, as Poe was said to fear, I woke up inside my own coffin? What if Carol, right this minute, is falling in love with another man? What if her visit here this weekend proves an unmitigated disaster? What if I never see New York again? What if some stories in the horror books aren't fiction? If Mackin told the truth? If there are white people out there, malevolent little faces grinning in the moonlight, whispers in the grass, poisonous things in the woods, unsuspected evil in the world? Enough of this foolishness. Time for bed. Adrift. Afloat. A dream. He was spinning down the river on a narrow wooden raft, speeding toward the falls. He heard them ahead, a monstrous cataract of mist and white smoke, and a rumbling deeper than thunder. He was almost upon them now. The raft was tilting forward. He felt it rock frenziedly as the raging current caught it. And suddenly the raft tipped over and flipped him out of bed. He landed on the floor. And the floor itself was moving. 2 miles down the road, and a mile nearer town, Ham Stoudemeer fought his way to the window and peered out, muttering snatches of prayer. His jaw fell. Outside, in the moonlight, the cornfield was rising, the land tilting as if from giant limbs beneath a patchwork quilt. "Dear Lord," he gasped. "Is it the final judgment?" Adam Burdock had been sleeping on a cot beside his wife's bed. He dreamed his daughter Minna was shaking him, and felt a sudden half-formed hope, he was to say afterward, that she had good news of Lisa. But Minna was nowhere about when he awoke, and Lisa's eyes were closed, and he felt himself tossed around the little bedroom, like a terrier shaking a rat, was how he'd put it later, and still his wife's eyes failed to open. Deborah's eyes were open. Sar awakened with a start to find her shoved roughly against him in the bed. He heard the sound of glass breaking somewhere below. The walls of the house were bending and creaking like the masts of a ship in a storm. "Honey," he said, "come on, we've got to get out." She stared at him glassy-eyed. Perhaps she was dreaming with her eyes open. She seemed not to hear. "Honey," he said, voice rising now. "Come on, 'tis another quake." He lifted her from the bed, the two of them in their nightgowns, and started toward the stairs. Shem Fenchel, dead drunk, slept through it all. In the darkness of the woods, by the tiny mud-packed altar at the margins of the swamp, the thundering vibrations tore the forest floor and threw up great jagged chunks of rock. Part of the ground trembled and gave way, swallowing up all that remained of the fire-blackened cottonwood and the tiny mound of mud. Animals fled the area in terror. Trees still standing bent as from a violent storm. With an awesome cracking sound the earth split, bulged and lifted, as if from some immense form pressing upward from beneath, straining toward the moon. Gradually the trembling subsided, the land settling back upon itself. Ham Stoudemeer saw his field grow still, the giant asleep again beneath its coverlet. Sar, carrying Deborah's stiff form down the stairs, felt the tremors stop. Frears picked himself nervously from the floor. They walked out to the yard and stood with relief upon the firm ground, and the two men talked until the rain came. And in the forest, a gigantic shape, furred with foliage and humped like the back of some huge animal, stood upreared against the stars. The next morning in the drizzle, they picked up the pieces. Bert and Amelia Stiegler walked up and down the aisles of their store, sweeping up the broken shards of bottles. A grieving Adam Verdock roamed through the countryside, rounding up his cattle, which had kicked down their already damaged stalls. Old Bethuel Reed, summoning his courage, brandished a rake and chased the snakes that swarmed over his land into the forest. And young Raymond Trudel, while searching the swampy region of the woods for an escaped hog, came upon the scene of the worst devastation, and went running back to his family's farm, screaming in terror about the monstrous hill that had risen in McKinney's Neck during the night. Book 10. The Scarlet Ceremony. There are the white ceremonies and the green ceremonies, and the scarlet ceremonies. The scarlet ceremonies are the best. Mackin, the White People. July 28th. Rain spatters the sidewalk. The morning sun glows dimly behind a veil of cloud. Poised between the twin spires of a cathedral, the gibbous moon, just 3 days short of full, is a blob of smoke against the graying sky. As he wanders through the city, peering from beneath his black umbrella as he catalogues all that will be gone, the old one perceives the moon's true meaning. It is a portent of imminent completion. The 2 initial ceremonies are behind him. The woman has been tested and found ready. The dole lives clothed in human form. Yet a single step remains now, one last transformation, and the final act. The Vula Taina can be performed. All that's needed now is one more body, that of the man, and watching the fall of rainwater from a spout shaped like a gargoyle's mouth above him to an oil-rainbowed puddle at his feet, he is suddenly filled with certainty that the man will meet his end this very day, and with a vision of how that end will come about. He can see it. It is as real as the rain upon the grimy streets around him. Death by water. He awoke to the patter of rain on the already wet grass, as if last night's cataclysm had been in truth just thunder and a vivid, violent dream. But no, he recalled. It had been more than that. There really had been a quake of some sort. The memory made this morning's rain seem a kind of absolution, something that would turn the earth into mud, which, like mortar, would seal all last night's cracks. He lay on his bed for a few more minutes, lulled by the sound, but gradually became aware that he was cold. The air was damp today, and a cool wind had sprung up. Across the lawn the house looked dry and cheerful. His watch said 10:30. He roused himself and hurried out, keeping beneath the nearest line of trees for as much of the way as he could. Worms had crawled out of the grass and were wriggling like drunken things on the flagstones as he dashed up the walk toward the porch. To his left, the cornfield looked drenched, the thinner stalks drooping wearily in the mud. Hard to believe on such a day as this that the sky above the farm had ever been sunny. The radio in the kitchen was tuned to a religious station. Sar and Deborah were sitting across the table glaring into one another's eyes, like two card players suspecting each other of cheating and waiting to see who would draw first. Frears could feel the tension break as he came in. Deborah smiled with obvious relief. Rising, she switched off the radio and went to the stove.
"We've no milk today," she said.
Her voice had improved dramatically overnight.
"And no new eggs from any of the hens. And the two downstairs were broken when the shelf collapsed last night. So unless my husband—"
"I'm going," Sar said loudly. "I'm going into town this afternoon to see about the damage and how Aunt Lisa is doing. And when I'm there, I told you, I'll stop at the co-op and buy whatever we need."
"Why don't you go now, before it's all gone?"
He snorted with annoyance. "I told you I'll not be panicked by what happened last night, and I'll not have it look to the community, when I march into the store and ask for credit to buy powdered milk and eggs and other provisions, that I tried to get there first. Besides, I want to get that broken glass cleared from the cellar."
"Well, why don't you?"
"I am." He stood and headed for the cellar. "Let me know when you're going into town," said Frears, "and I'll come along." The other looked dubious. "You're sure you want to come and see Aunt Lisa? I don't think that would be wise." Frears shrugged. "Maybe, but there are a few things I'd like to pick up before Carol and her friend come out, and I'll be glad to chip in on the rest." Sar nodded morosely. "I'll not say no to help like that," he said. "Thanks." He left the room. They heard him descending the cellar steps, and then the clatter of broken glass.
"It's a shambles down there," said Deborah. "An unholy shambles. Even the things that weren't in jars got spoiled somehow. I did manage to save the bacon and potatoes, though. Why don't I add some to last night's stew? There was a lot left over. Sar's been off his feed lately."
"Great. Never let it be said that I require milk and cereal for breakfast." He ate heartily, not minding that, like last night, it didn't taste up to Deborah's usual standard. She, too, must be a little off her feed. Afterward, he went to the living room and watched the cats at play. The four had moved inside this morning, away from the cold drizzle and the breeze. But the animals and their ceaseless quest for amusement now depressed him. A moving sock, the sound of a slither or scrape, anything seemed to excite them for a moment, then ultimately bore them. He, too, felt bored. Borrowing the radio and holding it under his shirt, he walked back to his room. He reopened the Possessors and came close to completing it, but soon his mind began to wander to all the books he hadn't yet read that summer, and the thought of them all so depressed and tired him that he laid aside the novel and turned on the radio. He found a New York news station, but though he listened for half an hour, there was once again no mention of the previous night's earthquake. "We're too small to count out here," he decided. He felt abandoned. He switched to a local station, but it was the old religious bit. Maybe, though, they would give the news. Weren't they required by law to do so every hour? He listened for a few minutes, trying sporadically to read amid the usual half-heard biblical injunctions, but his mind drifted. "There is none beside me," the radio was thundering. "I am the Lord, and there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things." "In that case," Frears thought dully, "you certainly aren't much use to anyone," and drifted off to sleep. The rain, for the moment, had let up. Tiptoeing down the back steps, Porth slogged through the drenched grass and peered in the window of the outbuilding. Frears was asleep. Just as well. He hadn't wanted anyone to come with him. His plans today were secret. Silently, he moved toward the barn. Slamming the door of the truck, He twisted the ignition key and jammed his foot on the gas pedal. The engine kicked over once, twice, 3 times, and died. The next time it caught. He pulled out of the barn and over the swampy grass, circling around the side of the house and down the dirt road now turned to mud, truck wheels sinking into the water-lined ruts. He had told Frears the truth. He was going to stop at the store and to pay a prayerful visit to poor Aunt Lisa, but there was another reason for his haste, and for the trip itself. He had an additional appointment, with someone whose advice he craved. It is a most extraordinary vision. Distractedly, he seats himself on the steps of the nearest building, oblivious to the wet concrete or the rain that falls around him like a cage, and from beneath his umbrella he stares at the swirling puddle in the gutter, watching the scene that has taken control of his fancy. There is the farm wife standing pink and naked in her bath, and the man fully clothed and nervous by her side. And now she has seized his arm in an iron grip and is pulling him into the tub with her. He struggles, off balance, the bathroom rug sliding beneath his shoes. He reaches out blindly to steady himself, but his groping hand encounters only space, then her warm and slippery flesh. And there is nothing to lean against, nothing to break his fall as his knees strike the hard white side of the tub, echoing, and he tumbles head first into the warm water. He splashes wildly, the water drowning his screams. It is clear, even as she drags his head down and holds it jerking beneath the soapy surface, and settles her knees on his heaving chest, that he still cannot believe this is happening. Deborah on his mind, he trudged grimly up the sloping lawn toward the little stone cottage. Rainwater ran down the back of his collar, and flowed in rivulets through the terraced flower beds toward the stream far below. Beside the road where his green pickup stood parked. Before him, like 3 guard towers, rose the box-like wooden beehives. He gave them a wide berth as he passed, shielding his face when, despite the rain, several insects circled buzzing round his head. The usual welcoming committee, he thought. He waited till they were gone, then hurried onward, arriving at last before the front door. He knocked 3 times, pounding his fist against the dark wood, then stepped back. "Mother?" he called, his voice reverberating from the stony walls, the vines that, with thorns and blossoms, climbed in profusion up the sides of the house, toward the little second-story window in the peak of the roof. The door swung open. "Good," she said briskly. "I've been waiting for you." The wind had picked up again, and the rain had come back, a dull, monotonous drizzle. Frears roused himself and looked at his watch. Though it looked like early evening, it was just after 2. Sar would be leaving soon. He forced himself to his feet and hurried toward the house. Halfway there, shielding himself against the rain, he came to a bare patch in the yard and saw tire tracks filling with water. "Shit," he thought. "I'll bet he left without me." He looked back to where the barn stood. There was no sign of the truck, but perhaps it was hidden inside. Rather than run all the way back, he continued up the walk to the house. The kitchen was deserted. "Sar?" he called. "Gone." The voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. It had come from the bathroom, just off the kitchen. The door stood partly open, outlined in light from within. "Deborah?" He drew closer. "Sar left already?" "Yes." Frears stopped awkwardly several feet away. Through the crack in the door he could see a little slice of bathroom. It looked steamy in the lantern light. "Jeremy?" Her voice was softer now. "What is it?" "Come here, Jeremy." He didn't move. "I have something to tell you." Slowly he pushed the door open. The room inside was misty. Warm, moist air bathed his face, smelling of rose-scented soap. She was lying back in the tub with just her head above the surface of the water. Through swirls of steam his darting glance took in the pale pink length of her body, the dark nipples of her breasts blurred beneath the soap suds, the widening dark shadow where the black hair curled between her legs. She lay content beneath his gaze.
"Do you remember," she said, after a pause, "how you offered to scrub my back?"
"Yes." He stood hesitantly in the doorway, wondering if he dared take a step closer.
"And do you remember what I said?"
I'm not sure. Something about some other time?" She nodded, half smiling.
"Some other time when my husband wasn't here."
Uh-huh. He swallowed nervously.
"He's not here now."
Slowly she began sitting up. Her shoulders rose above the surface, milky water lapping at the tops of her breasts. Soon, unsupported, they hung heavy and full, water dripping from them, while her glistening black hair fell wetly down her shoulders like a shawl. She was seated upright now, the water about her waist like a nightgown she'd sloughed off. And still she continued to rise, tucking her legs beneath her and getting to her feet.
"Come on, Jeremy,"
she said, standing before him.
"You're just the one I need."
Rain pounded against the cottage's stone walls and rattled the windows of the parlor. Inside, in the dim light, listening to his mother's words, the farmer felt a chill. The woman seemed farther away than ever. The room, like the entire house, was hers alone and held no place for him. It was the refuge of her widowhood. She'd moved in while he'd been away. He had visited her here many times since his return, but he always felt like a stranger.
"You've come to find out about Deborah," she was saying. "You feel a change in her, a distance."
He nodded, too old to be surprised by the woman's ability to read his mind. But he was surprised by what she told him. She told him of virgins and dragons and doles, of the rarity of months with 2 full moons, and of an old man who, if he got his way, would bring this green spinning world to an end. She contradicted everything he'd ever known, and swore to things that couldn't be. He didn't believe a word she said, and yet he trembled. She showed him the pictures, and told him where they came from, and his horror grew, for he recognized the figures from the Dynad, and wondered if they might somehow be real. He sensed things pressing in on him, and knew his life would never be the same. And when she was done, she told him,
"Remember, come to me when your visitors arrive. Come to me in secret that night, and bring the virgin with you."
She leaned toward him, eyes glittering, talon-like fingers gripped his arm.
"That's the most important thing, son. You mustn't forget to bring her. The Lord and I will see to the rest."
Suddenly she cocked her head and looked toward the rain-smeared window. When she turned back to him, her expression had changed.
"Go now," she said. Her voice held a new urgency. "Go and speed home, if you want to prevent a drowning."
She hurried him out the door, not even saying goodbye. And I'd have climbed right in there with her if Sar hadn't come driving up the road just then, truck wheels splashing through the puddles. I dashed from the room like a thief, cursing my own stupidity. If he'd found us together, I swear he's the kind who'd have killed us both. I fled to the living room and snatched up the first thing I came across, that book of inspirational poems I'd been reading from, so that by the time he'd put the truck away in the barn and had come running through the rain back up to the house, I was sitting in the rocking chair with this book on my lap, open to the driest-looking Milton I could find. I was still nervous as he came in. I could feel my heart pounding, but I don't think his mind was on me.
"Where's Deborah?" he said, looking very troubled.
"I'm not sure," I said vaguely. "She may be in the bathroom." He stood there for a minute, not saying anything, and eventually settled himself on the stool. Only then did he seem to notice me. He cleared his throat a couple of times, as if there was something he was dying to ask but afraid to. Finally he said, "Jeremy, I don't want to seem like prying, and you don't have to answer this, but—" And I thought, oh, Jesus, I'm in for it now. He suspects. But then, of all things, he asked his question. Was Carol still a virgin? That really caught me by surprise. "I don't know," I think I said. "I doubt it. She's obviously not very experienced. She's a good Catholic and all. But she's an attractive girl, and I'd assume that somewhere along the line she's had a guy or two." He looked skeptical. "If you're asking whether I've ever slept with her," I added, "the answer's no, I haven't." I would have thought that was what he'd want to hear. I assumed he was asking because with Carol coming for another visit the day after tomorrow, and probably staying again under his roof, he wanted to be certain she was pure. But instead of looking cheerful, he looked even more troubled. I asked him what the matter was, but he said he'd explain it all this weekend. Sausage and rice for dinner tonight, both courtesy of the co-op. String beans from a can and powdered milk for our coffee. What's the world coming to? Deborah was cool as can be. Didn't look at me once. Just concentrated on dishing out the food and smiling at Sar, but he wasn't having any of it. He just kept staring at her, saying nothing. I got very uncomfortable by the end, certain he suspected. Hope he's not giving Deborah hell tonight. Back here after dinner, escaping as fast as I could. Should be cleaning this place up before Carol and Rosie get here, but with this drizzle and the sudden lonely wind, I somehow have little energy for anything but reading. Even keeping up this journal seems a chore. Tomorrow I've got to clip that ivy. It's beginning to cover the windows again. And the mildew's been climbing steadily up the walls. It's like I'm sinking into a pool of dark green water. Odd that I'm so tired, especially considering that between getting up late and my afternoon nap, I must have slept half the day. Alas, old and worn out at 30. At least tonight it's quiet in the woods. He is back in his apartment, the shades drawn and his umbrella drying in the tub. When it comes to him that the man is still alive, something has interfered. No, not something. Someone. And suddenly he knows who it is. Water hemlock, amanita, hellebore. As she sat in her kitchen, Mrs. Burrith contemplated the enormity of what she was going to do. The killing of the red-haired girl. It would be easily accomplished. She had more than enough materials here at hand. Monk's hood, lamb kill, death camas. And she saw no other way. The necessity was clear. The girl must not be allowed to play her destined role. Banewort, mayapple, fly agaric. But oh, it was a wicked thing that she was considering, to raise her hand against so innocent a child. A sudden terror seized her, as if from outside herself, like a thin, chilly finger of breeze sent to search for her through the open window. Someone far away was thinking about her, had sought her, and had found her. No, it was from within herself that the fear had come. She must not yield to despair. No doubt what she'd felt had only been the dread of her own imminent sin. She had to guard such selfish thoughts. A world hung in the balance. She said a prayer to the cruel Lord, and continued with her preparations. Dogbane, Grayana, deadly nightshade. Sar turned the lamp down in the kitchen, and climbed the stairs to bed. Deborah was gazing out the window as he came into the room, the moon hanging just beyond her head. He heard wind stir the apple tree beside the house, a wind that rose and died and rose again, blowing stronger, tossing the tops of the distant pines. Seating himself on the edge of the bed, he began removing his shoes. "We'll have to get a new lock for that bathroom door," he said. "The one there now doesn't even close anymore."
"You can pick one up in town."
"Right. And I'd better do it soon, too. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen." He watched her closely. "One day Jeremy's going to come walking in and catch you in your bath." She turned and stood up from the bed.
"We can't have that, can we?"
No, he said slowly. We can't. He watched her as she walked to the closet in the corner. Opening the door, she stepped out of his sight. He heard the rustle of cloth, and moments later she reappeared, dressed in her nightgown. Seating herself before a small oval mirror, she began unfastening her hair. Time was, he said, when you got undressed in front of me. Standing and throwing off his shirt, he approached her. Tentatively, he reached out and touched her shoulder. Time was when things were better between us. He thought he saw her stiffen, and something ached inside him. But then she reached up and pressed his hand, and he felt a surge of relief. I know, honey, she said. She was still slightly hoarse. It's just that I haven't been well. Give me a few more days. Of course, he said. He bent and, pushing aside the length of hair, kissed the back of her neck. I'm sorry. I've been on edge lately myself. He walked back to the bed and continued undressing, while she reached for her brush and began to comb her hair. He watched her out of the corner of his eye as he took his own nightgown from the hook in the closet. This was the same woman, he was sure of it. The graceful way she brushed her hair, the softness of her skin. This was the woman he had always loved. For once his mother was wrong. She'd never liked Deborah. She'd never even made an attempt to get to know her. How could she expect, then, to recognize a change in her character? Perhaps she even hoped to turn him against Deborah, to harden his heart, to blight his marriage. Tonight, he said. Maybe we can pray together again. Your voice sounds like it's coming back. I don't know, honey, she said. I'm feeling awful tired. Yawning, she laid aside the brush. Well, if you'd rather not, I can... What's that? She turned to look at him, her eyes wide. What? There. Inside your mouth. He pointed, half conscious that his hand was trembling. I saw it in the mirror when you yawned. There was something there. Nonsense. She tossed her head and turned away. It's just the light. Don't try to fool me, woman. I know what I saw. He crossed the room in 2 steps, grabbed her by the shoulders, and whirled her around to face him. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Now open your mouth. She shook her head, glaring at him. Her jaw was clamped shut. Deborah, open your mouth. If something's the matter, I want to know about it. Get your hands off me, she hissed through clenched teeth. Open your mouth or I'll pull it open myself. She tried to yank her shoulders away. He held on, dragging her toward the lamp, amazed at how strong she was as she struggled in his arms. Her hands reached claw-like for his face. Nails like a cat's raked his cheek. He pulled back, grabbing at her wrists. She spat as he forced her backward, away from him toward the light. Suddenly she yielded and went limp. Caught off balance, he stumbled forward, falling against her and knocking over the table on which the lantern stood. It crashed to the floor and rolled under the bed, still burning. With a yell, he released her and lunged for the lantern, fingers groping blindly beneath the bed while she stood above him, not moving in the darkness. Reaching out, he touched something hard and screamed as the glass burned his fingers. Ignoring the pain, he grasped the lantern and drew it forth from beneath the bed. It was still flickering. He set it down and checked beneath the bed. It had not caught fire. "Fool!" Deborah hissed. She was looking down at him, her hands curled into fists. He had never seen her so angry. "You could set this place aflame!" Panting, he picked up the lantern by the handle and got to his feet. "All right," he said. "Let's see." He brought the lantern close to her face. She hesitated a moment, then opened her mouth wide. He peered into it in the glowing light. "See?" she said at last. "Was I lying?" "No." He hung his head. There had been nothing there. No, you weren't lying. I'm just seeing visions, that's all. Sighing, he righted the overturned table, set down the lantern, and turning his face to the corner, knelt to say his prayers. She was right. He was a fool. Yet earlier he could have sworn he'd seen something there, small, black, and convoluted, on the back of her tongue. Hours later he lay staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. He felt her there beside him, felt her weight on the mattress, heard the regular slow rhythm of her breathing, and wondered what he lay with in the bed. Outside in the moonlight, where trees whispered urgently, the wind had begun to sound to him like the rise and fall of breathing, sometimes even coinciding eerily with the breathing beside him. But the breathing outside was of something huge and monstrous, something so big that, with each breath, the trees shook. Finally, when the sky had grown purple before the next dawn, he was able to drift into sleep, and perhaps it was already the beginning of a dream. But the last thing he recalled, as he turned in sleep toward her, was his wife's face lying on the pillow next to him, her eyes as wide as the moon. July 29th. From the Hunterdon County Home News, Friday, July 29. Volcanoes in Hunterdon County? By news science writer Mike Aldano. The Mexican volcano Pericotin, it said, appeared one morning in a farmer's cornfield. Now New Jerseyans may have a similar surprise in their own backyard, a 40-foot hill in the woods outside Gilead, in the heart of Hunterdon County, a hill that townspeople believe wasn't there a few days before. It just grew up during the night, said Galen Trudel, whose son Raymond, 12, claims credit for discovering the formation yesterday. You could hear the sound for miles, like a roaring. We had our pig pen blow down, and we still haven't recovered all the animals. The little farming community of Gilead, population 187, has already had its share of disasters this week. Sunday it was rocked by a minor earth tremor that measured 4.9 on the Richter scale. Wednesday night it suffered an even greater shock, 6.1 on the scale, causing an estimated $50,000 in damage. A spokesman for the governor's office says that to date no claims have been filed with the state. The second quake may also have had an additional result, the strange new hill in the woods 3 miles north of town. The cone-shaped dirt and basalt structure has drawn geologists from all over the state, and some worried comments from townspeople. I don't want my children going near it, says Hannah-Laura Reed, a housewife and mother of 6. Everybody knows the swamp around there is unsafe. Bert Stiegler, manager of the Gilead Town Cooperative, is more blunt. The woods around there are haunted, he maintains. They always were. Bubble in the earth? Authorities, however, paint a less romantic picture, describing the formation as the result of an immense bubble of methane, commonly known as swamp gas. Dr. James Lewalski of Princeton University's Department of Geology, contacted by phone, noted that north-central New Jersey lies over a recognized geological fault area, the so-called Ramapo Fault, and dismissed the mound as a perfectly explainable natural phenomenon, although he admitted that few such mounds are created with such rapidity and suddenness. There were other reports, too, that day in the local press. The tombstone of one Rachel Van Meer, who died in 1912, had been toppled by the quake, and had rolled down the hill to the road, where John and Willie Baber, young men of the town, had hid it the next morning in their pickup truck. The 9-foot-tall granite monument to the Trout family had cracked in two, and a number of graves had been so shaken that at least 3 wooden coffins were actually left jutting above the ground. "'Tis like the Day of Judgment," remarked Jacob Van Meer, whose house adjoined the cemetery. A man in nearby Annandale had commented that it was lucky that the quake hit Gilead, as it was the only town around without a steeple. A Lebanon man had added, "It's a good thing those people don't have electricity." A state legislator for the district had suggested, in a meeting at the local schoolhouse, that the town apply for federal disaster aid, and had almost been run out on a rail. And according to another item, a representative of the U.S. Geological Survey, after visiting the site, had concluded, "Recent reports of unusual animal behavior in Gilead and the surrounding area may be attributable to preliminary earth tremors leading to this week's disturbances." But the people of Gilead didn't see it that way. To Abram Sturtevant, whose German shepherd had gone wild and had had to be shot. To Klaus and Wilma Buckhalter, whose cow had miscarried. To Adam Verdock, checking the splint on his cow's rear leg, broken when Wednesday it had clambered out of its collapsed stall. To Herschel Reimer, repairing the stable door that his horse had kicked down. To Galen Trudel and his son, still searching through the swamp for their missing hogs. To Werner Clapp, burying 37 chickens that had been pecked to death by their fellows on the night of the quake. To old Bethuel Reed, who refused to go outside now without a rake in his hands for fear of serpents. To all of them, the earthquake itself and the animal's unusual behavior were merely two symptoms of the same fundamental disturbance. The one was not the cause of the other. Rather, both were portents, signals from above, warnings of divine displeasure. But what, they asked, was he displeased about? Sunlight and grasshoppers. The woods are quiet now. Slept long into the morning, then walked up to the house, scratching groggily. Sounds of Sar's axe echoing from across the stream. Kitchen deserted. Splashed some cold water on my face in the bathroom, gazing longingly at the tub and thinking of Deborah's pale, lovely body, almost mine for the asking. Over a solitary lunch, mostly store-bought cookies, thumbed through today's home news. There's some kind of volcanic thing out there in the woods. Must visit. Felt fat from lunch and angry at the breakdown of my discipline. Ambled down to the stream. Deborah was kneeling in front of it, daydreaming, and I was embarrassed because I'd come upon her talking to herself. I asked her if Sar had shown any suspicion about yesterday. No, she assured me. Not even a hint. She didn't dwell on the subject, and went back to the house without mentioning it again. I suspect she feels guilty about the whole thing. Sat by some rocks on the bank of the stream, throwing blades of grass into the water and playing word games with myself. The shrill twitter of the birds, I would say. The white birds singing in the sun. And inexorably I'd continue with the sun dying in the moonlight falling on the floor. The sun's heat on my head felt almost painful, as if my brain were growing too large for my skull. The floor sagging to the cellar filling with water, the water seeping into the ground. I turned and looked at the farmhouse. In the distance it looked like a picture at the other end of a large room. The carpet was grass. The ceiling was an endless great blue sky. Deborah in the distance was stroking one of the cats, then seemed to grow angry when it struggled from her arms. I could hear the screen door slam as she went into the kitchen. But the sound reached me so long after the visual image that the whole scene struck me as somehow fake. The ground twisting into smoke, the smoke staining the sky. I gazed up at the oaks behind me, and they seemed trees out of a cheap postcard, the kind in which thinly colored paint is dabbed over a black and white photograph. If you looked closely at them, you could see that the green was not merely in the leaves, but rather floated as a vapor over leaves, branches, parts of the sky. The sky burning in the sun dying in the moonlight falling on the floor. Endless progressions that held my mind like a whirlpool. The trees behind me seemed the productions of a poor painter, the color and shape not quite meshing. Parts of the sky were green, and pieces of it kept floating away from my vision, no matter how hard I tried to follow them. Reality hangs by a thread. Far down the stream I could see something small and kicking, a black beetle, legs in the air, borne swiftly along in the current. Then it was swept around a bend and was gone. By a thread. Sar woke me for dinner. I had dozed off there by the water, and my clothes were damp from the grass. I saw scratches on his cheek. As we walked up to the house together, he whispered that, earlier in the day, he'd come upon his wife bending over me, peering into my sleeping face. Her eyes were wide, he said, like Buada's, like the moon. Could he be drinking? No, he didn't smell of alcohol. I said I didn't understand why he was telling me this. Because, he recited in a whisper, gripping my arm. The heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. Who can know it? Dinner was especially uncomfortable. The two of them sat picking at their food, occasionally raising their eyes to one another like children in a staring contest. I longed for the conversations of our early days, inconsequential though they must have been, and wondered where things had first gone wrong. The meal was dry and unappetizing, but the dessert looked delicious. Chocolate mousse, a rather fancy dish for people like the Porths, but which Deborah considers one of her specialties. She took none for herself, explaining that her stomach was upset. "Then we'll not eat any," Sar shouted, and with that he snatched my dish from in front of me, grabbed his own, and hurled them both against the wall, where they splattered like mud balls. Deborah was very still. She said nothing, just sat there watching us. She didn't look particularly afraid of this madman, but I was. He may have read my thoughts, because as I got up from my seat he said much more gently, in the normal soft voice he has, "Sorry, Jeremy. I know you hate scenes. We'll pray for each other, all right?" "Are you okay?" I asked, turning to Deborah. "I'm going out now, but I'll stay if you think you'll be needing me." She stared at me with a slight smile and shook her head. When I glanced pointedly at her husband, she just shrugged. "Things will work out," she said. I could hear Sar mumbling one of his insane prayers as I shut the door. I walked back here through a cloud of fireflies, like stars, the stars themselves frosting the sky like bubbles in a water glass. Inside here, the bubbles in my water glass, left unemptied by my bed all week, were like the stars. I realized I was shaking. If I have to tangle with him, big as he is, I'm ready. I took off my shirt and stood in front of the little mirror. How could Deborah have allowed me to touch her yesterday? How can I face Carol tomorrow? It has been days since I've bathed, and I've become used to the smell of my body. My hair has wound itself into greasy brown curls. My beard is at least a week old. And my eyes. Well, the eyes that stared back at me were those of an old man, the whites turning yellow as rotten teeth. I looked at my chest and arms, plump and flabby at 30, and I thought of the frightening alterations in Sar, and I thought, what the hell is going on? I smoothed back my hair and got out my roll of dental floss and began running the thread through my teeth. But it had been so long since I'd done it that my gums began to bleed, and when I looked back into the mirror, I had blood dripping down my lips like a vampire. I made a resolution as I stood there. When Carol and Rosie leave after this weekend, I'm going back with them. Porth stood on the back porch, lost in imaginary arguments with himself, as he stared out at the night, the cats meowing plaintively at his feet. He felt an angel perched on his right shoulder, a demon on his left. "Lord," he whispered from time to time, "give me strength." He had erred, losing his temper like that over dinner. He'd been a fool. He had yielded to despair, and that, his mother had always said, was the devil's oldest weapon. But he hadn't lost his faith, he reminded himself. God watched and loved him just as before. There was still hope. If only he wouldn't tremble so. He regretted that he'd ever lent an ear to his mother's bizarre notions about dragons and ceremonies and intruders from outside, and that he'd ever allowed her to show him those hellish pictures, that small, black, shapeless thing, like the one he had seen on the cards, and that black face peering from the tree, and the squat, unnatural contours of that mound. The myth was just too alien to take seriously, of course. It conflicted with everything he'd been brought up to believe, and yet its power was undeniable. By rights, these visions should have meant no more to him than a half-heard fairy tale from some country far away. His mother's gods and demons were, after all, not his. Her Virgin was nothing like the Virgin. To think that poor, prim little red-haired Carol, who'd be here from the city tomorrow, could have any mythological significance, and that her cosmically decreed counterpart might be right here on this farm in the person of Jeremy Frears. Preposterous! He would have laughed, and someday perhaps he might be able to. He gazed out over the lawn, where the light was on in Freer's room. He could see the plump little figure scribbling away at his studies, or meditations, or letters, or whatever they were. Well, God would set his mother right soon enough. A jet passed overhead, the customary Friday night visitation, a memento of the modern world he'd rejected. Straightening his shoulders, he turned and walked back into the house. The house was silent, except for the ticking of the clock. Shutting the kitchen door, he paused after turning down the lamp. He hated to think about going upstairs. Up there was Deborah, with whom he'd taken holy vows to share his life, and if the devil was hiding in her somewhere, his devil, Satan, the devil he knew, well, one didn't flee, one stood and fought, cleansing the woman the way he'd seen his house and barn cleansed last Sunday. Why then did he hesitate? Had his mother's stories really gotten to him, her talk of eggs and dragons, and beings that changed shape? Had those pictures of hers had their intended effect? Maybe not. But he knew he wasn't ready to face his wife yet, not after that scene tonight in the kitchen. To lie so close to someone and know that in her heart she was your enemy. It took more courage than he had right now. Lord, he said again, give me strength. If only he could prove his mother wrong. If only she'd said something that might actually be verified. There was one thing, perhaps. In the living room, he lit the lamp and crouched before his little cache of books. Byfield's almanac was still on the top of the pile from the evening Freers had asked him about Lammas. Sure enough, in the back of the volume was a section of lunar tables, page after page of spidery fine print. Taking both book and lamp over to the rocker, he settled back to read. His mother had said yesterday that there'd be 2 full moons this month. Well, that much he'd known already, as any farmer would, any farmer at least here in Gilead. But she'd also said that the occurrence was a rare one, at least when the second moon in question turned full on Lammas Eve. This happened more seldom, she had hinted, than mere chance might have led one to expect. Running his finger down the columns, he squinted at the listings for July 31st. The tables were difficult to follow. There were footnotes to refer to, quantities for leap years to be added or subtracted, and rows of tiny figures that seemed to swim together in the flickering light. But as near as he could make out, his mother had been right. In fact, he saw now, if the tables were correct, in the past 100 years there'd been only 2 occurrences of the full moon on the final night of July, in 1890 and again in 1939. The wide plank floorboards echoed as he paced back and forth. He was still reluctant to go upstairs, more so than ever, in fact, considering how his mother's words had just found some small measure of scientific support. And those crudely drawn images she'd shown him were still buzzing around in his head like a horde of insects that, once inside his skull, had no way of ever getting out. The luridly colored figures seemed less alien now, the more he thought about them, and no longer quite so impossible. The rose with lips and teeth, the black shape called the dole, the odd 2-ringed design. If only he could turn his mind to some passage from the Bible, he would be comforted, he was sure. But the Bible was upstairs, next to Deborah, and though he knew all the words in it perfectly, he needed before him the reality of print. His eye fell on the ornate binding of the poetry collection Freers had been reading, still lying out upon the desk. Sighing, he sat back in the rocking-chair and opened the book. He remembered how he'd struggled through it years ago, underlining passages, writing comments in the margins, as if these words of mere men deserved the scrutiny he'd given to the words of God. Still, there was a kind of comfort here in the old familiar religion of his childhood. The volume fell open to a poem he'd studied at the Bible school in town. Christmas Meditation, he'd written in careful schoolboy script at the top. It was Milton, he saw, good, dark, steady, pious Milton, on the morning of Christ's Nativity, a celebration of the birth of the Savior. He read it through, lips moving with the words, barely thinking about what they said, soothed just as he'd hoped to be, until with a jolt he saw what he'd been reading. He went through the stanza a second time. from this happy day, the old dragon underground, in straighter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and wrath to see his kingdom fail, swings the scaly horror of his folded tail. Why was he trembling so again? The poem, at least, was perfectly confident. Christ had banished the dragon. The ancient evil kingdom had been overthrown. But still, something told him, still it waits. Waits. Like that other poet had said, for the cycle to come round again. Waits for another Christmas, maybe thousands of years hence, when it will find release once more. He closed the book and sat there bolt upright, the planks creaking beneath him as he rocked back and forth. But as fast as he rocked, and as hard as he tried, he couldn't shake off the feeling, the terrible conviction that had suddenly seized him. God's Lord now, he said to himself, but the other waits below, and sooner or later his turn will come. She came to him that night, long after the moon had gone down and the fireflies had vanished from the fields. He awoke to find her crouching over him like a succubus, gazing urgently into his face. Blinking up at her groggily, trying to understand, he began to form a question, but she pressed a hand over his mouth and shook her head. Her eyes burned into his as she sat herself beside him on the bed. She was in her nightgown, her nipples prominent beneath the cloth. Instinctively he embraced her. He was naked and already aroused, the aftermath of a dream now forgotten. As he pushed the sheets away with his foot and drew her down beside him, she wriggled like a cat as he ran his hand down her body, slipping the nightgown up over her hips. He felt her own hands on his penis, guiding him into her as she lay beside him. She was bone dry. He could not go in. He slipped his hand down to touch the thick patch of hair that yesterday had been dripping from the bath, and found it dry as brambles. "Wait," she hissed, pushing his hand away. "Let me." She brought her fingers to her mouth. "Damn it to hell. I haven't any spit." "No need for hurry." She hushed him by cupping her hand over his mouth, but kept it there. "Wet me with your tongue." Obediently he licked her hand, then felt it withdrawn, leaving a smear of saliva on his chin. She stared into her hand with what seemed at first a grimace of distaste, but then he saw her mouth working fiercely, cheeks sucking inward, and with a harsh little sound she spat into her palm. Once more he felt her hands on his penis, moistening it. He raised himself on one elbow, preparing to mount her from above, but she shook her head and pushed his shoulder flat against the bed. Straddling him, she slipped him inside her. She was dry inside as well. He could feel it. But she spread herself wider and settled farther down, her nightgown slipping back below her waist, concealing the place where the two of them were joined. Tensing her leg muscles, she slowly moved herself up and down. He felt himself gripped as by a fist. There was a roughness in her, something that abraded. God, he thought, she's so dry. "Don't rush it," he whispered, drawing her mouth down to his and covering it with his lips. Her own lips remained clamped shut, and moments later he felt her resist. He held her tightly. Without warning, her mouth opened under his, but barely, and she got out the name Sar before his tongue had found its way between her lips. The name jolted him back to his senses. He felt a twinge of guilt, felt himself shrink and withdraw from her. But it hadn't just been the name. He'd felt something, too, with the tip of his tongue, a roughness at the back of her mouth, a lump of flesh he'd never felt before. He was out of her now. She had swung herself off him and was sitting on the edge of the bed, smoothing down her nightgown. "I've got to leave," she whispered, getting to her feet. "Couldn't you just—" She shook her head. "There isn't time. Not now. I'll come back to you tomorrow night." Tomorrow, he wanted to say. Carol will be here. She may be in this bed with me. But with a final fierce look, she had slipped out the door and was hurrying ghost-like across the moonless lawn. And in the city, silent in the darkness of his apartment, staring straight ahead at nothing, the old one contemplates tomorrow's trip and the past he'll be returning to. He will be coming home at last, for the first time in over a century. He has been near the place more recently as 1939, but he hasn't seen the farm itself since when he was a boy. It will probably not be much different now, though. Things do not change much in those parts. He will also be returning to Makineanok, where the two previous women met their peculiar deaths. Now the moon has called for the third and final woman, the third and final death. Of course, the place will be transformed. The tree will be gone now, swallowed up in the earth. The tree that had seen so much blood and sacrifice will not be there, replaced, though, by something far more wonderful and terrible. The great mound, before which he will stand and perform the final ceremony. He laughs his old man's high-pitched cackle. The poor little fools. July 30th. The woman on the bed groaned. Yoram stroked his beard and stared worriedly at her swollen belly. None of her previous children, not even her first, had given her as much pain as this. He bit his lip, wishing that labor would start, so that he could in good conscience summon Sister Nettie Stoudemeer, the midwife. Lotta's belly seemed so large. He'd been told that there were signs for twins or triplets, omens he could watch for. But he'd watched and prayed and called on God for advice, and nothing had suggested that his wife had anything more than a single child in her belly. He was frankly scared, and he craved an explanation. He could find only one, the fat, interfering stranger at the Porths, who'd had the temerity to place his hand on his wife's belly during last Sunday's worship at their farm. If he was really a cursed being, as some of his neighbors were hinting, then couldn't his touch be in itself a curse, to blight the child within? Yoram stood awkwardly by the bedside, brooding about what he should do. He would simply have to wait, and pray, of course. Pray that nothing went wrong when the birth came. He hoped it would not come tomorrow, on the Lammas Eve. He hoped for Freer's sake that the birth proved a successful one. At the farmhouse farther up the road, Adam Verdock gazed mournfully down at his wife on the bed. She had never regained consciousness. She was losing strength fast. Their daughter Minna had been wonderful. She'd been there to tend Lisa day and night, but the woman had shown no signs of recovery, and this morning he'd been forced to tell old brother Flinders, the carpenter, to set aside the pine boards for a coffin. Their prayers, all of them, had been in vain. Porth, too, was praying, kneeling as he faced the corner of his room, eyes tightly shut. He had been there all afternoon, unmindful of the heat, the Bible beside him turned to Judges 6. And Gideon said unto him, O my Lord, if the Lord be with us, why then is all this befallen us? But nothing brought him peace today. The Lord was unforgiving. How empty the phrases of the Scriptures seemed. How barren the rituals of his religion. Whom was he calling upon anyway? He felt as if he were kneeling here speaking only to himself. Was anyone listening? O Lord, he prayed, let me know that we, thy children, still merit thy love. Vouchsafe me a sign of thy presence. He was chilled to hear, as if in answer, a low, malicious laugh. Opening his eyes, he gazed around the room in horror. The sound had seemed to come from just beside his ear. But now he heard voices and more laughter, a man's, a woman's, and realized they were coming from outside. He went to the window and looked out. Down in the yard, a dusty white Chevrolet was parked near the house, and beside it stood Freers, alternately embracing a red-haired young woman, whom Porth recognized as Carol, and pumping the hand of a short, white-haired old man, who looked damnably familiar, and who, as Porth watched, threw back his head and laughed. So they had arrived. He would slip away with Carol tonight, as promised, and report back to his mother. Below him he heard the screen door swing open. Slow footsteps descended the back stairs. The old man turned, suddenly no longer laughing. and for a moment Porth saw his eyes narrow, and a new look enter them, a kind of guarded excitement. All at once he beamed. "Ah, yes," Porth heard him say, his little frame now shaking once again with laughter. "Yes, indeed. And this must be Deborah." At last Deborah herself stepped into view. Gravely she advanced across the yard to meet them, a smile spreading slowly across her face, as she extended to both visitors, but especially to the little old man, a hand of welcome. Aside from the contact he's established, there is no particular joy in being back. Everything is much as he's remembered it, despite the passage of a century. In size, shape, even the weathering of its shingles, the little farmhouse looks almost the same as the first one that stood on this site. The apple tree behind it is new, of course, and so is the line of rose bushes he saw as he climbed from the car. But he recognizes the broad, unpainted barn farther down the slope, where he'd drawn his secret pictures and practiced secret chants. Its roof is sagging now, and for all its rusted body, the battered old pickup truck parked within the doorway seems alien and new. So does the little wooden smokehouse at the edge of the property, another addition since his time, though for all he knows its door has been hanging open that way for the past 80 years. The black willow rising by the barn is new to him, gnarled and ancient as it seems. But the acres of cornfield, looking stragglier than those he remembers, the vine-encrusted ruins of the outhouse that the woods have all but reclaimed, the brook where he'd performed those preliminary sacrifices, the dense surrounding forest, and the hot, doomed country air, all these are familiar. Yet the memories mean little to him. He notices, with no more than the faintest curiosity, that some things are gone. The woodshed and the stables, and the old chicken coop, replaced by the squat gray structure that the Porths have converted into a guest-house. The elms that line the roadside, victims, no doubt, of that Dutch disease, and the tall, slender oak that once stood beside the house, shading the living room. But of course, he's almost forgotten. The tree, like the house itself, perished in the fire. The fire. How far away that night seems now, in the present afternoon sunlight, and yet how close. He can still remember standing in the backyard, beside the barn, watching as the roof caved in and the walls collapsed, and the house folded in upon itself and all it contained like a clenching fist, just as the master had said. That same night, at the master's instructions, he had burned the master's body and ground the ashes to a black powder, the powder he'd used, as the ceremony required, to mark the 2 sacrificial women. But he'd been careful to save a part of the master's body from the flames, a single part which, as the master had decreed, he had buried at the base of the tree. And now this fragment of the master is free once more, risen from the earth. It has survived. He has just seen it looking at him through the eyes of the one called Deborah. Carol had had strong misgivings about bringing Rosie with her to the farm. She knew it was sure to preclude her going to bed with Jeremy, who'd probably resented the old man from the start, and she worried that the Porths might find him too effete, compared to the crusty old-timers they probably associated with. But now she was glad he'd come along. Good God, he was practically the only one with any animation tonight, and her respect for him grew as she listened to him recount stories of his travels, and poke fun at his own fussy driving, and tell amusing anecdotes, with actual beginnings, middles, and ends, about their adventures together in the subway and the park, and all the while, as he talked, the fat red rose that Deborah had given him kept wobbling absurdly in his buttonhole, as if he were the father at a wedding, come to give away the bride. Without him, dinner would have been a real struggle to get through. The 2 of them had shot the works, as Rosie'd put it. They'd brought out cold pasta from the city, and 4 pounds of flank steak, not for her, of course, and half a cheddar wheel that Rosie had picked up at Zabar's, and along the way they'd stopped off at a sun-baked little roadside stand outside Morristown for a dozen ears of deliciously sweet, fresh corn. She hoped Sar hadn't been offended by it. His own crop looked terrible. So did Sar himself. He had been silent and morose all evening, so different from the first time she'd seen him, when he'd spoken so freely, and there were deep rings of worry beneath his eyes. Clearly he was going through some kind of crisis, whether marital or spiritual she couldn't say. Jeremy wasn't much better. He looked positively awful, in fact, his complexion blotchy, his hair long, unkempt, and none too clean-looking. And he didn't seem to have lost any weight at all so far this summer. He looked more out of shape than ever. She wondered if this was a preview of what he'd be like 10 years from now, and was vaguely troubled at the fantasies he'd inspired. Deborah, too, seemed out of sorts, and it was clear from her hoarseness and her uncommunicativeness that she hadn't yet gotten her voice back. But then, at least, she had an excuse. She was still getting over that horrible incident with the cat. Jeremy had told her about it earlier. Carol noticed with uneasiness, not for the first time tonight, that he kept eyeing Deborah surreptitiously across the dinner table, though Deborah herself seemed unaware of it. The woman had eyes only for her guests. God, what if there'd been something between them, Jeremy and Deborah? And what if Sar suspected? Certainly the farmer had been giving the two of them a lot of funny looks all evening. Most of his attention, though, seemed to be focused on, of all people, Rosie. In fact, Sar had been sneaking glances at the old man all through the meal, even during grace, as if hoping to catch him out in the midst of a prayer. Maybe, after all, it was religion that was on his mind. Serenely oblivious to all this, poor little Rosie had clasped his hands and smiled and uttered a heartfelt amen at the end, right along with everyone else. Carol had actually felt relieved. Yet afterward Sar had continued to stare at Rosie, and at her too, in the most peculiar way, as if he expected one of them to suddenly do something outrageous. It was disconcerting, to say the least. What in the world had gone wrong with these people? She felt sure that she herself had grown stronger and more confident this summer, had positively blossomed, in fact, out from beneath Rochelle's shadow and under Rosie's kindly tutelage, while here at the farm they were falling apart. At the end of the meal, Rosie yawned, gave his lips a prissy wipe with the napkin, and informed them all that, thanks to this afternoon's hours on the road, he was weary unto death. Pushing his chair back, he shuffled off to the bathroom and, on his return, announced that he was going to bed.
"I'll leave the night to you youngsters," he said, chuckling. "I'm sure you can make better use of it. Now, if someone here can just provide me with a blanket."
"I'll bring you everything you'll need," said Deborah. She stood, a trifle unsteadily, and moved toward the stairs. They heard her rummaging in the linen closet in the hallway. It had already been agreed that Rosie would spend the night on a spare cot in Jeremy's room, an arrangement suggested, to Carol's surprise, by Jeremy himself. Even with Rosie along, she'd had a faint, stubborn hope that maybe somehow she'd be able to stay with Jeremy tonight, and she'd at least expected him to ask her. But he hadn't even made an attempt. Didn't he realize that it might be weeks before he saw her again? The summer already seemed drearier without him. Maybe this was simply further proof that he preferred Deborah to her, or even, however unlikely, that something had gone on between the two of them, a possibility she preferred not to think about. Deborah came downstairs with an armload of sheets, blankets, towels, and a pillow.
"Splendid," said Rosie. "My dear, I can't thank you enough."
And bidding the others a cordial good night, he followed her out the back door. Sar kept his eyes on the screen door as if waiting to see that they were gone. At last, clearing his throat, he turned to Carol. "I'm a little curious," he said lightly, as if in fact he wasn't curious at all. "Just how did you and Rosie come to meet?"
"Well," said Carol, surprised, "it's a rather long story."
"And rather too long to tell now," Jeremy cut in. "Why don't we save it for morning?" To Carol, caught off guard, he added, "Look, let's you and I take advantage of the moonlight and go for a walk, okay?" It was only a tiny hint of pleading in his voice that prevented her from scolding him. She still felt embarrassed and was not about to abandon Sar. Jeremy, I really don't think it's very nice to go off and leave your host like this.
No, it's all right, said Porth. You two go ahead. You deserve some time together. He dismissed them both by getting up from the table with a contented stretch and wandering into the living room.
Jeremy,
Carol snapped when they got outside.
How could you be so rude to him?
He did not immediately reply, but put his arm around her. Let's just walk, he said. Lightning bugs made the lawn look like a convocation of souls, winking silently as they hurried back and forth. The crickets were louder tonight than she'd ever heard before, with a distant chorus of frogs keeping statelier rhythms at the brook. The two of them were passing the side of the farmhouse now. Ahead of them, a nearly full moon hung low above the ribbon of dirt road. Frears nodded in the direction of the house, where, through the unlit living-room window, outlined in the faint rays of lamplight still streaming from the kitchen, Porth could be seen pacing up and down in the darkness. He's been acting really weird lately, said Frears. Almost like he's hitting the bottle. Maybe it's financial problems. Maybe some kind of religious mania.
I thought it might be that.
Whatever it is, I want to go back to New York with you tomorrow. If it's okay with you, I'd even like to stay for a few days in your apartment. Sleeping on the couch, of course, till I figure out what to do.
Do the Porths know?
No.
When do you plan on telling them?
Tomorrow, I guess. She felt a little thrill of excitement. He was asking her to rescue him. She was now a fellow conspirator.
So this means we won't have to say goodbye tomorrow after all.
That's right. We can be together, if you're willing.
I am.
She turned to face him.
And you won't have to use the couch either.
They kissed, and she let him kiss her breasts, and she knew that the summer was saved. Moist air, scent of roses, bats fluttering by the barn roof. Silently the two figures, the slim, dark-haired woman and the short, white-haired man, emerge from the outbuilding and make their way toward the barn. Their voices are hushed, their faces indistinct blobs of white. The one now called Deborah pauses and turns to the old one. For an instant her eyes flash in the moonlight.
He knows.
Yes. I saw it every time he looked at you. And he suspects me, too.
His mother told him.
The old man nods.
She's a Troot, like I was. She has the gift. But there are things she doesn't know.
The woman turns her eyes briefly toward the moon.
She will be visited tonight.
They pause in the darkness of the doorway to the barn, beside the broad form of the pickup truck parked inside. The one called Deborah runs her hand lovingly over something unseen in the shadows on the wall.
They're weak,
she says.
Both of them. I've been poisoning them.
There is something like pride in her voice.
In that case, says the old one, we'll be able to make a tiny alteration in our cast. I'd been grooming our chubby friend from the city for this, but under the circumstances, since he's potentially more dangerous, the farmer will serve just as well.
He watches as the one called Deborah nods in agreement, her hand still caressing the thing hanging in the shadows. It swings gently on its hook. Moonlight catches a length of wooden handle, an edge of steel blade.
So,
the old one continues,
he's the one you killed.
Things going wonderfully with Carol. Suspect she may really be the one. Can't wait till I get back to the city. Have been talking about her to myself. I'm in love with her. Yeah? And what's that supposed to mean? You know, the works. The whole hog. I like spending time with her. Want to fuck her, marry her, give her presents. Want to have kids with her, share my old age with her,
have her around when I die, all that stuff.
Porth lay awake, deliberately keeping his breathing deep and regular, waiting till the others were asleep. Carefully he turned to look at his wife. For once her eyes were shut tight. Sitting up in bed, he placed a bare foot tentatively on the floor, then the other, knowing that Deborah usually woke when he went downstairs to the bathroom, and not wanting to waken her on this of all nights. His clothes and shoes were where he'd left them, in the closet. He put them on in the hall. Tiptoeing to Carol's room, he stood looking in at her, asleep there on her back beneath the nursery cutouts on the wall. The moon, the bearded old men, the fire. One arm, unseen, cradled the pillow. The other, exposed to view, was lightly freckled and slim as a reed, her wrist a fragile piece of china, her face unclouded by anything but dreams, slack but for slightly pursed lips. He felt an innocence all about her, the innocence of a little child, and he wondered for the first time since coming home to Gilead if the room would ever hold a real child, born of him and Deborah. Better not to brood on that now. God would reward him as he saw fit. Buttoning his shirt, he stepped into the room. Just before waking her, he hesitated. It might not be so easy to convince her to come with him. There might be an argument, a struggle even. Embarrassing under his roof. How could his mother have failed to realize that? "She's crazy," said a mocking little voice inside his head. Why take orders from a crazy woman? Better to let Carol sleep, he decided. He would bring his mother out here to the farm. She would just have to be content with that. Backing out of the doorway, he continued down the stairs. He didn't see the thing that sat upright in the bed and crept down the stairs after him. The moon was higher now, a beacon at the center of the sky, so bright it hurt his eyes to look as he hurried across the lawn toward the barn. He knew that, when he started the truck, the sound of the engine might wake the others, but that couldn't be helped. Surely in a moment they'd fall back asleep, and by then he'd be gone. As he tiptoed past the dark outbuilding where Jeremy and Rosie lay sleeping, he heard the throbbing rhythm of the frogs, but he didn't hear the pale, naked figure that followed on his heels like a shadow. Rounding the corner of the barn and slipping inside, he opened the door of the truck and was about to step up to the driver's seat, when with a cry he swore and jumped back, away from the form already crouched there, directly before his face, little pink hands and plump red lips, and wrinkles around eyes that were like razors now. Porth recognized him at last. "'Twas you in the park 10 years ago," he said. "I remember now. What business have you here?" The old man grinned. "Waiting for you, Sar Porth." Porth saw the eyes look past him briefly, to a place just behind his shoulder, and he would have whirled around, but the figure wielding the axe was too swift. Its blade caught him square in the back of the skull, and buried itself in his brain. This is the part he likes. This is what he's waited for. The farmer has toppled like a dying tree and now lies sprawled lifeless at his feet, blood soaking into the dusty floor of the barn. Grasping an arm, the old one turns the body over onto its back, then watches raptly as the thing that was the farm wife climbs naked astride the farmer, and crouching there places her open mouth directly over his. A minute passes. Suddenly an old wound opens in her throat. Her body crumples and goes limp, sagging in upon itself just as the corpse's eyes flash open. With an impatient swipe of its arm, the thing that was the farmer shoves aside her stiffening body and gets to its feet. Blood continues flowing down its head from the gaping red crack in its skull. It looks at the old one and smiles. The man returns its smile. What a moment this has been. The being itself remains hidden from view. It's been more than 100 years since he's seen it, but he sensed the thing's presence tonight, and has charted its progress as it made its blind way from mouth to mouth. He has seen the farm wife's cheeks bulge, then grow slack. He has seen the wriggling at the farmer's throat. It is lodged there now, just beneath the flesh, already accustoming itself to its new home. He still cannot see it, but he knows it is there, nearly close enough to touch. The one thing left alive after the master's death, the part he'd left unburned. The organ with no clear human analogue, but corresponding roughly to a phallus, instrument of regeneration, the black thing, undying and unkillable. The dole. Silence within the darkened barn. Beneath the smell of straw, a faint whiff of decay. He grasps the farm wife's body by the ankles.
"I'm good at hiding bodies,"
he says, dragging the thing away from the truck.
"You have your own work to do tonight."
The corpse, heavy, comes to a stop at the doorway. He tugs on the ankles. Slowly it begins to move, then stops again. He gets a better grip and is about to pull further when the figure of the farmer steps forward, bends stiffly toward the floor, and picks up the corpse as if it weighed nothing. Slinging it roughly over one shoulder like a sack of grain, it strides into the night. It feels strong now. It flexes its great hands, heaves its massive shoulders, gazes down with pleasure at its lean, untiring form. The burden it carries is a minor one, so light that it might well be made of straw. Shortly before dawn, a tall, shambling figure, the head still bloody from some recent injury, wanders along the borders of the property, with the already stiffening carcass of a naked female slung carelessly over its shoulder, the black hair hanging almost to the ground. Making, at last, for the line of pine trees on the far side of the brook, it strides briskly downhill, and without pausing steps into the shallow water, scattering the frogs. As if it were walking on dry land, it starts across. Just beyond the center of the stream, it comes to a sudden halt and stands immobile, the frigid water swirling unnoticed over shoes and ankles. Finally, after nearly a minute in the water, the figure turns and strides back onto the land, heading toward the old abandoned smokehouse by the edge of the woods. Unmindful of a few unsleeping wasps that still circle the building and are already stirred up, the figure yanks the sagging wooden door open wide and clumsily thrusts its burden into the darkness. Wasps, like bees, go for the eyes. Unlike bees, they can sting many times without dying. Maddened by the intrusion, insects circle the figure's head like attacking warplanes, dealing sting after death-dealing sting. But venom, however deadly, has no effect on things already dead. The hulking figure feels no pain, no more than it feels from the split down the center of its skull. Heedless of the tiny swarm and the needle-sharp spears that pierce the flesh of its face, the figure grasps the carcass by the legs and shoves it upward into the round hole in the smokehouse ceiling, as if to jam the thing into the tiny attic. But the body cannot fit. The legs wedge tightly in the hole, ridges of flesh bulging up around them. The body hangs head downward like a slaughtered animal, the long black hair swinging like Spanish moss. Dawn approaches. Leaving the carcass dangling behind it, the thing shambles toward the truck. Frears stirred and woke at the sound of the engine, in time to see the broad, dark shape of Porth's truck roll past the outbuilding and head out to the road. Dimly he could make out Porth at the wheel. Without his glasses, Frears could not be sure, but the farmer appeared to be wearing a red skullcap. Rosie's bed, he noticed, was empty. Seconds later, Rosie entered, wiping his hands and smiling.
"Had to obey the call of nature," he said, winking.
"Where's Sar gone off to? That was him in the truck."
Rosie shrugged. "You got me, partner. He said something about keeping an appointment."
The moon stares down as the truck pulls up at the foot of the grassy slope, just down the road from the little stone bridge. Heavily, a tall, ungainly figure drops from the cab and lumbers up the slope toward the cottage, heedless of the darkness, trampling upon a bed of flowers as if they weren't there. Thorns tear at its clothing, but it doesn't slow. Clumsily, it blunders into the beehives standing on the lawn, knocking one of them over. The insects emerge in an angry swarm and attack the face and eyes. The shambling figure pays them no mind as it moves up the hill toward the house. At last it turns its shattered face toward the door. Clenching its huge fist, it knocks 3 times. the noise echoing hollowly in the night.
"Mother,"
it calls hoarsely.
"Mother."
July 31st. 10 a.m. now. Woke up feeling weak and disoriented. Dead spider floating in my water glass. Rosie was already awake and bustling energetically about, humming some tuneless little song. Said he'd be making Carol and me breakfast, as it's Sunday. I'd totally forgotten. And the Porths have already gone to worship. But the Porths were not at the worship that morning, and their absence excited much comment.
"I can't understand it,"
muttered Amos Reed, waiting for the opening prayers to begin.
"For Brother Sar not to be here at a time like this."
He shook his head despairingly. Yoram Sturtevant and his family were not there either. They were home, all 5 of them, in the sprawling white farmhouse over on the next hill. But at least they had a good excuse. Lotta Sturtevant had gone into labor this morning. Lisa Verdock, too, was absent. Yet, in another sense, her presence was felt deeply by everyone in attendance. The worship was being held in her front yard, in fact, right beneath her window. It was a memorial service in her honor. She had died during the night. She had slipped away just after midnight, without ever having regained consciousness, watched over by her grieving husband and daughter. In testament to the high regard with which she'd been held in the town, this morning's worship, originally scheduled for the home of Frederick and Hildegard Trout, just across the road, had been hastily reconvened here at the Verdocks' dairy farm, where, in a moment or two, Jacob Van Meer would be leading them all in a prayer.
"It just ain't like Sar,"
muttered Amos.
"That woman of his now, I wouldn't go counting on her. But for Sar to be late when it's his own poor aunt we're honoring, it don't make sense."
He looked around.
"And where in blazes is his ma?"
Matthew Geisel was standing next to him, thinking sadly of the departed woman, while gazing with unconscious envy at the tall, newly painted cattle barn to their left, the lush fields and rich pasturage, and, in the distance ahead of them, the broad, imposing vista of the Sturtevant homestead.
"Well,"
he said, scratching his chin,
"maybe they're all over at Fred Trout's right now, looking for the rest of us."
A low burst of laughter came from Rupert Lint, standing with folded arms behind them.
"That would probably suit 'em just fine," he said. "I don't know as those 3 ever had much use for the rest of us."
"I'm sure there's a good reason,"
said Amos, half to himself. He stared down at his clasped hands as, with a burst of Jeremiah, the service began.
"Therefore they shall come and sing in the height of Zion, and shall flow together to the goodness of the Lord, for wheat, and for wine, and for oil, and for the young of the flock and of the herd. And their souls shall be as a watered garden, and they shall not sorrow any more at all."
It was until all the prayers were over, and the brethren were deep into the hymn-singing, that Amos, nudged by Matthew Geisel, looked up and saw what many others there on the lawn had already noticed: the thin black tentacle of smoke twisting toward the sky from the Sturtevant backyard. The egg in Rosie's hand was large, smooth, glistening white, and if it was a trifle heavier than any normal egg of that size had a right to be, no one was the wiser. Eyes twinkling with the contentment of a mother who knows no children in the world are better fed than her own, he cracked the egg on the rim of the already half-full bowl, let the yolk drop inside, and whipped the liquid to a yellow froth.
"Hungry?"
he called gaily over his shoulder. "I'm always hungry," said Frears, slouched, unshaven, and tousle-haired over the table, and Carol, across from him, added,
"It's that famous country air."
Rosie chuckled.
"That's just what I like to hear."
He poured the liquid into the heated frying pan, where it hissed and bubbled like hellfire. Breakfast left them feeling heavy and overfull. While Rosie fussed about the kitchen, the two stumbled groggily from the house and down the back steps, kicking off their shoes in the grass. It was nearly 11, the sun high overhead. The Porths still had not returned. Reaching out a sleepy hand for Carol's, Jeremy pulled her after him, and together they wandered downhill toward the brook, the unmown grass dry beneath their feet. The day was warm, and by the time they'd passed the smokehouse and the barn, Carol was finding it hard to keep her balance. The lawn seemed to slope more steeply as she neared the water, tilting in ways that didn't seem right at all, and she had to stop herself from falling forward into the weeds that grew along the bank. The greenness seemed to spin around her. She felt Jeremy's hand slip from her own, and then she was floating, blue sky underfoot, green overhead. Or was it the other way around? Carol blinked and shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. The sunlight from the flashing brook was dazzling, almost blinding. There was a rushing of water in her ears, and she couldn't tell if it was the brook or her own lifeblood. "I feel as if I haven't slept in weeks," Jeremy was saying, yawning. She saw him remove his glasses and sink beside her to his knees by the bank of the stream, then lie back, and as she bent to kiss him, she saw his eyes close in sleep. She lay beside him on the grass, feet toward the water, and just before her head fell back against the soft ground, she thought, with a brief and terrible clarity, "He's drugged us." They slept. But in the smokehouse, other things were awake, and angry. The wasps that inhabited the small enclosed area just beneath the peaked roof had seen their tranquil world rocked shortly before dawn by the intrusion of a pair of human legs, naked and female, thrust roughly upward into their domain through the hole in the ceiling boards. A few of the insects had been away from the nest at the time. Others, during the course of the morning, had by sheer chance managed to slip through a small crevice in the boards, the one small portion of the hole that the legs did not fill. But like dwellers in an attic who have found their trapdoor sealed, hundreds more of the insects were still imprisoned, bottled up amid the darkness and the heat, their passage to the outside world effectively cut off by a stopper of decaying human flesh. They were angry now, and frantic to escape, their frenzy mounting with each passing minute as the sun climbed higher in the sky, and the air within the tiny chamber grew even hotter. In furious circles they swarmed around the gray, brain-like nest, blind things, maddened, stinging one another in their madness. The morning passed, gave way to noon. Shadows of clouds swept over their bodies. Then a sun so fierce it would have wakened any normal sleepers. Insects circled buzzing around their faces, settled on their eyes. A dragonfly hovered as if with evil intent above Carol's half-open lips. Freer's plump belly rose and fell without a break in rhythm, as flies crawled over his skin, and mosquitoes feasted on his sun-warmed blood. Two cats crept forward to peer inquisitively at him, and a pale, glistening slug crept in stately slowness over his wrist, and down the other side into the grass. His glasses gleamed beside him in the sunlight. The glimmering brook murmured unheard at their feet. In the distance, up the sloping lawn, the screen door swung open, then shut with a bang. The old man approached them softly, peering at their sleeping forms. Briefly he knelt beside Carol, making curious passes over her face. Getting to his feet, he stood gazing down at them again, his eyes darting back and forth between a heavy-looking rock and Freer's head. Suddenly he froze, listening. His expression changed, face hardening into a smile as his eyes scanned the edge of the woods along the far side of the brook. Casually, almost as an afterthought, he brought his foot down on Freer's glasses, crushing them into the ground. Then, finding a series of stepping stones, he stepped delicately across the brook and disappeared among the trees. It was a mark of the Brethren's restraint, their sense of decorum and protocol, as much as of their religious devotion, that though all of them were soon staring with curiosity and alarm at the twisting thread of black smoke in the distance, they continued singing as if nothing were wrong, pressing on through the traditional 16 hymns. Even when the service was over and the Bible shut, few of them made any move in the direction of the Sturtevant's house, preferring to stay and give Adam Verdock and his daughter, who, of late, grown used to death, seemed to be bearing up better than her father. What small comfort they could. Too much curiosity wasn't seemly. There were those among them who'd even objected to the presence of the local newspaper in their homes, arguing with considerable zeal that what God intended men to know was already set down in the Bible, and that other printed words were mere distractions. And so, in the end, when the assembly at last began to break up, it was only the more avidly curious among them, those such as Bert and Amelia Stiegler, Galen Trudel, Rupert Lint, and Jan and Hannah Kraft, as well as those closest to the Sturtevants, Yoram's brother Abram and his wife, the Van Meers and the Claps, Matthew Geisel, Klaus Buckhalter, and a dozen or so more, including Ham Staudemeer, whose wife Nettie would be in attendance as midwife, who actually walked in a party toward the Sturtevant farm. The house itself, a broad, white-shingled colonial, with low single-story wings on each side, was set well back from the main road at the end of a pathway bordered by tall shrubbery. The first things the party encountered, after ascending the path, were the Sturtevants' 3 young boys, normally a rowdy, outspoken bunch, standing in uneasy silence by the front of the house. "Father won't let us inside," the oldest boy explained, somewhat fearfully. "We have to stay here in front. Aunt Wilma's in there, though. So's Sister Nettie." This last had been addressed to Klaus Buckhalter, whose wife Wilma, Lotta Sturtevant's older sister, was already inside, helping Nettie Staudemeer with the birth. Buckhalter conferred briefly with his nephews, then turned back to the group. "I think Abram and I had best go up alone." The others hung back as the 2 men climbed the front steps and knocked, almost timidly, at the door. After some moments, it was opened by Buckhalter's wife. She looked as if she'd been weeping. "You can all come in," she said. "It's done now. She's alive." "And the child?" asked Abram. She shuddered and shook her head. Frowning, the 2 men entered the house, Wilma standing at the door as the rest filed nervously in behind them. Ahead of them, at the top of the stairs, the midwife stood wringing her hands. "Is my brother up there?" asked Abram. Wilma pointed, trembling, in the direction of the yard. "Back there." She turned and started up the staircase. As if by unspoken agreement, the women in the group filed upstairs behind her, continuing toward a doorway at the right, from which issued a series of low moans. Left to themselves, the men stood awkwardly in the downstairs hall, then followed Abram toward the back of the house. They found Yoram seated in a rocking chair, in the middle of the glassed-in back porch. He was rocking furiously, as if possessed, and seemed barely to notice them. His face, they saw, was drawn, weary, but his eyes, which stared at nothing, had a wild look. Behind him, outside in the yard, they could see a round pit filled with ashes from which a few dark tendrils of smoke still rose. At first it seemed that Yoram was addressing them, but then they all saw that he was in fact talking to himself. "God is merciful," he was saying as he rocked back and forth, over and over like a litany of comfort. "God is merciful, merciful." Abram grasped him by the shoulder. "What is it, brother?" Slowly the man in the chair looked up, and recognition dawned in his face. "He touched her belly," he said, "and she gave birth to." A fit of trembling seized him. He shook his head. "Thank the Lord it didn't live." Rupert Lint stepped forward. "Yoram, what are you talking about? Who touched Lotta's belly?" Yoram turned to look at him. He was silent a moment, as if trying to recollect. "'Twas the one from the city. The one living out at Porth Farm." The men eyed one another in silence, the same dark look growing on all their faces. "I think it was the air," Yoram was saying. 'Twas the Lord's pure, holy air that killed it. It wasn't meant to breathe as we do." And the men looked at one another, and nodded, there on the porch, with the ashes just outside, while upstairs at the other end of the house, out of Lotta's hearing, Wilma Buckhalter sat huddled with the womenfolk, and told them weeping of the terrible thing that had been born a few hours before, and that Yoram and the midwife had burned in the backyard. A thing with tiny yellow claws, and the beginnings of a tail. The two men were working in the shadow of the hill. The younger, still in his teens, was crouching over a small gray box-shaped instrument, an emanometer, used to measure radon gas. From a strap by his side hung a similar device for the measurement of methane. The older of the two, a tall, stoop-shouldered man with thinning black hair, was pacing around the base of the hill, taking readings on radiation with a scintillation counter. A camera and a light meter dangled round his neck. "No," he said, sounding far from surprised. "It's the same over here. Just background count." Squinting, he peered up along the length of the cone. It towered 40 feet above the forest floor, not so high as most of the older trees, but in this section, where the trees were short and vegetation sparse, its top protruded well above them all. "Think I'd better get a couple more pictures." He backed into the sunlight, holding the light meter before him. Checking the dial, he raised the camera and focused on the top of the mound. The younger man stood watching him. Moments later he called out, "Dr. Lewalski? We've got a visitor." The other lowered his camera and turned where the younger man was pointing. At the far side of the mound stood a short, somewhat paunchy old man, with glowing pink skin and a halo of fine white hair.
"Oh, don't mind me," the old man cried. "I'm just passing through."
He stood staring at them for a moment and made no move to go.
"You two prospecting for uranium or something?"
The one named Lewalski smiled and shook his head. "Just taking a few measurements, that's all." He indicated the mound. "We're trying to find out how this thing was formed."
"Seems like quite a lot of fellows have been around here lately asking that same question."
The other laughed. "Yes, I know. We're a little behind. I cut short my vacation just to come down here. It's quite an unusual formation." "We're going to drill a hole right through to the center," added the younger man, "and see what's inside." The old man's eyes widened respectfully.
"Drill a hole?"
He looked around.
"With what?"
Lewalski laughed. "Oh, we're not going to do that now. We'll have to come back tomorrow with the right equipment."
"Oh, yes, I see. Tomorrow."
He nodded to himself.
"I take it you fellows aren't from around here."
"We're from Princeton," said the younger man. "From the geology department."
"Really?"
The old man seemed impressed.
"And so you drove out here today, did you?"
"That's right," said Lewalski. "Why, what's the matter?" Because the other had suddenly frowned and now looked troubled, as if he'd just remembered something particularly unfortunate.
"Oh, it's nothing," said the old man. "It's just that... Tell me, where are you parked?"
Lewalski nodded toward the north. "An old dirt road about a mile and a half from here. It runs past what must be the town dump." The old man shook his head glumly.
"That's just what I thought."
"Is something wrong?"
"Probably not. It's just that there's some fool law in this town about parking on that road on a Sunday, and, well, there have been some incidents. Quite a few out-of-towners have had their cars towed away."
"On a Sunday?" said Lewalski. "That's absurd. I'm not even on the road. I pulled way over." The old man shrugged.
"I'm sure you're completely in the right. I just wish the people of this town had a little more respect for state laws. They have some funny ideas around here about Sunday driving."
"Hold on a minute," said Lewalski. "We saw people driving around here today. At least I think so." The old man nodded, looking sorry he'd ever brought up the subject.
"Of course you did. They were probably on their way to Sunday worship. Out-of-towners they regard a bit differently."
"But we're from Princeton," said the younger man. "You're saying they tow away people's cars?" asked Lewalski. He was beginning to look nervous. "It makes no sense. This is practically official business."
"Well, that road to the dump is town property, you see. So are these woods, and, well—"
He shrugged and looked away. "Oh, come on, Dr. Lewalski," said the younger man. "Nobody's going to touch your car." The other looked dubious. He scratched his chin. "No, I guess not." He stepped back and brought the camera up to his face. "We'll just—" Jesus, what was that? A thick brown snake had slid past his feet. He saw it disappear into the bushes out of the corner of his eye.
"Been a lot of snakes around here lately," said the old man. "I suppose you read about it. Some folks say it was the quake that stirred them up. We've had quite a few people bitten this year, more than in the past 12 years combined. Copperheads mostly. Hope you brought your snake bite kit along."
The younger man turned to Lewalski. "Did you?" Lewalski grimaced. "No, of course not. I know these woods. There's no danger at all if you don't go around—" Jesus, there's another! He stepped back, then stared up at the hill, frowning. "You know, maybe this isn't such a good idea today after all." The younger man shrugged. "Whatever you say." The old man cleared his throat.
"Do you, know your way out of here all right? I only ask because I'm heading up that way myself. I can show you the right path, take you back to your car without your getting lost."
Lewalski was fitting his camera back into its case. "You know, mister, we'd really appreciate that." He turned to the other. "Come on, let's go. We can do a really thorough job tomorrow." They followed the old man down the path that wound northward. He was whistling. "You seem to know these woods pretty well," said Lewalski. The old man smiled but didn't look back.
"Yes. Known 'em since I was a boy. Grew up around here."
They were passing a tall clump of bushes. For just an instant, the old man's eyes darted to the side, toward where the leaves and brambles grew thickest, and he gave a nearly imperceptible shake of his head.
"Stay with me now," he added. "I don't want to lose anybody."
It wasn't till the three had continued down the path and were almost lost from sight amid the foliage that the bushes stirred, then shook, and the hulking form of the farmer pushed its way out onto the path. It stood for a moment, watching their retreating forms. Then it turned to face the mound. Pressing its shoulder to a massive gray rock, larger than any living man could move, it wrested the thing from the earth and rolled it toward the base of the hill. Another boulder followed, and another. Soon the structure rose against the hillside. It was building an altar. "You know we've got to do something." "No doubt of it." The men had walked down the path from the Sturtevant's house in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. Now the group stood huddled together by the roadside.
"I ain't never seen old Urim so upset."
"Well, and don't he have a right to be? Seems to me we got to act now. Let's get our trucks and head on out to SARS."
"Now, just a minute, Rupert. We can't none of us be sure."
"I ain't taking no chances." Lint smacked his fist into his palm. "I was at the Porrett's place last Sunday, and I watched that boy. I saw the way he was looking at my little Sarah."
"We're not going to do him any harm now. That wouldn't be right."
"Of course not, Matt. We're just going to call on him, that's all. We're just going to see that he leaves."
Before tonight.
Before dark.
Yeah, leaves before dark and never comes back.
No weapons now, mind you.
No, of course not.
We don't need weapons against a little worm like that.
Why, did you see how soft his hands are?
There was a pause.
And if he knows spells,
said Abram Sturdivant, touching on what was in all their minds.
You know that weapons ain't going to help us anyways. We got to trust in the Lord.
Now, wait a minute, said Geisel.
The Lord counsels patience, you all know that. And maybe we should talk this out with Yoram first. When he's come round again, ain't no need to rush into things.
Don't forget what day this is, Matt. We don't want that sort of person around here tonight. He could get himself into all kinds of mischief.
But there's no sign he even knows what tonight is.
Listen, brother. It was a leathery-faced old farmer who spoke up.
I gave that boy a ride in my car just the other week, and do you know what he kept asking me? All about this very day, the 31st of July, and whether we get many killings on this date.
He glared at Geisel.
Now what do you say to that?
The other was silent.
That settles it,
said Lint.
Come on.
Walking through this part of the woods with the two scientists, he feels a tug of memory almost akin to nostalgia. He remembers even now, with perfect clarity, how a century ago he stood here while the Master still lived to command him. He remembers that day in the woods, that chilly Christmas afternoon, and how, as a boy, he first saw the black form in the tree. And he remembers exactly what it told him that day. Remembers, because his entire life since that moment has been lived in accordance with its words. He remembers how the black thing's eye glared at him with its eye, and opened up its black fleshless mouth. He remembers what it said. I have been waiting for you.
How long?
The boy had stammered, breathless. Long.
What do you want of me?
Much.
What must I do?
You shall perform ceremonies in my honor.
Ceremonies for what?
To bring me back as my son.
Where is he now?
The boy had asked, and he remembers today the Master's answer. He isn't born yet. The planet rolled through the afternoon with only a scattering of clouds. A soft breeze sprang up, tropical in its warmth. The pine trees stirred among themselves on the other side of the brook. Where small birds had hopped and chirped among the branches, there was now only the whisper of the wind, the most solemn of stillnesses. The branches stretched yearningly toward the two sleeping figures on the farther bank. The shadows of the trees grew longer, reaching across the water where they lay. Slanting rays of sunlight hung like curtains before the bases of the trees, shifting with each movement of the branches. The sun seemed to die a little. Still prisoner of some all-enveloping dream, Carol shifted in her sleep as if in response to a call. Slowly she stretched and sat up. She gazed across the water into the darkness of the woods, and if she saw the figure there, standing veiled in yellow curtains of sunlight, as unmoving as the trees, and if she was surprised, and if she saw it was a man, tall, bearded, nearly naked, his clothing in ribbons, his hands black with dirt, and if she saw the thing that had happened to his skull, she made no sign. She stared at him a moment and said nothing. Gazing at her from across the water, the figure raised its hand and beckoned. She stood, paying no attention to Freer sleeping obliviously beside her among the weeds. Hesitating but a moment, she stepped slowly into the stream, the water swirling round her bare ankles. Heedless of the chill, looking neither left nor right, she walked across, stepped on to the other side, and joined him where he waited for her. His hand reached out for hers, took it imperatively in his grasp. For a moment, as his hand touched hers, She turned to cast a single, half-regretful backward glance at the man still sleeping on the other bank. Then the figure pulled her toward him, and the darkness of the woods closed over them both. The day is waning at last, and he is glad of it. It is the night that concerns him. He watches impatiently as the professor and student climb into their car and drive off. They wave one more time in thanks. He nods, waves back, smiles till the car has disappeared. They will not return today, and tomorrow will be too late. For a moment back there on the trail he had contemplated ordering the dhole to kill the two of them. It would have been far simpler and wasted less precious time. But there is always a chance that the men might have been missed, and that others might have come looking for them, others who might interfere with the events planned for tonight. No, he decides, there is no use taking chances, not with so much at stake. Which is why he must dispose of the extra man. There is no more need for him. The woman by now must be in their hands, and the role Frears was to play has already fallen to another. It will be well, for safety's sake, to make sure he cannot threaten the proceedings. It will be simpler this way, cleaner. He has the necessary straps in his pocket, and though they'll eventually be needed for the woman, they may also prove useful for the man. Hands tingling with anticipation, the old one turns his back on the road and sets off once more up the trail. There were less than a dozen of them now. Bert Stiegler had had to go back and open the store. Jacob Van Meer was feeling poorly, and others had dropped out for reasons of their own. They had crowded into 3 trucks, Rupert Lintz in the lead, and had raced along the main road from town, over the bridge and past the silent stone cottage beside it, then up the winding roads into the back country. Now they had reduced their speed and were moving up the porous road like a convoy, maneuvering slowly over the ruts and gaps and potholes, yet still stirring up enough dust so that the rear truck, Abram Sturtevant's, was covered with a reddish film, making visibility difficult for the 3 men inside. It was old Matthew Geisel, sitting up beside Lint, who saw it first, at the bend before the Porth farm. He pointed toward the side of the road. There, tilted forward in a ditch, its right rear tire lifted in the air, was the battered form of Porth's pickup truck. "Appears he's had himself an accident," said Ham Stoudemeer, "and left the truck where it stopped." Lind pulled over to the side. The other 2 trucks behind him slowed to a halt. The men dismounted and hurried to the truck. It was empty. Along the upper rim of the steering wheel was a suspicious-looking smear of dried blood. "Suppose he may be hurt," said Geisel, "and crawled off into the woods?" He surveyed the dense vegetation before him. "It may be so," said Abram Sturtevant. "We'd best look for him." The men fanned out from the ditched truck, searching for signs. A broken branch, a tatter of cloth, more blood. Lind, Stoudemeer, and Geisel continued on foot now toward the house several hundred yards ahead. Geisel glanced back at the Porth's truck. He was troubled. "'Twasn't like Sar to go off the road like that. The man knew every twist and turn of its length. No, 'twasn't like him at all." Frowning, he followed the 2 younger men toward the farmhouse. Shadows. Evening coming on. He emerges from the woods, slightly winded, to stand a moment on the narrow strip of level ground that, just ahead, dips downward toward the brook. In the distance the farmhouse, barn, and outbuildings have caught the dying sunlight and glow as if aflame. The sky behind the cornfield is a wall of red, turning the field into a battleground where stunted corn stalks stand silhouetted against the sky like doomed men. Just across the brook, Frear's plump form lies defenseless in sleep, his stomach rising and falling among the weeds. As if sensing the other's presence, he stirs. For most of his journey through the woods, the old one has been considering Frear's death. It will be what it should have been 3 days ago, death by water. His vivid dream of Deborah in the bathtub has been thwarted. Chance has saved Frears from the clutches of the dhole, but now he will be able to do the job himself. In Frear's insensible condition, it will be easy. He feels as if he has already done the deed, so detailed and real is the picture. He sees himself turn Frears onto his belly for the precautionary tying of the wrists, then haul him by the ankles to the stream and shove his face beneath the rushing water. He sees a tremor shake the sleeper's frame, sees his arms twist and strain against the leather in an instinctive, futile effort to escape. The body jerks and thrashes as the old one bends his full weight upon it. Once, twice, 3 times, Frears' dazed face, streaming water, lifts above the surface as he wrenches his neck back, legs kicking. But the old one's grip is like iron, and the joy of what he's feeling now, savoring the final moments of a human life, communicated through the spasmodic twitching of the flesh, gives him a tenfold strength. Just another minute to be sure all breathing stopped. The reality will be even better. Stepping nimbly from stone to stone, the old one crosses the stream. It takes him but a moment to bind the wrists. He is dragging Frears' inert form roughly toward the brook, scanning the property one more time to make sure there are no witnesses to what's about to happen, when his gaze comes to rest on the smokehouse and the pale thing hanging upside down inside it, clearly visible through the wide open door and outlined in the final rays of sunlight. The fool! He moves quickly, cursing. This must not be discovered. Left like this, the body can be seen by anyone who chances to visit the farm, and anyone searching for the Porths will find it within minutes. Better to hide the thing deep in the woods, where it will be safe until tonight. Abandoning Frears for the moment, he hurries to the smokehouse. The little wooden structure already reeks of decay, the smell of something that's been dead more than a week. He does not find it disagreeable. He steps inside, brushing away swarms of flies, and finds himself face to face with Deborah Porth's earthly remains. Her upside-down eyes, hanging level with his own, are shrunken in their sockets like old apples. His glance takes in her dangling arms, the hands even with his belt, and the crumpled black torn place in her throat, pulled wider by the weight of the head and gaping like a second mouth. The sight inspires in his breast precisely nothing. Reaching up, he grasps the rib cage and pulls. The body does not give. From somewhere above him comes a muffled buzzing sound, easily confused with the buzzing of the flies that continue to swarm around his head. He pulls harder, but without success. The two kinds of buzzing blend together in an irritating song. Grabbing the limp arms, he yanks with all his might. Still the body doesn't move. Embracing the thing now, he puts all his weight on it, hangs grimacing with his own feet in the air. Vertebrae snap. Some strands of long black hair shake loose and drift slowly toward the floor, but the legs remain stuck fast. Wiping away a drop of sweat that has formed on his brow, he stands on tiptoe, reaches up as high as he is able, and grasps the legs nearer the ceiling, tugging on each one individually, trying to dislodge them from the wood. There is a cracking sound. The body starts to give a little. The buzzing overhead is growing angrier, and loud enough for him to distinguish it from the flies. But now there is a more urgent sound. "Sar! Deborah!" Voices ring out from up the slope, by the farmhouse and the road. Instinctively he pulls the door closed and turns the catch, concealing himself within the tiny shack. It is hot inside, airless, dark and crowded as a coffin. He is pressed against the wall by the loose, ungainly bulk of the corpse, but he is still confident. There is still time. Distracted, he shoves the corpse aside. With a splintering of wood it tears loose, crashing to the floor of the smokehouse, and behind it, like a demon from a bottle, rushes a torrent of invisible wings and legs and death-dealing stingers, buzzing, stinging again and again, as if it is the sound itself that brings the pain. They take their venomous revenge, as wasps will, upon the only living thing at hand, and as wasps will, they go first for the eyes. Blindly he batters at the closed door. The tiny building echoes with his screams. For nearly a minute they grow louder, higher-pitched, the screaming of a thing no longer human, carrying across the farm, the fields, the woods. The smokehouse trembles, rocks on its foundation, shivers with the pounding from within. Then at last, It is silent. His sleep was invaded by screaming, high and womanish, and just out of reach. He dreamed of Carol. He willed himself to go to her, to help her, but his body was a thing of rock and would not move. At last the screams ended, and there was silence. And then that ended too. Dimly he heard voices, men this time, confused, frightened, shouting out to one another in their fear. And then screams again, and running, and a great inhuman buzzing. He didn't see Rupert Lind throw wide the smokehouse door, or the cloud of maddened wasps that spilled out, scattering the men and leaving the two who'd been the closest, Lind and Stoudemeer, with painfully stung arms, necks, and faces. He didn't see the horrible, swollen red thing that came tumbling out after the wasps to lie twitching and oozing upon the grass, a thing almost unrecognizable as human, puffed up as it was to nearly twice its size. And he didn't see what lay behind it on the smokehouse floor, a moldering corpse, easily identifiable as human, female, young.
"Oh, my God! Deborah!" "That's right. It's Deborah Porth." "How long's she been dead?" "Looks like a long time."
He heard the cries of horror and dismay, the babble of unanswered questions, and a voice that demanded, "Where's Sar Porth?" He didn't see or hear the rest, how the thing lay there looking up at them, with what was left of its eyes, and how, before dying, it smiled.
"Too late,"
it whispered toothlessly through cracked lips, as its eyes rolled toward the darkening sky.
"Too late."
It stands above the expectant earth, its feet planted wide upon the topmost boulder of the great spiked thing it has built against the side of the hill. In the dying light it surveys the scene below. 20 feet down, the forest floor lies streaked by shadow, except for a flickering light at the base of the hill where, within a tiny ring of stones, a fire burns. Higher, midway up the altar, on a flat outcropping of granite some 10 feet from its perch, it can see the body of the woman, her nakedness pale against the dark gray stone, her hair an obscene splash of red. Her body has not yet been painted. Her eyes, it sees, are shut tight now, her breathing slow. She is dreaming again, lost once more in a drugged slumber. By her hands and feet lie curled the lengths of rugged cloth, ripped from the farmer's shirt and trousers, crude substitutes for the straps the ceremony requires, but sufficient. The old one, it remembers, had brought leather straps from the city, but he has not returned. He may not arrive in time to help it shave its head clean for the marriage, to light the fire, to sing the words. But this absence is of no importance. It can perform the ceremony without the old man. It knows what to do. The great hill towers at its back like an immense dark hood. Along the ground the encircling trees make black, twisted patterns in the twilight, the visible veins of some vast, invisible being. Shadowy forms shift like wood smoke in the air overhead. The altar stone trembles at its feet. It is time. Reaching up past its farmer's face, and running its fingers through the shattered remnants of its scalp, it proceeds with its grooming for the marriage, yanking out clumps of the farmer's black hair, ignoring the swatches of flesh that come loose and the sluggish gouts of blood. No assistance is needed. It puts the old man from its mind. Before the final rays of sunlight have faded from the summit of the hill, its skull is as smooth as a freshly cracked egg. Tearing open the tattered remains of its shirt, it lifts its long, pale arms in invocation. Above it, as if a monstrous hand has thrown the switch, the sky darkens. The mound beneath its feet is trembling more violently now. It can hear the frightened cries of animals in the woods below. Black, hunched shapes are racing back and forth among the trees. Carefully dropping on all fours, it picks its way past the girl and down the slope. Seizing a burning brand, it touches it 3 times to the ring of wood, undergrowth, and debris it has piled at the base of the hill. The pile smokes, flickers, catches. Like a moat that makes of them an island, cutting them off from the surrounding forest, a line of fire leaps outward in a great circle, sweeping out of sight around the far side of the hill, the flames seeming to speed the advancing darkness. The woman moans, stirs. Firelight glistens in her hair. In the farmer's shattered skull the spaces glow a deeper red. The two of them are like a pair of brands, pale, slim bodies, smooth limbs, heads of flame. The trees beyond the firelight are almost invisible now, dim skeletal shapes half hidden by the smoke. The dark hill rears malignly toward the empty sky. The stars are not out, the moon not yet risen. Screaming shapes wheel unseen overhead. At the foot of the altar it throws the brand aside, stretches up on tiptoe, fingertips reaching toward the ledge, and like some long pale lizard, climbs laboriously up the rock face toward the woman. Crouching above her, in the absence of the old one, it opens wide its corpse's mouth, tilts its face skyward, and starts to sing the words. "Too late," Abram Sturtevant repeated, for at least the 6th time. He fingered his coffee-colored beard. "'Twas exactly what the man said, wasn't it?" Galen Trudel nodded. "His very words." He and Matthew Geisel had gone up to the house and had found nothing but 4 cats who'd followed them back down here, where the others were standing in an awkward, puzzled group around the sleeping form of Frears. The wasps had missed him. He lay in the grass on his belly, his wrists freed from the straps, arms thrown forward as if to embrace the earth. "And we were too late, weren't we?" said Sturtevant. "Too late for him. That would be what he meant. Had we arrived any sooner, we could have saved the poor old man's life." It made sense to them. It was just about the only thing that did. All the rest was questions. Why had the stranger, so monstrously transformed by the venom and clearly in pain, died with a smile on his lips? And who was he, anyway? The man had come dashing down the slope from the road, hurrying toward his screams ringing like a woman's from the smokehouse, and had stumbled into a morass of questions, along with swarms of deadly insects, a pair of ruined corpses, and a sleeper who wouldn't wake up no matter what they did, even when Brother Rupert, his own arms and neck aching horribly from the stings, brought a hatful of cold water from the brook and threw it in Frears' face. Frears had simply turned back onto his belly, pressing his ear to the ground as if listening. Questions. So many things they didn't understand. They had prayed, all of them, over the bodies of the stranger and Deborah Porth, and afterward had contented themselves with sending Klaus Buckhalter off to Flemington in his truck to summon the county police. On his way he would take the suffering Ham Stoudemeer home, where Nettie could tend to his swellings. Rupert Lint decided he would stay around, stings or no stings. "I ain't leaving till I get some answers," he declared, nodding toward Frears. "Unless Klaus wants to drive him into Flemington." "Best not to move him," said Sturtevant. Frears slept on. At least now he was freed from suspicion. The bound wrists had convinced them that here was no malefactor, just another victim. But were they all victims? Even the stranger they'd seen die, red and swollen at their very feet. And what had killed poor Sister Deborah? Her, they remembered, so lately recovered from the attack of that demon-ridden cat. And where had Brother Sar disappeared to? And who had tied up Frears? Questions. A sea of questions lapping at their ankles. Silent and uneasy, the men shifted from foot to foot and looked at Frears lying motionless on the grass, the deserted farm, the frozen ranks of pines across the brook. They avoided looking at the 2 ruined corpses by the smokehouse. They avoided one another's eyes. This was not turning out as they'd expected. They had come, nursing their anger and their fear, to usher this intruder from their midst, and had found instead a mystery. A breeze traveled up the slope toward the farmhouse, fluttering the leaves in the garden. Roses shook their fists in the waning light. The dark pines stirred. Night was coming on. At their feet the churning waters of the brook seemed strangely hushed. Somewhere in the forest a jay screamed, once, twice, 3 times, then fell silent. It was like the signal to begin. Suddenly overhead, the sky darkened. Beneath their feet, the ground shook. The land around them trembled with a deep, distant, almost inaudible rumbling.
"Oh, my God," said Matthew. "It's starting again."
He felt the planet pounding with the beating of his heart, the land beneath him rocking, blood squeezing once again through his veins. I'm alive, he thought dimly. But it was much too slow, too vast, and he realized it was coming from beneath him, and there were voices. And darkness all around him. "Looks like he's woke up." Sound of footsteps.
"Son, listen to me."
Someone was standing above him.
"Listen, you've got to tell us."
"His name's Frears. Jeremiah Frears."
"No."
Another voice.
"It's Jeremy."
Someone was shaking him.
"Listen, Jeremy. Tell us what's happened here. Where's Sar Porth?"
Sar?
He sat up, rubbed his eyes, searched in vain for his glasses.
Ask.
He looked around him in the darkness, gripped by a sudden panic.
Where's Carol?
"Carol? That's that girl of his,"
he heard someone say.
"'Twas her car we saw in the drive."
Rupert Lind, it sounded like. But then another voice, much louder, demanded,
"What's she gone and done with Brother Sar?"
He was confused.
You mean,
he stammered.
You mean the Porths still aren't back?
"Deborah's dead, son,"
said Matt Geisel. And over the sound the earth was making, punctuated by tremors whose effects came more regularly now, they told him of the old man's death, and the body in the smokehouse, and the wasps.
Rosie,
whispered Frears.
Deborah.
He shook his head. It wasn't real, none of it. They were lying to him, and as soon as he found his glasses, he would show them they were wrong. The world was a dark place, blurred and confusing. He felt the ground tremble. I don't know what's happened, he said, raising his voice to compete with a rumbling that had grown progressively more insistent. All I know is I'm worried about the girl who came out here yesterday. We've got to find her. He heard someone cry out, and saw the others turn to look. Behind them, one of the men was pointing into the darkness, where several small gray shapes were racing madly round the lawn in endless circles.
"The cats," said Geisel. "My Lord, just look at 'em. They're chasing one another's tails."
Frears remembered the Ouroboros, the dragon with its tail gripped in its teeth. A full circle, that's what it signaled. Completion. The rolling year come round again to this most special day.
"What we ought to do,"
one of them was saying,
"is try Shem Fenchel's dogs. I hear they're real good trackers."
"We should head back to the trucks," said someone else, "and split up when we get to town." They began moving back toward the road. In the east, like a great cyclopean beast lifting its huge head, the moon rose majestically above the treetops, casting long, gigantic shadows across the lawn. It was full tonight, the second full moon of the month, and very bright. To Frears, without his glasses, there seemed something new in its face, something baleful and malign. Yet at its rising he felt a surge of sudden, unlikely hope. Maybe in the moonlight they would be able to search for Carol. Like those searchers in the moonlight on the 2 other nights, for the 2 other girls. The memory flooded back to him.
"Bloodhounds,"
another was saying as they drifted off.
"That's what we need. We ought to go back to town and get those 2 pups Jacob's son's been raising out behind his house."
"Wait," Frears called after them. "Listen to me." He stumbled to his feet. The man paused, turned to face him.
"What is it?"
came a voice. "I know where they are." Several figures left the group and approached him in the darkness.
"Yeah?"
said one.
"Where's that?"
He nodded toward the woods.
McKinney's neck,
The night has deepened, and the sky has turned a velvet black when the thing on the hillside finishes its song. Tiny crow's feet of blood mark the corners of its mouth where, stretched taut by widening jaws, the skin has torn like old paper. Beneath its feet, the land is shaking rhythmically now, throwing up small clouds of dust, as if the entire world, wilderness and cities and seas, were echoing to an immense heartbeat. Poised naked on a rock above the altar, it lifts its face to the sky. It spreads its arms like angel wings and dances like a serpent in the moonlight. It spins, leaps, crouches, stands, spits blood into its mutilated hands. It gestures toward the earth. It speaks the final name. Around it birds fall to the ground and crawl among the rocks like lizards. They open their razor beaks, and the air is filled with a great roaring. Spider-like it turns and clambers down the wall of boulders, pointing its face toward the woman. Miles to the south, the farmhouse stands trembling in the moonlight. Beneath its darkened windows, one by one, the roses in the garden lift their heads, point their faces toward the moon, and open wide their secret mouths. While in the night sky overhead, one by one, the stars come out of hiding. It is Lammas Eve. They ran noisily through the woods, crashing through the underbrush like a pack of dogs, dodging brambles and tree trunks. A few of the men in the rear armed with weapons they'd seized from the Porth's barn, pitchforks, a rake, a long-handled axe with a smeared, discolored blade, mumbling snatches of prayer as they ran, and shouting directions and encouragement to one another. Frears followed blindly behind them, relying mainly on sound, able to see only dimly without his glasses, and still unsteady on his feet. In his right hand he gripped the sickle that he'd lifted from the wall of the barn, holding it before him as he stumbled forward through the darkness, trying to block the invisible branches that snapped painfully at his face. Amid the shouting and confusion, he remembered how, at last Sunday's worship, the sickle had been blessed in the cleansing. Maybe it would bring him luck tonight. They had charged heedlessly over the stream, all of them but Lind, who was hurt, and Geisel, who was old, and Frears, who was sightless. These three had picked their way more slowly, fearful of losing their footing. Frears had been the last. As he stumbled across, the air ringing with shouts and splashing, and the subterranean rumbling that still hadn't ceased, he was sure that he'd heard singing behind him, a thin, unearthly wailing rising from the direction of the farmhouse. He had felt in that sound dark heads turn and tiny mouths gape wide, and he'd thought automatically, the cats. But he'd shuddered, for the voices he'd heard hadn't sounded like cats, or anything that crept upon the earth. He heard them no longer, but he couldn't get them out of his mind. Just the cats, he told himself, and hurried on. They were well past the stream now, heading north through the swampy sections of the woods, where their progress was slowed as their feet were sucked down by the mud. Yet even here the ground was quivering as if alive, and below it thunder rolled, as if echoing from caverns deep within the earth. There were other voices, too, filling the darkness with sound. Occasionally he could hear the weird night cries of woodland creatures, and far off a low, indistinct roaring as from 1,000 animal throats. And once a great, pale, round shape had come hurtling toward them out of a clump of bushes like some boulder come to life, squealing in terror. "Brother Galen," someone had called. "'Twas one of your hogs." And there was still another sound now, far in the distance, a vast and wrathful buzzing. It was like the warning growl that cats make just before they strike, only amplified 1,000,000 times, or like the buzzing of 1,000,000 bees. Panting, Frears pushed onward, desperate to keep up with the others and afraid of losing them in the darkness. The sporadic shafts of moonlight illuminating the spaces between the trees were of little help and only confused him, like panels in a hall of mirrors. Branches seemed to reach out toward him, as if to hold him back. Thorns and brambles tore at him as he passed. Once, at the edge of the swamp, he tripped over a root and fell headlong in the mud, nearly losing the sickle. Floundering to his feet, he stumbled onward. The roaring was all around him now, rising and falling in time with the beating of the earth, and the buzzing had grown louder. They had emerged from the swamp, and were passing through a stretch of slightly drier ground where the foliage was thinner, when they saw the fire. It was impossible to tell how large it was, or how far away. All of them were tired now, but seeing the flames through the skeletal forms of the trees, and with an objective at last in sight, they broke into a run, though not without a certain wariness lest the blaze prove so large they be forced to turn and flee. They ran with a new urgency as it became more apparent, the nearer they drew to it, that the fire had been man-made. And suddenly they were running over rocks and debris. The forest had fallen away, and they found themselves facing a wall of leaping flames as tall as they were, and waves of scorching heat, and blinding smoke that blotted out the sky. And beyond the flames, like a great dark presence at the end of a dream, stood the hill. It rose black and obscene in the moonlight, thrusting itself above the tops of the dwarf trees like some huge squatting animal, its great humped back furred with clumps of vegetation. Freers, racing up behind the others, saw them silhouetted against the fire at its base as they stumbled into the clearing with arms or weapons raised, and heard the screams of those who'd blundered too close to the flames. And above the screams a roaring split the night, and a buzzing as of insects, as loud as all the insects in the world, and the roaring came from all around them, from the land and the trees and the darkness itself, but the buzzing came only from the hill. Beneath the sound he heard a higher, rhythmic cry, the moaning of a woman in pain. Carol! She was somewhere above him on the hill. Freers pushed through the crowd of men and hurried forward, but the heat was too intense. He fell back, wincing with pain, gasping, eyes smarting. "She's up there!" He was shouting to anyone who could hear him over the deafening noise. No one turned. Several dim figures were poking feebly at the fire with pitchforks, keeping well back from the flames. He reached for the man who was closest, grabbing him roughly by the shoulder. "We've got to reach her!" The other turned, face glowing redly in the firelight, the eyes wide and frightened as a rabbit's. And Freers saw that it was the leathery old farmer who'd given him a ride from town. He didn't even know the man's name. The farmer shook his head, said something unintelligible, pointed to his ear. He can't hear me, Freers realized. And he doesn't hear Carol. Freers shielded his eyes and looked for the others. Amid the smoke, they seemed a crowd of milling shadows, their figures black against the flames, blurred and distorted by the rising waves of heat. None of them seemed to hear. The moaning came again. She was just behind the wall of fire. He was sure of it. She sounded almost close enough to touch. And she was hurt badly. He could hear it in her voice. In despair, he stared down at his body, with the fleeting realization that for all its weight, it was a fragile and sensitive thing, easily pained, easy to damage irreparably. And knowing none the less that someone was going to have to do it. Someone had to go. Fate, it seemed, had painted him into a corner. He had no choice. Throwing his left arm before his face and brandishing the sickle as if the flames were a curtain he could slice through, he thought of Carol as he wanted to remember her, so sweetly, trustingly naked that evening on the couch in her apartment, and leaped. And as he did so, just as his feet left the ground, a final thought struck him. What if this was not a wall of fire? What if it was thicker than a wall, or had no end at all? What if... He felt his feet drag against timber stacked too high for him to clear, felt some of it give way as he crashed through. He was suddenly surrounded by flames. They licked at his legs and his feet, and he screamed and kicked out as his skin burned beneath his shoes and clothing. His lungs were bursting from the heat. He was breathing fire. And then he had passed through. He had tumbled among the rocks at the base of the hill and was dragging himself weakly to safety. Clutching the sickle, he staggered to his aching feet and looked up. The world was a blur, a roaring, ear-splitting blur aglow with flame. In its wavering red light, he saw the huge mound looming blackly overhead, throbbing as if it were alive, with steady, even beats that shook the ground like thunder. He saw the crude, truncated pyramid of boulders piled against its sloping side. He saw the narrow ledge some 10 feet above him to his left, midway up the rock pile, with a figure that must be Carol still moaning, lying up there on her back so that he could see a pale slice of her body, a leg, an arm, an edge of naked breast, in a travesty of the way he just remembered her. And he saw the slender white form, supple as a milk snake, that curled over her in an arch no human should have made, a white rainbow of flesh with ends at Carol's head and feet. This final figure looked barely human, an emaciated naked man, perhaps, with an abnormally elongated body and a shaved head. He was no longer sure what he was seeing. Shapes were indistinct without his glasses, and the figures on the ledge seemed far away. He was sure the serpentine figure was a man, but he couldn't tell just where the face might be, or how a man could stretch like that, or what was happening to Carol. For all Frears could see, the two might be enacting some strange, solemn theorem of geometry. He noticed now that in two places, slim white stick-like shapes hung down beneath the man's arched form like twin supports, pointing toward Carol's horizontal body, which now seemed to struggle and heave, her cries rising in pitch. Frantically he hauled himself up onto one of the lower boulders and climbed higher, drawing several yards closer to the level of the pair, and discerned at last the strips of black and white cloth binding Carol's wrists and ankles. He saw the sticks for what they were, and realized with a shock of disbelief that what he was seeing was a rape. But the rapist's head and face, he saw now, were not where he'd expected to find them. The act occurring up there on the rocks was a reverse one, a living yin and yang, a mystical obscenity as smooth as a symbol of the zodiac, the white rod of the man's sex, a long, preternaturally thin phallus, exaggerated like the things the satyrs bore in old pagan images, hovered expectantly above the girl's mouth, a mouth still open wide and moaning, while from the rapist's own mouth hung what Frears at first took crazily for a long, pale, twisted horn, an instrument of bone or wood, but which he now perceived was a living appendage that curled and quested toward her open legs like a great blind worm, prodding them softly and irregularly with its tip. There was a tiger stripe across one thigh. He saw as he climbed closer that her legs had been painted at their juncture with a black design of two concentric rings. Suddenly, like some hungry predator that sensed the prey at last, the appendage stiffened with a life of its own, stretched taut, and seemed to bury itself deeper between her legs. The girl's struggles ceased, and at the same moment her cries were silenced as the man's sex slipped between her lips. With the touch of these two organs, it was as if a circuit had been forged, a switch thrown, the completion of a white circle there upon the altar, body linked to body, end to end, a double serpent swallowing its tail. Carol's body jerked as if touched with electricity. A great flash of red fire glowed up and down the length of the hill, and with it came the sound of the rending of earth. Clinging to the trembling rock, Frears craned his neck, squinted upward through the smoke, and gasped. A crack had appeared in the dark slope above him. The hill was beginning to open. Inside, fires glowed a molten red. Smoke belched forth into the night, and he could see dimly within a great bunched shape begin to stir, coiling and uncoiling like a giant worm curled within an apple. He hung frozen to the rock face, watching as the fissure grew. The opening in the giant mound gaped wider like the jaws of some immense beast, and the buzzing that came from within it grew ever more shrill, as if the sound itself might force open the portal still further. It was the sound that shook him free. He struggled forward now with a new urgency, ignoring the pain of his burned feet, clawing his way feverishly up the rocks that shook and heaved as if to throw him off, pulling himself at last to the ledge by his hands, one hand still gripping his weapon. Before him lay the spread form of Carol and the long white body arching above her, the face turned away, the torso like an immense white artery throbbing in time with the throbbing of the earth. Even in the darkness he could see that it looked barely human. And what had happened to the head? Once as a boy he had chanced to drop a giant jar of peanut butter onto a stone floor. The container had shattered, but the shards of glass had remained clinging loosely in place, held by the substance inside. So it was, he thought suddenly, crazily of this creature's hairless skull, shattered like crockery, yet all the pieces still intact. The other took no notice as Frears dragged himself onto the rock shelf beside them. Suddenly the white arc of the body tautened. The face, once hidden, turned toward Frears, the tube filling the mouth, and in the moonlight Frears recognized the farmer, his host and friend, Sar Poreth. The face stared past him with no more recognition than a scarecrow, the eyes unseeing. There was nothing behind them. Carol's body quaked. Her legs sprawled open in the moonlight. And it dawned on Frears what the concentric rings on them were for, a signpost for something unfamiliar with the human female body. A target. Slowly, as if it had read the revulsion in Frears' mind, the farmer's eyes turned toward him, and the corners of the mouth stretched in a smile. In terror, Frears lashed out with the sickle, the metal flashing in the firelight. The thing before him barely quivered at the blows, as unyielding as a slab of dead meat. Idly it raised a ravaged hand and groped toward Frears' face. With the next blow, Frears struck home, the sharpened blade sweeping cleanly through the appendage that snaked from the farmer's open mouth. Severed, the thing twisted and shriveled like a sliced open worm, streaming obscene milky fluid. The farmer's body jerked twice, then fell limp upon Carol's. Above them the buzzing grew higher in pitch, became a scream as the thing within the mound thrust once more toward the stars, rising coil upon coil, then subsided. The seam began to close. Frears saw the line of fire grow thinner as the massive blocks of earth slid together again, the great portals shutting. Miles to the south, the singing ceased as roses turned black and withered on their stems. The mound sank inward on itself, settling back to its original shape, the cracks closing completely and blocking the fire inside, the tremors subsiding. The white appendage hung limply from the corpse's mouth, like a severed umbilical cord. Frears looked down in time to see a tiny charcoal-black creature slip from the hollow tube and scurry down the rocks, a rodent fleeing the collapse of its home. Poreth's tale came back to him, the mouse within the dead man's gaping mouth. Before he could cry out, the creature had leaped nimbly down the wall of rocks, and the dark earth had swallowed it up. The roaring was stilled. The vibrations had stopped. Around him now he could hear the innocent crackling of the flames, and the voices of men pushing their way through to the hillside. Once again the sound of crickets filled the night. Carol lay dazed upon the altar, eyes shut, her mouth still hanging open. Frears rolled the farmer's body off her. It was already stiffening, the appendage dry and withered. Gently he closed Carol's mouth, as one would the mouth of a corpse, not daring to peer inside, and covered her nakedness with his torn and sweaty shirt, thinking how different the moaning, heaving woman he'd seen below the farmer had been from the Carol he'd known, and wondering reluctantly how much pain there'd really been in those sounds she'd made, and how much pleasure. Embracing her, he promised himself not to think too hard about it. The moon gazed silently upon his kiss. The stars stared coldly down, and if they heard his vow, they made no sign. Epilogue. Christmas. Those same stars looked coldly down that winter upon the teeming city. The stores were open late that night for last-minute shopping. Crowds hurried through the frozen streets, arms laden with packages. Salvation Army bands competed with the sounds of the traffic. Steam rose from holes in the pavement. He walked with her, hand in hand, through the crowd. She was smiling at the shop windows, the Santas in the street, the excited, rosy faces of the children. But something in her gaze seemed far away, and always would be. He too was distracted. He was musing upon the holy birth now being celebrated, and upon the unholy one so narrowly averted that very summer. He reminded himself for the 1000th time that nothing that night had been born. And yet the monstrous thing itself, the thing the old man had given his life for, had not been destroyed. Might it not be living still, waiting in its egg of earth? Had he interrupted the ceremony in time? The stars trembled unseen beyond the lights of the city. He felt his wife's hand in his. Surrounded by the throng, he paused, listened a moment, then walked on.
"What is it, Jeremy?"
she asked.
"Is something wrong?"
"It's nothing, honey," he said. He smiled at her and clutched her hand more tightly. She hadn't heard it. But he had. He was almost sure of it. Above the sounds of the city, the taxi horns, the music, and the laughter, he had heard the roar of the dragon. End of The Ceremonies by T.E.D. Klein. Narrated by Dennis Bateman, in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, June 1985. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher. The Viking Press, 40 West 23rd Street, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.